In the tumult of steam and machinery, who can touch the extraordinary? Amidst the shadows of history and darkness, who is whispering? I awaken from the enigmatic depths, opening my eyes to this world. Firearms, cannons, colossal ships, airships, and differential machines, potions, divination, curses, the hanged man, and sealed objects. Light still shines, the mysterious never strays far. This is a tale of the fool. Chapter 1. Crimson. Pain. It hurts. My head aches terribly. The bizarre and whispering dreamscape shattered rapidly, as the slumbering Zhou Mingrue felt an excruciating throb in his head, as though struck violently by a club, or perhaps more akin to a sharp object piercing his temple, accompanied by a tumult. Hiss. In a state of half-consciousness, Zhou Mingrue attempted to turn, to shield his head, to sit up, yet he found himself utterly immobile, as if his body had lost all control. It seems I am not truly awake, still trapped in a dream. Perhaps I will find myself believing I have awakened, only to discover I am still asleep. Familiar with such encounters, Zhou Mingrue concentrated his will, striving to free himself from the shackles of darkness and illusion. However, in the liminal state of half-sleep, the will often drifts like smoke, elusive and uncontrollable. No matter how hard he tried, his thoughts continued to scatter, and distractions emerged. Why, in the dead of night, would I suddenly have a headache? And such a fierce pain? Could it be a cerebral hemorrhage or something? Oh no, I can't possibly meet my end prematurely like this. Wake up, wake up. Huh, it seems the pain is not as intense as before. Yet, my mind still feels as though being slowly sliced by a dull knife. It appears I cannot continue sleeping. How will I manage work tomorrow? What work? With a genuine headache, of course, I must take a leave. No need to fear the manager's incessant chatter. Thinking this way, it doesn't seem so bad. Haha, stealing a half-day of leisure. Wave after wave of throbbing pain allowed Zhou Mingrue to gradually gather ephemeral strength. Finally, with a surge of determination, he straightened his back and opened his eyes, completely shedding the state of half-sleep. At first, his vision was blurred, then enveloped in a faint crimson hue. Within his sight, Zhou Mingrue beheld a wooden desk. At its center lay an open notebook, its pages coarse and yellowed, inscribed with strange letters that formed a phrase, the ink dark and strikingly vivid. To the left of the notebook, near the edge of the desk, there was a neatly stacked pile of books, perhaps 7 or 8 in total, beside which, the wall bore gray-white pipes and connected wall lamps. The lamp exuded a classic Western charm, roughly the size of an adult's half-head, with a transparent glass inner layer, encased in a black metal grid. Beneath the extinguished wall lamp, a black ink bottle was shrouded in a soft red glow, its surface adorned with a blurred, angelic motif. In front of the ink bottle, to the right of the notebook, a stout, dark steel pen lay quietly, its nib glimmering with a faint light, while the cap rested next to a brass-colored revolver. A revolver? A revolver? Zhou Mingrue stood in astonishment, for what lay before him was utterly unfamiliar, bearing no resemblance to his own room whatsoever. In a state of shock and confusion, he noticed that the desk, notebook, ink bottle, and revolver were all veiled in a layer of crimson chiffon, illuminated by the radiant light streaming in from outside. Instinctively, he lifted his head, his gaze gradually ascending. Suspended in midair, a scarlet full moon hung high above a black, velvet curtain, casting a tranquil glow. This, Zhou Mingrue felt an inexplicable dread surge within him, and he abruptly stood up, but his legs had yet to fully straighten. A sharp pain shot through his head, momentarily robbing him of his strength, causing his center of gravity to plummet, and he crashed down onto the hard wooden seat. Bang! The pain did not deter him. Zhou Mingrue pressed his hands against the desk and stood up again, hurriedly turning his body to survey his surroundings. This was a small room, with a brown door on either side, and a wooden loft bed pressed against the opposite wall. Between the bed and the left door stood a cabinet, with doors that opened outward and 5 drawers below. At a height of 1 person, the edge of the cabinet bore a grayish-white pipe embedded in the wall, connecting to a peculiar mechanical device, revealing gears and bearings in exposed sections. Near the right corner of the desk lay items resembling a coal stove, along with cooking utensils such as a soup pot and an iron pot. Beyond the right door was a dressing mirror, marred by 2 cracks, with a simple and unadorned wooden base. A sweeping glance allowed Zhou Mingrue to vaguely discern his reflection, his current self. Black hair, brown eyes, a linen shirt, a slender physique, ordinary features, and pronounced contours. This, Zhou Mingrue gasped, a wave of helpless and chaotic speculations flooding his mind. The revolver, the classic European-American decor, and that crimson moon, so distinct from Earth, all pointed towards a certain event. Could it be that I have traversed through time? Zhou Mingrui's mouth opened slightly. Having grown up reading web novels, he often fantasized about such scenarios, but when faced with reality, he found it hard to accept. This must be what they call the Yi Gong loves dragons phenomenon. After a few seconds, Zhou Mingrui self-deprecatingly mused. Were it not for the persistent pain in his head, which rendered his thoughts taut and clear, he would have surely doubted whether he was dreaming. Calm. After several deep breaths, Zhou Mingrui endeavored to quell his rising panic. Just then, as his body and mind began to harmonize, fragments of memories abruptly surfaced, slowly presenting themselves in his mind. Kalayan Molaidi, a resident of Ting'an City in the Awua County of the Northern Continent's Luan Kingdom, a recent graduate from the History Department of Hoi University. His father was a sergeant in the Royal Army, who sacrificed his life during the colonial conflicts on the southern continent. The compensation he received provided Kalayan the opportunity to attend a private grammar school, laying the foundation for his admission to university. His mother, a devotee of the goddess of night, passed away the year Kalayan took the entrance exam for Hoi University. He also had an older brother and a younger sister, all living together in a two-bedroom apartment. The family was not wealthy. Indeed, one could say it was rather poor, relying solely on the elder brother who worked as a clerk in an import-export company to sustain them. As a graduate of the history department, Kalayan mastered the ancient Fusaic language, reputed to be the source of written words among the nations of the northern continent, as well as the Hemisai script, often found in ancient tombs related to rituals and prayers. Hemisai script? Zhou Mingrui felt a jolt in his heart, pressing his hand against the throbbing temple, his gaze drawn to the open notebook on the desk, where the yellowed pages transformed the strange into the unfamiliar into the familiar, and the familiar into something decipherable. This was a message written in Hemisai script. The deep, dark ink seemed to convey, "Everyone will die, including me." Hiss. Zhou Mingrui was inexplicably terrified, instinctively leaning back, attempting to distance himself from the notebook and that line of text. He felt weak, nearly stumbling, hastily grasping the edge of the table, sensing the air around him grow restless, as faint whispers echoed in his ears, reminiscent of the childhood tales of horror recounted by elders. Shaking his head, he dismissed it as mere illusion, regaining his composure and shifting his gaze away from the notebook, taking deep breaths. At that moment, his eyes fell upon the revolver gleaming with a brass sheen, a sudden question arising in his mind. Given Kalayan's family circumstances, where would he find the money and means to purchase a handgun? Zhou Mingrui furrowed his brow involuntarily. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a half-red handprint on the edge of the desk, its hue darker than moonlight and thicker than light gauze. That was a blood handprint. Blood handprint. Zhou Mingrui instinctively opened his right hand, which he had pressed against the table, glancing down to find his palm and fingers smeared with blood. Simultaneously, the throbbing pain in his head persisted, slightly diminishing yet relentless. Could I have hit my head? Zhou Mingrui speculated as he turned his body towards the cracked dressing mirror. After a few steps, a figure of medium build, with black hair and brown eyes, exuding an unmistakable scholarly air, clearly reflected before him. Is this me now, Kalayan Maruti? Zhou Mingrui paused momentarily, as the dim light of the night obscured clarity, prompting him to move closer until he was but a step away from colliding with the mirror. Bathed in the gauzy crimson moonlight, he tilted his head to inspect the condition of his temple. The mirror faithfully reflected a grotesque wound occupying the location of his temple, its edges marked by burned scars, surrounded by a pool of blood, while grayish-white brain matter slowly writhed within. Chapter 2 Situation. With a sudden thud, Zhou Mingrui was startled by the sight before him, retreating several steps as if the figure in the dressing mirror were not himself, but rather a lifeless corpse. How could someone with such grievous wounds still be alive? In disbelief, he turned his head to examine the other side. Even with distance stretching and light dimming, he could still discern the penetrating injury and the deep crimson stains. Taking a breath, Zhou Mingrui endeavored to calm himself. He pressed his hand against the left side of his chest, feeling the vigorous and rapid pulse of his heart. Touching the exposed skin, he felt a slight chill. Yet beneath it, warmth flowed. Squatting down to verify that his knees could bend, he stood up again, his panic subsiding somewhat. What has happened? He furrowed his brow, intending to inspect the wound on his head more carefully. After taking 2 steps forward, he abruptly halted, for the pale light of the blood moon outside was insufficient for a thorough examination. A fragment of memory surged forth as Zhou Mingrui turned to gaze at the wall adjacent to his desk, where a gray-white pipe and a metal grill surrounded a wall lamp. This was the contemporary gas lamp, its flame steady and illuminating remarkably well. Given Klein Moretti's family circumstances, one would not expect even a gas lamp, let alone an oil lamp. Using candles would be more befitting of their identity and status. However, for years prior, while burning the midnight oil to prepare for the entrance examination at Hoy University, his brother Benson deemed it crucial to the family's future, declaring that even if it meant incurring debt, he would ensure favorable conditions for him. Of course, Benson, who had been literate and working for several years, was not reckless or lacking in means, nor did he fail to consider the consequences. He cleverly persuaded their landlord to fund the essential renovations by arguing that installing gas pipes would enhance the apartment's appeal and facilitate future rentals. Utilizing his position at the import-export company, he procured the new gas lamps at nearly cost price, ultimately relying solely on his savings without borrowing money. The memory flickered past, and Zhou Mingrue returned to the desk, opening the pipe valve and turning on the gas lamp switch. The sound of friction echoed, tap, 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 but the light did not arrive as he had anticipated. He twisted the switch several more times, yet the gas lamp remained dim. Retracting his hand, he pressed his left temple, extracting the fragments of memory in search of clarity. After a few moments, he turned his body and walked towards the door, arriving at the mechanical device similarly embedded in the wall, connected by the same gray-white pipes. It was the gas meter. Glancing at the exposed gears and bearings, Zhou Mingrue pulled a coin from his pocket. Its dark yellow hue glinted with a copper sheen, featuring the profile of a crowned man on the front, with a sheaf of wheat embracing the numeral 1 on the back. Zhou Mingrue recognized this as the most basic currency of the Kingdom of Ruin, known as the copper penny, with a purchasing power equivalent to about 3 or 4 of his previous coins. This coinage also included denominations of 5 pennies, half pennies, and quarter pennies, yet remained somewhat coarse, necessitating the occasional rounding up for purchases in daily life. After letting the coin, issued during the reign of King George III, roll between his fingers, Zhou Mingrue pinched it and inserted it into the gas meter's slender opening. Clink, clink. As the penny fell within, the gears began to turn, producing a brief yet delightful mechanical melody. Zhou Mingrue stared for a few seconds before returning to the wooden desk, reaching for the gas lamp switch once more. Tap, 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 and then whoosh. A cluster of flames ignited, rapidly growing larger, as bright light first filled the lamp and then streamed through the transparent glass, casting a warm hue over the room. The darkness retreated abruptly, the crimson retreating from the window, and Zhou Mingrue felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance as he hastened to the dressing mirror. This time, he scrutinized the area around his temple, leaving no detail overlooked. After careful comparison, he noted that aside from the initial bloodstains, the gaping wound had ceased to bleed, appearing as if it had received the best possible treatment and binding. The slowly pulsating gray-white matter of his brain and the visibly growing flesh around the wound indicated the onset of healing, perhaps in 30 or 40 minutes. Or maybe 2 to 3 hours. Only faint traces would remain. The healing effects of the transition? Zhou Mingrue raised the right corner of his mouth in a silent whisper. Then, exhaling deeply, he reassured himself that, regardless of the circumstances, he was still alive. Steeling his resolve, he pulled open the drawer, retrieving a small bar of soap, and took a worn towel hanging beside the cabinet. He then opened the door and proceeded to the shared washroom on the second floor. Yes, the blood on his head needed to be addressed. It would not do for him to always appear as if emerging from a crime scene. While scaring himself was tolerable, he could not afford to frighten his sister, Melissa, who needed to rise early the following morning. The corridor outside was shrouded in darkness, with only the faint crimson moonlight at the end casting a meager outline of protruding objects, making them resemble pairs of monstrous eyes silently watching the living from the depths of the night. Zhou Mingrue tread cautiously, somewhat apprehensively, making his way to the washroom. Once inside, the moonlight brightened, and everything became clearer. Zhou Mingrue stood before the sink, turning on the faucet. The sound of rushing water filled his ears, and he suddenly recalled their landlord, Mr. Frankie. Since the water bill was included in the rent, this small, thin man, donning a top hat and a waistcoat, always took it upon himself to patrol the washrooms, eavesdropping on the sound of flowing water. If the noise grew too loud, Mr. Frankie would disregard decorum, fiercely brandishing his cane against the washroom door, shouting, "Damn thieves. Waste is a shameful act. I remember you. If I see you again, pack your filthy belongings and leave. Trust me, this is the most cost-effective apartment in Tingjin City. You will find no more generous landlord than me." Returning to the task at hand, Zhou Mingrue dampened the towel and began washing the blood from his face, over and over. After checking his reflection in the washroom's dilapidated mirror, Confirming that only the gaping wound and his pallid face remained, he felt significantly relieved. He then shed his linen shirt and, using the soap, scrubbed away the bloodstains. Just then, a frown crossed his brow as he realized there might be further complications, the exaggerated wound and excessive blood, aside from himself. There must be traces left in the room. Minutes later, Zhou Mingrue had tidied his linen shirt and hurriedly returned home, first wiping the bloodstains from the desk, then, guided by the gas lamp's glow, seeking out other remnants. In doing so, he quickly discovered numerous splattered bloodstains on the floor and beneath the desk, along with a golden bullet casing by the left wall. Had a shot been fired at his temple with a revolver? The clues fell into place, and Zhou Mingrue began to understand the cause of Klein's demise. He did not rush to verify, but instead diligently wiped away the bloodstains, cleaning the scene before retrieving the bullet casing and returning to the desk, opening the revolver's cylinder to empty the bullets. Clink, clink, clink. There were 5 bullets in total. 1 casing, all gleaming with a brass luster. Zhou Mingrue glanced at the empty casing, nodding slightly as he reloaded the bullets into the cylinder. His gaze shifted leftward, landing on the open notebook where the words, "Everyone will die, including me," were inscribed, and a surge of further questions flooded his mind. Where did the gun come from? Was it suicide or a ruse to disguise a suicide? What kind of troubles can a history major born into a common family encounter? How could such a method of suicide leave behind only a trace of blood? Is it because I traveled through time just in time, endowed with healing benefits? After pondering for a moment, Zhou Mingrue changed into another linen shirt, sat down, and began to contemplate more pressing matters. The plight of Klein was not currently the focus of his concern. The real issue lay in understanding the reason behind his time travel and whether he could return. His parents, relatives, close friends, and the vibrant world of the internet, along with a plethora of culinary delights, all fueled his urgent desire to return. With an unconscious flick of his right hand, Zhou Mingrue released and then retracted the revolver's cylinder repeatedly. It seemed that this period was not much different from his past. He was merely experiencing a streak of bad luck. How could he have inexplicably traveled through time? Perhaps it was due to the fortune-changing ritual he performed before dinner. A flash of insight struck Zhou Mingrue, illuminating the memories shrouded in fog. As a self-styled keyboard politician, historian, economist, biologist, and folklorist, he had always claimed to possess a modicum of knowledge in various fields, although his close friends often teased him for knowing just a little about everything. One of those subjects was the art of fortune-telling. Last year, while visiting his hometown, he stumbled upon a vertically bound book on the esoteric techniques of the Qin and Han dynasties at a secondhand bookstall. Finding it intriguing and believing it could enhance his online persona, he purchased it. Unfortunately, his interest waned quickly. The vertical format made it difficult to read, and he tossed it aside after only skimming the introduction. It wasn't until the past month, marked by a series of misfortunes, losing his phone, clients fleeing, work blunders, that he recalled the book's mention of a fortune-changing ritual, which was remarkably simple and required no prior knowledge. One merely needed to prepare 4 portions of the local staple food and place them in the 4 corners of the room. Then stand in the center and walk counterclockwise in a square, reciting specific phrases at each corner. After completing the ritual, one simply had to close their eyes and wait for 5 minutes for it to succeed. With a mindset that had nothing to lose, he retrieved the book and performed the ritual before dinner. However, nothing seemed to happen at the time. To his astonishment, he found himself transported to another time in the dead of night. It was indeed possible that the fortune-changing ritual played a role. He resolved to test it again tomorrow. If it truly was the cause, there was hope for him to return. Zhou Mingrue ceased the repetitive motion of flicking the revolver and straightened his posture. Regardless of the outcome, he had to give it a try. After all, even a dead horse could be treated as a live one. Chapter 3, Milasai, First Update. Seeking recommendations. With a plan firmly established, Zhou Mingrue felt a newfound sense of resolve, dispelling the fear and uncertainty that had previously consumed him. Only then did he find the mental space to scrutinize the fragmented memories of Klein. Habitually rising, he shut off the valve, watching as the wall lamp dimmed until it extinguished. He resumed his seat, unconsciously caressing the brass revolver's cylinder, pressing his head against his hand, and savoring the dark, crimson-tinged silence, akin to the most engrossed spectator in a cinema. Perhaps influenced by the bullet's passage, Klein's memories shattered like broken glass, lacking coherence and exhibiting significant gaps in content, such as the origins of the finely crafted revolver, whether it was a suicide or a homicide, and the meaning behind the phrase in his notebook that everyone is destined to die, including myself. Had he participated in any strange events 2 days prior to the incident? Not only had these specific recollections become fragmented, but even his grasp of knowledge had diminished. Given his current state, Zhou Mingrue believed that if Klein were to return to university, he would likely fail to graduate. Despite having left campus only a few days ago and feeling no relaxation in his own efforts, in 2 days, he was to attend an interview at the history department of Tianjin University. The university in the Kingdom of Wen had a tradition of not retaining graduates directly. His mentor had provided him with recommendation letters for both Tianjin University and Biclan University. Zhou Mingrue silently observed as the red moon dipped in the western sky, gradually descending until the eastern horizon shimmered with dawn's light. At that moment, a noise emanated from the inner room, followed by footsteps approaching the isolation door. Milasai was awake. She was as punctual as ever. Zhou Mingrue smiled faintly, feeling an affinity for Milasai, influenced by Klein's memories, as though she were his younger sister. However, he quickly quipped to himself that he did not have a younger sister. Milasai was different from Klein. Her foundational education was not completed in the Sunday school of the Church of the Goddess of Night. By the time she reached school age, the Kingdom of Wen had enacted the Elementary Education Act, establishing a committee for primary and secondary education, allocating funds to increase investment. Within 3 years, numerous public primary schools had been established, absorbing many church schools while strictly adhering to the principle of religious neutrality, avoiding entanglement in the disputes among the Lord of Storms, the Goddess of Night, and the Church of Steam and Machinery. Compared to the Sunday school that charged a mere copper penny per week, the public primary schools, with a weekly fee of 3 pennies, seemed rather expensive, but the former only provided instruction 1 day a week, while the latter required full attendance for 6 days. Overall, the cost was nearly negligible. Unlike most girls, Milasai had been fascinated by gears, springs, and bearings since childhood, aspiring to become a steam mechanic. Her elder brother, Banson, having tasted the bitterness of a lack of education and understanding the importance of learning, supported Klein's university aspirations just as he encouraged his sister's dreams, for after all, Tianjin Technical School could only be considered a secondary education, requiring no further accumulation at a grammar school or public school. In July of the previous year, 15-year-old Milasai successfully passed the entrance exam and became a member of the Steam and Machinery Department at Tianjin Technical School, with her weekly tuition rising to 9 pennies. Meanwhile, Banson's import-export company had been significantly affected by the situation in the southern continent, leading to a drastic reduction in both profits and business volume. They had to lay off over a third of their workforce, and to secure his job and maintain their livelihood, Banson had to accept increasingly burdensome tasks, often working overtime or traveling to inhospitable locations, just as he had been doing these past few days. Klein had considered helping his brother with the financial burden, but as a commoner who entered university through an ordinary grammar school, he acutely felt his inadequacies upon stepping into academia. For instance, the ancient Gufusak language, the root language of all nations in the northern continent, was something the children of the aristocracy and the affluent had studied from a young age. While he had only encountered it for the first time in university, there were countless similar aspects. Klein had exhausted all his efforts, frequently burning the midnight oil, just to barely keep pace with others and graduate with average grades. The memories of the elder brother and sister danced through Zhou Mingrue's mind until he turned the revolver cylinder, causing the door to the inner room to creak open, jolting him back to reality as he realized he was holding a revolver in his hand. This was a semi-regulated item. It could frighten children. And what about the wound on my head? As Milasai was about to emerge, Zhou Mingrue pressed his temples while hastily yanking open the desk drawer, tossing the revolver inside with a resounding thud. What had just occurred? Hearing the noise, Milasai looked over with a puzzled expression. She was at the peak of her youth. Even if she couldn't afford much to eat, her face, though thin and slightly pale, still radiated the glow of youth. As the gaze of his younger sister, with her chestnut brown eyes, scrutinized him, Zhou Mingrue feigned calmness, reaching for an object within his grasp. He then composedly closed the drawer, concealing the existence of the revolver. While the sensation at his temple confirmed that his wound had healed, what he retrieved from the drawer was a silver pocket watch adorned with intricate vine and leaf patterns. A gentle press on the top caused the cover to spring open. This watch, the most valuable heirloom left by their father, a sergeant in the Royal Army, had become somewhat unreliable over the past few years, despite having been repaired by a watchmaker. This led Benson, who fancied wearing it to elevate his status, to discard it at home after enduring several embarrassing moments. It must be said that Melissa perhaps possessed a natural talent for mechanics. After acquiring theoretical knowledge, she began tinkering with the watch using tools from the technical school and recently claimed to have repaired it. As Zhou Mingrue observed the cover spring open, he noticed the second hand was motionless and instinctively turned the top, intending to win the watch. However, After several rotations, no sound of the spring tightening emerged, and the second hand remained still. It appeared to be broken again. He glanced at his sister, searching for conversation. Melissa shot him a fleeting glance devoid of emotion, swiftly approached, and snatched the watch from him. She stood still, pulled the button at the top, and merely turned it a few times before the rhythmic ticking of the second hand filled the air. Normally, shouldn't he pulling it up be for adjusting the time? Zhou Mingrue's expression turned momentarily blank. At that moment, the distant chimes of the cathedral rang out, resonating 6 times, ethereal and distant. After listening, Melissa raised the button slightly higher, twisted it repeatedly, and set the time accurately. Done, she stated succinctly, devoid of any emotion. Before pressing the button back and returning the watch to Zhou Mingrue, he responded with an awkward yet polite smile. Melissa cast a deep look at her brother before turning to the cupboard, retrieving her toothbrush, towel, and other items, and stepped out towards the communal washroom. Her earlier expression seemed to carry a hint of disdain and helplessness. Was it pity for her intellectually challenged brother? Zhou Mingrue shook his head and chuckled softly, snapping the watch cover shut, then opening it again with a click. Repeating this motion, his thoughts wandered to a pressing question. Without a silencer, Klein's suicide, well, let us consider it suicide for now, would have made quite a noise, yet Melissa, just a wall away, remained completely unaware. Was she simply in a deep sleep? Or did the very act of Klein's suicide carry an unsettling enigma? As Melissa returned from washing up, she found her brother unconsciously opening and closing the watch cover repeatedly. Her gaze once again bore a hint of exasperation as she sweetly remarked, Klein, make sure to take out the remaining bread. Remember to buy new ones today, along with meat and peas. You're due for an interview soon, and I'll make you lamb stew with peas. While speaking, she moved the stove from the corner, igniting a fire with the leftover coals, and set a kettle of water to boil. Just before the water came to a boil, she opened the bottom drawer of the cupboard and, like a treasured possession, retrieved a canister of inferior tea leaves, sprinkling 10 or so leaves into the kettle, pretending it was genuine tea. Pouring 2 large cups, Melissa and Zhou Mingrue shared 2 pieces of rye bread alongside the tea, lacking with chips and containing minimal gluten. The bread was still unpalatable. Zhou Mingrue, feeling weak and hungry, forced himself to swallow the bread, grumbling inwardly as he relied on the tea. After a few minutes, Melissa finished eating, gathered her long black hair that hung down to her back, and said to Zhou Mingrue, remember to buy new bread, just 8 pence. The weather is warm, so too much will spoil quickly. Don't forget the lamb and peas. Indeed, her concern for her bookish brother was evident. As she reiterated her instructions, Zhou Mingrue nodded with a smile, all right. Regarding the weight of 1 pound in the kingdom of Lurin, Zhou Mingrue, based on Klein's memories and his own comparisons, believed it to be roughly equivalent to the customary half-kilogram. Melissa said no more. Rising to pack the last piece of bread for lunch, donning their mother's tattered lace hat, and taking her hand-sewn bag for books and stationery, preparing to leave. Today was not Sunday. She had a full day of classes ahead. The walk from their apartment to the Tianjin Technical School took about 50 minutes. With public carriages costing a penny per kilometer, capped at 4 pence within the city and 6 pence in the suburbs. To save money, Melissa always left early to walk. Upon opening the front door, she paused, half turning her body to say, Klein, don't buy too much lamb and peas. Benson might not return until Sunday. Remember, the bread is only 8 pence. All right, Zhou Mingrue replied, somewhat helplessly. At the same time, he mentally repeated the word Sunday several times. In the northern continent, the year was similarly divided into 12 months, comprising 365 to 366 days, and each week had 7 days. The former was a result of astronomical achievements, leading Zhou Mingrue to suspect he was in a parallel world, while the latter derived from religion. As the northern continent was home to 7 principal deities, the eternal radiant sun, the lord of storms, the god of knowledge and wisdom, the goddess of night, the earth mother, the god of war, and the god of steam and mechanics. Watching his sister leave, Zhou Mingrue sighed, his thoughts swiftly shifting to the upcoming transfer ceremony. Apologies, I truly wish to return home. Chapter 4. Divination, Second Update Request. Resuming his seat, it was only when the distant chimes of the church rang out again, 7 times, that Zhou Mingrue leisurely rose and approached the cupboard to retrieve his garments. Dressed in a black waistcoat, matching formal attire, and slightly tight trousers, topped off with a half-cylindrical hat, he felt as if he were gazing at a character from a Victorian-era drama reflected in the mirror. I am not going for an interview. I merely need to buy groceries and prepare materials for the transfer ceremony, he murmured softly, shaking his head in amusement. Klein was so preoccupied with the impending interview that it had become instinctual for him. Whenever his focus wavered, He habitually donned this sole respectable outfit. Exhaling deeply, Zhou Mingrui shed the formal attire and waistcoat, replacing them with a worn, brownish-yellow overcoat and a matching round-brimmed felt hat. Once properly dressed, he strolled over to the loft bed, lifted the upper mattress, and reached through a discreet hole at the bottom, feeling around until he located a hidden compartment. When he withdrew his hand, he found a roll of banknotes in his palm, approximately 7 or 8 pieces, their color a muted greenish-white. This represented Benson's entire savings, even encompassing the living expenses for the next 3 days, of which only 2 were 5 sulers. The rest were 1 suler notes. In the currency system of the Kingdom of Lurin, the suler occupied the second tier, originating from ancient silver coins, with 1 suler equating to 12 copper pennies, available in denominations of 1 and 5. At the top of the currency hierarchy was the gold pound, also a paper currency, but backed by gold and directly pegged. 1 gold pound equaled 20 sulers, with denominations of 1, 5, and 10. As Zhou Mingrui unfolded the banknotes, he detected a faint and subtle scent of special ink. This was the smell of money, perhaps influenced by fragments of Klein's memories or a persistent yearning for wealth. At that moment, Zhou Mingrui felt a burgeoning affection for these little pieces of paper. Behold, the patterns are exquisitely crafted, rendering the stern and austere King George III almost endearing. Look, the watermark visible through the sunlight is irresistibly alluring, and the meticulously designed anti-counterfeiting label distinguishes it starkly from gaudy imitations. After admiring it for several moments, Zhou Mingrui withdrew 2 notes of Yisul currency, carefully rolled the remainder back, and tucked it into the inner compartment of the cushion. Smoothing the fabric near the tear, he neatly folded the 2 notes and placed them in the left pocket of his brownish-yellow coat, separating them from the few pennies in his trouser pocket. Having completed these tasks, he slipped the keys into his right pocket, picked up the deep brown paper bag, and swiftly made his way to the door. The sound of his footsteps transitioned from brisk to slow, ultimately coming to a halt. Standing by the door, Zhou Mingrui noticed that his brow had furrowed without him realizing it. The circumstances surrounding Klein's suicide were shrouded in mystery. Would venturing out lead to unforeseen consequences? After a moment of contemplation, he returned to his desk, opened the drawer, and retrieved the revolver that gleamed with a brass sheen. This was the only means of self-defense he could conceive, and it was sufficiently formidable. Although he had never practiced shooting, merely brandishing the firearm would surely intimidate anyone. As he caressed the cold metallic cylinder, Zhou Mingrui concealed the revolver in the same pocket as the notes, gripping the currency tightly while pressing his fingers firmly against the handle, achieving a flawless concealment. A sense of security enveloped him, but a sudden worry arose. Could it accidentally discharge? Thoughts flooded his mind, and Zhou Mingrui swiftly devised a plan. He drew the revolver, swung the cylinder to the left, aligning the chamber that had been emptied by the suicide to the firing position, then snapped it shut. Thus, even if it were to misfire, it would only be a blank. After securing the revolver back in place, Zhou Mingrui left his left hand in his pocket, refraining from drawing it out again. He adjusted his hat with his right hand, opened the door, and stepped out with a resounding clang. The corridor remained dimly lit during the day, with sunlight filtering in scantily through the window at the end. Zhou Mingrui descended the stairs with haste, exiting the apartment to be greeted by brightness and warmth. Although it was nearing July, the height of summer, Tianjin, located in the northern reaches of the ruined kingdom, exhibited unique climatic characteristics, with annual highs rarely surpassing 30 degrees Celsius. The mornings were particularly refreshing, and in some areas of the streets, filthy water flowed freely and refuse was carelessly discarded. In Klein's memory, such scenes were not uncommon in neighborhoods inhabited by the low-income class, even with sewage systems in place. Similar sights were prevalent due to the dense population and the struggle for survival. Come, enjoy delectable pan-fried fish. A steaming bowl of oyster soup in the morning will invigorate you for the entire day. Fresh fish delivered from the port, only 5 pennies each. Fluffy pancakes. Eel soup paired with ginger beer. Shellfish. Freshly harvested vegetables from the farms outside the city, both affordable and fresh. Street vendors peddling vegetables, fruits, and cooked meals shouted loudly, beckoning hurried passers-by. Some would stop to compare and purchase, while others waved impatiently, as their day's work remained unfulfilled. Zhou Mingrui inhaled the mingling odors of filth and fragrance in the air, gripping the handle of the revolver firmly in his left hand, clutching the currency tightly, while his right hand pressed down on the brim of his felt hat, slightly bowing his head as he navigated through the bustling street. Where there are crowds, thieves lurk, especially in this district filled with the semi-unemployed and starving children driven by necessity. As he continued onward, once the density of the surrounding crowd returned to normal, Zhou Mingrue straightened his posture, raised his head, and gazed toward the street. There, a wandering accordion player was performing, the melodies oscillating between sweet and fervent. Surrounding him were numerous raggedly dressed children, their faces pale from malnutrition. They listened to the music, swaying to the rhythm, instinctively dancing in their own unique way. Their faces radiating joy, as if they were little princes, little angels. A woman with a blank expression passed by, her skirt soiled, her skin dull. Her gaze was vacant and listless, but a flicker of light crossed her eyes when she glanced at the group of children, as if she glimpsed a reflection of herself from 30 years prior. Zhou Mingrue surpassed her and turned onto another street, pausing in front of the Slin Bakery. The proprietor, an elderly woman in her 70s named Wendy Slin, had hair entirely gray and always wore a warm smile. Since Zhou Mingrue's earliest memories, she had been selling bread and pastries here. Her homemade Tianjin pies and lemon cakes are exquisite. Zhou Mingrue swallowed hard and smiled, saying, "Mrs. Slin, I would like 8 pounds of rye bread." "Oh, young Klein, where's Benson? Has he not returned yet?" Wendy inquired cheerfully. "Just a few more days." Zhou Mingrue replied vaguely. As she gathered the rye bread, Wendy mused, "He is indeed a diligent young man. He will make a good husband." With a playful smile, she added, "Now that you have graduated, our Hoi University History Department graduate, you will soon earn a good living. You ought not to reside in such an apartment. At the very least, you should have your own lavatory." "Mrs. Slin, you truly seem like a vibrant young lady today." Zhou Mingrue could only respond with an awkward chuckle. If Klein could successfully pass the interview and become a lecturer at Tianjin University, the entire family would indeed be on the path to prosperity. In fragments of his memories, he even envisioned renting a detached house in the suburbs, with 5 or 6 rooms upstairs, 2 lavatories, a large balcony, 2 rooms downstairs, a dining room, a living room, a kitchen, a lavatory, and a basement storage room. This was not a mere fantasy. A lecturer at Tianjin University, even during the probationary period, could earn 2 gold pounds weekly, and upon becoming a permanent staff member, the salary would rise to 3 gold pounds and 10 thalers. It is worth noting that Klein's brother Benson, after many years of work, earned merely 1 pound and 10 thalers weekly, while an ordinary factory worker made less than 1 pound or just above it. And the rent for such a detached house varied between 19 thalers and 1 pound and 18 thalers. Zhou Mingrue muttered to himself about the disparity between earning 3 or 4,000 and 14 or 15,000 per month. However, all of this hinged on successfully passing the interviews at Tianjin University or Beeklan University. As for other avenues, those without connections could not secure recommendations to become civil servants. And the job market for history graduates was particularly narrow, with limited demand for private consultants for nobles, bankers, or industrial magnates. Considering that Klein's knowledge had fractured into fragments, incomplete and lacking in many areas, Zhou Mingrue felt a sense of awkwardness and guilt regarding Mrs. Slin's expectations. "No, I have always been this young," Wendy replied humorously. As she spoke, she placed the 16 loaves of rye bread, weighed and packaged, into the deep brown paper bag that Zhou Mingrue had brought, extending her right hand. She said, 9 pennies. Each loaf of rye bread weighed approximately 0.5 pounds, and deviations were unavoidable. "Wasn't it supposed to be 11 pennies a couple of days ago?" Zhou Mingrue instinctively inquired. "Last month it was even 15 pennies. You should thank the repeal of the corn laws and those who protested," Wendy replied, spreading her hands with a smile. Zhou Mingrue nodded, somewhat understanding, as Klein's memories of these events were fragmented. He only recalled that the essence of the corn laws was to protect domestic agricultural prices, preventing imports of grain from southern regions like Finnebode, Massey, and Luenbao until prices reached a certain threshold. Why would anyone protest against it? Without further ado, Zhou Mingrue, wary of exposing his revolver, carefully extracted a paper note and handed it to Mrs. Slin, receiving 3 copper pennies in return. After tucking the coins into his trousers, he clutched a paper bag filled with bread and made his way to the lettuce and meat market across the street, determined to procure tender peas for the lamb stew his sister had requested. At the intersection of Taishitsi Street and Shulianhua Street, a municipal square had been adorned with numerous tents, where comically dressed clowns were distributing flyers. "A circus performance tomorrow night?" Zhou Mingrue stole a glance at the flyer in another's hand and quietly recited its content. Melissa would surely be delighted. He wondered about the ticket prices. An idea struck him, and he moved closer. Just as he was about to inquire with one of the clowns clad in red and yellow, a raspy female voice interrupted from beside him. "Care for a fortune-telling?" Instinctively turning his head, Zhou Mingrue beheld a woman standing before a low tent, adorned with a pointed hat and draped in a long black gown. Her face was painted with red and yellow hues, and her gray-blue eyes were profoundly captivating. No. Zhou Mingrui replied with a shake of his head. He had no spare coins for divination. The woman smiled and said, "My tarot readings are quite accurate." The mention of tarot left Zhou Mingrui momentarily stunned. The pronunciation bore a striking resemblance to the tarot cards on Earth, which were a form of divination playing cards embellished with symbolic imagery. Suddenly, he recalled the origins of tarot in this world. It was not derived from 7 orthodox deities nor an ancient relic, but rather invented over 170 years ago by Roselle Gustave, the then ruling governor of the Republic of Intis. This Roselle had invented the steam engine, improved sailing vessels, and overthrown the rule of the Intis kingdom, receiving recognition from the Church of the God of Craftsmen and becoming the first governor of the new republic. He later waged campaigns, incorporating nations like Lundberg into his protection, bending the mighty kingdoms of the northern continent, such as the Rune Kingdom, Fainport, and the Vassic Empire, to his will, and subsequently transforming the republic back into an empire, declaring himself Caesar. It was during Roselle's reign that the Church of the God of Craftsmen received the first public oracle since the Fifth Era, renaming the deity to the god of steam and machinery. Roselle also invented tarot divination, establishing the current composition and gameplay of the cards, which included several types familiar to Zhou Mingrui, such as Upgrade, Landlord, Texas Hold'em, and Quint. Additionally, he dispatched fleets through storms and turbulent waters to discover a route to the southern continent, heralding the age of colonization. Unfortunately, in his old age, he was betrayed and fell victim to an assassination orchestrated by the Solon family of the Intis royal lineage and other nobles in the year 1198 of the Fifth Era, perishing in the White Maple Palace. Recalling this knowledge, Zhou Mingrui suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort in his teeth. Could this woman be a predecessor from another world? With this thought, he felt compelled to see what the tarot cards here looked like. He nodded to the woman in the pointed hat and painted face, saying, "If the price is reasonable, I shall give it a try." The woman beamed and replied, "Sir, you are the first to seek a reading today. It is complimentary." Complimentary? The most expensive things are often free. Zhou Mingrui muttered silently, resolving to firmly refuse any additional services. "If you can, predict that I am from another world." With this determination, he followed the woman, whose face was adorned with red and yellow paint, bending to enter the dimly lit tent. Inside was quite dark, with only a sliver of light filtering through, faintly illuminating a table cluttered with cards. Unfazed by the darkness, the woman glided in her flowing black gown around the table, seated herself opposite him, and lit a candle. The flickering, amber light cast an air of mystery within the tent. Zhou Mingrui sat quietly, his gaze scanning the tarot cards on the table, recognizing the familiar images of the magician, the emperor, the hanged man, and temperance among the major arcana. Could Roselle truly be a fellow countryman from my gluttonous empire? Zhou Mingrui's lips twitched slightly, lost in thought, before he could fully examine the cards laid out before him. The woman, claiming to possess remarkable divination skills, gathered all the tarot cards into a pile and pushed them towards him. "You shall shuffle and cut the deck," the circus fortune teller said in a husky voice. "Me? Shuffle?" Zhou Mingrui instinctively questioned. The fortune teller's painted face shifted, revealing a faint smile as she replied, "Of course. Only you can divine your own fate. I am merely an interpreter." Zhou Mingrui immediately grew cautious and retorted, "This interpretation isn't going to cost extra, is it? As a keyboard folklorist, I've seen such tricks many times." The fortune teller seemed taken aback for a moment before reluctantly assuring him, "It's free." With a sigh of relief, Zhou Mingrui tucked his revolver deeper into his pocket and confidently extended his hands, skillfully shuffling and cutting the cards. Done. He placed the shuffled tarot deck in the center of the table. The fortune teller clasped her hands together, scrutinizing the cards intently before suddenly asking, "Forgive me, but what is it you wish to inquire about?" When Zhou Mingrui had pursued his first love years ago, he had also studied tarot, and without hesitation, he declared, "The past, the present, and the future." This was a common tarot spread featuring 3 cards, representing the past, present, and future. The fortune teller nodded, then smiled and said, "Then please shuffle the cards again to clarify your inquiry, as only then will the cards reveal their true symbolic meanings." "Are you toying with me? Is it so stingy to insist on my free reading?" Zhou Mingrui felt the muscles in his face twitch at her insistence. Taking a deep breath as he reclaimed the tarot cards, shuffling and cutting once more. "Is this acceptable now?" He placed the cut cards on the table. "Not yet." The fortune teller extended her finger, plucking a card from the top and placing it to Zhou Mingrui's left. "This represents the past." She then placed the second card before him, saying, "This symbolizes the present." Finally, she took the third card and set it to his right, stating, "This signifies the future." Now, Which card would you like to examine first? After completing this ritual, the fortune teller raised her head, her gray-blue eyes deeply fixed on Zhou Mingrue. Let us examine the present first, Zhou Mingrue suggested after a moment of contemplation. The fortune teller slowly nodded, turning over the card in front of him. The card depicted a young man dressed in lavish attire, adorned with a splendid headdress, carrying a staff with luggage dangling from its tip, while a small dog tugged at his heels. The card was numbered 0. The fool, the fortune teller whispered, her gray-blue eyes locked onto Zhou Mingrue. The fool? The 0 card of the tarot? The beginning? Encompassing all potential beginnings? Zhou Mingrue, not quite even a novice in tarot, could only offer a rudimentary interpretation based on his memories. Just as the fortune teller was about to speak, the tent flap was suddenly thrust open, and a blinding light flooded in, causing Zhou Mingrue to instinctively squint against the glare. What are you doing impersonating me again? Providing fortune-telling is my job. Get back. An angry female voice shouted. Remember, you are merely a tamer. A tamer? As Zhou Mingrue adjusted to the light, he saw at the entrance another woman in a pointed hat and black gown, her face similarly painted in red and yellow, yet taller and slimmer than the first. The woman seated before him swiftly rose, her demeanor somewhat dejected as she remarked, "Please do not take offense. I simply have an affinity for this. I must confess. At times, my divinations and interpretations are remarkably accurate." As she spoke, she lifted her skirt and circumnavigated the table, hastily departing the tent. The genuine diviner turned to Zhou Mingrue, inquiring with a smile, "Do you require my assistance in interpretation?" Zhou Mingrue twitched the corners of his mouth and earnestly countered, "Is it free?" "No," the diviner replied. "Then never mind," Zhou Mingrue retorted, sliding his palm back into his pocket, pressing down on the revolver and bills, and bent to exit the tent. How absurd it was to have sought a beast tamer for tarot readings. Was not a beast tamer who eschewed the art of divination a mere jester? Zhou Mingrue quickly dismissed the matter from his mind. Spending 7 pence at the market for a pound of inferior lamb, along with tender peas, cabbage, onions, and potatoes, totaling 25 copper pence, equating to 2 solars and 1 pence. Money certainly did not stretch far. Poor Benson had not only lost the 2 bills he had taken with him, but had also sacrificed a penny from his trouser pocket. He sighed aloud at this realization, choosing not to dwell further, and hurriedly returned home. With staple foods acquired, he could now proceed with the ritual, once the tenants on the 2nd floor had departed. Zhou Mingrue did not rush into the ceremony, but instead first translated the terms Fuxing, Xianyuan Xianzuan into ancient Fusac and rune languages, intending to retry the incantation in the local tongue the following day if the original proved ineffective. After all, one must consider the differences between realms and the customs of the locale. As for translating into the ancient Hermetic script reserved for prayers and sacrifices, Zhou Mingrue found himself unable due to a lack of vocabulary. Having completed these tasks, he extracted 4 rye loaves from the paper bag, placing one in the corner where the coal stove had once stood, another at the base of the dressing mirror, one atop the cabinet at the junction of 2 walls, and the last beside the clutter on his desk. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Mingrue centered himself in the room, calming for a few moments before stepping forward with gravity, moving counterclockwise in a square. With the first step, he whispered, "Fuxing Xianyuan Xianzuan." In the second, he earnestly muttered, "Fuxing Xianyuan Tianjun." The third step saw him holding his breath, murmuring, "Fuxing Xianyuan Shandi." The fourth, he exhaled deeply, silently intoning, "Fuxing Xianyuan Tianzuan." Upon completing the circuit, Zhou Mingrue closed his eyes, awaiting the outcome, his heart a tumult of anticipation, unease, hope, and trepidation. Could he return? Would it yield results? Would unforeseen circumstances arise? The darkness before him was tinged with the deep crimson of encroaching light, and thoughts surged within his mind, tumultuous and unyielding. At that moment, he sensed the air around him had ceased to flow, thickening into an eerie viscosity. Almost immediately, whispers began to echo in his ears, at times delicate, at others sharp, ethereal, enticing, frenzied, and mad. Although he could not comprehend the murmurs, Zhou Mingrue found himself compelled to listen and discern. A sharp pain surged through his head, as if pierced by a steel spike. He felt as though his mind might shatter, thoughts swirling in a psychedelic haze. Realizing something was amiss, he struggled to open his eyes, yet found even this simple act elusive. His body tensed further, on the brink of breaking, when a self-deprecating thought crossed his mind. If one does not court death, one shall not die. As he could no longer bear it, the cacophony of overlapping voices receded, and the surroundings fell into an eerie stillness, the atmosphere becoming almost ethereal. Not only the atmosphere, but Zhou Mingrue felt his own body becoming similarly insubstantial. He attempted to open his eyes once more, this time with ease. A pervasive gray mist filled his vision, hazy, blurred, and boundless. What was happening? Zhou Mingrue gazed around in astonishment before lowering his gaze, discovering himself floating at the edge of an infinite gray fog. The mist flowed like water, adorned with deep red stars, some large, some small, some hidden within, others floating on the surface. Observing this holographic scene, Zhou Mingrue, both bewildered and curious, extended his right hand, seeking to touch a deep red star floating nearby, hoping to find a means of escape. As his fingers brushed the star's surface, ripples surged from his body, igniting the deep red into a burst of dreamlike fireworks. Startled, Zhou Mingrue swiftly withdrew his hand, inadvertently brushing against another deep red star. Consequently, this star too erupted with brilliance. Zhou Mingrue felt his mind go blank, his focus dissipating. In the capital of the Rune Kingdom, Beakland, within a lavish villa in the Queen's district, Audrey Hall sat before her vanity, stroking the surface of an ancient, cracked copper mirror. Mirror, mirror, awaken. I command you to awaken in the name of the Hall family. She employed various phrases, yet the mirror remained unresponsive. After several minutes, she finally chose to relent, pouting in disappointment as she muttered under her breath, "Father has truly deceived me, always claiming this mirror was a treasure of the ancient Solomon Empire, an extraordinary artifact." No sooner had she spoken than the copper mirror on the table suddenly radiated a deep crimson light, enveloping her completely. On the Swania Sea, a clearly outdated three-masted sailing ship navigated through a storm. Olge Wilson stood on the deck, his body rising and falling with the turbulence, effortlessly maintaining his balance. Clad in a robe embroidered with lightning motifs, he cradled an oddly shaped glass vial, within which bubbles occasionally swirled, frost formed into snow, and traces of wind danced. "I still need the blood of a ghost shark," Olge murmured. At that moment, deep red erupted between the glass vial and his palm, instantly engulfing the surroundings. Above a shroud of gray-white mist, Audrey Hall regained her sight, glancing around in fear and confusion, noticing a similarly bewildered figure across from her, his features obscured. Shortly thereafter, they both discerned the presence of a mysterious individual shrouded in gray-white mist standing not far away. The enigmatic Zhou Mingrue was equally astonished. "My good sir, where are we? What do you wish to do?" Audrey and Olge initially paused in surprise, falling silent before simultaneously speaking. Chapter 6, The Extraordinary One. The same rune language. The same tense and serious atmosphere. "Where's this? What do I wish to do?" "I too wish to know." Zhou Mingrue calmly repeated their questions silently. What struck him most was not the sentences formed by the words, nor the meanings contained within those sentences, but rather the panic, wariness, fear, and reverence exhibited by the man and woman. Abruptly drawn into this realm of gray mist, even he, the instigator, felt a profound sense of shock and disbelief. Let alone them, who were the unwilling participants. To them, such an occurrence must surely have transcended imagination. In that moment, Zhou Mingrue contemplated two options: to feign victimhood, concealing his true identity to gain a measure of trust while observing the unfolding events, or to maintain an air of enigmatic authority in their eyes, actively guiding the situation's development to extract valuable information. Without ample time for contemplation, Zhou Mingrue seized upon a fleeting thought in his mind, swiftly making a decision to attempt a second approach. He aimed to exploit the current psychological state of the other party, leveraging his greatest advantage. After a brief silence above the gray mist, Zhou Mingrue chuckled softly, his tone unassuming and his voice low yet resonant. As though responding to a courteous greeting from a visitor, an attempt. An attempt, indeed? Audrey Hall gazed at the mysterious figure shrouded in grayish-white fog, finding the situation absurd, amusing, terrifying, and bizarre. Just moments prior, she had been in her bedroom, before her vanity, and now she found herself in this fog-laden realm. How utterly unfathomable. Audrey inhaled deeply, presenting an impeccable, polite smile, and with a hint of trepidation inquired, "My lord, has the attempt concluded? May we return?" Alger Wilson also wished to probe similarly, but with his wealth of experience, he remained composed, suppressing his impulse and observing silently. Zhou Mingrue turned to the questioner. Faintly perceiving her silhouette through the haze, a tall girl with soft golden hair, though her features remained indistinct. He did not rush to answer her query. Instead, glancing toward another figure, a man with deep blue, tousled hair, of average build yet not particularly robust. At that moment, Zhou Mingrue experienced a sudden epiphany, perhaps when he became more powerful or gained a deeper understanding of this foggy world. He might truly pierce through the haze and discern the appearances of the girl and the man. In this peculiar event, they were the guests, while he was the host. With this shift in mindset, Zhou Mingrue immediately became aware of details he had previously overlooked. The sweet-voiced girl and the composed, introverted man appeared quite ethereal, tinged with a hint of crimson, like two deep red stars reflected upon the gray mist. This projection was based on the connection between himself and the crimson, intangible yet distinctly perceptible. Severing this connection would cause the projection to dissipate, allowing them to return. With a barely perceptible nod, Zhou Mingrue looked at the golden-haired girl and softly remarked, "Of course, if you formally request it, I can send you back at this moment." Hearing no malice in his words, Audrey breathed a sigh of relief, believing that a gentleman capable of such extraordinary feats would undoubtedly honor his promise. With her mind somewhat calmed, she did not rush to propose their departure. Her azure eyes turned left and right, sparkling with unusual excitement. She expressed, "This truly is a marvelous experience. I have long anticipated something of this nature. I mean, I adore the mysterious, the miracles that transcend nature. No, my point is, my lord, what must I do to become extraordinary?" Her enthusiasm grew, even to the point of being slightly incoherent. The dreams sparked by tales of wonder recounted by her elders in childhood seemed to be on the verge of realization. In just a few exchanges, she had forgotten her previous fear and trepidation. What a splendid inquiry. I too am eager to learn the answer, Zhou Mingrue mused. He began to ponder how best to respond while maintaining an air of enigma. Simultaneously, he felt that standing still while conversing appeared somewhat lackluster. This scene ought to be set within a grand temple, with an elongated table and numerous intricately carved chairs, exuding an aura of mystery, with himself seated at the head, silently scrutinizing his guests. As this thought crossed his mind, the gray mist suddenly roiled, startling Audrey and Alger. In the blink of an eye, they beheld towering stone pillars springing up around them, beneath a vast domed ceiling. The entire structure was magnificent, awe-inspiring, and majestic, reminiscent of a giant's palace from legend. Beneath the dome, amidst the gathering fog, a bronze long table appeared, flanked by 10 high-backed chairs on either side, with similarly placed seating at both the front and back. The backs of the chairs shimmered, deep red and subdued, outlining unfamiliar constellations that did not correspond with reality. Audrey and Alger found themselves seated directly opposite each other, positioned closest to the head of the table. The girl glanced to her left, then to her right, and could not help but murmur softly, "How marvelous." "Indeed, quite marvelous," Zhou Mingrue replied, extending his right hand to gently caress the edge of the bronze table, his demeanor unruffled. Alger also surveyed his surroundings. And after a few seconds of silence, he suddenly spoke, answering Audrey's question on behalf of Zhou Mingrue. "You are of the Rune people, are you not? To become extraordinary, you must join the Church of the Night Goddess, the Church of the Storm Lord, or the Church of Steam and Machinery." Although the vast majority of individuals never encounter the extraordinary in their lifetime, even questioning the existence of the churches, within the arbiter's court, the tribunal, and the executioners, the extraordinary still exist, continuing their battle against the dangers that thrive in darkness, albeit in far fewer numbers than in the early days of the Iron Age. Zhou Mingrue listened intently, striving to appear nonchalant, as if listening to a child's tale. Drawing from the remnants of Klein's historical knowledge, he understood that the Iron Age referred to the current era, the Fifth Epoch, which began 1349 years ago. Audrey listened quietly, then exhaled softly, saying, "Sir, I am aware of all you speak, and even know more, such as the Night Watchers, the Avenged, and the Mechanical Heart. However, I do not wish to lose my freedom." Alger chuckled softly, ambiguously replying, "Who wishes to become extraordinary without paying a price? If you do not consider joining a church and undergoing trials, you must seek the royal family or those noble families with histories spanning over 1,000 years, or perhaps, by fortune, hunt down those elusive and nefarious organizations." Audrey instinctively puffed out her cheeks, then anxiously glanced left and right. After confirming that the enigmatic gentleman and the man opposite her had not noticed her small gesture, she pressed on with her inquiry, "Is there no other way?" Alger fell silent, and after several breaths, he turned to the quiet, observant Zhou Mingrue. Seeing that the latter remained non-committal, he returned his gaze to Audrey and thoughtfully remarked, "I happen to possess 2 formulas for Sequence 9 potions." "Sequence 9? Zhou Mingrue pondered inwardly. "Really? Which 2? Audrey's clarity regarding the significance of Sequence 9 was evident. Alger leaned back slightly, his tone measured as he responded, "You know, to become a true extraordinary being, one must rely on potions. And the names of these potions derive from the blasphemous tablets, translated repeatedly through the tongues of giants, elves, ancient Hermes, ancient Fusa, and contemporary Hermes, having long undergone changes to reflect the characteristics of the era. The names are not the focus. What matters is whether they can embody the core symbolism of the potion. The Sequence 9 formula I possess, one is called Sailor. It grants you exceptional balance, allowing you to walk freely even on a ship engulfed by a storm. You will also gain extraordinary strength and illusionary scales hidden beneath your skin, making you elusive as a fish and agile in the water, enabling you to dive effortlessly for at least 10 minutes without any equipment. Sounds excellent. The Storm Lord's Sea Dweller? Audrey queried, half in anticipation and half in confirmation. In ancient times, it was indeed called the Sea Dweller. Alger continued without pause. The second Sequence 9 formula is called Spectator. As for what it was called in ancient times, I cannot say. This potion endows one with extraordinary mental acuity and keen observational skills. I trust you have experienced opera and theater, allowing you to grasp the significance of the audience. Like passive observers, one scrutinizes the actors within the mundane society, discerning their true thoughts through their expressions, gestures, idiosyncrasies, and the clandestine movements that reveal their innermost intentions. At this juncture, Ergi emphasized, you must remember that whether amidst lavish banquets or bustling streets, the audience remains merely spectators. Audrey's eyes sparkled with excitement as she pondered, why? Well, that is a subsequent inquiry. I believe I have developed an affinity for this sensation of being an audience member. How might I acquire the formula for the potion? What would you require in exchange? Ergi, seemingly prepared, replied solemnly, the blood of a ghost shark, at least 100 milliliters. Initially, Audrey nodded in excitement, only to be followed by a wave of concern as she asked, if I can procure it. Is there a way for me to deliver it to you? Moreover, how can I ensure that upon receiving the ghost shark's blood, you will provide me with the potion's formula and its authenticity? Ergi responded in a calm demeanor, I will provide you with an address. Once I receive the ghost shark's blood, I shall send the formula back to you or convey it to you directly here. As for assurance, I believe that with the witness of this mysterious gentleman, both you and I would feel sufficiently at ease. As he spoke, he directed his gaze to the dignified Zhou Mingrui seated at the head of the table. Your Excellency, your ability to bring us here showcases an unimaginable power. Your endorsement, be it from me or her, would be one we dare not contravene. Indeed, Audrey's eyes brightened, her enthusiasm palpable. To her, the methods employed by this enigmatic gentleman certainly rendered him an authoritative witness. Neither she nor the individual across from her would dare to deceive him. Audrey turned partway, earnestly addressing Zhou Mingrui, Your Excellency, may I humbly request that you witness our transaction? It was at this moment that she realized she had overlooked a critical question, which was rather impolite. She quickly added, Your Excellency, how should we address you? Ergi nodded slightly and then gravely inquired, Your Excellency, how shall we refer to you? Zhou Mingrui paused momentarily, his fingers lightly tapping on the bronze table, as the content of his previous divination flashed in his mind. Leaning back, he withdrew his right hand, intertwining his fingers under his chin, and smiled at the two. You may call me. Here, he paused, speaking softly and plainly, the Fool. Chapter 7. Codename, You May Call Me the Fool. This succinct response soon dissipated within the grandeur of the temple and the enveloping mist, yet within Audrey and Ergi's minds. That voice echoed persistently, igniting ripples of contemplation. They hadn't anticipated that such a designation would evoke this sentiment, perfectly embodying the attributes of mystery, power, and enigma. After a few moments of silence, Audrey stood, delicately lifting her skirt, bending her knee, and offered a curtsy to Zhou Mingrui. Respectful Mr. Fool, might I boldly request your presence as a witness to our transaction? A trivial matter. Zhou Mingrui's thoughts raced, and he responded in a manner befitting his stature. It is our honor, Mr. Fool. Ergi also rose, placing his right hand over his heart and bowing. Zhou Mingrui gestured for them to continue with a smile. Ergi nodded, resuming his seat, and turned to Audrey. If you manage to acquire the ghost shark's blood, send someone to the Warriors and Sea Bar on Pelican Street in the White Rose district of Port. Inform the owner, Williams, that this is the item the captain requires. Once I confirm, will you provide me with the address to send the potion's formula? Or shall I relay it to you directly here? Audrey contemplated for a moment, then beamed. I opt for the more discreet method, right here. Although it will certainly test my memory. Since Mr. Fool has agreed to witness the transaction, it indicates that there will be further gatherings of a similar nature. With this in mind, she suddenly turned her head, her eyes shimmering with interest, and proposed, Mr. Fool, would you mind if we attempted this kind of endeavor a few more times? Ergi, having listened calmly, felt stirred and eagerly concurred, Mr. Fool, do you not find these gatherings quite fascinating? Although your power surpasses our understanding, there are always realms in this world that you may not grasp or specialize in. The lady across from us, clearly of noble descent, has her own unique experiences, insights, channels, and resources. Perhaps she and I could assist you in accomplishing seemingly trivial tasks that you might find inconvenient to undertake yourself. In his view, being drawn into this situation unarmed and unresisting suggested that the initiative lay in the hands of the elusive Mr. Fool. Rather than attempting to refuse or withdraw from participation in the gatherings, it would be more prudent to delve deeper into the benefits of this encounter, compensating for the passive predicament with fruitful gains. The three individuals at the long table each possessed distinct backgrounds, resources, information channels, and insights into various enigmatic realms. If they could engage in mutual exchange and limited collaboration, the resulting effects could be immeasurable and extraordinary. For instance, regarding the established resource exchange, should I wish to eliminate someone, I could easily enlist the help of a gathering member who appears to have no connection to me, thus leading the situation perfectly astray. The noble lady, my demeanor, is my accent that obvious? Audrey's mouth hung open, momentarily stunned, but she quickly regained her composure and nodded resolutely. Mr. Fool, I believe this is an excellent suggestion. As long as the gatherings become regular, for certain matters, if you find it inconvenient to appear, you can certainly delegate them to us, provided they fall within our capabilities. Since earlier, Zhou Mingrue had been weighing the pros and cons. More gatherings would indeed allow him to uncover greater extraordinary mysteries and esoteric knowledge, assisting him in his eventual return. For instance, the formula for the potion, which is likely to emerge at the next gathering, could also provide him with insights beneficial to his current reality. However, the more gatherings there are, the greater the chance of exposing one's vulnerabilities. Truly, in any realm, there exists no arrangement devoid of drawbacks. Zhou Mingrue extended his right hand once more, tapping his fingers along the edge of the long table. Considering that the summoning and dissolution of these gatherings were under his control, even if some issues were revealed, they would remain manageable. The advantages clearly outweighed the disadvantages, leading Zhou Mingrue to a swift resolution. He halted his tapping, smiling at the four expectant yet apprehensive gazes. I am someone who appreciates equitable exchanges. I will not ask you for unconditional assistance. Every Monday at 3 in the afternoon, strive to be alone. Allow me to attempt this a few more times and clarify certain matters. Perhaps you will be able to request leave in advance, without concern for finding yourselves in unsuitable circumstances. This effectively agreed to Eerie and Audrey's proposal. Audrey, having just turned 17 and always sheltered, was brimming with youthful exuberance. Upon hearing Mr. Fool's response, she could not help but clench her fists and sway them lightly before her chest. Should we not also bestow upon ourselves a title? After all, we cannot communicate using our true names. Without waiting for Eerie to respond, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she spoke. Although her true circumstances may not evade Mr. Fool's insight, the individual across from her posed a certain danger. She could not allow him to discover her true identity. A splendid idea. Zhou Mingrue replied succinctly and lightly. Audrey immediately engaged her mind, pondering aloud. You are the fool, sir, from the tarot cards. As this is a periodic, long-term, clandestine gathering, our titles must remain consistent. I shall choose from the tarot as well. Her tone gradually transformed into one of delight. I have decided. My title shall be Justice. This is one of the 22 major cards in the tarot. And what about you, sir? Audrey gazed at her companion across the table with a smile. Alger raised his brows slightly, then relaxed as he replied, the Hanged Man. That too is another major card. Very well, we shall consider ourselves founding members of the Tarot Society. Audrey exclaimed joyfully, though her gaze turned timid as she looked toward Zhou Mingrue, shrouded in gray mist. Is that acceptable, fool sir? Zhou Mingrue chuckled and shook his head. Such trifles, you may decide for yourselves. Thank you. Audrey beamed with evident excitement. Then she turned to Alger. Hangman, sir, could you please repeat the address from earlier? I fear my memory may not suffice. No problem, Alger replied, satisfied with Audrey's earnestness, and recited the address once more. After muttering it 3 times, Audrey eagerly added, I have heard that the tarot was merely a game invented by Emperor Roselle, lacking any divinatory capabilities? No, Alger countered. Often, divination originates from within oneself. Everyone possesses spirituality and can resonate with the spirit realm, tapping into higher-level insights about themselves. It is just that ordinary people often cannot perceive this, let alone interpret the messages received. When they employ divinatory tools, such information manifests through these instruments, a simple example being dreams and their interpretations. Glancing at Zhou Mingrue, who remained silent, Alger refuted Audrey's assertion. The tarot indeed belongs to such tools. It employs more symbols and rational elements to assist us in interpreting messages more conveniently and accurately. Zhou Mingrue appeared nonchalant, but was listening intently. However, his mental fatigue intensified. causing a throbbing pain in his head. I understand. Audrey nodded in agreement, then emphasized, that is not my point. I am not questioning the tarot. I have heard that Emperor Roselle actually created a different deck, one that is secretive and symbolizes certain unknown forces, comprising a total of 22 cards. After completing this, he referred to it to invent the 22 major tarot cards as a gaming tool. Is this assertion accurate? She looked towards Zhou Mingrue, seemingly seeking an answer from the enigmatic fool. Zhou Mingrue merely smiled without speaking, directing his gaze toward the hanged man, as if to test him. Alger instinctively straightened his back and spoke solemnly. Yes, it is said that Emperor Roselle beheld the blasphemous tablets, and that deck conceals the secrets of the 22 paths of divinity. The 22 paths of divinity, Audrey echoed, her tone filled with yearning. At this moment, Zhou Mingrue's headache intensified, and he felt the intangible connection between himself, the crimson stars, and the gray mist beginning to waver. All right, let us conclude today's gathering, he decisively stated in a low voice. As you wish. Alger bowed his head in acquiescence. As you wish, Audrey mimicked the hanged man. She still had numerous questions and thoughts, reluctant to end. Zhou Mingrue, while severing the connection, smiled and remarked, let us look forward to our next gathering. As the stars dimmed, the deep crimson glow receded like water. Just as Audrey and Alger heard the fool's words, their figures became increasingly indistinct, growing ever more ethereal. In less than a second, the projection shattered, and the gray mist returned to silence. Zhou Mingrue felt himself rapidly growing heavier, the surroundings fading away. Initially, darkness enveloped him, followed by brilliant sunlight. He found himself still within his apartment, standing in the very center. What on earth was that misty realm, and who, or what kind of power, initiated the changes just now? Zhou Mingrue murmured, perplexed, as he trudged toward his desk with legs feeling as though they were filled with lead. He picked up the pocket watch he had left outside, confirming how much time had passed. A one-to-one flow of time, Zhou Mingrue surmised. Setting down the pocket watch, the throbbing pain in his head became unbearable, and he sank into a chair, bowing his head as he massaged his temples with his left thumb and middle finger. After a long while, he suddenly sighed and spoke in Mandarin. It appears that returning is not an option in the near future. Only the ignorant can be fearless. Having witnessed such extraordinary events and gained insights into the extraordinary realms and mysterious worlds, Zhou Mingrue dared not recklessly attempt the transmutation rituals of the ancient Guffasak language and the rune language. Who knows what other situations might arise? Perhaps even more bizarre and terrifying, rendering life unbearable. It is essential to possess a profound understanding of mysticism before attempting such endeavors, Zhou Mingrue thought helplessly. Fortunately, the so-called gathering could provide him with assistance. After another moment of silence, he murmured, filled with emotions of frustration, loss, pain, and melancholy. From now on, I shall be Klein. Klein endeavored to redirect his thoughts toward methods and plans to alleviate his inner turmoil. Perhaps next week I can audit the potion formula for the audience. That gathering was truly remarkable. People from different corners of the world converged, transforming distance into proximity, engaging in face-to-face exchanges and mutual sharing. This sounds rather familiar. Klein pondered for a few seconds, suddenly bursting into laughter. Pressing his temples as he self-deprecatingly remarked, how about a social networking platform? Chapter 8. A new era. The wind howled fiercely, and rain poured down incessantly. The three-masted sailing ship surged between towering waves, as if tossed and caught by a giant's hands, a mere plaything. Alger Wilson noticed the deep crimson in his eyes fading as he realized he still stood upon the deck, unchanged from before. Shortly after, he watched a strangely shaped glass vial in his hand shatter, the frost melting into raindrops. In just 2 or 3 seconds, this ancient artifact completely lost all traces of its former existence. A hexagonal, crystalline snowflake appeared in Alger's palm, then quickly faded until it vanished, seemingly retracting into flesh. Alger nodded almost imperceptibly, lost in thought for a full 5 minutes. He turned his body and approached the entrance to the cabin. Just as he was about to enter, he encountered a man dressed in a long robe adorned with embroidered lightning patterns. The man, with soft golden hair, halted and looked at Alger, extending his right hand, fist placed upon his chest, and said, "The storm be with you." "The storm be with you," Alger replied, his rugged, profound features betraying no unnecessary emotion, mirroring the gesture by striking his left chest with his right fist. After exchanging greetings, Alger entered the cabin, navigating the corridor toward the captain's quarters. Along the way, he encountered not a single sailor or crew member. The atmosphere was eerily silent, akin to the interior of a tomb. The door to the captain's quarters swung open, revealing a soft, thick, deep brown carpet before him. To either side were bookshelves and a wine cabinet, with yellowed books and dark red bottles of wine shimmering under the candlelight. Upon the desk adorned with candles lay a bottle of ink, a feather quill, a black metal telescope, and a brass sextant. Behind the desk stood a middle-aged man wearing a skull captain's hat, his pallid face fixed on Alger as he approached step by step, angrily gritting his teeth and declaring, "I shall not yield. I have faith in your capabilities." Eerie spoke calmly, as if remarking on the dreary weather of the day. The middle-aged man momentarily froze, seemingly taken aback by this unexpected response. At that moment, Eerie slightly hunched his body and surged forward, closing the distance between them to merely the width of a desk. With a sudden movement, he tightened his shoulder and thrust his right hand out, seizing the middle-aged man's throat. Before his adversary could react, scales of an illusory fish emerged on the back of his hand, and his fingers exerted a fierce grip. With a crisp crack, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock as he was lifted off the ground. His feet kicked violently, but he quickly returned to a state of calm. His gaze became vacant, his pupils dilated, and the area around his trousers began to darken with a foul odor. Eerie lifted the middle-aged man, bent forward, and stepped closer to the adjacent wall. With a powerful crash, he used the middle-aged man as a shield and slammed him forward, his arms robust like those of a beast. The wooden wall shattered with a resounding impact, and the raging storm, carrying the briny scent of the sea, swept in. Eerie twisted his waist and flung the middle-aged man out of the cabin, casting him into the towering waves that resembled mountains. The sky darkened, and the winds howled as nature's might buried everything. Eerie retrieved a white handkerchief, meticulously wiped his right palm, and then tossed it into the sea. Stepping back, he patiently awaited the return of his companion. What happened? In less than 10 seconds, the soft-haired young man rushed in. "The captain has fled." Eerie gasped, his voice tinged with frustration. He still possessed some extraordinary power. "Damn it," the young man with yellow hair muttered under his breath. He approached the breach, gazing into the distance, but aside from the storm and the waves, nothing else was visible. Never mind, he was merely an accessory. The young man waved his arm. "Finding this ghost ship from the Tudwa era would only earn us credit. Even the seas favored would not dare plunge into the waters in such weather. Moreover, if the storm persisted, the captain would not last long." Eerie nodded, noticing the breach in the wooden wall beginning to visibly mend itself. He cast a deep glance, instinctively turning to observe the helm and sails. Despite the layers of wooden planks, he could clearly sense the situation there. No first mate, no second mate, no crew, no sailors, not a single living soul. It was utterly vacant, and the helm and sails were eerily adjusting themselves. The image of the fool shrouded in gray mist resurfaced in his mind, and Eerie sighed. He turned to face the raging winds and tumultuous waves, whispering in a tone laced with both hope and trepidation, "A new era has begun." In the capital of the Luin Kingdom, Beakland, in the Queen's District, Ayadaliho pinched her cheek, unable to believe the encounter she had just experienced. Before her, the ancient copper mirror on the vanity lay shattered into fragments. Lowering her gaze, Ayadali observed deep crimson flowing on the back of her hand, reminiscent of a starry tattoo. The crimson gradually faded, eventually vanishing beneath her skin. It was only at this moment that Ayadali confirmed she was not dreaming. Her eyes sparkled, and her lips curled into a subtle smile as she stood up, bending to lift her skirt. She performed a graceful curtsy to the air, and with light steps, she began to dance the most fashionable ancient elven dance of the court. With a graceful form, her face radiated joy. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the bedroom door. "Who is it?" Ayadali halted abruptly, assuming a poised stance. "Miss, may I enter?" "It is time for you to prepare," her maid-in-waiting inquired from outside the door. Ayadali turned to the mirror on the vanity, quickly suppressing her smile, leaving only a faint trace. She glanced around, ensuring her appearance was flawless before gently replying, "Come in." With a twist of her hand, her maid, Ani, pushed the door open. "Oh, it's shattered." Ani immediately noticed the fate of the ancient copper mirror. Ayadali blinked slowly, speaking with deliberate slowness. Yes, well. Suchi came in earlier. You know how she loves to cause trouble." Suchi, a golden retriever of less than pure lineage, was a gift obtained by her father, Hobwa, when he purchased a hunting dog, yet she was dearly cherished by Ayadali. "You must teach her a lesson." Ani busily gathered the shards of the mirror, cautious not to injure her mistress. After tidying up, she turned to Ayadali and smiled, asking, "Which dress would you like to wear?" After a moment's contemplation, Ayadali replied, "I adore the one designed by Mrs. Jania for my 17th birthday. No, others would say the Ho family is facing a financial crisis. Wearing the same dress twice at a formal occasion." Ani shook her head in disapproval. But I truly love it, Ayodele gently insisted. You may wear it at home or on less formal occasions, Ani asserted, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Then the one Mr. Sades delivered the other day. The one with ruffled sleeves. Ayodele inhaled discreetly, maintaining her elegant and sweet smile. Your taste is always impeccable. Ani smiled, stepping back and calling out to the outside. The sixth fitting room. Never mind, I'll fetch it myself. The maids began to bustle about, one responsible for the gown, another for jewelry, one for shoes, one for lace hats, one to apply makeup to Miss Ayodele, and one considering her hairstyle. As preparations neared completion, Hautbois, dressed in a deep brown vest, appeared at the doorway. He wore a hat matching his attire and sported a pair of charming mustaches, his azure eyes gleaming with mirth, though the relaxation of his muscles, protruding belly, and emerging laugh lines cruelly marred the youthful handsomeness he once possessed. The most dazzling jewel of Beakland, we must depart. Hautbois stood at the entrance, lightly tapping the open door twice. Father, please don't call me that. Ayodele stood with the assistance of her maid, intentionally displaying a hint of exasperation. Then my beautiful little princess, it is time to go. Hautbois extended his left arm, inviting Ayodele to take his arm. Ayodele smiled softly and shook her head. That is the position of Lady Ho, the Countess, my dear mother. Then this side. Hautbois smiled again and bent his right arm. This is the pride of a father. At Palisi Port, on Xiangshu Island, at the Royal Navy base, as Ayodele clasped her father's arm while descending from the carriage, she was suddenly awestruck by a colossal sight before her. Not far off in the naval harbor, a magnificent warship, gleaming with metallic luster, stood tall. It had lost its sails, retaining only the lookout tower, while two towering smokestacks and two open-air turrets positioned fore and aft had been added. It was so majestic and immense that the nearby sailing battleships appeared like newborn dwarfs clustered around a giant. The storm raged above. Oh, my lord! An ironclad! A chorus of astonished whispers intertwined as Ayodele too felt the same shock. It was a marvel wrought by humanity, an unprecedented miracle of the ocean. After an indeterminate amount of time, the nobles, ministers, and members of the lower house gradually regained their composure. At that moment, a dark speck in the sky grew larger, gradually occupying a third of the sky, capturing everyone's gaze and rendering the atmosphere solemn. This is a colossal entity floating gracefully in midair, adorned with exquisitely fluid and elegant lines, painted a deep azure. A robust, yet lightweight alloy framework supports the hydrogen-filled fabric, beneath which hangs a compartment equipped with organic gun muzzles, bomb chutes, and direct-fire cannons. The exaggerated hum of the high-octane steam engine and the frenzied whirring of the rear propellers compose a breathtaking symphony. The airship carrying the royal family has arrived, exuding an imposing majesty that surveys all from its lofty perch. A judgment sword emblem, vertically directed downward and crowned with a ruby, reflects the sunlight on either side of the compartment. This symbolizes the illustrious legacy of the Augustus family, tracing back to the previous era. At just shy of 18, Audrey has yet to participate in the introduction ceremony led by the Queen, marking her formal entry into the social circles of Beakland, thereby declaring her adulthood. She can only quietly observe from a distance, unable to approach. However, she is not particularly concerned, finding a sense of relief in avoiding the attention of the princes. The marvel of human conquest over the skies has firmly landed, with the first to descend the gangway being dashing young guards clad in red ceremonial uniforms and white trousers, adorned with medals and bearing rifles, forming two lines to await the arrival of King George III, the Queen, princes, and princesses. While Audrey has encountered prominent figures before, she feels no interest. Her gaze drifts toward the two black-armored knights beside the king, resembling statues. In this age of steel, steam, and firearms, there are still those who persist in donning full armor. The cold metallic sheen and the somber black helmets evoke a sense of gravity, authority, and the necessity of obedience. Could they be higher-tiered punitive knights? A fleeting thought from her elders' casual conversations crossed her mind, igniting a desire for knowledge, yet instilling a hesitance to approach. With the arrival of the royal family, the ceremony commences, and the current Prime Minister, Lord Augustinigan, steps forward. He is a member of the Conservative Party and one of only two prominent figures to have ascended to the premiership without noble lineage, having been awarded a lordship for his exceptional contributions. Of course, Audrey is aware of more. Augustine's brother, a key supporter of the Conservative Party, is named Pallas Negan. The current Duke of Negan, Augustine, in his 50s, tall and slender with thinning hair and keen eyes, surveyed the crowd before addressing them. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, this is an ironclad ship, a vessel capable of redefining an era, measuring 101 meters in length, 21 meters in width, with a dry dock design. an armor belt thickness of 457 millimeters, and a displacement of 10,060 tons. It boasts 4 main guns of 305 millimeters, supplemented by 6 rapid-fire cannons, 12 6-pounders, 18 6-barrel machine guns, and 4 torpedo launchers, with a cruising speed of 16 knots. It shall be the true sovereign, conquering the seas. A stir arose among the nobility, ministers, and members of parliament. Merely the prime minister's description was enough to evoke visions of the terror this ironclad would unleash, especially with the tangible reality before their eyes. Augustine revealed a slight smile, delivered a few more remarks, and then bowed to King George III. "Your Majesty, please, grant it a name. Let it be named the Pulleys," declared George III, his expression one of great delight. "Pulleys, pulleys." The name echoed, first from the Minister of the Navy and the Commander of the Royal Navy, spreading through the crowd until it reached the ironclad, where officers and soldiers united in jubilant cheers. "Pulleys." Amidst the celebratory atmosphere, the salute resounded, and King George III issued the command for the maiden voyage test firing. A horn blared, and plumes of thick smoke billowed from the chimneys. The sounds of machinery faintly audible. The colossal vessel set sail, and as it exited the harbor and fired its 2 main guns at an uninhabited island ahead, astonishment gripped all present. Boom, boom, boom. The earth seemed to tremble, dust swirling into the air, and a tempest swept outward, stirring the waves. Prime Minister Augustine turned with satisfaction, addressing the nobles, ministers, and parliamentarians. "From this moment forth, those 7 self-proclaimed pirate generals and those 4 usurpers of kingship shall tremble in fear, awaiting their doom. Their era has concluded. Regardless of their extraordinary powers or ghostly or cursed ships, only the ironclad shall dominate the seas." At this juncture, Augustine's chief secretary deliberately inquired, "Then, can they not construct their own ironclads?" Some nobles and parliamentarians nodded discreetly, considering the possibility. Augustine immediately smiled and slowly shook his head. "Impossible, eternally impossible. Constructing such an ironclad requires 3 large coal steel conglomerates, 20 sizable steel mills, 60 scientists and more senior engineers from the Beekland Artillery Research Institute and the Pulley Shipbuilding Research Institute, 2 royal shipyards, and nearly 100 affiliated component factories, as well as a naval department, a shipbuilding committee, a cabinet, a king of exceptional vision, and a great nation producing 12 million tons of steel annually. The pirates shall never achieve this." At this point, he paused, raised his arms, and passionately proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, the age of colossal ships and cannons has arrived." Chapter 9. Notes. After a half-hour respite, the self-proclaimed Klein, Jomingrouet, felt somewhat rejuvenated, during which he noticed 4 black dots on the back of his right hand, forming a small square. These dots faded from dark to light before vanishing, yet Klein was acutely aware that they remained hidden within him, awaiting awakening. 4 dots, a square. Could they correspond to 4 corners of staple foods? Henceforth, would I no longer need to prepare staple foods, but could proceed directly with steps and incantations? Klein sensed a burgeoning hypothesis. While this notion appeared promising, the presence of these peculiar markings instilled a sense of fear, stemming from the unknown. Reflecting on the inexplicable geometric arts of Earth that seemed to manifest here, along with his bizarre transcendence in dreams, the mysterious, ethereal, and ambiguous gray mist world, and the maddening whispers encircling him during the ceremony, Klein could not suppress a shiver, even in the sweltering heat of late June. He had once heard that humanity's oldest and most profound emotion is fear, with the most ancient and intense fear being that of the unknown. He now deeply felt this fear stemming from the unknown. Unprecedented and uncontrollable, he experienced a powerful impulse to engage with the mysterious realm, to understand more and dispel the unknown, as well as a desire to bury his head and pretend nothing had transpired. The sunlight outside was radiant, casting a layer of golden dust over the desk. Klein gazed at it, as if touching a thread of warmth and hope. He relaxed slightly, only to be immediately overwhelmed by a tide of fatigue. The sleepless night prior and the recent exertion rendered his eyelids heavy as lead, inexorably drooping. Shaking his head, Klein propped himself against the edge of the desk, disregarding the scattered rye bread in the corners, and staggered to the lofted bed. The moment his head touched the pillow, he succumbed to slumber. Gurgle, gurgle. Hunger awoke Klein, his eyes fluttering open, feeling refreshed, save for a lingering headache. Rubbing his temple, he sat up, convinced he could consume an entire cow. As he smoothed the wrinkles in his clothing, he returned to the desk and picked up the silver pocket watch adorned with vine patterns. Snap! The lid sprang open, and the second hand ticked away steadily. At 12:30, after sleeping for more than 3 hours, Helion swallowed his saliva and placed his pocket watch into the linen shirt pocket. In the northern continent, a day is similarly divided into 24 hours, each hour containing 60 minutes, and each minute consisting of 60 seconds. As for the length of each second and whether it aligns with that of Earth, Helion was unaware. At this moment, even words like mysticism, rituals, and the world of gray fog could not penetrate his thoughts. The most pressing concern was food, sustenance. Only with a full stomach could he devise plans and take action. Without hesitation, Helion retrieved the 4 corners of rye bread, flicking off the slight dust that clung to them, intending to use one as his midday staple. Given that his hometown practiced the custom of sharing offerings after sacrifices, and these 4 loaves appeared unchanged, he felt it prudent to be frugal with the mere 5 pennies remaining in his pocket. This sentiment was undoubtedly influenced by the subtle remnants of the original owner's memories and habits. Due to the exorbitant cost of gas, which was disheartening even for lighting, he extracted the stove and added some coal, pacing back and forth as he awaited the water to boil. That rye bread would be difficult to swallow dry. Alas, was he to endure a life of black bread for breakfast, black bread for lunch, and only meat for dinner? If not for Melissa considering his upcoming interview, Helion, who could only afford to eat meat twice a week, found himself unable to contemplate serious matters due to hunger, glancing around restlessly. The thought of that pound of lamb made his gaze linger greedily on the cupboard. No, he decided, he must wait to share it with Melissa. Helion shook his head vigorously, dismissing the notion of cutting a half now. As a solitary wanderer in the bustling city, though mostly reliant on takeout, he had nonetheless honed some basic culinary skills. They weren't extraordinary, but sufficient for his needs. Turning his body, Helion intended to avert his gaze, when suddenly he recalled that, in addition to purchasing meat in the morning, he had also acquired tender peas and potatoes. Potatoes! An idea sparked within him, and like a whirlwind, he twisted back, rushing to the cupboard to retrieve 2 of the scarce potatoes. He first cleaned their skins thoroughly in the communal washroom and then placed them directly into the pot to boil in water. After a considerable time, he fetched the spice box from the cupboard, opened the lid, and sprinkled a pinch of yellowish, coarse salt into the water. After patiently waiting for a few more minutes, Helion lifted the kettle and poured the not-quite soup into several cups and a large bowl, finally extracting the 2 potatoes, placing them on the table. He exhaled gently as he peeled a bit of skin, the aroma of the cooked potatoes wafting through the air, tantalizing his appetite. Saliva flowed uncontrollably as Helion, disregarding the fact that he had only peeled half and that the potatoes were still somewhat hot, seized one and took a hearty bite. Delightful, savory. A hint of sweetness lingered. Helion's heart swelled with emotion as he devoured both potatoes ravenously, even consuming some of the skin. Only then did he lift the large bowl and savor a sip of the broth, the subtle saltiness washing away the dryness in his mouth. Reminiscing fondly about this simple way of satisfying hunger from his childhood, Helion broke off pieces of rye bread, soaking them in the broth. Perhaps due to the earlier ritual's taxing nature, he consumed 2 whole loaves, totaling a full pound. As he drank the broth and tidied up, Helion felt rejuvenated, experiencing the joy of being alive, basking in the brilliance of the sunlight. He returned to his desk, contemplating what he should do next. He could not evade the truth. He needed to find a way to engage with the realm of the mysterious and become an extraordinary figure in the eyes of justice and the upside-down population. He must conquer the fear stemming from the unknown. The only current avenue available was to await the next gathering, hoping to overhear the formula for the audience's potion or some other arcane knowledge. With 4 days until Monday, he needed to confront the original owner's issues before then. Why had he taken his own life? What had he encountered? Unable to traverse back in time and simply walk away, Helion picked up the open notebook, intending to sift through it for any clues that might help reconstruct the fragmented memories. It was evident that the original owner had a habit of taking notes and enjoyed using them as a diary. Helion knew full well that the cabinet serving as the right leg of his desk was filled with completed notebooks. This particular one had been in use since May 10th, with the early entries primarily concerning school, mentors, and knowledge. On May 12th, Mr. Askey mentioned that the lingua franca of the southern continent's Biling Empire also derived from the ancient Fusa language, a branch of the language of giants. Why was this so? Could it be that all sentient beings once spoke the same language? No, this must be erroneous, even in the records of the Night's Revelation and the Book of Storms. In times older than the ancient, giants were not the sole dominators of the continent. There were also elves, other races, and dragons. Well, these were merely legends, mere mythological tales. On May 16th, the senior associate Professor Cohen debated the inevitability of the steam era with Mr. Askey. Mr. Askey believed it was a matter of chance. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of Emperor Rossel, perhaps the northern continent would still be in the cold weapon era, akin to the southern continent. The Minter thought he overly emphasized the role of individuals, believing that as time progressed, even without Emperor Russell, there would be another like Emperor Robert. In any case, the steam era might be delayed but would undoubtedly arrive. In their arguments, Kilian found little significance. He preferred discovering new things, restoring the history shrouded in fog. Perhaps, he mused, he should not have pursued history but archaeology instead. On May 29th, Welch approached him, claiming to have obtained a notebook from the Fourth Era. My goddess! A notebook from the Fourth Era. He did not wish to seek help from students in the archaeology department and instead requested Kilian and Naya to assist in deciphering its contents. How could he refuse such a request? Of course, it would need to be arranged after the graduation defense. At this moment, he could not afford distractions. Upon reaching this point, Kilian's spirits lifted, compared to the earlier historical notes and debates. The newly surfaced Fourth Era notebook seemed far more likely to have precipitated the original owner's suicide. The Fourth Era, the time preceding the present Black Iron Age, held a history steeped in mystery and numerous gaps. Even the excavated tombs, ancient cities, and documents were scarce. Historians and archaeologists could only piece together a semblance of its existence through the vague theological texts primarily focused on faith education provided by the seven churches, revealing the existence of the Solomon Empire, the Tudor dynasty, and the Trancist Empire. Determined to pierce the fog and restore history, Kilian exhibited little interest in the earlier three eras, which were steeped in myth. He was solely captivated by the Fourth Era, also known as the Age of the Gods, and his excitement was palpable. Upon reflection, the original owner's emphasis on the interview and anxiety about future employment seemed unnecessary. Kilian could not help but exclaim. Currently, universities were still rare, with the majority of students being the offspring of nobles and wealthy families. As long as commoners managed to enroll, even facing discrimination due to their status and exclusion from other social circles, as long as they were not extreme, they could still cultivate valuable connections through group discussions and collective activities. For instance, Welch McGuinn was the son of a banker from the coastal town of Constan in the Kingdom of Ruin, known for his generosity and open-handedness. Due to long-term collaborations with Kilian and Naya on group assignments and reports, he had grown accustomed to seeking their assistance. Without further diversion, Kilian continued to read the notes. On June 18th, graduation arrived. Farewell, my whole university. On June 19th, I encountered that notebook. Through comparisons of its structure and root words, I discerned that it is a variant of ancient Fuxac language. More accurately, over the course of more than a millennium, the ancient Fuxac language has been subtly evolving. On June 20th, we deciphered the content of the first page, revealing that the author was a member of a family named Antigonus. On June 21st, he mentioned the Black Emperor, which starkly contradicted the era deduced from previous content. Could it be that the Minter's view was erroneous? Was the Black Emperor actually a collective title for every emperor of the Solomon Empire? On June 22nd, it appeared that this Antigonus family held a prominent position within the Solomon Empire, as the notebook's owner mentioned engaging in a clandestine transaction with someone named Tudor. Tudor? The Tudor dynasty? On June 23rd, I steered my thoughts away from that notebook and refrained from visiting Wayurki, as I needed to prepare for an important interview. On June 24th, Naya informed me that they had made new discoveries, prompting me to consider paying a visit. On June 25th, based on the newly interpreted content, it seemed that the notebook's owner had accepted a task to ascend the main peak of the Hanachis Mountains to visit the Kingdom of Night at its summit. My goddess! The peak of the Hanachis Mountains exceeds 6,000 meters. How could a nation possibly exist there? How could they sustain themselves? On June 26th, I pondered the veracity of these peculiar matters. The notebook concluded here, and Zhou Mingrue had traversed over on the morning of June 28th. This implies that the entries from June 27th indeed existed, revealing the chilling phrase that everyone would die, including me. I, Klein, flipped to the initial page I had first glimpsed and felt a shiver run down my spine. He concluded that to unravel the mystery of the original owner's suicide, a visit to Wayurki was imperative to revisit the ancient notebook's contents. However, with his extensive experience in novels, films, and television dramas, he sensed that should he go, if the matter indeed bore relevance, he would likely encounter unknown dangers. Those fools who knowingly ventured into haunted castles were a cautionary tale. Yet, to avoid it was not an option. Evasion would never resolve the issue, only exacerbate it until it overwhelmed him entirely. Call the police? Surely, he could not claim it was a suicide. Suddenly, a series of urgent and forceful knocks echoed at the door. Klein sat upright, straining to listen. The knocks reverberated through the empty, desolate corridor. Chapter 10. Normalcy. Who is it? Klein mused on the mysterious suicide of the original owner and the potential unknown dangers when he heard the unexpected knocking. Instinctively, he opened the drawer and retrieved the revolver. Speaking cautiously, the outside fell silent for 2 seconds before a somewhat shrill voice with an Ahawa accent proclaimed, "I, Mountbatten, Beach Mountbatten." The voice paused before adding, "Police." Upon hearing the name Beach Mountbatten, Klein immediately recalled the individual it belonged to. He was one of the officers responsible for the precinct where the apartment was located. A rough and boisterous man fond of physical confrontation. Perhaps only someone of his ilk could command respect from the drunks, thieves, petty criminals, and ruffians. His distinctive voice was one of his trademarks. "All right, I'll be right there," Klein called back loudly. He initially intended to toss the revolver back into the drawer, but considering that the police outside might have come for an investigation, he cautiously approached the now extinguished stove and placed the weapon inside. Then, he took a small basket used for coal, shook a few pieces into the stove over the gun, and finally placed a kettle atop to conceal everything. After ensuring everything was in order, he adjusted his attire and swiftly approached the door, muttering a vague apology about having just woken from a nap. Standing outside were 4 policemen clad in black uniforms with white checks and soft hats adorned with badges. Beach Mountbatten, sporting a brownish-yellow beard, cleared his throat and said to Klein, "These 3 officers have some questions for you." "Officers?" Klein instinctively glanced at the shoulder insignias of the other 3, noticing that 2 bore 3 silver hexagrams while 1 had 2, indicating a rank superior to Mountbatten's 3 V-shaped insignias. As a history major, Klein had little knowledge of police insignia ranks beyond knowing that Mountbatten often boasted of being a senior constable. Hence, the 3 must be of inspector rank. Influenced by discussions with classmates like Big Brother Benson and Weyerke, Klein possessed some awareness of these matters, and he stepped aside, gesturing toward the interior. "Please, come in. May I inquire what this is about?" The leading officer among the 3 was a middle-aged man with piercing eyes that seemed capable of seeing through one's soul, instilling an involuntary fear. His face bore distinct wrinkles, and strands of light brown hair peeked from beneath the brim of his hat. As he surveyed the room, he solemnly inquired, "Do you know Welch Magwin? What has happened to him?" Klein's heart sank, and he instinctively responded, "I am the one asking you." The authoritative middle-aged officer replied, his gaze icy. The officer beside him, also adorned with 3-star insignia, looked at Klein and spoke gently, "No need to be alarmed. We are merely conducting a routine inquiry." This officer appeared to be around 30, with a prominent nose and gray eyes that conveyed an indescribable depth, akin to a secluded lake in an ancient forest. Klein took a deep breath, organizing his thoughts, and said, "If you are referring to Welch Magwin, a graduate of Hoy University from Constant, then I can confirm that I know him. We are classmates under the same mentor, Senior Associate Professor Quentin Cohen. In the Kingdom of Lin, the title of professor not only denotes rank but also position, akin to a fusion of professor and department head on Earth. This means that a university can only have 1 professor per department, and an associate professor must await the retirement of their superior or demonstrate exceptional ability to displace them. Given the need to retain talent, the Kingdom's Higher Education Committee had, after years of exploration, introduced a senior associate professor rank to accommodate those of high academic standing or considerable age who could not ascend to professorship. At this point, Klein glanced into the middle-aged officer's eyes, contemplating for a moment before saying, "To be honest, our relationship was quite cordial. Recently, he, along with Naya and I, often met to decipher and discuss the quaternary literature he obtained, a notebook." "Officer, has something happened to him?" The middle-aged officer did not respond, but instead turned to glance at his gray-eyed companion. The officer with the badge, possessing ordinary features, replied with a calm demeanor, "I regret to inform you that Mr. Welch has passed away." How could this be? Though he had harbored a sense of foreboding, Klein could not suppress his astonishment. Had Welch perished just like the original owner? This was quite unsettling. "And what of Naya?" Klein hastily inquired. "Ms. Naya has also passed away," the gray-eyed officer stated with remarkable composure. "They both died at Mr. Welch's residence." "Murdered?" Klein began to formulate a grim hypothesis. Perhaps it was suicide. The gray-eyed officer shook his head. "No, based on the evidence at the scene, they both took their own lives." Mr. Welch repeatedly struck his head against the wall, causing blood to splatter everywhere, while Ms. Naya drowned herself in a basin, the kind used for washing one's face. "This is impossible." Klein felt a chill run down his spine, as if he could envision that eerie scene. The girl knelt on the chair, burying her face in a basin filled with water, her chestnut hair cascading down gracefully, swaying gently in the breeze, yet her entire being remained still. Weyerke lay sprawled on the floor, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the ceiling, his forehead utterly crushed and smeared with blood, while the walls bore countless marks of impact. drenched in gore. The gray-eyed officer's lips twitched slightly as he remarked, "We concur with that assessment. But the autopsy results and the scene's circumstances rule out factors such as drugs and external force. They, meaning Mr. Wierke and Ms. Naya, exhibited no signs of resistance." Before Killian could utter another word, he entered the room, feigning casualness as he inquired, "When was the last time you saw Mr. Wierke or Ms. Naya?" As he spoke, he gestured with his eyes towards his companion adorned with 2 silver stars. The young officer, seemingly of a similar stature to Killian, possessed dark hair and green eyes, exuding a poetic romanticism. Upon hearing the question, Killian's mind raced as he pondered his response. "It should have been June 26th when we jointly interpreted a new piece of notes. After which I returned home to prepare for the interview on the 30th. Yes, the interview for the history department at Tingjin University. Tingjin City is renowned as a university town, hosting Tingjin and Hoi universities, along with technical schools, a bar association, and a business school, second only to the capital, Beekland." As he finished speaking, his peripheral vision caught the young officer approaching the desk, picking up the notebook that resembled more of a diary. "How unfortunate. I forgot to hide it," Killian exclaimed. The young officer responded with a smile, but continued to peruse the notebook, while the gray-eyed officer clarified, "This is a necessary procedure." At that moment, Bishamonbaton and the imposing middle-aged officer merely observed from the sidelines, refraining from interjecting or assisting in the search. "Where is your search warrant?" Killian initially intended to question them thus, but upon reflection, it seemed that the judicial system of the Luen Kingdom had yet to evolve to the point of possessing such warrants. At least he was unaware of any existing ones, considering that the police force itself had only been established for about 15 or 16 years. In the days of the original owner's youth, they were referred to as constables. Killian could not intervene, watching helplessly as the young officer swiftly flipped through his notes, while the gray-eyed officer refrained from further questioning. "What a peculiar statement," the young officer remarked as he reached the end, suddenly inquiring, "What does this sentence mean? Everyone will die, including me. Isn't it common knowledge that apart from deities, everyone will perish?" Killian had initially prepared to offer a retort, but suddenly recalled that he intended to connect with the police to safeguard against potential dangers, merely lacking a reason or excuse. In less than a second, he made a decision, placing a hand upon his forehead, answering with a tone of anguish, "I do not know. I truly do not know. After waking up this morning, I sensed something amiss, as if I had forgotten certain matters, particularly those from recent days. And I am even unclear why I penned such a statement. Sometimes, honesty is the best remedy for dilemmas. Of course, it requires finesse. Understanding what can be shared and what must remain unsaid is one aspect, while determining the order and manner of disclosure is another. As a keyboard expert, Killian had studied a bit of rhetoric. Absurd. Do you take us for fools?" Bishamonbaton interjected angrily, unable to contain himself. "This lie is far too clumsy. An outright insult to our intelligence. Pretending to be mentally ill is preferable to feigning amnesia." "Truly," Killian responded candidly, meeting the gazes of Mountbatten and the middle-aged officer. "This matter is genuinely too real. Perhaps it is indeed possible." At that moment, the gray-eyed officer spoke slowly. "What? You believe that?" Killian was astonished by his own incredulity. The gray-eyed officer smiled at him and said, "In a couple of days, an expert will arrive. Trust me. She should be able to assist you in recalling your lost memories." "An expert? To aid in recollection? In the field of psychology?" Killian furrowed his brow. "What if she unearths memories from my past life on Earth?" He suddenly felt a pang in his jaw. The young officer set the notebook down and searched the desk and room, fortunately focusing on the books without inspecting the kettle. "Well then, Mr. Killian, thank you for your cooperation. It would be prudent for you not to leave Tingjin in the coming days. If necessary, please notify Officer Mountbatten. Otherwise, you will be considered a fugitive," the gray-eyed officer admonished finally. "Is this it? Is today concluded? No further inquiries or investigations? Or are you planning to take me back to the precinct for interrogation?" Killian was left bewildered. Nevertheless, he wished to resolve the eerie incidents surrounding Wierke. Thus he nodded, "Very well." The officers exited the room in succession, and the young man at the rear suddenly patted Killian on the shoulder. "How fortunate, how lucky." "What?" Killian appeared utterly perplexed. The green-eyed officer, possessing a poet's charm, smiled slightly and said, "Generally speaking, in such incidents, all involved perish as a norm. We are delighted and fortunate to see that you are still alive." With that, he exited the room, closing the door behind him with a courteous gesture. "All perish as a norm. I should be glad to be alive. I should feel fortunate to be alive." On this June afternoon, Killian felt a chill run through him. Chapter 11 True Culinary Skills. All perish as a norm. I should be glad to be alive. I should feel fortunate to be alive. Killian abruptly shuddered. hastily making his way towards the door, attempting to chase after the officers for protection. Yet, just as he reached for the doorknob, his movements abruptly halted. Given the terrifying nature of the officers' words, why were they not protecting me, this crucial witness or pivotal lead? This is utterly neglectful, is it not? A test, or perhaps a bait. Various thoughts clashed in Killian's mind, causing him to suspect that the police were secretly observing him, gauging his reactions. Upon considering this, he felt somewhat reassured, no longer engulfed in panic and confusion, and slowly opened the door, deliberately trembling as he called out toward the staircase. "You will protect me, won't you?" The officers remained silent, the rhythm of their polished shoes against the wooden stairs unchanged. "I knew it. This is how you would act." Killian shouted again with a feigned conviction, striving to portray himself as a normal person in peril. The footsteps gradually faded, disappearing into the depths of the apartment. Killian let out a low hum, inwardly mocking. This reaction is far too contrived. The acting is subpar. He did not pursue them, turning back into the room and shutting the door behind him. Over the next few hours, Killian thoroughly displayed his unease, restlessly pacing, fretting, and struggling to comprehend the perplexing nuances of language, refusing to relax his standards despite the absence of others around. "This is called the self-cultivation of an actor," he self-deprecatingly mused. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the clouds igniting with hues of crimson, the residents of the apartment gradually returned home, prompting Killian to shift his focus elsewhere. Melissa would soon be finishing school. He turned his gaze toward the stove, lifting the kettle in one breath, kindling the coal, and retrieving his revolver. Without pausing or hesitating, he reached behind the wooden slats beneath the lower bunk, where 10 or so wooden strips interlaced for support. After wedging the revolver between a wooden slat and the board, Killian straightened his posture, anxiously awaiting, fearful that the police might suddenly burst through the door, weapons drawn. Rushing into the room. In a world of ordinary steam, he was certain that no one would witness his recent actions. However, this realm was imbued with extraordinary powers, powers that had been validated by his own experiences. After a few minutes, silence reigned at the door, save for the distant chatter of two tenants making their way to the Wild Heart Bar on Taishitsi Street, their voices fading in and out. Klein exhaled, his heart finally settling back into his chest. He was merely awaiting Melissa's return to prepare her delectable lamb stew with tender peas. The mere thought of it filled his senses with the aroma of savory meat, and he recalled the meticulous process Melissa employed to create her dish. She would first boil the meat, then add onions, salt, a hint of pepper, and water, allowing it to simmer for a while before introducing peas and potatoes, letting it stew for 40 to 50 minutes. Such a simple and rudimentary method, relying solely on the inherent deliciousness of the meat. Klein could not help but shake his head. Yet, what choice did they have? Common folk possessed neither an array of spices nor diverse culinary techniques. They could only aim for simplicity, practicality, and frugality. As long as the meat was not charred or spoiled, it sufficed for those who dined only twice a week, or even once. Although Klein was no culinary maestro, primarily relying on takeout, his routine of cooking 3 to 4 times a week had honed his skills to a passable level, compelling him not to waste that pound of lamb. Once Melissa returned to prepare the dish, it would likely be after 7:30, and by then, her hunger would warrant a demonstration of true culinary skill. Klein concocted an excuse, reigniting the stove while he fetched water from the communal washroom to rinse the lamb. He then retrieved a cutting board and knife, methodically chopping the meat into smaller pieces. As for how to explain his newfound culinary prowess, he decided to attribute it to the late Welch McGowan, a classmate who not only employed a chef skilled in coastal cuisine, but also frequently experimented with recipes, inviting others to sample his creations. Well, the dead cannot refute me. However, in this world of the extraordinary, perhaps the deceased could speak. This thought made Klein feel a twinge of guilt. He cast aside his disorganized musings, placing the meat into a pot and retrieving a spice box, shaking in a tablespoon and a half of yellowing coarse salt. Additionally, he carefully extracted some black peppercorns from a small bottle, mixing them with the lamb and salt for a brief marination. With the stew pot positioned on the stove, he rummaged through the remnants of yesterday's carrots and today's onions, cutting them into numerous pieces. After completing his preparations, he took a small jar from the cupboard, revealing a dwindling amount of lard. Klein scooped out a spoonful, placing it in the pot to melt before adding the carrot and onion pieces, stirring them for a while. The aroma began to waft through the air as he added all the lamb, frying it with care. Normally, he would have added some cooking wine, or at the very least, white wine as a substitute. However, the Moretti household could not afford such luxuries. Benson only had a pint of beer a week. Klein had no choice but to make do, splashing in some boiling water and mixing it casually. After approximately 20 minutes of simmering, he lifted the lid, introducing the tender peas and diced potatoes, along with a cup of hot water and 2 spoonfuls of salt. He covered the pot, lowered the heat, and exhaled contentedly, awaiting his sister's return. As time ticked away, the savory scent intensified within the room, a tantalizing blend of meat, hearty potatoes, and fresh onions. The flavors began to intertwine, prompting Klein to swallow occasionally and glance at the minute hand of the clock. After more than 40 minutes, a steady yet subdued rhythm of footsteps approached, a key inserted, and the door turned open. "It smells amazing," Melissa exclaimed, her voice laced with curiosity before she even stepped inside. She entered, handbag in hand, casting her gaze toward the stove. "Did you make this?" Melissa paused, her hand frozen mid-removal of her bonnet, her eyes wide with astonishment. She inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma, and her expression softened, as if she had regained some confidence. "Did you really make this?" she asked again, bewildered. "Are you worried I would waste the lamb?" Klein replied with a smile, not waiting for an answer before continuing. "Rest assured, I specifically consulted Welch on how to prepare this dish. You know he has a talented chef. Is this your first time?" Melissa's brow furrowed instinctively, only to be soothed by the enticing fragrance. "It seems I have a natural talent," Klein chuckled. "It's nearly ready. Why not set aside your books and wash your hands in the washroom while you wait to taste?" "I am quite confident." Listening to her brother's calm and methodical directives, and witnessing his gentle and serene smile, Melissa stood at the threshold, momentarily dazed. "Would you prefer it a bit more tender?" Klein encouraged with a smile. "Ah, yes, of course." Melissa snapped back to reality, grabbing her handbag in one hand and her hat in the other, hurriedly making her way into the inner room. As Klein lifted the lid of the stew pot, a cloud of steam billowed forth, revealing 2 slices of rye bread positioned beside the lamb and peas, allowing them to absorb the aroma and heat to become soft. By the time Melissa returned from washing her hands and face, a plate adorned with tender peas, potatoes, and carrots surrounding the lamb stew was set on the table, with 2 slices of bread, tinted slightly with meat juices, on separate plates. "Come, try it." Klein gestured toward the wooden fork and spoon placed beside the dish. Melissa, still a bit dazed, did not refuse. She picked up the fork, spearing a piece of potato and bringing it to her lips, taking a delicate bite. The creamy texture of the potato combined with the rich essence of the meat flooded her senses, causing her salivary glands to react fervently. In mere moments, she had devoured the piece of potato. "Now, taste the meat," Klein prompted, nodding toward the plate. He had sampled the dish earlier and found it only to meet a mediocre standard. However, for a young girl who seldom experienced such delicacies, it was undoubtedly sufficient. Melissa's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she carefully speared a piece of lamb. It was cooked to the point of tenderness, melting almost instantly in her mouth, unleashing a genuine explosion of savory flavors and delightful juices that filled her palate. It was an unparalleled sensation, one that left her utterly captivated. By the time she regained her composure, she had consumed several pieces of lamb. I, Klein, I prepared this for you," Melissa stammered, her cheeks flushing crimson. "I had already snuck a taste. It's a privilege of being the chef," Klein reassured her with a smile, simultaneously lifting his fork and spoon to indulge in a piece of meat, a mouthful of peas, and then taking a moment to break off a piece of bread to soak up the juices. Melissa relaxed, her brother's nonchalant demeanor allowing her to immerse herself once more in the deliciousness before her. "This is exquisite. I can hardly believe this is your first attempt." She marveled at the empty plate, devoid of any remaining juices. "Compared to Welch's chef, I still have much to learn. Once I have some money, I will take you and Benson out to a restaurant for an even finer meal." Klein mused, feeling a sense of longing himself. "You will surely impress during your interview." Melissa began, but was suddenly unable to suppress a contented sigh. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand, a look of embarrassment crossing her face. "It's all the lamb stew's fault for being so delicious." Klein chuckled softly, choosing not to tease his sister. He pointed to the plate, declaring, "This is your task." "All right." Melissa eagerly sprang to her feet, grabbing a bowl and rushing toward the door. Upon her return from washing, she instinctively began to check the spice box and other items in the cupboard. "Did you use any just now?" Melissa exclaimed in surprise, turning to Klein, who held a bottle of black pepper and a jar of lard in his hands. Klein shrugged with a smile, stating, "Just a little. This is the price of deliciousness." Melissa's eyes flickered, her expression shifting several times before she finally pursed her lips and said, "From now on, I will handle the cooking." "Indeed. You must hasten your preparations for the interview and contemplate your career." Chapter 12. A return visit. "Sister, could we refrain from bringing up what is best left unmentioned?" Klein silently lamented, feeling a familiar throb in his head. The knowledge abandoned by the original owner was not negligible, and with the interview looming the next day, There was little time to catch up. Furthermore, entangled in bizarre and terrifying events, how could he possibly focus on revision? After dismissively responding to his sister, Klein feigned studying, while Melissa pulled up a chair beside him, diligently working on her assignments by the light of the gas lamp. The atmosphere was serene and pleasant. And as the clock approached 11, the siblings bid each other good night and retired to their respective beds. Knock, knock. A series of knocks sounded, rousing Klein from his slumber. Glancing at the morning light filtering through the window, he groggily sat up and asked, "Who is it? What time is it? Why hasn't Melissa woken me?" "I am Dunn Smith," came a steady male voice from outside the door. "Dunn Smith?" Klein shook his head, not recognizing the name as he descended from his bed and approached the door. He opened it to find the officer with gray eyes from the previous day standing before him. "Is there a problem?" Klein inquired warily. The gray-eyed officer responded with a serious expression, "We have located a coachman who confirmed that you visited Mr. Welch's residence on the 27th, the very day Mr. Welch and Ms. Naya met their demise, and that Mr. Welch even paid for your fare." Klein paused, feeling no pang of fear or guilt as if caught in a lie. He was not lying. Rather, he sensed that the evidence provided by Officer Dunn Smith was entirely predictable. On June 27th, the original owner indeed visited Mr. Welch's residence, and that very night, he committed suicide, mirroring the fates of Welch and Naya. Klein opened his mouth, a bitter smile forming as he remarked, "This is not sufficiently compelling evidence. It does not directly link me to the deaths of Mr. Welch and Ms. Naya. To be frank, I am just as eager to understand the circumstances and uncover the fates of my unfortunate friends. However, I truly cannot recall. I have almost entirely forgotten the events of that day. You may find it hard to believe, but I could only surmise that I visited Mr. Welch's residence based on my notes." "Your psychological resilience is commendable," Officer Dunn Smith noted, neither angry nor smiling, as he nodded in acknowledgement. "You should be able to perceive my sincerity," Klein stated, locking eyes with the officer. "What I say is the truth, albeit only a portion of it." Dunn Smith did not respond immediately but surveyed the room before leisurely stating, "Mr. Welch has lost a revolver. I believe I should be able to find it here, correct? Mr. Klein?" At last, Klein understood the origin of the revolver. His mind raced like lightning, arriving at a swift resolution. He half raised his hands and stepped back, clearing the way, then pointed with his chin toward the lower bunk, saying, "It's behind the bedboard." He refrained from specifying which bunk, as a reasonable person would not hide something behind the upper bunk's board, which would be immediately visible to visitors. Officer Dunn did not advance, but smirked slightly. "Do you have anything else to add?" Klein replied without hesitation, "Yes. The night before last, I awoke to find myself slumped over my desk, a revolver beside me and bullets on the floor, as if I had experienced a suicide attempt, perhaps lacking experience or being frightened at the last moment. The bullet did not achieve its intended effect, and my head remains intact. I am alive today. Since then, I have forgotten some memories, including what I did and saw at Mr. Welch's residence on the 27th. I am not lying. I genuinely do not recall." To clear his name and resolve the strange events entangling him, Klein divulged nearly all the details, omitting only his time travel and the gathering. Additionally, he carefully crafted his words to withstand scrutiny, for instance, not stating that the bullet missed his head but rather that it did not achieve its intended effect, maintaining that his head was still intact afterward. To an outside ear, both expressions conveyed similar meanings, yet they were fundamentally different. Officer Dunn listened quietly before speaking slowly. "This aligns with my deductive reasoning and the concealed logic of similar past events. However, I am unsure how you survived. Believe what you will. I am equally perplexed about my survival," Klein replied, feeling a slight sense of relief. "But," Dunn interjected, "belief alone is insufficient. As of now, you are under considerable suspicion. You must undergo verification by an expert to confirm that you have genuinely forgotten your experiences or that you did not directly cause the deaths of Mr. Welch and Ms. Naya." He cleared his throat, his expression turning grave. "Mr. Klein, please cooperate with the investigation and accompany us to the police station. This will likely take 2 to 3 days, assuming you have no issues." "The expert has arrived?" Klein asked in shock. "Wasn't he supposed to be in 2 days?" "She arrived earlier than we anticipated," Dunn indicated, gesturing for Klein to exit. "I would like to leave a note," Klein requested. With Banson away on business and Melissa at school, he could only leave a message informing them of his involvement with the Welch case, reassuring them not to worry. Dunn nodded indifferently. "That is acceptable." Klein returned to his desk, retrieving a piece of paper to write while contemplating the upcoming situation. To be frank, he was exceedingly reluctant to meet the expert, for he harbored an even greater secret. In a realm dominated by 7 great churches, under the shadow of the assassination of the presumed predecessor, the Emperor Roselle, experiencing time travel would likely lead him to the tribunal and arbitration court. However, lacking weapons, combat skills, or extraordinary powers, how could he contend with a professional officer, especially when several of Dunn's subordinates lurked in the dimness outside? If they drew their guns in unison, he would be finished. Taking a deep breath, Klein resolved to take one step at a time. He left the note, grabbed his keys, and followed Dunn out of the room. In the dimly lit hallway, four officers clad in black and white stood guard, vigilant. As Klein followed Dunn down the wooden stairs, he could hear the creaking and groaning of the steps beneath them. Outside the apartment, a horse-drawn carriage awaited. Emblazoned with the emblem of the police system, a pair of crossed swords encircled by a crown, amidst the usual morning bustle and chatter. "After you." Dunn gestured for Klein to enter first. As Klein was about to step forward, an oyster vendor suddenly accused a customer of theft, leading to a scuffle that startled the horse and plunged the area into chaos. An opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, Klein bent low and surged into the crowd. He pushed and dodged, frantically fleeing towards the other end of the street. Given the current circumstances, to avoid encountering the expert, he had no choice but to head to the docks outside the city and take a boat down the Tarsak River to the capital of Beekland, where the population was dense, making it easier to remain concealed. Certainly, one could take a steam train eastward to the nearest Inmat port, embark upon the sea route to Preis, and only then proceed to Beekland. Before long, Klein sprinted to the street corner and turned onto Iron Cross Street, where several hireable carriages awaited. He aimed for the out-of-town dock. With a swift motion, Klein leapt onto one of the carriages. His plan was clear. He would deliberately mislead the pursuing officers, and once the carriage had covered a sufficient distance, he would jump off without hesitation. The driver cracked the reins, and the carriage rattled away from Iron Cross Street. Just as Klein prepared to make his leap, he suddenly realized the carriage was veering onto another road, one not leading out of the city at all. "Where are you headed?" Klein blurted out in confusion. "To Mr. Welch's residence," replied the driver in a monotone voice. "What?" Klein gasped, and as the driver turned, he was met with the penetrating, indifferent gray eyes of Officer Dunn Smith. "You." Klein was struck with terror, feeling the world spin around him, and he abruptly sat upright. Sitting up, Klein looked around in bewilderment, noticing the crimson moon shining brightly outside. With the room draped in delicate gauze, he touched his forehead, which was damp and cold with sweat, the same sensation lingering on his back. Just a nightmare. Klein exhaled slowly, relieved. He recalled feeling quite lucid in his dream, able to think calmly, which struck him as peculiar. After regaining his composure, Klein glanced at his pocket watch, discovering it was barely past 2 in the morning. He quietly rose from his bed, intending to wash his face in the shared lavatory and alleviate the discomfort in his abdomen. As he turned the doorknob, he stepped into the dim corridor, moving cautiously towards the lavatory under the faint, indistinct moonlight. Suddenly, he spotted a figure standing at the end of the hallway by the window. The figure wore a black coat that was shorter than a robe, yet longer than formal attire, half immersed in darkness, bathed in the cool, crimson moonlight. The figure slowly turned, revealing deep, cold, gray eyes. Dunn Smith. Chapter 13. The Night Watchman. Startled, Klein involuntarily took a step back, uncertain whether he was awake or still dreaming. The figure removed his black top hat and bowed slightly, offering a low, enigmatic smile. "Allow me to reintroduce myself, the Night Watchman, Dunn Smith." Night Watchman? Klein recalled the extraordinary teams of the Night Goddess Church mentioned by Justice and the Hanged Man, suddenly exclaiming, "You manipulate dreams? You made me have that dream just now." The Night Watchman Dunn Smith replaced his black hat, concealing his slightly receding hairline, his gray eyes glimmering with amusement as he replied, "No. I merely entered your dream to provide necessary guidance." His voice was rich and soothing, echoing softly through the dimly lit corridor. In dreams, suppressed emotions and various dark psyches are magnified, rendering everything chaotic, absurd, and mad. Yet, reality still exists, hidden within. For someone seasoned like me, everything is apparent and easily discernible. I trust you in your dream more than I trust the waking version of you. What normal person can control their dreams? If I dream of something from Earth, wouldn't that alert Dunn Smith? Klein felt a sudden chill, filled with trepidation regarding his dream experiences. Yet, he soon discerned an oddity. He remembered being quite lucid and rational in his dream, aware of what to say and what not to say. In simple terms, it felt nothing like dreaming. So, did Dunn Smith only witness what I wished for him to see? Klein's thoughts raced, and he began to grasp something. Was this a benefit of his transmigration? Perhaps a result of his unique essence or the influence of the fortune ritual? "So, Mr. Smith, are you certain I truly lost my memory?" Klein inquired, carefully organizing his words. Dunsmith did not respond directly, but instead studied him intently. You seem remarkably unfazed by such matters. The individuals I previously encountered, even right after dreaming, refused to believe in extraordinary powers, preferring to think they had yet to awaken. Klein nodded. Perhaps it is because I have been yearning and hoping for such power to aid me. An intriguing line of reasoning. Perhaps your survival is due to more than mere luck, Dunn acknowledged, a faint smile absent from his expression. I can now confirm that you have indeed lost a portion of your memory due to this incident, particularly regarding the events themselves. Then can I return? Klein released a sigh of relief, tentatively asking. Dunn, with one hand in his pocket, approached slowly, the surrounding night growing tranquil and gentle. No. You must accompany me to meet an expert, he said, his lips curling slightly in a polite smile. Why? Klein blurted out, quickly adding. You don't trust your own guidance over dreams? What a jest! If that expert possesses skills in hypnosis or mind reading, my deepest secrets would be laid bare. The consequences are unimaginable. I am generally modest, but I do possess a certain confidence regarding dreams, Dunn replied calmly. However, it is prudent to reconfirm crucial matters, especially since her expertise greatly differs from mine. She may assist you in recovering some memories. Before Klein could respond, Dunn's tone grew serious. After all, you are connected to the whereabouts of that Antigonus family journal. What? Klein paused in disbelief. Dunn halted before him, his gray eyes fixed on Klein's. The journal from the fourth epoch is not at the scene. It is nowhere in the entire house. Welch is dead. Naya is dead. You are the only lead. Very well. Klein remained silent for a moment before exhaling. The journal's disappearance is indeed bizarre. I had not considered its fate until now. Dunn nodded subtly, moving past Klein as he spoke. Lock the door behind you. We must head to Mr. Welch's residence immediately. The expert awaits us there. Klein inhaled silently, his heart racing with unease. He wished to refuse, even to flee, but he knew that due to their previous encounter in the dream, Dunsmith would be on heightened alert. Given the disparity in strength between an ordinary person and an extraordinary one, forcibly resisting would yield little success. He was likely still armed, having practiced shooting extensively. A myriad of thoughts clashed violently in his mind, but Klein ultimately chose to confront reality. All right. I suppose we shall proceed step by step. Perhaps the peculiarities of my dream will manifest once more. Then let us go, Dunn responded, his tone unwavering. Klein turned and followed for a few steps, but suddenly halted. Mr. Smith, I wish to visit the lavatory first. I only just emerged to relieve myself. Dunn did not object but instead regarded him closely, stating, No problem, Klein. Trust me, in the night, I am far more formidable than you can imagine. In the night. Klein silently repeated those words. He refrained from any reckless actions, dutifully addressing his discomfort, then splashed cold water on his face to thoroughly calm himself. After donning his hat and coat, Klein gently followed Dunn down the stairs toward the entrance of the apartment. In this serene atmosphere, Deng N. Smith suddenly spoke. At the end of the dream, why did you wish to escape? What were you afraid of? Klein's thoughts raced like lightning as he pondered and replied. I do not recall what transpired at the Welch residence, nor do I remember if I directly caused the deaths of him and Naya. I fear the possibility that it might indeed be me. I am reluctant to gamble on that, and would rather flee to the southern continent to commence a new life. If I were in your position, I would do the same. Deng opened the apartment door, allowing the cool midnight breeze to disperse the stifling heat within. He was unperturbed by Klein's potential escape, and climbed onto the carriage first, the very one Klein had seen in his dream. A four-wheeled, single-horse carriage, with a coachman, and the side of the carriage adorned with the emblem of a police system, featuring crossed swords encircled by a crown. As Klein followed inside, he discovered the interior was carpeted with thick fabric, suffused with a calming aroma that soothed both body and mind. Taking a seat at random, he sought a topic to delve deeper into the situation. Mr. Smith, if, and I emphasize if, the experts confirm that I have truly forgotten that portion of my memory, and there is no other evidence to prove I am the perpetrator rather than the victim, would that mean the matter is resolved? In theory, yes, Deng replied. We would seek the notebook through other avenues. As long as it still exists, it can be discovered. Of course, prior to that, we must ensure you bear no curses, no lingering malevolent spirits, nor corresponding psychological issues, so that you may embrace your future life in peace and health. A peculiar smile crept across Deng N. Smith's face. Klein perceptibly caught this nuance, and before he could feel relieved, he pressed on. In theory? Indeed, merely in theory. This field is invariably filled with twisted, irrational, and utterly unbelievable occurrences. Deng gazed into Klein's eyes, stating, Their continuance and conclusion are sometimes beyond our foresight and control. For instance, Klein momentarily felt a pang of fear. On the nearly deserted street, The carriage sped along as Deng retrieved his pipe to savor its scent. When we believe matters to be concluded, and everything has returned to normal, it may descend upon us again in a terrifying and shocking manner. A few years ago, we dealt with a cult case in which they orchestrated the suicide of their followers as a means of living sacrifice to appease a malevolent deity. One of the chosen followers, after a struggle against foolishness, heresy, and hallucinogens, managed to escape and report to the police. The case was handed over to us for resolution, a rather simple task, as the cult lacked any extraordinary individuals, and the deity they worshipped was merely a fabrication of their leader, designed for profit and pleasure, obliterating humanity. With just 2 of our team members, alongside the police's cooperation, we successfully dismantled the cult without any escapees. Furthermore, we confirmed that the reporter bore no traces of lingering malevolence, no curses, and certainly no psychological barriers or personality issues, nor any other peculiar signs. Subsequently, his career flourished, he married a wonderful wife, and they had a son and a daughter, with all shadows seemingly dissipated from his life, the horrors of the past appearing to have vanished completely. At this juncture, Deng N. Smith chuckled. Yet, this past March, despite his flourishing financial status, a deep bond with his spouse, and bright, charming children, he ended his own life by strangling himself in his office. The crimson moonlight streamed through the carriage window, casting its glow upon Deng N. Smith. In this moment, his seemingly self-mocking smile struck Klein as deeply unsettling, an inexplicable chill creeping over him. He gasped silently, as if foreseeing his own dismal fate. Even if he had escaped a calamity, was it merely a temporary reprieve? What means existed for a complete resolution? Could he become extraordinary to combat this? The carriage fell silent as a torrent of thoughts surged within Klein, only to cascade away. In this difficult silence, the carriage sped on for quite some time. Just as Klein resolved to muster the courage to consult Deng N. Smith for potential solutions, the carriage came to a halt. Mr. Smith, we have arrived at Welch's residence. The coachman's voice reached their ears. Let us disembark. Deng adjusted his black coat to knee level and remarked, Allow me to introduce her. The expert's public persona is that of the most renowned medium in Ahua County. Klein reined in his other thoughts and inquired with curiosity, And what is her true identity? Deng turned partially, glancing back with deep gray eyes, a genuine medium. Chapter 14. The medium Klein silently repeated this description, refraining from further speech as he followed Deng N. Smith down from the carriage. The Welch residence in Tianjin was a standalone house with a garden, its wrought iron gate opening onto a road wide enough for 4 carriages to travel simultaneously. Every 50 meters along the road stood a gas lamp. Differing from those Klein had encountered in his previous life, the columns slightly taller than an adult man, facilitating easy lighting. The black metal clung to the glass, forming grids that created lantern-like classical artworks, where coldness and warmth danced together, shadows and light coexisted. As they trod upon the yellowed path, Klein and Deng and Smith passed through the partially opened iron gate, entering the abode rented by Welch. Directly in front of the main entrance lay a thoroughfare wide enough for 2 carriages, paved with cement, leading straight to the 2-story house. To the left was the garden, and to the right, a lawn, where a gentle floral fragrance intertwined with a refreshing scent, evoking a sense of tranquility. Upon stepping inside, Klein suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, glancing around anxiously. He sensed that in the garden, within the shadows of the lawn, atop the roof of the house, behind the swing, and in each dim corner, countless eyes were watching him. Though the place was ostensibly empty, Klein felt as if he were amidst a bustling street. This bizarre contrast, this peculiar sensation, caused his body to tense, a cold shiver creeping up from his tailbone. Something is amiss. He could not help but alert Deng. Deng, maintaining an unchanged expression, continued walking calmly, responding nonchalantly, "Pay it no mind." Seeing that the night watchman had spoken so, Klein endeavored to suppress the bone-chilling sensation of being pursued, scrutinized, and evaluated without the ability to discern the source, and gradually approached the front door of the standalone house. "If this continues, I will become neurotic," Deng remarked as he knocked on the door. Klein swiftly turned back to glance once more. The flowers swayed in the wind, devoid of any figures. "Come in, gentlemen," a somewhat ethereal voice emanated from within the house. Deng turned the handle and pushed the door open. Addressing the woman seated upon the sofa, "Dai Li, have there been any results?" The chandelier in the living room remained unlit, as a trio of leather sofas encircled a marble coffee table. A solitary candle flickered atop the table, casting a vivid blue flame that enveloped the semi-open layout of the living room, dining area, and kitchen in a layer of undulating, eerie hues. In the center of the long sofa sat a lady clad in a hooded black robe, her face adorned with blue eyeshadow, and blush, while her wrists were wrapped in silver chains bearing white crystal pendants. From the moment Klein laid eyes on her, he felt an inexplicable sensation. She resembled a true medium. Was she merely playing a role? The enchanting and otherworldly medium, Diley, swept her emerald eyes over Klein before turning to Deng and Smith, stating, "The original spirits have vanished, including those of Welch and Naya. The little ones here are completely oblivious." Spirits? The unseen observers that the medium encountered were indeed spirits. Could there be so many of them? Klein removed his hat and placed it over his heart, bowing slightly as he greeted, "Good evening, madam." Dunsmith sighed and remarked, "This is quite a predicament. Dolly, this is Klein Moretti. See if you can discern anything from him." The medium, Dolly, immediately shifted her gaze to Klein and gestured towards the single armchair beside her, saying, "Please, have a seat." "Thank you." Klein nodded, taking a few steps to sit down, his heart racing involuntarily. The outcome, life or death, a smooth passage or a revelation of secrets, depended on what transpired next. What left him feeling most powerless was his lack of reliable resources, having to place his hopes on the extraordinary. This was indeed a most unsettling feeling, Klein thought bitterly. As Dunn settled onto the love seat opposite him, the medium Dolly retrieved 2 thumb-sized glass vials from a concealed pouch at her waist. With a gentle smile in her emerald eyes, she addressed Klein, "I require a bit of assistance. After all, you are not my enemy. Thus, I cannot treat you too directly or roughly, as that would cause discomfort, perhaps even pain, and potentially leave severe aftereffects. I will provide you with a fragrance, enveloping you in enough tenderness and lubrication to gradually let go and truly immerse yourself in the experience." Klein found her words somewhat unsettling, his eyes widening in astonishment. Dunn chuckled and added, "Do not be surprised. Unlike those from the Church of the Storm Lord, here, ladies are permitted to tease men verbally. You should understand this. Your mother is a devout follower of the goddess, and you and your brother have attended Sunday school at the church. I understand. I just didn't expect it to be so." Klein gestured, struggling to find the right descriptor, almost blurting out a translation that would have been inappropriate. Dunn smirked, "Rest assured, Dolly seldom behaves this way. She merely wishes to calm and relax you through her methods. She prefers corpses to men." "You make me sound like a pervert," the medium Dolly interjected with a smile. She opened one of the small vials and sprinkled a few drops into the vibrant blue flame of the candle. Night-blooming jasmine, deep sleep flower, and chamomile, all distilled and extracted into a pure essence. "I call it Anmanda, which means tranquility in Hermes' tongue. It has a delightful aroma." As she spoke, the candlelight flickered, and the drops of essence evaporated swiftly, filling the room with an enchanting fragrance. A serene and captivating scent wafted into Klein's nostrils, easing his tension and bringing tranquility to his spirit, as if he were gazing down at the darkness in the still of the night. The vial, named the Eye of Spirit, was crafted from the bark of the longwood tree and the leaves of the poplar, sun-dried for 7 days, boiled 3 times, and steeped in Lanzi wine. Of course, this process included a few incantations. The amber liquid dripped onto the vibrant blue flame as Dolly described it. Klein caught a whiff of the ethereal aroma of the wine, witnessing the candlelight flicker intensely, seeing Dolly's blue eyeshadow and blush glimmering with a strange luminescence, even perceiving a double image. It was an excellent aid for divination and a sufficiently alluring floral essence. As Dolly recounted her tale, Klein felt her voice resonating from all directions. Confounded, he glanced around to find everything swaying, blurring, as if enveloped in layers of thick fog. His own body swaying and blurring, losing its weight. The reds became redder, the blues bluer, and the blacks blacker. The colors melded together like an impressionist painting, dreamlike and surreal. Whispers, fragmented and overlapping, echoed around him, as if countless invisible beings were engaged in discussion. This sensation reminded him of his previous experience during the transformation ritual, yet devoid of the maddening urge to explode. Klein pondered, watching the scene unfold. At that moment, his gaze was captured by a pair of eyes, glimmering like emeralds. Dolly, clad in a black robe, sat upon the indistinct sofa, her gaze peculiarly focused atop Klein's head. Her voice gently chiming, "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am the medium Dolly." He thought, "I can still maintain my composure and rationality, just as during the transformation ritual and gatherings." Klein feigned a dazed state, replying, "Hello. The human mind is vast, harboring numerous secrets. Look at that vast ocean. We can only comprehend the islands that rise above the surface, yet beneath the waves lies a more extensive part of the islands. Beyond the islands, there is the vast ocean and an endless sky that symbolizes the spirit realm. You are the spirit of the body. You not only know the islands above the surface, but also the hidden parts beneath the waves, the entirety of the ocean. Every existence leaves a trace. Memories of the island's surface may be erased, but the parts beneath the waves and the entire ocean surely retained their corresponding projections. Dolly continued to entice him. As the surrounding blurred winds and shadows morphed into similar shapes, as if Klein's inner ocean was fully laid bare, awaiting his own exploration and discovery. Klein observed calmly, occasionally feeling the tumultuous ocean within him, ultimately responding in a dreamy tone. "I can't recall. I've forgotten." He adeptly showcased his anguish. Dolly attempted to entice him once more, but the alert Klein remained unaffected. "All right, let us conclude here. It is time to return. Return. Return." As her ethereal voice lingered, Dolly vanished, and the winds and shadows began to settle, the enchanting scent and faint aroma of wine returning to clarity. All colors restored to their normal state. The blurriness dissipated, and Klein's body trembled slightly, regaining its weight. He opened his eyes, which he had unknowingly closed, to find the vibrant blue candle still flickering. Dunn Smith still comfortably seated beside him, and the medium Dolly, still clad in her hooded black robe. "Why did you employ the theories of those malevolent lunatics from the Psychological Alchemy Society?" Dunn furrowed his brow, glancing at Dolly. She calmly responded while collecting the 2 small vials. "I find it quite accurate, at least in alignment with some of the things I have witnessed and encountered." Before Dunn could speak again, she gestured dismissively. "He is a tricky fellow. He left no traces whatsoever." Upon hearing this, Klein released a long sigh of relief and feigned ignorance, inquiring, "Is it over? What just transpired? I feel as though I took a nap." "That should suffice." Dunn interrupted him, turning to the medium Dolly. "Have you checked the bodies of Welch and Naya? The corpses can reveal more than you might imagine, unfortunately. Both Welch and Naya indeed took their own lives, which only indicates that the forces influencing them were fearsome. They left no traces behind." Dolly rose, extending her hand toward the candle. "I shall take my leave now." The vibrant blue glow vanished, and the room was instantly flooded with a mesmerizing crimson hue. "Congratulations. You may return home, but remember, you must not disclose this matter to family or friends. It must remain confidential." Dunn led Klein toward the door. Klein, perplexed, countered, "Shouldn't we check for traces of curses or malevolent spirits?" Dolly remained silent, simply indicating that there were none. Dunn replied tersely, "There are none." Klein felt a wave of relief wash over him, recalling his earlier concerns, and quickly asked, "How can I be sure there will be no trouble later?" "Do not worry too much." Deng En slightly moved the corner of his mouth and remarked, "According to statistics, in similar situations, 80% of the survivors do not encounter terrifying repercussions. Well, this data is based on my recollection, approximately. However, there remains the unfortunate 20%, and Klein could not afford to take such risks. You might consider joining us as a clerical staff member. This way, if any signs arise, we can detect them promptly." Deng En casually stated as he approached the carriage. "Or you could directly become an extraordinary individual. After all, we are not your caretakers, unable to vigilantly supervise your every action, even with women." "Is that possible for me?" Klein asked, following the thread of the conversation. Naturally, he held little hope, as it seemed implausible that one could so easily join the ranks of the Night Watchers and gain extraordinary powers. That is indeed extraordinary power. Deng En halted, turned his head slightly, and regarded him. "It is not impossible, depending on the circumstances." "What?" This unexpected turn startled Klein, and he stood beside the carriage, momentarily at a loss before inquiring, "Really? Is it truly that easy to become an extraordinary individual?" Deng En chuckled softly, his gray eyes obscured by the shadow of the carriage. "Do you doubt it? In truth, becoming a Night Watcher entails significant sacrifices, such as your freedom. Setting that aside for now, there are other issues. First, you are neither a meritorious cleric nor a devout believer, so you cannot be selective in choosing the safest paths. Secondly," Deng En grasped the handrail and boarded the carriage. "We, as the Punishers, the Mechanical Hearts, and other similar judicial bodies, handle incidents each year, of which a quarter involve extraordinary beings losing control." A quarter of extraordinary beings losing control left Klein momentarily stunned. At that moment, Deng En partially turned his body, his gray gaze deep and devoid of mirth as he continued, "And within that quarter, a significant portion comprises our own teammates." Chapter 15, Invitation Why? Upon hearing Deng En's words, an emotional tempest surged within Klein, prompting him to instinctively blurt out, "Do extraordinary beings harbor severe hidden dangers? Is it true that even the Church's judicial bodies dealing with aberrant incidents involving extraordinary beings face issues?" Deng En Smith stepped into the carriage and resumed his previous seat, maintaining an expression and tone of normalcy. "This is not something you need to understand, nor is it something you can comprehend unless you become one of us." Klein fell silent, Bemused, and half amused yet puzzled, he asked, how could one make a decision to join without clarifying this? Without joining, one cannot gain insight. And thus it becomes a vicious cycle. Deng and Smith retrieved his pipe, holding it to his nose for a puff without lighting the tobacco. You seem to have misunderstood. Our members include clerical staff. So, as long as I become one of your clerical personnel, I can learn the relevant secrets, understand the hidden dangers of extraordinary beings, and then consider whether to become one. Klein pondered as he restated Deng Un's meaning in his own words. Deng Un smiled and responded, precisely. With one caveat. It does not guarantee that your desire to become an extraordinary being will be fulfilled. In this regard, all major churches maintain strict standards. How could they not be strict? Klein internally scoffed, gesturing emphatically. What about clerical personnel? Surely that must be strict as well? If it were you, there should be no issue, Deng Un replied, his eyes half closed as he savored the aroma of the pipe without igniting it. Why? Klein found himself perplexed once more. Concurrently, he began to self-deprecate internally. Is my uniqueness, my transcendent aura, as luminous and distinct as a firefly in the night? Deng Un opened his half-closed eyes, his gray gaze as profound as before. First, surviving such incidents without our assistance indicates you possess qualities that set you apart from others, such as luck. And fortunate individuals are always in demand. Observing Klein's somewhat dazed expression, he added with a slight smile, you may consider that a humorous remark. Secondly, you are a graduate from the history department of Hoi University, which is something we highly value. Despite the disdain that followers of Lomi, the Lord of Storms, may have towards women, his perspectives on society, culture, economy, and politics remain incisive. He once stated that talent is the key to maintaining competitive advantage and fostering healthy development. A sentiment I wholeheartedly endorse. Noticing Klein's slight frown, he casually elaborated. You can imagine that we frequently encounter quaternary and even earlier documents and artifacts. Numerous cults and heretical groups attempt to derive power from these items, and at times, they can themselves lead to bizarre and terrifying occurrences. Apart from extraordinary beings in specialized fields, the majority of us are not adept at learning, or rather, we have outgrown that stage. At this point, Deng Un Smith pointed to his own head and smiled wryly. Those tedious and monotonous facts always induce drowsiness. Even the sleepless cannot resist. In the past, we collaborated with historians and archaeologists, but this posed risks of confidential information leakage and could lead to unfortunate outcomes for professors and academics. Thus, having a professional join us and become one of our own is an opportunity hard to decline. Klein nodded lightly, accepting Deng Un's perspective. And in a moment of expansive thought, he asked, why not directly develop someone like that before? Deng Un continued. This brings us to the third and most crucial point. Your prior encounters with similar events do not violate confidentiality clauses, whereas attempting to develop others carries the risk of failure, for which I would bear the responsibility of any leaks. The majority of our team members and clerical staff originate from within the church. After listening in silence, Klein inquired curiously, why is there such strict confidentiality? Wouldn't publicizing many matters and spreading awareness help prevent similar mistakes from occurring? The greatest fear stems from the unknown. We can transform the unknown into the known. No. Humanity's folly exceeds your imagination. This would instead lead to more imitation, greater chaos, and more severe incidents. Deng Un Smith countered with a shake of his head. Klein acknowledged with a thoughtful hum. The only lesson humanity learns from history is that humanity learns nothing from history, perpetually repeating the same tragedies. He concurred with the profound wisdom of Emperor Roselle. Emperor Roselle said that the predecessors of traversers truly leave no opportunity for showmanship to later generations. Klein found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Deng Un turned his gaze to the outside of the carriage, where the dim glow of street lamps intertwined to form the brilliance of civilization. Within the judicial bodies of the major churches, there exists a similar phrase, which may be the primary reason for strict confidentiality and prohibiting ordinary individuals from knowing. What is it? Klein's spirit invigorated, relishing the thrill of uncovering a secret. Deng Un turned back, the muscles of his face subtly twitching as he replied, belief and fear breed troubles. An excess of belief and fear leads to greater troubles until all is destroyed. After uttering this, he sighed, and aside from seeking the protection and assistance of divine beings, humanity cannot resolve the real troubles. Belief and fear bring troubles. An abundance of belief and fear leads to even greater troubles. Klein pondered this phrase, struggling to comprehend its essence, and in his confusion, he felt a creeping dread, as if in the shadows cast by the streetlights outside. Malicious eyes and gaping mouths lurked in the unilluminated darkness. The horse galloped nimbly, the wheels rolled, and the distant Iron Cross Street came into view. Dunn shattered the sudden silence with a formal invitation. Would you like to join us and become a civilian staff member? Klein's thoughts surged, and for a brief moment, he hesitated, contemplating before responding. May I consider it? This was a significant matter, and he could not afford to make a hasty decision. No problem. Just give me a response by Sunday, Dunn nodded. And remember, confidentiality is paramount. You cannot disclose any information related to Welch to anyone, including your brother and sister. Violation could cause them trouble and potentially lead you to a special court. Understood, Klein replied solemnly. Silence enveloped the carriage once more. As Iron Cross Street drew near and home was almost within reach, Klein suddenly recalled a question. After a brief hesitation, he inquired, Mr. Smith, what are the salaries and benefits for your civilian staff? This was a serious question. Dunn paused for a moment, then smiled. You need not worry about that. Our funding is jointly secured by the church and the police department. New civilian staff receive a weekly salary of £2.10, along with a 10-shilling confidentiality and risk allowance, totaling around £3, hardly inferior to a formal university lecturer. Subsequently, as your experience and corresponding merits grow, your salary will gradually increase. For civilian staff, we generally offer a 5-year contract. After 5 years, if you wish to leave, you may do so normally. But you must sign a lifelong confidentiality agreement. You cannot leave Tingen without our approval, and if you move to another city, you must promptly register with the local night watchman. Dunn continued. By the way, there are no Sundays. We only have rotating days off, ensuring that 3 civilian staff are always on duty. If you wish to vacation in the south at Dixie Bay, you will need to coordinate with your colleagues. Just as Dunn concluded, the carriage came to a halt, revealing the apartment where the Kleins resided. I understand, Klein said, stepping down from the carriage and pausing. By the way, Mr. Smith, if I decide, where should I find you? Dunn replied with a low chuckle. Go to the Hound Tavern on Bicyc Street and speak to their owner, right? Tell him you wish to hire a mercenary team for a task. Klein was perplexed. Our address is also confidential. I cannot disclose it directly before you agree. Well then, Mr. Klein Moretti, I wish you sweet dreams tonight, Dunn said with a smile. Klein doffed his hat in salute, watching as the carriage gradually departed. He pulled out his pocket watch, clicking it open to find it just past 4 in the morning. The cool breeze caressed the streets, and the streetlights cast a dim, yellow glow. Klein inhaled deeply, absorbing the stillness of the night. The once bustling streets now lay eerily quiet in the dead of night, a stark contrast to the silent scrutiny and the surreal mystique of the Welch residence. It was only then that he noticed his linen shirt was damp with sweat, cold and clammy against his skin. Chapter 16. The dog catches the mouse finally. He had passed the test of the medium. Klein exhaled a breath of relief, slowly turning around to savor the tranquility of the night and the refreshing breeze as he strolled toward the apartment entrance. He retrieved his key, inserted it into the lock, and turned it gently, allowing the crimson-black crevice to widen with a creak. Walking up the deserted staircase, breathing in the crisp air, Klein experienced a peculiar sensation as if he had gained several extra hours of life, which made his steps lighter. With a click, he maintained this buoyant mindset as he opened his front door. However, before he could step inside, he spotted a shadow seated quietly in the darkness before his desk, a figure with black hair glistening crimson, bright brown eyes, and a delicate countenance. Unmistakably Melissa Moretti. Klein, where have you been? Melissa's brow unfurrowed as she asked, perplexed. Before Klein could respond, she added, seemingly eager to clarify the sequence of events. I just got up to use the washroom and noticed you weren't home. With a wealth of experience in deceiving his parents, Klein quickly devised a calm, rueful smile and replied, after waking once, I found it difficult to fall back asleep. I thought it a waste of time and decided to go for a run. Look, I'm all sweaty. He shrugged off his coat, half turning to reveal his back. Melissa stood up, glancing at him with casual indifference. After a few moments of contemplation, she remarked, Klein, you really don't need to feel too pressured. You will surely pass the interview at Tingen University. Even if not, well, if you could find something better. I hadn't even considered the interview, Klein nodded. I understand. He refrained from mentioning that he had already received an offer, as he was still uncertain about whether to accept it. Melissa gazed at him intently for a moment before turning abruptly and darting into the inner room. She emerged moments later with a turtle-like contraption made of gears, rusted iron, springs, and clockwork. Quickly winding the mechanism, she placed it on the desk. With a rhythmic clatter, the turtle hopped and moved, drawing attention effortlessly. When feeling troubled, watching it move is quite soothing. I've been doing this frequently lately. It's very effective. Klein, you should give it a try, Melissa invited with bright eyes. Klein accepted his sister's kind offer, leaning closer to watch the turtle, and when it finally stopped, he smiled, Simplicity and rhythm indeed bring relaxation. Before Melissa could reply, he pointed at the turtle and casually asked, "Did you make this yourself? When did you do it?" "I had no idea. I made it from materials the school didn't need and things I found on the way. I just finished it a couple of days ago," Melissa said nonchalantly, a slight smile gracing her lips. "Impressive," Klein sincerely praised. As a boy lacking mechanical skills, he had struggled immensely even to assemble a simple racing car in his childhood. Melissa raised her chin slightly, her eyes narrowing as she replied in a matter-of-fact tone, "It's just okay, nothing special." "Excessive modesty is a flaw," Klein chuckled. "Isn't this a turtle?" The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew heavy, and Melissa's voice, soft as crimson silk, resonated. "It is a puppet." "A puppet?" Klein chuckled awkwardly. Attempting to explain, "It's just the materials. They are too rudimentary." He quickly shifted the topic. "Why would you go to the washroom in the middle of the night? There's a toilet in there, and you're usually one to sleep soundly until morning." Melissa froze for a moment, and after several seconds, she opened her mouth to explain. Just then, a loud gurgling sound emanated from her abdomen. I'm going to sleep now." With that, she grabbed the turtle puppet and hurried back to her room, slamming the door behind her. Klein shook his head in amusement, realizing it must have been the lavish dinner from the previous night that caused her discomfort. He walked quietly to the desk, sitting silently in the chair, contemplating Dunn Smith's invitation under the soft glow of the crimson moon that peeked through the clouds. As a civilian member of the Night Watch, the disadvantages are glaringly apparent. As a participant in the enigmatic gatherings, the instigator, Fool, harbors numerous secrets and has long lingered under the vigilant eyes of the Church of the Night Goddess, which specializes in extraordinary events, presenting significant risks. The moment one joins Dunn Smith and his associates, the ambition to become an extraordinary individual emerges, masking the benefits acquired from the gatherings. Attaining formal membership inevitably restricts one's freedom, akin to how civilians must declare their departures from Tingen, unable to travel wherever they please or engage in whatever pursuits they desire, thus missing numerous opportunities. The Night Watch is a tightly knit organization. Once a task is assigned, one must await orders and cannot refuse. The extraordinary individuals carry the risk of losing control. Weighing the disadvantages in his mind, Klein began to contemplate the necessity and the potential benefits. Based on experiences from the transportation rituals, he understood that he would not be among the 80% of fortunate individuals spoken of by Dunn. Strange and perilous events would inevitably befall him, and only by becoming extraordinary or joining the Night Watch could he possess the capacity to counteract such challenges. Merely relying on the gatherings would not suffice to attain extraordinary status. While the potion formulas may not pose a significant issue, the quest for corresponding materials, their acquisition, preparation, and the essential knowledge for the daily cultivation of extraordinary individuals presents serious obstacles. It is impractical to consult justice and the hangman for every query or to trade every item with them, as this would not only tarnish the image of the fool and raise suspicions, but also consume an inordinate amount of time addressing such trivial matters. Furthermore, excessive material exchanges would leave traces of his real identity, leading to significant complications if online disputes escalated into offline conflicts. However, joining the Night Watch would provide access to the knowledge of the mysterious world and relevant channels, allowing him to amass sufficient connections as leverage to influence the gatherings and gain maximum benefits from justice and the hangman, which would in turn enhance his real-world status, securing more resources and establishing a virtuous cycle. Of course, one might also seek to join the Psychological Alchemy Society mentioned by Dunn, an organization suppressed and hunted by the major churches, yet becoming a member would similarly result in the loss of freedom and constant fear. A more pressing concern is that he has no idea where to find them. Even if he extracted relevant information from the hangman, any rash contact could entail lethal risks. Becoming a civilian member offers a buffer and the opportunity to withdraw. The small hidden away in the wild, the medium concealed in the city, and the great hidden in the court. Perhaps the identity of a Night Watch member serves as a better disguise. In the future, as a senior figure in the arbitration court, who would suspect him to be a heretic, the puppet master of a clandestine organization? As the dawn broke and the crimson faded, gazing at the golden horizon, Klein resolved to seek out Dunn Smith today and become a civilian member of the Night Watch. "Are you not asleep?" At that moment, Melissa rose again and opened the door, surprised to see her brother stretching languidly without concern for his appearance. "Just thinking," Klein replied with a smile, exuding relaxation. After a moment's contemplation, Melissa remarked, "When faced with a dilemma, I list the pros and cons one by one. Once completed, I compare them to gain insight into the best course of action. It's a good habit, I do the same." Klein responded with a smile. Melissa, her expression relaxed, said no more, taking the yellowed large sheet of paper and her toiletries to the communal washroom. After breakfast, with his sister gone, Klein did not rush to leave, but took the opportunity to rest, feeling quite pleased, as he understood that nearly all taverns remained closed in the morning. At 2 in the afternoon, he smoothed out the creases of his top hat with a small brush and handkerchief, cleaning away the dirt to restore its neatness. Then donned formal attire, as if preparing for an interview. The distance to Bicycle Street was considerable, and fearing he might miss the night watch's working hours, he opted not to walk, but to wait for a public carriage at the corner of Iron Cross Street. In the Kingdom of Ruin, public carriages are of two types, non-rail and rail. The former, drawn by 2 horses, can seat around 20 individuals, operating flexibly along a general route without specific stops, stopping only when full. The latter, managed by the rail carriage company, operates on main streets with rail-like tracks laid down, allowing horses to run along the inner side, facilitating larger double-decker carriages capable of accommodating nearly 50 passengers, though the routes and stops are fixed, making it rather rigid. After a brief wait of about 10 minutes, the sound of wheels striking the tracks grew louder, and a double-decker carriage came to a halt at the Iron Cross Street stop. To Bicycle Street, Klein instructed the driver, "You need to change at Champagne Street. From there, it's only about a 10-minute walk to Bicycle Street." The driver explained the route. "Then let us go to Champagne Street." Klein nodded in agreement. "That'll be over 4 kilometers, for pennies," the driver informed him, while a fair-skinned young man beside him extended his hand. He was responsible for collecting fares. "Very well," Klein replied, retrieving 4 copper pennies from his pocket and handing them over. He boarded the carriage, noticing that it was not crowded, with several empty seats even on the lower level. With only 3 pennies remaining, he would have to walk back. Adjusting his hat, Klein settled in comfortably. The gentlemen and ladies on this level were mostly dressed in formal attire, with some in work clothes leisurely reading newspapers, but conversation was scarce, creating a rather tranquil atmosphere. Klein closed his eyes to conserve energy, indifferent to the comings and goings of his fellow passengers. Stop after stop, he finally heard the word Champagne Street. After disembarking, he inquired along the way and soon arrived at Bicycle Street. Spotting the tavern marked with the emblem of a brown and yellow hunting dog, Klein extended his right hand and pushed the heavy door open, letting in a rush of clamorous sounds and a wave of restless heat. Though it was still afternoon, the tavern was already populated with numerous patrons. Some were temporary workers seeking opportunities, while others aimlessly drowned their sorrows in alcohol. The interior was dimly lit, with 2 large iron cages standing in the center, 1/3 of which was sunk into the ground without any gaps. People gathered around, wooden tankards in hand, engaging in loud discussions interspersed with curses and laughter. Klein curiously glanced inside and saw 2 dogs, one black and white, resembling a husky, and the other entirely black, with a sleek coat, robust and fierce. "Care to place a bet? Doug has won 8 matches in a row." A short man wearing a brown soft hat approached, pointing at the black dog. "Bet." Klein was momentarily taken aback, then realized, dog fighting? During his time at Hoy University, the noble students and scions of wealthy families often condescendingly inquired whether he, a rough worker, enjoyed participating in boxing and gambling in taverns. Did the gambling options include not only boxing and card games, but also the brutal and bloody spectacles of cockfighting and dogfighting? The short man scoffed, "Sir, we are civilized people. We do not engage in such disgraceful activities." He then muttered softly, "Moreover, a law prohibiting such matters was enacted last year." "So what are you betting on?" Klein asked out of curiosity. "Who is the better hunter?" The short man replied just as a stir arose in the crowd. He turned to look, waving his hand excitedly. "This match has begun. You can't place a bet now. Wait for the next round." Upon hearing this, Kilian rose onto his toes, craning his neck to gaze into the distance. He beheld 2 burly men dragging a sack each, approaching the iron cage. They opened the cell door and unceremoniously dumped its contents inside. What emerged were a multitude of gray, repugnant creatures. Upon closer inspection, Kilian realized they were rats, dozens, if not hundreds of them. The iron cage, embedded deep into the earth, had no escape routes, leaving the rats to scurry in vain. At that moment, as the cage door closed, the chains of 2 dogs were released. Woof! The black dog lunged forward, swiftly dispatching a rat with a single bite. The black and white dog initially appeared bewildered, but soon reveled in play with the remaining rats. Those gathered around either raised their glasses, fixated on the scene, or shouted excitedly, "Kill it! Get it! Dog! Dog!" What a spectacle of dogs hunting rats! Kilian felt a sudden epiphany, his lips twitching in amusement. The gambling here was centered on which dog would catch the most rats. Perhaps one could even wager on the exact number. No wonder there were always buyers for live rats over at Taishitsi Street. How unique! Kilian shook his head in disbelief, amused, and retreated, maneuvering through the cluster of patrons until he reached the bar. A new face? The bartender inquired, glancing up from polishing a glass. A pint of rye beer for 1 penny, and matte beer for 2, or perhaps a fine malt brew of launchy. I am seeking Mr. Wright, Killian stated directly. The bartender whistled and called out to the back. Old man, someone else looking for you. Who? A muffled voice replied, as a tipsy elder rose from behind the bar. Rubbing his eyes, he turned to Killian and asked, Young man, are you looking for me? Mr. Wright, I wish to hire a mercenary squad for a task. Killian replied as instructed by Dunn. A mercenary squad? Do you live in an adventure story? Those have long ceased to exist. The bartender interjected with a laugh. Wright paused for a few seconds before asking, Who told you to come here? Dunn Smith, Killian answered truthfully. Wright chuckled heartily. I see, mercenary squads do exist, albeit under a different name more befitting modern society. You can find one at 36 Zotellon Street, 2nd floor. Thank you. Killian expressed sincerely as he turned and exited the bar. Just before stepping out, the patrons who had been gathered suddenly fell silent, whispering among themselves. The dog actually lost. Lost. Killian shook his head, bemused, and hurried away, asking for directions to the nearby Zotellon Street. 30, 32, 34 here. He counted the house numbers as he ascended the stairs. Rounding the corner and climbing step by step, he spotted a vertical sign that read, Heishenji Security Company. Chapter 17, Special Operations Division. Seeing the sign, Killian paused, struck by the unexpected yet somehow sensible revelation. Truly, he was at a loss for how to critique this. He shook his head with a chuckle and ascended further, extending his right hand to gently rap on the half-closed door. Knock, knock, knock. The slow, rhythmic knocking echoed. Yet there was no response within, only the faint sound of something clattering inside. Knock, knock, knock. Killian repeated his efforts, still met with the same silence. He shifted to pushing the door, widening the gap, and peered inside, where he glimpsed a set of classical sofas, soft armchairs, and a natural wood coffee table. There was a desk facing him, behind which sat a girl with her head bowed, her brown hair cascading down. Though the security company's sign was merely a facade, it seemed rather unprofessional. How long had it been since they had business? Well, perhaps they didn't need any. Killian mused as he approached, knocking twice more on the table beside the girl. Knock, knock. The girl sat up straight, abruptly raising the newspaper before her face. The Honest Man Gazette of Tingent City. What a name, Killian thought as he read the headline. The steam train Flying Eagle to Constant City is now operational. Truly, when would there be a direct route to Daisai Bay? I certainly do not wish to endure another maritime journey. It is quite unbearable. Ah, who are you? The girl feigned reading aloud, but as she spoke, she lowered the newspaper, revealing her smooth forehead and light brown eyes, first displaying a smile. Then astonishment as she recognized Killian. Hello, I am Killian Moretti, visiting at the invitation of Mr. Dunn Smith, Killian said, removing his hat and placing it over his heart. Bowing slightly, the girl, appearing to be in her early 20s, wore a light green rune-style dress adorned with beautiful lace at the cuffs, neckline, and chest, enhancing her already exquisite features. Captain, please wait here. I will inquire about him, she said hurriedly, disappearing through a side door into the inner room. Not even offering a glass of water. What a lack of service awareness, Killian thought with a slight smile, remaining in place rather than moving to the sofas or chairs. After 2 or 3 minutes, the girl returned, her smile sweet as she said, Mr. Moretti, please follow me. The captain is currently on duty at the Charney's Gate and cannot leave. Very well, Killian replied warmly, stepping forward, though inwardly he pondered, what is the Charney's Gate? Through the partition, he first beheld a short corridor, with 3 offices on each side. Some offices were locked tight, while others stood ajar, revealing individuals diligently typing on heavy mechanical typewriters. As he glanced about, Killian unexpectedly recognized a familiar face, the young officer who had come to search his home. With raven hair, azure eyes, and a romantic poet's air. He was not in formal attire, his white shirt untucked, exuding an air of carefree nonchalance. Perhaps he truly was a poet. Killian nodded in acknowledgement, and the officer returned the gesture with a smile. The brown-haired girl twisted the handle of the office at the end of the corridor, pushing the door open and pointing inside with a smile. You'll need to descend a few more flights. This office was devoid of furnishings, save for a gray-white stone staircase leading downward. Gas lamps with elegant designs illuminated the walls on either side, their steady glow dispelling the darkness and bringing a sense of tranquility. The girl walked cautiously ahead, her gaze fixed on her feet. Though I traverse this path often, I still feel fear, always worried I might fall and tumble down. You wouldn't believe it, but Leonard once did something so foolish. On his first day as a sleepless, he attempted to sprint down without fully mastering his strength. And then, he became a wheel. Just thinking about it makes me laugh. That was 3 years ago. Speaking of which, I joined the Watchers 5 years ago when I was merely 17. As the girl navigated the stairs, she spoke freely, suddenly smacking her forehead as if recalling something important. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Roshan. My father was a formal member of the Watchers, and he perished in an accident 5 years ago. We should be colleagues from now on. I suppose colleagues is the right term. We can't yet call ourselves teammates, as we are not extraordinary beings, she continued. I hope to have that honor, but ultimately, it depends on Mr. Smith's decision, Helion remarked, surveying the enclosed space, sensing the chill of the subterranean stone walls seeping through, dispelling the summer heat. Rest assured, your presence here signifies the captain's approval. I have always harbored a slight trepidation towards the captain, although he is amiable and caring, reminiscent of a father figure. For reasons unknown, I still feel apprehensive. Luo Shan's voice is sweet, akin to one savoring a piece of candy. Klein humorously retorted, isn't it normal to fear a father? That holds some truth. As they rounded a corner, Luo Shan reached out to steady herself against the wall. Engaged in conversation, the two descended the spiraling staircase, arriving at a flat expanse paved with stone slabs. Before them lay an elongated corridor, with gas lamps encased in metal grills adorning the walls, casting their light below and elongating the shadows of Klein and Luo Shan. Klein astutely observed that every so often along the walls, a dark holy emblem was displayed, symbolizing the goddess of night, characterized by a deep ebony backdrop adorned with radiant accents, crowned by a half-illuminated crimson moon. Though these emblems appeared unremarkable, traversing their midst, Klein felt an increasing sense of tranquility, while Luo Shan fell silent, no longer engaging in idle chatter as before. Before long, a crossroads emerged ahead, where the brown-haired girl succinctly explained, to the left leads to the Shung Sirena Church, to the right is the repository for weapons, materials, and literature, and straight ahead is the Charney's Gate. Shung Sirena Church? Is Zotellan Street located just behind the Red Moon Street? Klein stood momentarily dumbfounded. The Shung Sirena Church on Red Moon Street serves as the headquarters of the Goddess of Night's Church in Tingjin City, a sacred site revered by local devout followers. Alongside the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery in the outskirts, and the River and Sea Church of the Lord of Storms. They collectively uphold the religious community of Tingjin City and its surrounding towns and villages. Recognizing that his current status rendered him unfit to inquire further, Klein chose to remain silent and attentive. Crossing the intersection and proceeding straight ahead, within less than a minute, a pair of black iron doors, engraved with 7 holy emblems, came into view. They stood imposingly, evoking a sense of heaviness, coldness, and oversight, akin to a giant guarding the darkness. Charney's Gate, Luo Shan remarked, gesturing towards an adjacent room. The captain is inside. You may enter alone. Very well, thank you, Klein replied politely. The room Luo Shan indicated was just before the Charney's Gate, with an open window casting light within. Klein inhaled deeply, steadied himself, and knocked gently. Come in, a deep, warm voice emerged, belonging to Dunn Smith. Klein slowly pushed open the slightly ajar door and saw only a table with 4 chairs. Dunn Smith, sporting the same black coat from the previous night, leisurely perused a newspaper, a golden chain visible near the buttons on his chest. Please, have a seat. Have you made your decision? Are you certain you wish to join us? Dunn placed the newspaper aside, smiling as he inquired. Klein removed his hat, bowed respectfully, and sat at the table, nodding slowly. Yes, I am certain. Then take a look at this contract. Nowadays everyone prefers to call it a contract, Dunn remarked, pulling out a pair of identical contracts from the desk drawer. The stipulations were few, primarily reiterating what Dunn had previously mentioned, with a significant emphasis on the confidentiality clause. Those who violate it would not be judged by the kingdom's courts, but directly by the arbitration court of the Goddess of Night, akin to how soldiers and officers face military courts. The 5-year contract stipulated a weekly salary of £2 and 10 shillings, along with a 10-shilling confidentiality and risk allowance. Klein read through everything attentively and replied earnestly, I have no objections. Then please sign. Dunn indicated the dark red pen and ink on the table. Klein first tested the pen on scrap paper, then discreetly inhaled before signing his full name, Klein Moretti, in the designated spots on both contracts. Lacking a seal, he resorted to pressing his fingerprint. Dunn retrieved the contracts, producing a seal from the drawer to stamp both the end and several key areas. Having completed this, he rose, handing one copy of the contract back while extending his hand to Klein. Welcome. From this moment forth, you are one of us. Please remember, the contract must remain confidential. Klein stood as well, accepting the contract while shaking Dunn's hand and smiling. "Shall I now address you as captain?" "Indeed." Dunn's gray eyes appeared unusually profound in the dim light. After their handshake, they resumed their seats. Klein glanced at the seal on the contract. Discovering the inscription read Tingjin City Night Watch Team, Ahawa County of the Rune Kingdom. "I never anticipated you would use the Blackthorn Security Company as a cover," he remarked with a chuckle. "Actually, we have another facade," Dunn replied, retrieving a document from the drawer. It bore the dual seals of the city government and police department. Containing merely 2 lines of text, Special Operations Division, Group 7, Ahawa County Police Department of the Rune Kingdom. The first 4 groups are regular police responsible for security tasks, such as VIP protection and safeguarding important locations, while from the 5th group onward, they address supernatural incidents across various cities in the county. Our 7th group is tasked with matters concerning the goddess's followers in Tingjin City. Should individuals of differing faiths be present, we operate according to regional divisions, focusing primarily on the northern, western, and Jinwudong districts. Dunn provided a brief overview, mentioning that the 6th group, affiliated with the Lord of Storms Church, handles the dock area, eastern, and southern districts, while the University District and outskirts fall under the 5th group, which is the Mechanical Hearts team in Tingjin. Indeed, Klein found little inquiry necessary on this topic and instead jested, "What if someone approaches us with a task due to the Blackthorn Security Company's name? We accept. Why not? As long as it doesn't interfere with our daily operations," Dunn replied in a calm and humorous tone. "Any earnings would simply serve as a supplementary income, and the team members are quite amenable to it. After all, trivial matters like locating lost pets are now handled by private detectives." "How many members are there in our Night Watch team?" Klein inquired, following the thread of conversation. "Supernatural events are rather infrequent, and extraordinary beings even more so. The official members of the Night Watch in Tingjin City consist of only 6, including myself." If we count the administrative staff, that makes 6 now, including you," Dunn replied leisurely. Klein nodded and finally broached the matter that weighed heavily on his mind. "Captain, what did you mean by extraordinary beings going out of control? What causes such a loss of control?" Chapter 18, Origins and Reasons. Upon hearing Klein's question, Dunn glanced towards the corridor leading to the Charney's gate, produced his pipe, filled it with tobacco and mint leaves, then brought it to his nose for a deep inhalation, his voice slightly wavering as he mused. "Only at home can I indulge in the exquisite blend of tobacco and mint leaves without restraint." "Klein, are you familiar with the creation myth?" "Indeed," Klein replied, recalling his initial exposure to words through the revelation of night during Sunday school at the church. The wisdom and saintly scriptures both alluded to the creation myth. As he reflected on the fragmented memories of the original owner, he slowed his speech. The Creator awoke from chaos, shattering the darkness and creating the first ray of light, merging completely with the universe, transforming into all existence. His body became the earth and the stars, one eye turned into the sun, while the other became the red moon. And part of his blood surged forth as seas and rivers, nourishing and giving birth to life. As he spoke, Klein involuntarily paused, partly due to the obscured memories that followed, and partly because the creation myth bore similarities to the Panga myth of the gluttonous nation. Indeed, the imaginative faculties surrounding mythologies possess commonalities across different worlds. Upon encountering a conundrum, Klein was met with a smile from Dunn, who elaborated. His lungs metamorphosed into sprites. His heart transformed into giants. His liver evolved into ants. His head became a dragon. His kidneys transfigured into feathered serpents. His hair transitioned into a phoenix. His ears morphed into demonic wolves. His mouth and teeth were reshaped into aberrations. His remaining bodily fluids evolved into sea monsters, with the essence being a naga, his stomach, small intestine, and large intestine, along with the malignant parts of his body, transformed into demons, malevolent spirits, and various unknown evils. His spirit became the eternal sun, the Lord of Storms, the God of knowledge and wisdom. From his wisdom emerged humanity, marking the first era, the age of chaos. As Klein recounted this last sentence, he felt both amusement and absurdity. As a keyboard folklorist, this was his first encounter with such a meticulously arranged creation myth, detailing how each notable race derived from specific parts of the Creator. It resembled a rather orderly feast. And not only did the scriptures of the Goddess of Night relay such narratives, but the Church of the Lord of Storms, God of Steam and Machinery, also provided similar descriptions, without elevating themselves above other deities. This either indicated that the creation myth was indeed a factual account, or subtly suggested that the major churches, after extensive struggles and compromises in prehistory, prior to the Fifth Era, had finally reached a consensus. Reflecting upon this, Klein was struck by a sudden question. Furrowing his brow, I sense a discrepancy. Why did the eternal Sun, the Lord of storms, and the God of knowledge and wisdom emerge directly from the Creator's spirit, while the goddess did not? According to the prehistorical records in the Revelation of Night, the goddess of night did not awaken until the end of the Second Era, alongside the Lord of storms, the eternal Sun, and others, to safeguard and assist humanity through the Great Cataclysm, commonly referred to as the Third Era, the Age of Catastrophe. The Earth Mother and the God of War also appeared during this period, while the God of steam and machinery, originally named the craftsman god, did not come into being until the Fourth Era. Thus, the hierarchy among the gods seemed distinctly evident. Who is older and more orthodox is exceedingly clear. This caused certain disquiet among the followers of the goddess of night. Dunsmith, cradling his pipe with one hand, countered with a question. Can you recite the full title of the goddess? Klein felt as though he had inadvertently inflicted a wound upon himself and scrambled to recall. She is the goddess of night. More exalted than the starry sky and more ancient than eternity. She is the Lord of crimson, the mother of secrets, the queen of misery and fear, the Lord of slumber and silence. Fortunately, Klein's mother was a devout follower of the goddess of night. During her lifetime, she recited this every evening and at mealtime. So even though the original memories had fragmented, none were entirely lost. What does the Lord of Crimson symbolize? Dunn inquired in a guiding tone. The red moon. As soon as Klein uttered this, he seemed to grasp the implication. Which part of the Creator did that red moon emerge from? Dunn smiled and asked again. A singular eye. Klein exchanged a knowing smile with him. This was indeed not comparable to the Lord of Storms and others, who were born from the division of the Creator's spirit. It stands to reason that the churches of the Earth Mother and God of War would have similar narratives. However, the God of Steam and Machinery emerged too late to ascertain why their church remained weak for over a millennium until the invention of the steam engine allowed them to rise to equal standing. Dunn, stroking his pipe, remarked, humanity was born from the Creator's wisdom, thus possessing clever yet extraordinary minds, albeit lacking other wondrous abilities. Nevertheless, from the creation myth, we can draw a simple yet clear conclusion. All things originate from the same source. Klein repeated the last few words. Based on this conclusion, humanity, under divine protection, gradually discovered methods to attain extraordinary powers, utilizing the essence of malevolent spirits, dragons, monsters, and magical trees, flowers, or crystals, combined with other materials to concoct potions, subsequently consuming them to absorb various abilities. This is a shared understanding among all schools of mysticism. Dunn provided a brief overview of this process, noting that our ancestors learned through painful lessons that consuming high-grade, extraordinary potions directly often led to tragic outcomes, resulting in one of three possibilities. What are the three? Klein inquired with curiosity. First, mental death and physical collapse, with every piece of flesh transforming into a horrifying monster. Second, the power within the potion instantaneously alters one's personality, rendering one cold, sensitive, irritable, cruel, and indifferent. And the third, Dunn set down his pipe, picked up a nearby porcelain cup, and took a sip, was the Fairmore coffee from the Paw River Valley, bitter yet fragrant, with a delightful aftertaste. Would you care for a cup? I prefer the Highland coffee from Finneport, though I have only had it a few times at the Welch household. Klein politely declined. Pressing on, what is the third? Mental derangement, resulting in immediate madness, becoming more demonic than demons. That is the essence of loss of control. Dunn emphasized the term loss of control. Before Klein could respond, he set down the coffee cup and continued. After prolonged experimentation and exploration, coupled with the emergence of the blasphemous tablets, humanity finally perfected the potion system, establishing a series of progressive, stable chains of advancement. The lower the sequence number, the higher the potion grade. To this day, the 7 major churches each possess at least one complete sequence, along with several incomplete paths gathered over hundreds or even thousands of years. The blasphemous tablets? Klein keenly seized upon this term. During the gathering, the Hanged Man also mentioned it. According to the Hanged Man, the blasphemous tablets are the crucial factor in the formation and completeness of the potion system. This diverges somewhat from what Dunn just stated. These are artifacts created by certain eldritch gods. I am not entirely clear on the specifics of their appearance or the era they belong to, nor their peculiarities. However, if you discover any clues, you must report to me immediately. They possess the highest level of response. Dunn vaguely explained, having just referenced one instance of loss of control. Now, I will discuss the remaining 4 types. Klein set the question of the blasphemous tablets aside and listened intently. While humanity may only possess clever minds without other extraordinary abilities, this is not absolute. There are always a few fortunate, or rather unfortunate. Individuals born with heightened inspiration or the ability to sense spirits. They can hear sounds unheard by others and see things unseen by others, possessing certain extraordinary traits. As Dunn spoke, he glanced around the empty space, sending a shiver down Klein's spine. In other words, they equate to half a Sequence 9 extraordinary being, possessing fixed characteristics. Sequence 9 is the lowest grade in the chain. Ultimately, they can only select corresponding, fixed sequence paths. If they consume potions from other sequences, they risk mild mental irregularities, severe loss of control, or, in worse cases, outright death. Understood. Klein nodded slowly. The third type of loss of control is similar to the second. Once you have chosen a sequence chain, you can only proceed down that path, unable to retract your choice. If you consume potions from alternate paths, even if they are suitable for the sequence, while there is a high probability of acquiring blended, peculiar, and distorted abilities, you can be almost certain to descend into madness, either becoming sensitive and irritable, cruel and bloodthirsty, or silently melancholic. Such an opportunity arises only once. Thereafter, regardless of whether you consume potions from the original path or those of the current sequence, the sole outcome will be loss of control, resulting in either mental death, physical collapse into a monster, or transformation into a malevolent spirit. Dangan raised his coffee cup and took a sip as he spoke. Klein, feeling a sense of trepidation, fell silent for a few moments before inquiring about the fourth type of loss of control. The fourth type, Dangan chuckled, is indeed one of the most common issues. When we consume potions, we acquire abilities that rightfully belong to extraordinary beings, leading to unnatural mutations. We may be subject to residual mental influences, which, although perhaps asymptomatic and undetectable to outsiders, surely lie dormant within us. If one rashly consumes higher-tier corresponding potions before fully mastering the extraordinary powers bestowed by a potion and eliminating those subtle traces, it will inevitably culminate in madness and loss of control. Dangan suddenly fell silent. After a brief pause, he lamented, "Our internal regulations as Night Watchers dictate that even if a member achieves significant merit, they must consume the previous potion for 3 years and undergo corresponding evaluations before being eligible for promotion. Yet, even under such circumstances, many still succumb to loss of control each year. It is truly terrifying." Klein inhaled deeply and asked, "And what about the final type?" With a slight smile devoid of mirth, Dangan replied, "The fifth type is also a common cause of loss of control. For extraordinary individuals, inspiration is enhanced to varying degrees. The lower the sequence number, the more pronounced the enhancement. Thus, one may hear sounds unheard by others, see things invisible to others, and encounter experiences that others do not. Perpetually, one is lured by the mysteries and illusions that surround them. If any form of stimulation arises or greedy desires emerge, they will gradually spiral into madness." As he spoke, Dangan turned to face Klein, his gray eyes reflecting Klein's figure. His tone became somber as he recounted. The founder of the modern Night Watcher system, Archbishop Charnes, once stated, "We are guardians, yet we are also pitiful creatures constantly battling against danger and madness." The dimly lit room, with its cold stone walls and bright, yellow illumination, echoed with Dangan's words, reverberating against Klein's heart and momentarily rendering him speechless. Noting Klein's silence, Dangan chuckled and remarked, "Are you disappointed? Extraordinary beings are not as you might imagine. We constantly walk alongside danger. With gain comes an inevitable price." Klein, recovering from his earlier shock, carefully considered his response. He was indeed unprepared for the hidden perils that accompanied the extraordinary life. Yet perhaps it was due to merely hearing descriptions without first-hand experience, or perhaps because he was already entangled in this vortex. It dawned on him that strange events could befall him at any moment, and his emotions of fear, anxiety, and trepidation swiftly diminished to a manageable level. Of course, the thought of retreating was inevitable, lingering like a persistent shadow. Indeed, quite mature and rational, Dangan remarked as he finished the last sip of his coffee. He added, "Furthermore, extraordinary beings are not as formidable as you might believe. Why do we label the highest tier with a 1 and the lowest with a 9? This defies intuition and logic. What we typically refer to as lower sequences denotes lower tiers, where higher numbers represent the starting point of the sequence chain." Now, where was I? Yes, extraordinary beings are not as powerful as you think. The strength of a lower-tier extraordinary being pales in comparison to firearms, let alone artillery. In certain aspects, however, they are more wondrous and harder to guard against. If you ever have the opportunity to become an extraordinary being, you must carefully consider what I have said today and avoid making rash choices. Klein smiled wryly. "I'm not even sure when that opportunity will arise. If it does, I believe I would not squander it. Consuming the wrong potion or ascending too high a tier can be largely mitigated. The primary risk lies in the subtle influences inherent to the potions and the unknown dangers revealed through heightened inspiration. The former has the wisdom of generations of predecessors as reference, as long as one is not impatient and reckless in their ascent. Maintaining a steady grasp of their powers should keep the risk of loss of control relatively low. Moreover, my primary goal is to address the current latent dangers, comprehend the essence of the arcane, and discover a way to return, rather than aiming for higher tiers. If loss of control is indeed so easy, then I would rather remain at my current tier and strategize my return home through knowledge. The latter risk was even more daunting. Klein vividly recalled the whispers that nearly drove him to madness during the transportation ritual. Such experiences cannot be avoided simply by not becoming an extraordinary being. Therefore, it would be wiser to acquire some power to combat these forces. As he contemplated this, Klein perceived the pros and cons with striking clarity, diminishing his earlier hesitations significantly. Deng picked up his pipe again, a glimmer of amusement in his gray eyes as he stated, "Regarding this matter, I cannot provide a definitive answer. To become an extraordinary being, one must first achieve sufficient merit. Perhaps you will decipher key ancient texts tomorrow or the day after, or provide invaluable insights for our cases. Secondly, it depends on whether there are new ideas from above, and this is something no one can predict. Well, I believe you have gained a better understanding of extraordinary beings now and will not act impulsively in the future. Now, let me introduce you to the clerical duties within our Night Watcher team." He rose and paced to the door, gesturing toward the opposite direction of Charney's office. "We have an accountant, a person responsible for procuring essential items and receiving supplies from the church and police department, who also moonlights as a driver. They are all professionals and do not require rotation, enjoying Sundays off. The remaining 3 clerical staff members are Luo Shan, Buelite, and Old Near, whose duties include receiving visitors, cleaning rooms, drafting case documents and item declaration lists, as well as overseeing weapons, materials, and the library of documents, maintaining strict records of entries and returns. Each person takes 1 day off per week, except for Sundays, and also rotates shifts for nighttime duties, which are arranged among themselves. Am I doing the same tasks as Luo Shan and the others?" Klein inquired, seeking clarity on his responsibilities. "No, you are not required to. You are a professional." Deng replied with a smile. "Your current tasks are twofold. First, to walk every morning or afternoon, focusing on all routes from Wei Erqi's residence to your home." "Huh." Klein was taken aback. "What kind of work is this? Is it very professional?" Deng, with his hands tucked into the pockets of his black coat, explained. "Once you confirm your memory loss, the cases of Wei Erqi and Na Yu will be considered resolved. Similarly, the diary of the Antigonus family has completely vanished. We suspect that you left with it at the time and concealed it on your way home, which is why we found no clues at your residence. This likely explains why you were not at the scene, but instead committed suicide at home. Although you were under mysterious influence and entirely forgot this memory, the human spirit and brain are remarkable. Perhaps some traces still remain. Just because Dolly could not retrieve them through her mediumistic methods does not mean they are absolutely non-existent. In familiar or critical places, you might experience a sense of déjà vu, as if you have seen or done something before. That is the insight we seek." "Understood," Klein said, enlightenment dawning upon him. The Night Watcher's hypothesis regarding the diary's whereabouts was indeed reasonable. Among those present at the time, only he remained alive, and only he possessed the time and motive to take the diary and conceal it along the way. If he could locate that diary, he might earn sufficient merit to become an extraordinary being. Deng and Smith inspired a phrase that indirectly revealed the significance of that diary. "Hope," Klein nodded in agreement. Deng shifted the conversation back. "Secondly, you will have 1 day off each week, which you can determine for yourself. When you are not outside, go to the armory and peruse the literature and texts we have preserved. This is the duty of a historian. Once you have reviewed everything, you will rotate with Old Neil and the others." "All right, no problem," Klein quietly exhaled, relieved. It did not seem too daunting. At that moment, Deng turned slightly, pointing to the imposing double doors of black iron adorned with 7 holy emblems. "This is the Charney's Gate, named after the founder of the modern Night Watcher system, Archbishop Charney's. There is one in the basement of every major city's central church. It is guarded in rotation by official members of the Night Watch, with at least 2 internal church guardians present, alongside countless traps. You must not approach it carelessly, lest you invite misfortune." "That sounds impressive," Klein remarked. Inside, it is divided into several areas, housing an assortment of magical potion formulas and various wondrous materials. It temporarily holds heretics, yizhong, cultists, and members of secret organizations. Hee. They will ultimately be sent to the Holy Hall, Deng casually explained. The Holy Hall? Is that located in the headquarters of the Night Goddess Church in the northern kingdom of Lindong County? The Tranquil Church? Klein pondered, nodding slightly. Additionally, there are various high-security copies of literature and texts inside. Once your permissions are elevated, you may have the opportunity to read them, Deng mused. In the basement behind the Charney's Gate, there are also some sealed items. Sealed items? Klein mulled over the term, which sounded like a specialized designation. Among the extraordinary items we collect and acquire, some are of such importance and wonder that should they fall into the hands of the wicked, they could cause immense destruction. Therefore, they must be kept strictly confidential and closely guarded. Even we must only use them under specific circumstances. Here, Deng paused before continuing. Furthermore, some of these items possess a very unique nature, exhibiting a form of sentience that can tempt guardians, influence their surroundings, escape on their own, and result in catastrophic consequences. They must be meticulously controlled. How fascinating, Klein remarked. The Night Watch headquarters categorizes these sealed items into 4 levels. Level 0 indicates extreme danger. The highest level of scrutiny and confidentiality. They cannot be inquired about, disclosed, described, or even glimpsed, and can only be sealed beneath the Holy Hall. Deng elaborated. Level 1 is highly dangerous, with limited usage. The confidentiality level is restricted to bishops and Night Watch deacons or higher. Central churches in districts like Beekland may retain 1 or 2, while the remainder must be handed over to the Holy Hall. Level 2 is dangerous, with cautious and restrained use permitted. The confidentiality level is for bishops and Night Watch squad leaders or higher. Central churches in major cities may hold 3 to 5, with others being transferred to the Holy Hall or district headquarters. Level 3 carries a certain degree of danger, necessitating careful usage, and must be requested as a group of 3 or more. The confidentiality level is for official members of the Night Watch. In the future, when you see the corresponding literature, you will understand what the numbers represent. For instance, 2125 signifies the sealed item of danger level 125. As Deng spoke, he suddenly turned and returned to the room, rummaging through the bottom of a drawer to retrieve a piece of paper. Take a look at this. 3 years ago, a newly appointed archbishop lost control and somehow breached multiple layers of security, mysteriously disappearing with a level 0 sealed item. Recognize his photograph. If you spot him, do not create a commotion or disturb him, return and report. Otherwise, you will face a 1,000-fold demise. What? Klein took the paper, discovering only a black and white photograph and a few lines of text. In Xizong Wei Er, male, 40 years old, former archbishop, a failed gatekeeper, seduced by the devil. Fallen into evil, absconded with sealed item 008. The specific features describe that In Xizong Wei Er wore a double-breasted, pure black clerical robe, a soft hat, dark golden hair, and deep blue eyes that appeared almost black. His high nose and tightly pressed lips formed a visage reminiscent of classical sculpture, devoid of any wrinkles. The most striking feature was his blind eye, a detailed description of the fallen, yet only a code name for the sealed item. Klein expressed his initial thoughts candidly. Thus, it is of the highest confidentiality level. Any inquiries regarding sealed item 008 must be conveyed orally, documented in no written form, with only minimal information provided. Deng sighed. The appearance of 008 resembles a common quill pen, capable of writing without ink. That is all I can say. Deng refrained from elaborating further on this matter. Following the golden chain of his black coat, he retrieved a similarly ornate pocket watch, clicked it open, glanced at it, and pointed toward the door. I have shared all I needed to. Go seek old Neil at the armory and have him arrange specific literature for you. He is not an ordinary clerical staff member. He was once an official member. However, due to age and lack of promotion, his health has declined, making it unsuitable for him to handle cases. He prefers companionship with literature and texts. Chapter 20. The Forgetful Deng. Third request for recommendations. All right, Klein slightly bowed, removed his modest hat, and placed it back upon his head, his mind racing with thoughts of the sealed item 008. A seemingly ordinary quill pen, capable of writing without ink. What could its true purpose be, warranting such high confidentiality and being deemed exceedingly dangerous? Surely, it could not be a pen that inscribes the fates of others. No, that would be too outrageous. There would be no need for In Xizong Wei Er to flee. Just as Klein turned to leave, Deng and Smith suddenly called out to him. Wait a moment, I forgot something. What? Klein turned back, his face a mask of confusion. Deng set the pocket watch aside, smiled, and said, remember to find Mrs. Oriane, the accountant, to advance 4 weeks' salary, totaling £12. After that, you will only receive half your salary each week until it is repaid. That's too much. It's unnecessary. It can be a smaller amount, Klein instinctively replied. Although he did not oppose the advance, as he lacked even the fare to return home, the thought of receiving a substantial sum of 12 pounds made him feel apprehensive. No, it is essential. Deng shook his head with a smile. Consider whether you want to continue residing in your current apartment. You have to share the washroom with several households. Even if you do not consider yourself, you must think of the lady. Seeing Klein nod in agreement, he paused for a moment, smiled, and scrutinized Klein's attire, adding meaningfully, moreover, you need a cane and must purchase formal wear. Klein froze for a second, then suddenly realized, feeling a flush of heat rise to his face, as he recognized that his outfit was of inferior quality. Typically, a proper hat should be made of silk, costing 5 to 6 swell, a bow tie, 3 swell, a silver-tipped cane, 7 to 8 swell, a shirt, 3 swell, trousers, waistcoat, and tailcoat would amount to around 7 pounds, leather boots, 9 to 10 swell. Altogether, it would surpass 8 pounds and 7 swell. Of course, a respectable gentleman would also require a chain, pocket watch, and wallet. The original owner and his brother Benson had saved diligently, inquiring about prices at a tailor shop, but had left dejectedly without daring to haggle, eventually settling for a set of clothing from a cheap store near Iron Cross Street for less than 2 pounds each. This experience left a profound impression on the original owner regarding clothing prices. Fine, fine, Klein responded, slightly stammering. He was, like the original owner, a person who valued his reputation. Dunn took out his pocket watch, opened it, and glanced at it before suggesting, perhaps you should first seek out Madame Alien Na? I am uncertain how long you will remain at Old Neil's. If you wait a little longer, Madame Alien Na will soon be heading home. Very well, Klein replied, feeling somewhat impoverished, and offered no objections. Dunn walked back to the table and tugged at one of the dangling ropes, saying, I shall have Roshan escort you. The ropes moved, the gears turned, and Roshan, in the reception area of the Heijin Ji and Security Company, heard the soft chime of the bell nearby. Promptly rising to descend the stairs with caution. Before long, she stood before Klein. Dunn Smith humorously inquired, I trust one have not disturbed your repose. Yes. Please take Moretti to Madame Alien Na. Roshan quietly smirked and replied cheerfully, certainly, Captain. Is that all? Klein queried in surprise. To withdraw your salary in advance from the finance department, do you not require a note from the captain? So, Dunn responded, puzzled. I mean, to advance your salary from Madame Alien Na, do you not need your signature? Klein articulated as plainly as he could. Oh no, that is unnecessary. Roshan can vouch for you. Dunn Smith pointed to the brown-haired girl. Captain, our financial management here is practically non-existent. Klein suppressed his impulse to comment, following Roshan out of the room. Just then, he heard Dunn call out again. Wait, there is one more thing. Can we not conclude our conversation in one go? Klein turned back with a smile on his face and said, please continue. Dunn pressed his temple and said, when you go to Old Neil's, remember to collect 10 demon-hunting bullets. Me? Demon-hunting bullets? Klein replied in astonishment. Isn't Welch's revolver with you? There is no need to return it. Dunn casually placed his hand in his pocket and added, with the demon-hunting bullets, should you encounter any bizarre dangers, you will be able to protect yourself, at the very least. It will provide you with some courage. No need to add that last half sentence. Klein, who had been troubled by this matter, replied without hesitation, very well, I shall remember. This will require me to draft a formal document. Please wait a moment. Dunn Smith seated himself, picked up a dark red fountain pen, and swiftly penned a note, signing it and affixing the seal. Thank you, Captain. Klein sincerely accepted it, stepping back and turning once more. Wait, Dunn called out again. Captain, you appear to be in your 30s. Why do you exhibit signs of premature aging? Klein forced a smile and turned back, asking, is there anything else? I had forgotten. You have not practiced shooting, so carrying demon-hunting bullets would be of little use. Therefore, you shall also receive 30 regular bullets daily. While you are out, take the opportunity to practice at the shooting range located at 3 Zotland Street, though most of it belongs to the police department. There is a section dedicated solely to us night watchmen. Oh, and you will also need to obtain a badge from Old Neil. Otherwise, you will not be permitted entry into the range. Dunn tapped his forehead, retrieved the note from Klein, and swiftly added the additional details before sealing it once more. A good marksman is nurtured with bullets. Do not underestimate this. Dunn handed the revised note back to Klein. I understand. Klein, who feared danger, was eager to go today. He took a couple of steps outside when he suddenly turned cautiously, considering his words. Captain, is there nothing else? No, that is all, Dunn affirmed. Klein exhaled in relief and walked to the door, almost turning back to confirm if there was truly nothing else. He resisted this impulse and successfully exited the watchroom. The captain often forgets things, Roshan whispered disparagingly as she walked beside him. My grandmother has a better memory than he does. Of course. He only forgets the little things, small matters. Klein, from now on, I shall call you Klein. Madame Aliana is a kind person, easy to get along with. Her father is a skilled watchmaker. Listening to the brown-haired girl's chatter, Klein ascended the stairs and entered the outermost office on the right-hand side, where he encountered Madame Aliana. She was a black-haired lady adorned in a ruffled long dress, appearing to be in her 30s, with fashionable curls and a pair of clear, smiling emerald eyes, graceful and refined. After Roshan relayed Dunsmith's instructions, Aliana took out a notepad and wrote an advance note. You must sign here. Do you have a seal? If not, simply leave your fingerprint. Very well. Klein adeptly completed the formalities. Aliana retrieved a brass key and unlocked the safe within her office, counting out the cash while smiling. You are quite fortunate. We have ample cash today. By the way, Klein, were you invited by the captain due to your involvement in the occult and your particular skills? Indeed, madam. Your intuition is astute. Klein did not hesitate to commend her. Aliana extracted 4 notes with a light gray background and deep black patterns, locked the safe again. And as she turned, she remarked with a smile, for I am the same. Is that so? Klein expressed appropriate surprise. Do you recall the serial killer who caused a sensation in the entire Tingen city 16 years ago? Aliana handed Klein the 4 banknotes. I remember. The one who slaughtered 5 young girls, extracting hearts and removing stomachs. The bloody butcher? As a child, my mother often used this incident to frighten my sister. Klein mused after a moment's reflection. He accepted the banknotes, noting that they comprised 2 5-pound notes and 2 1-pound notes, all gray with black patterns, featuring intricate designs and special watermarks for anti-counterfeiting. The former was somewhat larger, with the central figure being Henry Augustus I, a direct ancestor of King George III of the Kingdom of Ruin, who donned a white wig, had a round face, narrow eyes, and an exceptionally solemn expression. Yet to Klein, he exuded an inexplicable familiarity. This is a 5-pound note, equivalent to nearly 4 weeks' salary for Benson. The 1-pound note featured the previous king, William Augustus VI, father of George III, a formidable figure with a thick beard and resolute gaze, who liberated the Kingdom of Ruin from outdated constraints, restoring it to prominence among nations. These are all fine kings. Klein faintly caught the refreshing scent of the ink from the banknotes. Indeed, were it not for the timely arrival of the night watchman, I would have become the 6th victim. Madame Aliana's tone carried a hint of lingering fear, even after so many years had passed. It sounds like that serial killer, no? Butcher was quite extraordinary. Klein cautiously folded the banknotes and placed them in the inner pocket of his formal attire, glancing around to ensure everything was in order. Yes, Madame Aliana nodded gravely. He had many victims prior, and he was apprehended while preparing for a demonic ritual. No wonder he sought various internal organs. My apologies, madam, for bringing up such unpleasant memories, Klein sincerely offered. Madame Aliana chuckled lightly. I have long since ceased to fear it. At that time, I was studying accounting at a commercial school, and afterward, I came here. Now, I shall not delay you further. You must go seek out old Neil. Farewell, madam. Klein doffed his hat and bowed, exiting the office. Before descending the stairs, he could not help but touch his inner pocket once more, confirming that the 12-pound notes remained. He turned at the intersection and proceeded to the right, soon spotting a half-open iron door. Bang, bang, bang. A voice, aged and frail, beckoned from within. Come in. Klein pushed open the iron door and discovered a narrow chamber, scarcely large enough to accommodate a table and 2 chairs. On one side of the room stood a tightly locked iron door, while behind the table, an elderly man with silver hair, clad in a classical black robe, was poring over several yellowed pages illuminated by the gaslight. He lifted his gaze towards the entrance and inquired, Are you Klein Moretti? Miss Roshan just mentioned that you are quite polite. Miss Roshan is indeed a kind soul. Good afternoon, Mr. Neil. Klein doffed his hat in greeting. Please, take a seat. Neil gestured towards an intricately designed silver-plated tin on the table. Would you care for a cup of hand-ground coffee? His deeply etched wrinkles around the eyes and mouth framed a pair of dark red irises that appeared somewhat clouded. It seems you haven't had any? Klein keenly observed that Neil's ceramic cup held only clear water. Ah, it is my habit not to drink coffee after 3 o'clock. Neil chuckled, offering an explanation. Why is that? Klein casually inquired. Neil smiled as he looked into Klein's eyes. I fear it may disrupt my sleep at night, leading me to hear indistinct whispers of some inexplicable presence. Klein found himself momentarily at a loss for words and shifted the conversation. Mr. Neil, which literature and text should I study? He produced the note penned by Dunsmith. It pertains to history, complex, fragmented. To be honest, I have been attempting to learn, but I can only grasp the basics. The diaries of contemporaries, popular literature, epitaphs, and so forth. Neil lamented, for instance. These notes in my possession require more detailed historical accounts to deduce their precise content. Why? Klein inquired, somewhat puzzled. Neil pointed to the yellowed pages before him. These are the lost diaries of Marcel Gustave, written in a peculiar cipher of his own invention for the sake of secrecy. Marcel the Great? The predecessor of the travelers? Klein blinked in surprise, then leaned in attentively. Many believe he has not truly perished, but has instead become a hidden deity, prompting a cult of worshippers to perform various rituals in hopes of acquiring power. We occasionally encounter such phenomena, obtaining original or copied notes. Neil shook his head. As of today, no one has been able to decipher the true significance of those peculiar symbols, which is why the sanctuary permits us to retain copies for study, hoping for an unexpected revelation. At this juncture, Neil revealed a proud smile. I have already deciphered several of the symbols, confirming they represent numbers. Behold, I have uncovered a diary. I aspire to compare historical events from differing dates, especially those concerning the emperor, with the entries from the diary to elucidate more symbols. A stroke of genius, wouldn't you agree? The elderly gentleman, with his silver hair and deep-set wrinkles, gazed at Klein with bright eyes. Klein nodded in agreement. Indeed. You may also take a look. You'll need to assist me with this work starting tomorrow. Mr. Neil slid the yellowed pages towards Klein. As Klein straightened them, he merely glanced and was instantly rooted to the spot. Despite the clumsy replication of the symbols, slightly distorted, he could not mistake their nature. For they were the characters he knew best, Chinese. In simplified form, no less. Chapter 21. A familiar encounter in a foreign land for a fleeting moment. Klein believed he had traversed time, but the elegant gaslight encased in brass grills and the sight of old Neil preparing coffee in his silver-plated tin grounded him in reality. Was Marcel the Great truly a compatriot? Did he use simplified Chinese, non-existent in this world, to document secrets? Overwhelmed with an indescribable sense of reunion in a foreign land, Klein swiftly skimmed through the 3 pages of manuscript in his hand. November 18th. It is indeed a miraculous occurrence. A fanciful experiment coupled with a serendipitous blunder has led me to discover a wretched soul ensnared in a tempest, lost in the depths of darkness. He can only draw near to the realm of reality during the full moon each month, yet remains unable to convey his cries. He is fortunate to have encountered me, the protagonist of this era. Upon reading this passage, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, as he realized that even in Chinese characters, he had unconsciously adopted a pronounced translational tone. 40 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and the memories of the past felt dreamlike. January 1st, 1884, the Grand New Year's Gala. Madame Florinel is truly a vision of beauty. January 2nd, the gentlemen of my diplomatic committee are a bunch of dolts. January 3rd, the initial choices were indeed too hasty. In retrospect, whether apprentices, diviners, or thieves, they would have been preferable. Alas, there is no turning back now. January 4th, why are my children so foolish? I have repeated 1,000 times. Do not be deceived by those charlatans. No, perhaps those charlatans are deceived themselves. The crux of potion making is not mastery, but digestion. It is not about excavation, but performance. Moreover, the name of the potion is not merely a core symbol. It embodies specific imagery and serves as the key to digestion. September 22nd, an alliance opposing me is forming from the northern Fusac to the eastern Rune and to the southern Fenaport. My enemies have finally united, but I am unafraid. I shall demonstrate that the disparity in weaponry and knowledge cannot be compensated for by mere numbers or low-tier practitioners. Besides, I am not without my own ranks. And in high-end matters, have they forgotten who I am? September 23rd, I have lost contact with the vessels seeking the forsaken land of the gods. I ought to consider inventing a wireless telegraph. May it remain unaffected by the storm. September 24th, Miss Isaka is even more enchanting than Madame Florinel. Perhaps I am merely reminiscing about my youth. Due to the nature of the copied manuscript and the complexity of Chinese characters, each character had been considerably enlarged. Thus, the content on each page was sparse, and to preserve and study, the reverse side remained blank. Yet, even so, Klein felt a surge of excitement, particularly at Marcel the Great's descriptions regarding the essence of potion making, igniting within him a sense of elation at having stumbled upon a potential key to solving profound mysteries. Perhaps this could serve as the guiding light on my future path as an extraordinary individual. The 3 pages of manuscripts appeared to be diaries from different periods, revealing Marcel the Great's habit of only noting the year at the start of each year's entries. The November and September pages were currently indeterminate in terms of their respective years. Who was the unfortunate soul he discovered? What did digestion and performance specifically refer to? Where was the forsaken land of the gods? A myriad of questions surged within Klein's mind, bubbling with excitement, compelling him to collect all of Rossel the Great's diaries for a thorough read. Klein? At that moment, the old Neil across the table spoke, puzzled. Klein snapped back to reality and quickly masked his surprise with a smile. I thought I might be the most exceptional one, eager to attempt deciphering and interpreting. Oh, such youthful enthusiasm. Old Neil chuckled heartily. I once believed myself to be the most unique as well. Klein flipped through the 3 pages of manuscript before him, ensuring he had overlooked nothing, then returned them, casually inquiring, Are these all we have? I wish to see more of Rossel the Great's diaries. Did you expect there to be many? Old Neil gently caressed the manuscript, his deep wrinkles curling into a smirk as he remarked that each year, the extraordinary and mysterious events were few and far between. Alas, the remarkable species were gradually perishing in our northern continent. Without them, the supply of potions dwindled, resulting in a decline in the number of extraordinary individuals. For centuries, dragons, giants, and elves have become mere entries in books, and even the sea folk have ceased to grace our coasts. Upon hearing this, Klein suddenly recalled a jest and laughed, saying, I think it's time to establish a Dragon and Giant Protection Association. Old Neil looked perplexed for a moment before comprehending the meaning. Once he understood, he slapped the table lightly and laughed heartily, albeit not in a gentlemanly manner. Haha, Klein, you truly are a humorous fellow. This is a tradition in our Lewin kingdom. Young people should embrace humor. He continued, we cannot be so narrow-minded. It cannot be just about dragons and giants. It should be called the Magical Creatures Protection Association. No, we must not forget those poor plants. Klein shook his head. At this juncture, he and Old Neil exchanged glances and in unison declared, the Magical Beings Protection Association. As soon as the words left their mouths, they shared a knowing laugh, and the earlier awkwardness dissipated considerably. You know, there are fewer interesting young people like you these days. Where was I? Old Neil chuckled, his wrinkles shifting with mirth. I recall. Each year, extraordinary and mysterious events are scarce. The fools who worship Emperor Rossel are a minority within a minority. Securing 3 manuscripts is quite an achievement in itself. Other cathedrals or parishes might still possess some. He whispered a few words, then picked up the note Klein had placed on the table, glancing at it and inquiring, Are these pistol bullets, rifle bullets, or those from a steam-powered high-pressure gun? A revolver, Klein replied, adhering to the truth. Very well, I shall retrieve them. Ahem. Do you have an underarm holster? As a gentleman, one cannot appear overly bulging in public places. Old Neil made a jest that only men would understand. No. Should I ask the captain to arrange that? Klein chuckled in response. Old Neil rose and said, No need. Just ensure it's recorded properly. It falls under supplementary items. Repeat after me, supplementary items. Were you a teacher before? Klein inquired, amused. I spent some time at the church's Sunday school and free school. Old Neil replied, lifting the note and retrieving a key from the drawer to unlock the iron door leading to the back room. Extraordinary individuals and ordinary folk do not seem to differ much, Klein murmured silently, turning his gaze back to the 3 pages of diary on the table. Emperor Rossel indeed delved into the realm of the mysterious. His diary is priceless. For others, it is but mere scrap paper, an enigma to decipher. To me, it is treasure. I wonder where the remaining diaries might be. I must find a way to uncover more. Klein's thoughts surged restlessly until Old Neil emerged from the back room and closed the iron door behind him. 10 demon hunting bullets, 30 pistol bullets, 1 leather underarm holster, and 1 badge from the Special Operations Division of the 7th Group. Please check them and sign in the logbook. Old Neil placed the items on the table. The pistol bullets were neatly arranged in a cardboard box, divided into 3 layers, strikingly yellow and slightly elongated, reminiscent of those in Klein's home. The demon hunting bullets were housed in a small iron box, resembling standard pistol bullets but adorned with intricate, dazzling patterns, and the base was even engraved with a black background, a starry sky, and a crimson crescent moon symbol. The leather holster felt sturdy, with a strap and clasp, while the badge, the size of half a palm, bore a dark iron background with silver inlay, inscribed with the words of the Special Operations Division of Awua County's 7th Group, encircling a crown with crossed swords. Such a pity it's not a Night Watcher-esque badge, Klein remarked, half in lament, half in inquiry. Old Neil chuckled and urged Klein to try the underarm holster. After removing his coat, Klein struggled to secure the holster snugly against his left arm. Not bad, he declared, keeping it on as he donned his formal attire. Old Neil appraised him with satisfaction, nodding, It fits perfectly, my judgment remains impeccable. After stowing away the other items and signing the logbook, Klein engaged in light conversation with old Near before taking his leave. As he walked halfway, he suddenly felt a pang of regret, slapping his forehead. I forgot to inquire more about the sequences and potions. It's all Roselle's diary's fault. He still had no clarity on the complete path of the sequence mastered by the Church of the Lady of the Night, specifically Sequence 9. Rosen seemed to have mentioned something about the Sleepless Ones. Just as Klein ambled toward the staircase, a figure descended hurriedly, dressed in practical, form-fitting trousers. With a white shirt untucked, exuding a distinctly poetic romanticism, it was the black-haired, green-eyed officer who had previously searched Klein's home. They had seen each other earlier upstairs, but hadn't spoken. "Good afternoon," the poetically inclined young watcher greeted with a smile. "Good afternoon. I assume I need not introduce myself?" Klein replied humorously. "No need. I remember you quite distinctly." The young watcher extended his right hand. "Leonard Mitchell, Sequence 8. The Midnight Poet." "Indeed, Sequence 8 is quite poetic," Klein responded with a light handshake, smiling as he questioned, "You find me memorable?" Leonard Mitchell's emerald gaze was deep, and with a faint smile, he replied, "You possess a unique aura." Klein, slightly taken aback, managed a strained smile. "I don't perceive it myself. Having encountered such an event and not seeking our protection immediately, yet still being alive is, in itself, quite extraordinary." Leonard indicated ahead. "I must replace the captain now. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Klein stepped aside to let him pass. As Leonard Mitchell disappeared at the staircase's end, he suddenly turned, gazing at the dim yellow light and the stone floor, murmuring to the air, "Did you see anything?" Indeed, he seemed rather unremarkable. Chapter 22. The beginning of the sequence. Upon ascending the stairs and returning to the reception hall, Klein was about to bid farewell to Rosen when he heard the brown-haired girl cheerfully say, "The captain wants you to come back on Monday. Take care of matters at home first." "All right," Klein replied, pleasantly surprised by the humane management of the watcher team. He had initially planned to rise early the next day, taking the opportunity to visit Tianjin University and inform the faculty in charge of interviews that he would not be participating in the subsequent stages. After all, the original owner had entered the interview with a recommendation letter from a mentor. It was only polite to provide closure, respecting the mentor's goodwill, even if not for his own sake. In a situation where telephones were absent, telegrams charged by the letter, and sending letters would be too late, taking a public carriage was the most economical and suitable approach. Now, with the captain's special permission, Klein deemed it unnecessary to exert himself so much. He could enjoy a restful sleep and leisurely make his way. Just as Klein was about to doff his hat in farewell, he suddenly recalled something, glanced around, and lowered his voice. "Rosen, do you know what the complete beginning of the sequence mastered by the church is?" This was something he had forgotten to ask old Near. Rosen's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Klein. "Do you wish to become an extraordinary individual? Am I that conspicuous in my demeanor?" Klein brushed his lips awkwardly and replied, "Upon realizing that extraordinary and mysterious powers truly exist in this world, it is only natural to feel a sense of yearning." "My goddess, are you aware of the peril that accompanies such aspirations? Did the captain not inform you? The adversaries of the extraordinary are not merely cultists and dark sorcerers, but also oneself. Each year, individuals lose control and some make the ultimate sacrifice. Have you not considered the feelings of your family?" Roshan emphasized her point with gestures, her reaction slightly excessive. "Klein, I believe that pursuing a humble clerical position is the wiser choice, for it entails minimal risk and a steady annual salary increase. After a few years of diligent work, one could save enough to rent a detached house in the North District or on the outskirts, and form a blissful family with a charming lady, raising delightful and mischievous little angels." "Roshan, stop," Klein interjected, wiping the sweat from his brow as he sought to halt the flow of her words. "I merely wish to, understand the basic knowledge." "Very well," Roshan murmured after a brief silence, lowering her gaze, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Due to my father's circumstances, I tend to become, you understand, a bit agitated when discussing similar matters. However, to speak candidly, I hold immense respect for every gentleman and lady who voluntarily becomes a night watcher." I understand," Klein quickly echoed. Roshan blinked her eyes, which were adorned with light brown irises, and added, "My father once remarked that one should not assume that becoming more powerful or ascending to a higher sequence of extraordinary beings would resolve underlying dangers. On the contrary, one encounters increasingly terrifying experiences. When faced with certain unknown and horrific entities, madness and death are the only two outcomes." Huh. He sacrificed himself just a week after uttering those words. "Klein, do not regard me with pity. I am living quite well now, truly. You should be the one to feel fear regarding these matters. I merely wish to grasp the basic knowledge, Klein repeated, caught between laughter and tears. The captain elucidates these matters with far greater clarity than you, and even if I do not become an extraordinary being, I have already encountered formidable challenges. Very well, Roshan pondered. I have heard both the captain and old Neil mention that due to the decline and extinction of extraordinary species, high-sequence powerhouses are nearly non-existent in this era. To become an extraordinary being is an immense achievement. In our Tianjin city and its suburbs, there are tens of thousands, perhaps even more. Yet there are only about 30 extraordinary beings. I'm guessing, not counting those cultists and dark sorcerers hiding in the shadows. Before Klein could respond, she seemed to regain her energy, clenching her fists against her chest and declaring, among these 30 extraordinary beings, the majority are of sequence 9. I seem to have digressed. No matter, this is also the knowledge I wish to acquire. Klein hoped Roshan would continue her usual ramblings, revealing more information. In any case, being able to become an extraordinary being is already a remarkable feat. Roshan reiterated, the complete sequence belonging to our church begins with the sleepless, sequence 9 sleepless. Indeed, Klein nodded subtly, listening as Miss Roshan uncontrollably described further. You can infer from the name that the sleepless are individuals who do not require sleep at night and only need 3 to 4 hours of rest during the day. Ah, how enviable. No, I do not envy at all. Sleep is a divine blessing, the pinnacle of happiness. Where was I? Ah, yes. The sleepless do not need light to see through darkness. The deeper the night, the more powerful they become, in every sense of the word, including their strength, inspiration, and intellect. However, while they can uncover hidden dangers lurking in the dark, when confronted with monsters that cannot be dealt with through normal means, they must still rely on items like demon-hunting bullets. My father was once a sleepless. Before Klein could inquire further, Roshan continued on her own. After them come the sequence 8 midnight poets, followed by sequence 7 nightmares. Nightmares? Klein suddenly recalled Dunn Smith guiding him through his dreams, prompting him to ask, the captain? You know? Roshan's mouth nearly formed an O shape in disbelief. The captain once entered my dreams. Klein glanced around and lowered his voice once more. I see, Roshan responded, her eyes widening in realization. She lifted her coffee cup, took a sip, and remarked, in our Tianjin city, there are only 2 individuals of sequence 7 in the church. Surely, the captain is one of them. Even if he were to go to a large parish like Beckland, he would still be a significant figure. Some deacons might not even match his prowess. So the captain is that remarkable. Klein smiled in agreement. To be honest, Dunn Smith's appearance last midnight left a profound impression on me. I instinctively believed he was a formidable, extraordinary being. Of course, Roshan stood tall with pride. Yet, her expression shifted to one of distress as she added, beyond sequence 7, I am at a loss. Perhaps only the captain knows what lies beyond. What about the incomplete sequences? Klein changed the subject with satisfaction. I must admit, Roshan's description of the sleepless indeed aligns with some of his imaginations and expectations of extraordinary beings, but they are not the type he aspires to be. In his mind, the perfect sequence 9 should be able to learn and master a vast array of mystical knowledge, laying the groundwork to understand the reasons behind his crossing over and the potential for returning in the future. Roshan pondered for a moment and sighed. I am not particularly interested in this area. I only know that it encompasses more than other churches. After all, the goddess is also the mother of secrets. There should be 2 or 3 types, as some members always exude a chilling aura that is quite unsettling. One member, old Neil, knows a great deal and possesses numerous intriguing magical rituals. Let me think. He once mentioned the title of his sequence 9, which is also the name of a potion formula. Ah, yes, it is called the Seeker. Numerous intriguing magical rituals? Seeker? That sounds very much like what I desire. Klein felt a surge of joy within. Moreover, I also know the name of a sequence 7, one of the incomplete types. Roshan, recalling her earlier thoughts, spoke with a hint of pride. What is it? Klein asked with great curiosity. Given the scarcity of high-sequence powerhouses, sequence 7 already constitutes the backbone of the church. Does it not? Roshan flashed a sweet smile, appearing slightly smug as she replied, the spiritist. Lady Dolly. Klein instinctively responded. After the initial astonishment, he felt that this revelation was not entirely unexpected. Only a sequence 7 powerhouse could demonstrate the level of spirit communication that Lady Dolly possessed. Roshan's eyes widened once more. Disbelief etched on her face as she exclaimed, You? How do you know this again? I have encountered Lady Dolly, Klein admitted without reservation. Very well, Roshan remarked with a tone of longing. If I could directly become a spiritist, like Lady Dolly, I would willingly embrace being extraordinary. No, I would seriously consider it for 10 minutes. Ah, Lady Dolly fulfilled all my imaginings of extraordinary beings, Klein said with a hint of exaggeration. Having achieved his intended goal, he and Roshan chatted idly for a few more minutes. When no further information emerged, he removed his hat in a gesture of respect and bid farewell as he exited. As he descended the stairs, Klein paused abruptly after a few steps, reaching into his inner pocket to feel the bills. Moments later, he withdrew the 12 gold-pound notes, tightly clasping them in his left palm before slipping his hand into his trouser pocket, unwilling to release or draw them out again, a smile unconsciously gracing his face. According to the customs of the gluttonous nation, upon receiving money, one must indulge in a hearty meal. Tonight, I shall treat my sister to a splendid feast. Chapter 23. The secondary weapon as Klein strolled along Zotellen Street, a warm, humid breeze enveloping him. A sudden realization struck him. He had only 3 pence left in his pocket, while the fare for a public carriage back to Iron Cross Street was 4 pence. To present a £1 note for change felt akin to attempting to purchase a bottle of cheap mineral water with a $100 bill before his journey through time. It was simply too humiliating. Should he travel 3 kilometers with the 3 pence he had left and walk the remaining distance? With one hand tucked into his pocket, Klein slowed his pace, contemplating alternative solutions. No, that wouldn't he do. He quickly dismissed the previous notion. Relying solely on foot for the rest of the journey would take an eternity, and given that he possessed a substantial sum of 12 pounds, it was far too perilous. Moreover, having previously feared that his revolver might be confiscated by a night watchman, he had deliberately left it behind today. Should he encounter any danger reminiscent of the death of Weyerke, he would be utterly defenseless. Searching for a bank nearby to exchange for change? No, that was out of the question. A fee of 5 thousandths was far too extravagant. Klein silently shook his head, feeling a pang of regret at merely contemplating the potential cost of the transaction. One by one, each option was eliminated until suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him as he spotted a hat shop. Of course, the most straightforward solution would be to purchase an item of reasonable price and receive change. Formal attire, shirts, vests, trousers, boots, and canes all fit within his budget. Ultimately, he would need to buy them sooner or later. Trying on clothing can be quite a hassle, and Banson is more knowledgeable and adept at bargaining than I am. Perhaps it would be best to wait for his return before considering that. What about purchasing a cane? Excellent. As the saying goes, a cane is a gentleman's finest means of self-defense, capable of serving as a makeshift crowbar. Wielding a gun in one hand and a cane in the other embodies the civilized warrior's approach. Amidst his swirling thoughts, Klein resolved firmly, pivoting slightly to enter the Weyerke hat shop. The layout of the hat shop mirrored that of the clothing stores from his previous life. To the left against the wall were rows of formal attire. The center displayed shirts, trousers, vests, and ties, while the right featured pairs of shoes and boots showcased within glass cabinets. Sir, what would you like to purchase? A male attendant clad in a white shirt and red vest approached him with a polite inquiry. In the kingdom of Lewin, gentlemen of status, power, and wealth favored wearing white shirts with black vests, trousers, and formal attire, resulting in a rather monotonous color palette. Thus, male servants, attendants, and waitstaff were required to don vibrant or multicolored garments to differentiate between master and servant or nobility and commoner. In contrast, ladies and young women adorned themselves in dresses of various hues and ornate decorations, while their maids were confined to black and white attire. In response to the attendant's question, Klein pondered for a moment before replying. A cane, something substantial and sturdy, the kind that can effectively crush an opponent's skull. The attendant in the red vest discreetly assessed Klein before leading him inside, gesturing toward a corner where a selection of canes was displayed. The one inlaid with gold is crafted from ironwood. It is quite heavy and durable, priced at 11 shillings and 7 pence. Would you like to give it a try? 11 shillings and 7 pence. Why don't you go rob someone instead? Just because it's adorned with gold doesn't make it special. Klein was taken aback by the price. Maintaining a composed facade, he nodded slightly and replied, "Very well." The attendant in the red vest carefully retrieved the ironwood cane and handed it to Klein, displaying a demeanor of concern as if fearing he might damage the merchandise. Upon receiving the cane, Klein immediately felt its weight and attempted to swing it, realizing it was far too cumbersome for effective use. Too heavy. Klein shook his head, exhaling in relief. That simply wouldn't suffice. The attendant in the red vest returned the ironwood cane and pointed out 3 others. This one is made of walnut. Crafted by the most renowned cane maker, Mr. Heisei from Tingen, priced at 10 shillings and 3 pence. This one, made of water-sinking wood, inlaid with silver, is as hard as steel, priced at 7 shillings and 6 pence. This one is crafted from the heart of a white bali tree, also inlaid with silver. Priced at 7 shillings and 10 pence. Klein tested each cane in turn, finding the weights to be more suitable. He then tapped each one to gauge their hardness, ultimately selecting the most affordable option. I'll take the one made of water-sinking wood. Klein indicated the cane with the silver inlaid handle held by the attendant in the red vest. Very well, sir. Please follow me to the payment area. If this cane incurs any wear or stains, you can bring it to us for maintenance at no charge. The attendant in the red vest guided Klein toward the counter. Seizing the opportunity, Klein unfurled the 4 gold coins clasped in his palm, extracting one of the smaller notes. Greetings, that will be 7 shillings and 6 pence. The attendant behind the counter greeted him with a smile. Klein had intended to maintain the dignity of a gentleman. Yet as he extended his left hand holding the 1-pound note, he couldn't help but inquire, could it be a bit cheaper? Sir, these are all handcrafted. Our costs are quite high, replied the attendant in the red vest, and the proprietor is not present, so we lack the authority to lower the price. The attendant behind the counter chimed in, Sir, my apologies. Very well, Klein surrendered the banknote, accepting the cane with the silver inlaid handle from the attendant in the red vest. As he awaited his change, he stepped back a few paces, creating distance, and performed a slight test swing with his secondary weapon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air was filled with a heavy whoosh, the sound possessing substance. Satisfied, Klein nodded. He then redirected his gaze forward, prepared to receive his banknotes and coins, only to be taken aback as he noticed the red-vested attendant retreating to a considerable distance. While the attendant behind the counter had huddled into a corner, pressed against the wall beside a double-barreled shotgun. The Kingdom of Luan enforced a semi-regulated policy on firearms. To possess a firearm, one needed to apply for a comprehensive weapons usage license or a hunting license. However, regardless of the type, ownership of military-controlled items such as repeating rifles, steam-powered guns, and 6-barrel machine guns was prohibited. A comprehensive weapons license allowed one to freely purchase and possess any type of civilian firearm, but acquiring one was exceedingly cumbersome. Even merchants of considerable status could be denied approval. Conversely, a hunting license was relatively easier to obtain. Even farmers in the outskirts could acquire one. Yet such licenses were restricted to the use of shotguns and had quantity limitations. Many individuals with modest means would apply for one for self-defense in emergencies, such as the current situation. Klein observed the wary expressions of the 2 attendants, a twitch of his lips betraying a forced chuckle. Indeed, this cane is quite suitable for swinging. I am thoroughly satisfied. Seeing no indication of aggression from him, the attendant behind the counter visibly relaxed, presenting the change with both hands. Klein accepted it, glancing at the assortment of 2 5-shilling notes, 2 1-shilling notes, a 5-penny coin, and a 1-penny coin, nodding in approval. After a brief pause, he disregarded the attendant's gazes, unfolding the 4 banknotes under the light to verify the anti-counterfeiting patterns and watermarks were intact. Once satisfied, Klein organized the banknotes and coins, grasped the cane, adjusted his top hat, and exited the Vireker hat shop like a true gentleman. Indulging in a nearby, untracked public carriage, he successfully returned to his apartment after one transfer and a total expenditure of 6 pence. Once inside, he carefully counted the 11 pounds and 12 shillings in banknotes 3 times before placing them in the desk drawer, then retrieved his copper-colored revolver with a wooden grip. Clink, clink, clink. 5 brass bullets fell onto the desk in succession as Klein meticulously loaded each intricately designed silver demon-slaying bullet into the revolver cylinder. Similarly, he loaded a mere 5 cartridges, leaving a vacant space to prevent accidental discharge, while the remaining 5 regular bullets were stored in a small metal box alongside those just extracted. With a decisive snap, the revolver clicked shut, and a newfound sense of security enveloped Klein. Eagerly, he tucked the revolver into his armpit holster, fastening it securely, then practiced the motion of drawing the weapon repeatedly, taking breaks when his arms grew weary, until dusk began to fall and the sounds of tenants moving in the hallway emerged. With a sigh, Klein exhaled a cloud of stale air and returned the revolver to its resting place. Only then did he change out of his formal attire and waistcoat, donning a casual brown coat instead, and commence some arm relaxation exercises. The sound of approaching footsteps resonated, followed by the insertion of a key into the lock, the turning mechanism clicking into place. Melissa, her hair cascading in soft black waves, entered the room, her nose twitching imperceptibly as her gaze swept over the unlit stove, the sparkle in her eyes dimming slightly. Klein, I'll cook the leftover ingredients from last night. Benson might return tomorrow, she remarked, glancing towards her brother. Klein, with hands tucked into his pockets and leaning against the edge of the desk, smiled and replied, No, let us dine out. Dine out. Melissa echoed in surprise. How about the Silver Crown restaurant on Daffodil Street? I've heard the food is exquisite, Klein suggested. But Melissa still seemed perplexed. Klein chuckled and elaborated. To celebrate my new job. You found a job? Melissa's voice involuntarily rose. But the interview at Tianjin University is tomorrow. A different position, Klein replied with a grin, retrieving a stack of banknotes from the drawer. They even advanced me a month's salary. Melissa stared wide-eyed at the crisp notes of gold pounds and sesterces. Oh my, what kind of job is this? Klein hesitated, carefully choosing his words. It's with a security company dedicated to the search, collection, and preservation of antiquities. They require specialized consultants, a 5-year contract, at £3 a week. Were you worried about this last night? Melissa asked after a moment of silence. Klein nodded in agreement. Yes, being a lecturer at Tianjin University would be more respectable, but I prefer this job. In fact, it's quite remarkable. Melissa offered an encouraging smile, her expression a blend of curiosity and doubt. How could they advance you an entire month as salary? Because we need to move, require more space. And need our own bathroom, Klein replied with a smirk, spreading his hands. He felt his smile was impeccable, just shy of asking if she was surprised. Melissa blinked, then spoke rapidly, a hint of panic in her voice. Klein, our living situation is quite decent. I occasionally lament not having my own bathroom, but that's merely a habit. Do you remember Jenny? The girl who used to live next door? After her father was injured and lost his job, they had to move down the street. With 5 people cramped into one room, 3 on a bunk bed and 2 on the floor. They even considered subletting the remaining floor space. Compared to her family, we are fortunate. Do not squander your salary on this matter. Besides, I really enjoy Mrs. Sellen's bakery. Sister, your reaction is not what I anticipated, Klein remarked, his expression one of astonishment. Chapter 24. Frugality and Household Management. As the golden hues of the setting sun dimmed outside, Klein gazed into Melissa's eyes, momentarily at a loss for words, as his prepared lines proved unnecessary. He cleared his throat and quickly replied, Melissa, this is not about wasting money. When Benson and my colleagues visit, do you think we should entertain them in such a place? Once I marry Benson and have a wife, shall we still resort to bunk beds? But you do not even have a fiancé yet. You can wait a little longer and save more money, Melissa articulated clearly. No, Melissa, these are the rules of society, Klein sighed, feeling a headache emerging, resorting to grand principles. With a weekly salary of £3, one must maintain a standard befitting that income. To be frank, having once shared a cramped living space, he was familiar and adaptable to their current conditions. Yet, it was precisely due to this experience that he grew increasingly aware of the inconveniences such environments posed for young women. Moreover, his aspiration was to become extraordinary, to delve into the arcane, to discover the way home, which would inevitably involve conducting magical rituals at home. In a crowded apartment, complications could easily arise. Sensing Melissa was about to speak again, Klein quickly interjected, rest assured, I am not considering a standalone house. I intend to look for a townhouse. Ultimately, we must have our own bathroom. And by the way, I love Mrs. Sellen's bread, Tianjin pastries, and lemon cakes. We should prioritize locations close to Iron Cross Street and Daffodil Street. Melissa pursed her lips, fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. Also, I am not in a hurry to move. I must wait for Benson to return, Klein added with a smile. Otherwise, when he opens the door, he will be utterly shocked, exclaiming, where are my belongings? Where are my siblings? Is this my home? Have I gone to the wrong place? Oh goddess, tell me, is this a dream? How can I return after a few days only to find my home vanished? He mimicked Benson's voice, causing Melissa to involuntarily smile, revealing a faint dimple on her cheek. No, Mr. Franke will be waiting at the door, demanding that Benson hand over the apartment keys. Benson won't even make it up the stairs, she quipped, playfully disparaging their miserly landlord. At the Moretti household, it was a common jest to make Mr. Franke the butt of their humor, a tradition initiated by their elder brother Benson. Indeed, he wouldn't change the locks for the next tenant, Klein chuckled in agreement, pointing towards the door with playful wit. Melissa, shall we celebrate at the Silver Crown restaurant? Melissa sighed lightly and said, Klein, do you know Selina? She is my classmate. My good friend. Selina? Instantly, a vision of a girl with wine-red hair and deep brown eyes filled Klein's mind. Her parents were devotees of the night goddess, blessing her with the name of Saint Selina. She was not yet 16, half a year younger than Melissa, a cheerful and outgoing girl. Yes, Klein nodded, acknowledging the memory of Selina Wood. Her brother Chris is a transactional lawyer, earning close to £3 a week as well, while his fiancée works part-time as a typist. Melissa began detailing their circumstances, then continued. They have been engaged for over 4 years, saving for a stable and decent life after marriage. Yet they still have not entered the church, intending to wait at least another year. According to Selena, many who are similar to her brother are in the same situation. Generally, one must wait until they are 28 to marry. You must prepare in advance, save diligently, and avoid waste. It's just a meal at a restaurant. Is it necessary to expound so much wisdom? Klein felt torn between laughter and tears, pausing for a few moments before responding. Melissa, I currently earn £3 a week, and this salary will increase annually. You need not worry. However, we must save for unforeseen circumstances, such as the security company suddenly collapsing. I have a classmate whose father's company went bankrupt, and he had to seek temporary work at the docks, which led to a rapid decline in their living conditions. Forcing him to drop out, Melissa insisted earnestly, urging her brother. Klein covered his face with his hand. That company, it's connected to the government. It won't just collapse. But the government is unstable too. After every election, if there is a shift in party, most positions are reassigned, creating chaos. Melissa persistently countered. Sister, you are indeed quite knowledgeable, Klein remarked, shaking his head in both exasperation and amusement. Very well, I shall prepare a stew with the leftover ingredients from yesterday. You go to the market and fetch me a pan-seared fish, a piece of beef coated in black pepper sauce, a small jar of cream, and a cup of ginger beer. We should celebrate a little. These were all common fare sold by the vendors on Tyexit Street. A pan-seared fish cost between 6 to 8 pence, a moderately sized piece of beef in black pepper sauce was 5 pence, a cup of ginger beer 1 penny, and a small jar of cream weighed about a quarter pound, costing 4 pence, while purchasing a full pound of cream would only require 1 shilling and 3 pence. The original owner was responsible for procuring household supplies during holidays and was familiar with the prices. Klein calculated for a few seconds and concluded he would need approximately 1 shilling and 6 pence. Thus he withdrew 2 1-shilling banknotes. Melissa no longer objected to this and set down her satchel, accepting the banknotes. Observing his sister retrieving a small jar for the cream and a basin for the other items, she briskly made her way to the door. Klein pondered for a moment and called out to her, Melissa, with the remaining money, purchase some fruit. Many vendors on Tyexit Street would sell fruits of lesser quality or those that had been stored for too long, but the locals were not indignant, for the prices were exceedingly low. Once at home, they could simply cut away the rotten parts and still enjoy a delightful treat, which could be deemed an inexpensive indulgence. After speaking, Klein quickly approached, pulling out the remaining copper pennies from his pocket and placing them in his sister's palm. Melissa's brown eyes gazed at her brother with confusion. Klein stepped back a couple of paces, smiling gently. Do remember to visit Madame Slynn and reward yourself with a small slice of lemon cake. Melissa's mouth opened slightly, her eyes blinked in surprise. And she finally uttered a single word, all right. She swiftly turned and dashed out the door, racing toward the staircase. A river flowed past, flanked by cypress and maple trees. The air so fresh it felt intoxicating. Klein, who had come to resolve matters regarding an interview, carried a revolver and a cane, descended from a public carriage after paying 6 pence. He walked along the cement path towards the 3-story stone building nestled among the greenery, which housed the offices of Tianjin University. Indeed, one of the most renowned universities in the Kingdom of Ruin, Klein mused as he ambled along. Compared to this, the nearby Hoi University appeared rather rudimentary. Suddenly, shouts drew near as 2 rowing boats surged downstream from the Hoi River, their wooden oars moving in perfect synchrony. This rowing sport was popular among all universities in the Kingdom of Ruin, and given Klein's reliance on a scholarship to complete his studies, he had participated in the rowing club at Hoi University alongside Welch and others, excelling in the sport. Youthful exuberance, Klein paused to gaze, sighing softly. In a week, such scenes would vanish, as the school would break for summer vacation. Following the tree-lined path, he arrived at the gray 3-story stone building, completed the registration, and easily found the office that had previously hosted him. Knocking lightly on the half-open door, he heard a male voice beckon from within, come in. Upon entering, he noticed a middle-aged instructor clad in a white shirt and black tailcoat frowning slightly. The interview is in an hour. Mr. Stone, do you remember me? I am Klein Moretti, a student of Senior Professor Cohen. You have read my recommendation letter. Klein smiled as he removed his hat. Haven Stone stroked his black mustache, puzzled. Is there something you wish to discuss? I am not in charge of the interview. Actually, I have secured a position and will not be attending the interview today. Klein candidly expressed his purpose. I see, Stone replied, standing and extending his right hand. Congratulations, you are quite a polite young man. I shall inform the professors and senior faculty. Klein shook hands with him, intending to exchange pleasantries before departing, when a familiar voice suddenly called from behind. Moretti, have you found another job? Klein turned to see a silver-haired elder with distinct features, yet few wrinkles. His deep-set blue eyes and pristine black tailcoat exuded an air of authority. "Good morning, Minter, Mr. Azek," he bowed respectfully. "What brings you here?" The elder was indeed Azek, a senior associate professor in the history department at Hoy University, and Klein's mentor, Quentin Cohen. Beside him stood a middle-aged man of average stature with bronze skin. Holding a newspaper, he was clean-shaven, wore a top hat, and had soft features, his eyes reflecting a profound weariness, with a barely noticeable black mole beneath his right ear. Klein recognized him as Mr. Azek, who often assisted the original owner and frequently engaged in debates with Professor Cohen, despite their amicable friendship, as they enjoyed conversing together. Cohen nodded slightly, his tone relaxed. "Azek and I are here for an academic conference. What kind of work have you found?" "A security company specializing in antiquities seeking, collection, and preservation needs professional consultants, offering £3 a week." Klein reiterated what he had told his sister yesterday, adding, "As you know, I prefer exploring history rather than summarizing it." Cohen nodded thoughtfully. "Everyone has their choices. I am pleased that you remembered to inform Tingen University rather than simply absent yourself." At that moment, Azek interjected, "Klein, do you know what happened to Welch and Naya? I read in the newspaper that they were murdered by home invaders. The case has been reclassified as a home invasion, and it has made the newspaper so swiftly." Klein paused, carefully choosing his words. "I am not entirely sure of the specifics. Previously, Welch had received notes from the Antigonid family of the 4th dynasty of the Solomon Empire, and he asked me to help interpret them. I visited for a few days, but then I became busy looking for work. Just a couple of days ago, the police came to inquire about me." He deliberately mentioned the Solomon Empire and the Antigonid family, hoping the two history professors might have some insight. "The 4th dynasty," Cohen murmured, his brow furrowed. Azek, with his bronze skin and weary gaze, initially seemed startled, then inhaled deeply, gently massaging his temple with his left hand holding the newspaper. "The name Antigonid sounds familiar, but I cannot recall where I have heard it before." Chapter 25. The church. As Azek spoke to himself, he instinctively glanced at Quentin Cohen, seemingly seeking a hint or inspiration. Cohen, with his deep-set blue eyes, shook his head resolutely. "I have no recollection whatsoever." "All right, perhaps it is merely a matter of similar roots." Azek set down his left hand, chuckling at himself. Klein felt a tinge of disappointment at this outcome, but could not resist adding, "Minter, Mr. Azek, as you know, I am quite interested in exploring and reconstructing the history of the 4th dynasty. If you happen to recall anything or acquire additional information, would you kindly write to me?" "Certainly." Professor Cohen, with silver hair, expressed his satisfaction with Klein. Azek nodded in agreement. "Is your address still the same?" "For the time being, yes, but I will be moving soon, and I shall inform you of my new address." Klein replied respectfully. Professor Cohen, a distinguished figure, gestured with his black cane and remarked, "Indeed, it is time for a change of environment." At that moment, Klein cast a glance at the newspaper held by Azke, contemplating as he spoke, "Professor, Mr. Azke, what does the newspaper say regarding the matter of Welch and Naya?" "I have only gleaned a bit from the investigating officer." Just as Azke was about to respond, Professor Cohen, whose wrinkles were still few, suddenly retrieved a pocket watch from the golden chain of his black tailcoat. With a snap, he opened it and pointed his cane forward, declaring, "The meeting is about to commence. Azke, we must not dawdle. Please hand the newspaper to Moretti." "Very well," Azke replied, passing the completed newspaper to Klein. "We must head upstairs. Remember to write. My and Cohen's address remains unchanged, still at the History Department office of Hoy University." He chuckled as he turned and departed with Cohen. Klein doffed his hat in salute, watching the two gentlemen leave before bidding farewell to the office's owner, Havenstone. He leisurely made his way down the corridor and exited the gray 3-story building. Under the sunlight, he raised his cane and unfolded the newspaper, which proclaimed, Tingen Morning News. Tingen boasted a plethora of newspapers and magazines, including morning papers, evening papers, the Honest Man's Journal, the Beckland Daily, the Taysok Chronicle, family magazines, and story reviews. Klein casually recalled several names, some of which were not local, but rather distributed based on steam trains. In an era where industrialized papermaking and printing flourished, the cost of a newspaper had plummeted to a mere penny, thus broadening its readership. Klein did not linger over other content and quickly located the news section covering the home invasion and murder case. According to the police department, Mr. Welch's residence was a scene of unutterable horror, having lost all gold, jewelry, and cash, along with every valuable and easily transportable item. Not even a copper penny remained. There was reason to believe that a group of ruthless criminals would not hesitate to eliminate any innocent witnesses, such as Mr. Welch and Ms. Naya. This is a violation of the kingdom's laws, a provocation to public safety. No one wishes to encounter such a fate. Notably, there was good news. The police had identified the culprits and apprehended the principal offender, promising forthcoming updates. The article was penned by journalist John Browning. Klein walked along the tree-lined path, subtly nodding in acknowledgement of the report. He flipped through the newspaper, reading other news and serialized stories as he strolled. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, as if countless needles pricked at him. Was someone watching me? Observing me? Monitoring me? Thoughts surged within, and Klein began to realize something. In his previous life on Earth, he had sensed an invisible gaze before and ultimately discerned its source, but never had he reacted with such clarity and certainty as now. The same occurrences from the fragmented memories of the original owner echoed this. Was it a traversal, or had that peculiar transfer ritual intensified my sixth sense? Klein resisted the impulse to seek out the observer. Mimicking characters from novels, films, and television series, he gradually slowed his pace, tucked the newspaper away, and gazed towards the Hoy River. Following that, he pretended to admire the scenery, subtly tilting his head, and then naturally turning to absorb the surrounding environment. Aside from trees, lawns, and the distant students passing by, there was no one else present. Nevertheless, Klein was convinced that someone was still watching him. His heart raced, and blood surged with a fierce pulse. He unfolded the newspaper, half concealing his face, fearing that someone might notice his unusual expression. Simultaneously, he tightened his grip on the cane, ready to draw his weapon. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Klein moved forward slowly, as before. The sensation of being scrutinized persisted, yet no immediate danger erupted. He completed the tree-lined path with a slight stiffness in his body and arrived at the public carriage waiting point, fortuitously spotting a carriage approaching. Iron Zot. No, Champagne Street. Klein repeatedly dismissed his thoughts. He had initially planned to return home directly, but feared leading the unknown observer to his apartment. Then he considered heading to Zotland Street to seek assistance from the night watch or colleagues, but worried that it might alert the observer and expose him. So he settled for a random location. 6 pence, the fare collector replied with familiarity. Klein had not taken any pounds with him today. Having left them in his usual hiding place, he had only withdrawn 2 solars in paper currency. Since he had spent the same amount on his way there, he had exactly 1 solar and 6 pence remaining. So he pulled out all his coins and handed them to the collector. Once inside the carriage, he found a seat. And as the door closed, Klein felt that unsettling sensation of being watched finally dissipate. He exhaled slowly, sensing a slight tremor in his limbs. What should I do next? Klein gazed out the carriage window, striving to devise a plan. In the absence of clarity regarding the observer's intentions, it was prudent to assume malice. Numerous ideas surfaced, only to be dismissed one by one. Having never experienced anything similar, he took several minutes to find a coherent thought. It was imperative to notify the night watch. Only they could truly address the trouble. However, he could not approach them directly, for that would reveal his position, perhaps playing into the observer's hands. Following this line of thought, Klein roughly formulated one plan after another, his ideas gradually becoming clearer. With a sigh, he expelled the lingering anxiety, regaining a semblance of calm as he attentively observed the swiftly passing scenery outside. Until the carriage arrived at Champagne Street, no unexpected events transpired. Yet, upon stepping out, Klein was immediately struck by that familiar sense of being watched once more. He feigned ignorance, picking up the newspaper and leisurely making his way towards Zotland Street. However, he did not enter that street. Instead, he circled around to the back of Red Moon Street, where there lay a lovely white square and a grand cathedral with a spire, St. Selena's Cathedral, the headquarters of the Night Goddess Church in Tianjin. As a believer, attending Mass and offering prayers on a day of rest was entirely unremarkable. This cathedral bore a distinctly Earth-like Gothic style, predominantly black, featuring a tall, weathered bell tower nestled between the red and blue checkered windows, piercing the clouds. Klein entered the cathedral, walking down the aisle toward the grand prayer hall. Along the way, small high windows adorned with intricate blue and red patterns allowed streaks of colored light to filter in, blue as night and red like the moon, casting an unusually dark ambience around him. The sensation of being observed vanished again, and Klein's demeanor remained composed, devoid of joy. As he approached the open entrance of the grand prayer hall, here, there were no high windows. The profound darkness took center stage. Yet, behind the arched altar, on the wall facing the entrance, a dozen or so fist-sized circular openings connected to the outside, allowing radiant and pure sunlight to stream in, condensed and luminous. It was akin to a traveler in the night abruptly looking up to behold the starry sky, witnessing each brilliant star, a sight so sublime, so pure, and so sacred. Even though he had always believed that deities could be studied and understood, Klein could not help but lower his head. As the bishop's deep and gentle sermon resonated, he quietly walked down the aisle separating the seats, finding an unoccupied position close to the aisle, and gradually took a seat. Leaning his cane against the back of the chair in front, Klein removed his top hat and placed it along with a newspaper on his lap, then clasped his hands together to rest against his bowed forehead. The entire process was executed slowly and methodically, akin to a genuine act of prayer. Klein closed his eyes, quietly listening to the bishop's voice in the darkness of his vision. They are naked, without clothing or food, exposed to the cold. They are soaked by the rain, clinging tightly to the rocks as there is no refuge. They are mothers robbed of their children, orphans who have lost hope, and the impoverished forced from their rightful paths. The night has not forsaken them. It has bestowed upon them its care. The echoes layered upon one another, each word resonating in Klein's ears as the darkness enveloped him, cleansing his spirit. He calmly contemplated these thoughts until the bishop completed the sermon and concluded the mass. The bishop opened the door to the confession booth, and gentlemen and ladies began to queue. Klein opened his eyes, donned his hat, picked up his cane and newspaper, and joined the orderly line. After more than 20 minutes, it was finally his turn. Stepping inside and closing the door behind him, Klein found himself once again enveloped in dimness. "Child, what would you like to say?" The bishop's voice came from behind the wooden partition. Klein retrieved the Special Operations Group 7 badge from his pocket and handed it through the gap to the bishop. "Someone is following me. I wish to find Ding Smith." As if tainted by the shadows, his tone softened. The bishop accepted the badge, fell silent for a few seconds, then said, "To the right at the confession booth entrance, at the end, there is a hidden door. Once inside, someone will guide you." As he spoke, he pulled a cord within the room, signaling to a priest who heard the sound of a bell ringing. Klein took back the badge, removed his hat, placed it against his chest, bowed slightly, and then turned to push the door open. After confirming that the feeling of being watched had dissipated, he donned his black bowler hat once more, maintaining a stoic expression while grasping his cane. He turned right and walked towards the arched altar. On the wall to his side, he found the hidden door, opened it silently, and slipped inside. The door closed quietly behind him, and a middle-aged man in a black clerical robe emerged into the glow of the gaslight, coming into Klein's view. "What is it?" the middle-aged priest inquired succinctly. Klein displayed the badge and repeated the words he had just spoken to the bishop. The middle-aged priest did not inquire further, turning silently to proceed ahead. Klein nodded, adjusted his hat, and quietly followed behind him. Roshan had mentioned that to the left at the crossroads leading to Charney's Gate was the Holy Saint Selina Church. The sound of footsteps echoed in the dim, narrow corridor, reverberating in the stillness without any other noise. Klein stood tall, following the middle-aged priest at a measured pace, neither asking questions nor engaging in small talk, as tranquil as a windless lake. After passing through a heavily guarded passage, the middle-aged priest unlocked a hidden door with a key and gestured towards a descending stone staircase, saying, "To the left at the crossroads is Charney's Gate. May the goddess bless you." Klein made the sign of the crimson crescent moon over his chest. The mundane world employs secular courtesies, while religion adheres to its sacred rituals. "Praise the goddess." The middle-aged priest reciprocated with the same gesture. Klein spoke no more, following the stone staircase, aided by the elegant gas lamps embedded in the walls, step by step descending into the depths of darkness. Halfway down, he instinctively turned back to see the middle-aged priest still standing at the entrance. At the top of the staircase, shrouded in the shadow of the gaslight, resembling an unmoving wax figure, Klein withdrew his gaze and continued downward, soon reaching the cold stone floor at the crossroads. He did not turn towards Charney's Gate, as it was certain that Ding Smith, who had just been on duty, would not be there. Following the familiar path on the right, Klein ascended another staircase, emerging within the confines of the He Jing Ji and Security Company. Observing doors either tightly shut or ajar, he refrained from recklessly searching and instead entered the reception area, where he noticed a brown-haired girl with a sweet smile engrossed in reading a magazine. "Hello, Roshan." Klein approached from the side and deliberately tapped the table. The sound startled Roshan, causing her to spring up, knocking over a chair, and she hurriedly exclaimed, "Hi, what a lovely day. You, Klein, what brings you here?" She placed a hand over her chest, taking a couple of breaths, as though afraid of being caught slacking by her father. "I need to speak with the captain." Klein replied succinctly. "You scared me. I thought the captain had come out." Roshan shot him a glare. "You didn't even knock." "Humph. You should be grateful I am a generous and kind lady. Well, I prefer the term girl. What do you need to see the captain about?" "He's in the room opposite Madame Allian." Despite feeling quite tense, Klein couldn't help but smile at Roshan's antics, pondering for a moment before saying, "It's a secret." Roshan's eyes widened in disbelief, while Klein offered a slight bow and quickly took his leave. He passed through the partition door of the reception area, knocking on the door of the first office on the right. "Come in," Ding-En Smith's deep and gentle voice resonated. Klein pushed the door open, closed it behind him, and, removing his hat, saluted, "Good morning, Captain." "Good morning. What brings you here?" Ding-En, clad only in a white shirt and black vest, with his black coat and hat hanging on a nearby rack, appeared refreshed despite his slightly receding hairline and deep gray eyes. "Someone is following me," Klein stated plainly. Without embellishment, Ding-En leaned back, clasping his hands together, and his deep gray eyes fixed quietly on Klein's. He did not pursue the topic of the stalker, but instead asked, "Did you come from the church?" "Yes," Klein affirmed. Ding-En nodded slightly, neither approving nor disapproving. Before returning to the subject at hand, it is possible that Welch's father does not believe the cause of death we reported and has hired a private investigator from Wind City to look into it. The city of Constant in Jianghai County, also known as Wind City, is an area with a highly developed coal and steel industry, ranking among the top 3 cities in the Kingdom of Ruan. Before Klein could voice an opinion, Ding-En continued, "It may also stem from the source of that notebook." "Huh. We are tracing where Welch obtained the Antigonus family notebook. Of course, we cannot rule out other individuals or organizations pursuing this notebook. What should I do?" Klein asked in a low voice. Undoubtedly, he hoped for the first scenario. Ding-En did not respond immediately, taking a sip from his coffee cup, his gray eyes revealing no ripple of emotion. "Return along the previous route, and then do whatever you wish." "Anything?" Klein echoed. "Anything," Ding-En affirmed, nodding, "Of course. Do not frighten the other party, and do not violate the law." "Understood." Klein inhaled deeply, bidding farewell as he turned to leave the room. Descending back to the lower level, he turned left at the crossroads, basking in the glow of the gas lamps flanking him, quietly walking through the desolate, dim, and frigid corridor. The echoes of his footsteps intensified the solitude, amplifying his trepidation. Soon, Klein approached the staircase, ascending step by step, and beheld a middle-aged clergyman standing in the shadows at the doorway. As their eyes met, neither spoke. The clergyman silently turned and cleared the way. Progressing in silence, Klein returned to the grand prayer hall, where the light streaming through the arched altar's circular openings remained pure and unblemished, the room's dim tranquility unchanged. And the gentlemen and ladies waiting outside the confessional, though reduced in number, still lingered. After a short wait, Klein, grasping his cane and newspaper, departed the grand prayer hall as if nothing had transpired, leaving the Shung Sai Lin Na church. Upon stepping outside and encountering the blazing sun, he was once again enveloped by a familiar sensation of being observed, feeling akin to prey under the watchful gaze of an eagle. Suddenly, a question surfaced in his mind. Why had the voyeur not followed him into the church? While it would have been feasible to evade detection through the dim surroundings and with the clergyman's assistance, was it truly so difficult to feign prayer and follow the surveillance? Had he committed no wrongdoing? What issue lay in entering openly? Unless he harbored a dark past, fearing the church and dreading the bishop, aware that the other party might possess extraordinary abilities. In that case, the likelihood of him being a private detective seemed exceedingly low. Exhaling deeply, Klein relaxed his previously taut demeanor and leisurely strolled to Zotellen Street at the back. He paused before an aged, weathered building marked with the number 3, home to the Zotellen Shooting Club. A section of the police department's underground shooting range was open to the public to generate additional funding. As Klein stepped inside, the feeling of being watched dissipated instantly. Seizing the opportunity, he presented the Special Operations Division's badge to the receptionist. After a brief verification, he was led underground to a small, enclosed shooting range, at a distance of 10 meters. Klein briefly informed the attendant before retrieving his revolver from the holster under his arm and extracting a box of brass-colored bullets from his pocket. Suddenly feeling the gaze of an observer, his desire for self-defense overcame his procrastination, compelling him to practice his marksmanship urgently. After the attendant departed, he swung open the revolver's cylinder, ejecting the silver demon-hunting bullets one by one, then deftly inserted the brass-colored standard bullets into the chambers. This time, he left no vacant space to prevent accidental discharge and refrained from removing his formal coat or donning a lighter hat. Knowing that it would be impractical to request a brief pause to change into more suitable attire when confronted by an adversary. With a decisive click, Klein closed the cylinder and, gripping the gun firmly, swiftly raised it to aim at the target 10 meters away. However, he did not rush to fire. Instead, he meticulously recalled his military training experiences of missing the target, the concept of aligning 3 points, and the knowledge of recoil. The rustling of his clothing accompanied his repeated exercises in aiming and holding the firearm, his concentration akin to that of a student preparing for a crucial examination. After several repetitions, he retreated to a wall and took a seat on a soft bench, placing the revolver aside while massaging his arms, resting for a considerable time. Reflecting on his earlier practice for a few minutes, Klein grasped the wooden grip of the copper revolver once more, returned to the shooting position, assumed the proper stance, and pulled the trigger. The gun fired with a resounding bang, causing his arm to twitch and his body to lean slightly backward as the bullet veered off target. Bang, bang, bang. With newfound experience, he fired shot after shot, exploring the sensations of practice until all 6 bullets were expended. After finishing, Klein retreated once more, seating himself and catching his breath. With a decisive motion, he ejected the spent casings onto the floor, maintaining an expressionless demeanor as he continued to load the remaining brass-colored bullets one by one. After loosening his arms, Klein stood again, summarizing his thoughts as he returned to the shooting position. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed, the target swayed, and Klein practiced repeatedly, interspersing rests. Using all 30 standard bullets he had received along with the previous 5, gradually achieving stability and beginning to aim for higher scores. After shaking out his sore arms, he ejected the last 5 casings, lowered his head, and carefully loaded the intricately patterned silver demon-hunting bullets, reserving a space for accidental discharge. Once the revolver was returned to its holster, Klein brushed off the residue of gunpowder from his attire and stepped out of the dedicated shooting range, returning to the street. The feeling of being scrutinized resurfaced, yet Klein's demeanor was markedly calmer than before as he strolled to Champagne Street, spending 4 pence to ride the tram back to Iron Cross Street, where he entered his apartment. The sensation of being spied upon vanished without a trace as he retrieved his keys and opened the door, discovering a man nearing 30, clad in a linen shirt and sporting short hair, seated at the desk. A surge of anxiety gripped him, but he quickly relaxed, smiling as he greeted, "Good morning, no. Good afternoon, Banson." This man was none other than his and Melissa's elder brother, Banson Moretti, who at 25 years of age appeared almost 30 due to his receding hairline and mature features. With dark hair and brown eyes, he bore a resemblance to Klein, albeit lacking the faint scholarly aura. "Good afternoon, Klein. How did the interview go?" Banson rose, a smile gracing his lips. His black coat and half-hide hat were draped over the protrusion of the bunk bed. "Terribly," Klein replied expressionlessly. Observing Banson's momentary shock, Klein chuckled and added, "In fact, I didn't attend the interview at all. I found a job beforehand, with a weekly salary of £3. He reiterated what he had previously told Melissa. Banson's expression softened, and he shook his head with a smile, saying, "It's like watching a child grow up. That job sounds quite good." He sighed. "Returning to hear such delightful news is wonderful. We must celebrate tonight. Shall we buy some beef?" Klein smiled. "Certainly, but I think Melissa will be upset. Shall we go shopping for ingredients together in the afternoon? Bring at least 3 souls? To be honest, the exchange rate of £1 for 20 souls. 1 soul for 12 pence, and then there are half pence and quarter pence. This currency system is utterly counterintuitive and exceedingly troublesome. I believe it must be one of the most foolish currency systems in the world." Upon finishing, he noticed Banson's expression suddenly turned serious, causing him to feel a twinge of anxiety, questioning whether he had misspoken. Was it possible that, amidst the fragmented memories of the original owner, Banson was an ardent, extreme monarchist who would not tolerate any dissent? Banson took a few steps, his face grave as he retorted, "No, not at all. Not at all." Klein was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, exchanging amused glances with his brother. Indeed, it was the kind of sarcastic humor Banson excelled at. With a smirk, Banson added earnestly, "You must understand that establishing a reasonable and straightforward currency system requires one prerequisite: the ability to count and grasp the decimal system. Unfortunately, such individuals are exceedingly rare among those in high positions." Chapter 27. The Dinner of the 3 Siblings. Klein laughed heartily, drawing upon his rich experiences from the past while cleverly retorting, "In fact, there is no evidence to suggest that those in power possess any intellect whatsoever." "Excellent. Quite excellent." Banson burst into laughter, giving a thumbs up to Klein, exclaiming that he had become significantly more humorous than before. Taking a breath, he continued, "I still need to head to the docks this afternoon. I want to be able to rest until tomorrow. At that time, we can visit Tingenshire to inquire about affordable and decent townhouses for rent. Also, we must first pay a visit to Mr. Falanki." "Mr. Falanki, the landlord?" Klein asked, perplexed. "Does the current landlord really have well-located townhouses?" Banson shot a glance at his brother and chuckled. "Surely you haven't forgotten about our 1-year lease agreement? It's only been 6 months. Klein gasped, realizing he had indeed forgotten about this matter. Although the rent was paid weekly, the lease lasted a year. Moving now would be considered a breach of contract, and if taken to court, it would cost a significant amount of money. "You still lack sufficient social experience," Banson remarked, stroking his receding black hairline. This was a clause I fought hard for. Otherwise, Mr. Falanki would only agree to a 3-month lease. For the affluent, landlords typically offer leases of 1, 2, or even 3 years for stability. However, for us, as well as our previous neighbors, landlords often worry about tenants facing unexpected difficulties in paying rent, thus preferring short-term contracts. This way, they can also raise the rent as circumstances permit, he elaborated. Drawing on both the original owner's memories and his own renting experiences, Bonsun sighed. This is the harsh reality of society today. But don't worry. The lease issue can be resolved quite easily. To be frank, if we were to miss a week's rent, Mr. Falanki would immediately evict us and seize our valuables. After all, his intellect is hardly superior to that of a baboon, and he struggles to comprehend complex matters. Upon hearing this, Cullen suddenly recalled a jest about a certain Sir Humphrey and shook his head earnestly. No, Fan, you are mistaken. Why? Bonsun queried, his face filled with confusion. Mr. Falanki's intelligence is indeed slightly superior to that of a baboon, Cullen replied seriously. Just as Bonsun began to grasp the meaning behind his words and smiled knowingly, Cullen added, provided he is in good spirits, of course. Bonsun burst into uncontrollable laughter, pointing at him, momentarily at a loss for words, before reverting to the main topic. Of course, as gentlemen, we would never resort to such unscrupulous methods. Tomorrow, we shall communicate directly with Mr. Falanki. Trust me, he is quite easily persuaded. Cullen had no doubt about this, as the existence of the gas pipeline was the most compelling evidence. The brothers chatted for a while, adding the remnants of last night's pan-fried fish to a vegetable stew, and during the heating process, they softened the rye bread with steam. Spreading a bit of cream on the bread, Cullen had a simple yet satisfying meal, relishing the lingering flavors of milk and sweetness. Once Bonsun left, Cullen took with him 3 Sul bills and some loose copper pennies, heading towards the lettuce and meat market. He spent 6 pennies on a pound of beef, 7 pennies on a large, tender, and low-bone tasak fish, as well as purchasing potatoes, peas, white radish, rhubarb, lettuce, turnips, and various herbs like rosemary, basil, cumin, and oils. Throughout this process, he could still sense someone watching him, but there was no tangible interaction. After lingering in the Ceylon bakery for a while, Cullen returned home and began training his arms with heavy objects, such as stacked books. Initially, he intended to practice military-style exercises to strengthen his physique, but he had already forgotten even the basic movements, not to mention anything more advanced. Reluctantly, he opted for the simplest exercises. Cullen did not push himself too hard, as he knew that could lead to fatigue and heightened risks. He paused at intervals to review the original owner's textbooks and notes, hoping to refresh his knowledge on quaternary-related subjects. In the evening, Bonsun and Milisha sat at the desk, gazing at the neatly arranged food. Appearing as proper as upper-grade students in primary school, a medley of aromas created a rich overture of culinary delight. The enticing scent of boiled beef wafted through the air, the unmistakable and lingering stimulation of mashed potatoes, the sweet entanglement of pea soup, the subtle yet balanced harmony of stewed rhubarb, and the creamy sweetness enveloping the rye bread. Bonsun swallowed hard, glancing back at him, who was placing a golden, crispy fish onto a plate, feeling as if the fried aroma was penetrating his throat, traveling down to his stomach. His stomach audibly growled. Cullen rolled up his shirt sleeves, carrying the plate of fried fish to the center of the tidied desk, then returned to the cupboard to fetch 2 large mugs of ginger beer, placing them in front of Bonsun and himself. He smiled at Milisha then, as if performing a magic trick, produced a lemon pudding, saying, "We have beer, and you have this." "Thank you," Milisha replied softly as she accepted the lemon pudding. Seeing this, Bonsun raised his mug and smiled. "Cheers to Cullen for finding a great job." Cullen lifted his mug, clinking it with Bonsun's and then with Milisha's lemon pudding, exclaiming to the goddess. With a gulp, he drank deeply, feeling the spicy flavor ignite his throat, leaving a delightful aftertaste. Ginger beer, while named for its ginger content, contained no alcohol. It combined the spiciness of ginger with the sourness of lemon to create a flavor reminiscent of beer, making it a beverage suitable for women and children. Although Milisha was not particularly fond of its taste. To the goddess, Bonsun echoed, taking a sip, while Milisha took a small bite of the lemon pudding, chewing slowly and savoring it without wanting to swallow. "Do try it," Cullen encouraged, setting down his mug and picking up a fork and spoon, gesturing toward the spread of food. Among them, he felt least confident about the pea soup, as he had never eaten anything so peculiar on earth and could only recreate it based on fragments of the original owner's memories. Bonsun, as the elder brother, did not hesitate, scooping a spoonful of mashed potatoes into his mouth. The flavor of the well-stewed Thoroughly mashed potatoes mingled with a hint of lard and just the right amount of salt, causing his saliva to flow and his appetite to awaken. Very good, Bon Sun mumbled. Far superior to what I had at the company last time. They used cream then. This is my signature dish. Kulun accepted the praise gracefully. Thanks to the instruction from the chef of the Wierki family. Mei Li Sha then turned her attention to the beef soup, where green basil leaves, vibrant lettuce heads, and white radish chunks were submerged in a colorless broth, concealing tender, stewed beef. The colors were fresh and the aroma enticing. She speared a piece of beef, chewing it and finding it soft yet still possessing a delightful chewiness, with a hint of saltiness and the gentle sweetness of radish, along with the aromatic spiciness of basil, which all combined to amplify the beef's inherent flavor. It seemed as though she was praising something, yet she could not stop talking. Kulun took a taste and, while enjoying it, felt a tinge of regret, for it did not quite meet his best standards. Some seasonings were missing, leading to an inevitable oddity. Of course, even at his best, his cooking would only be passable. Suddenly, he felt a pang of sympathy for Benson and Isha, who had yet to experience the world. After swallowing the piece of beef, Un picked up a piece of fried tasak fish seasoned with cumin and rosemary. It was crispy on the outside and tender within. Golden and delectable, the savory and oily flavors intertwining deliciously. Nodding slightly, Un then tried a piece of stewed rhubarb, finding it decent enough to cut through the richness of the meat. At last, he summoned his courage and scooped a spoonful of pea soup. It was overly sweet and tangy, causing Klein to furrow his brow. However, upon witnessing the satisfied expressions of Benson and Melissa after tasting it, he began to doubt his own palate, unable to resist taking a sip of ginger beer to cleanse his palate. The three siblings indulged themselves until their bellies were full, finding it difficult to rise from their seats for quite some time. Let us once again extol the goddess, Benson remarked, raising his nearly empty glass of ginger beer with satisfaction. Praise the goddess, Klein exclaimed as he downed the last of his drink. Praise the goddess, Melissa added, savoring the small amount of lemon pudding she had saved for last. Observing her, Klein, slightly tipsy, chuckled. Melissa, that's not the way to go about it. The best and most beloved dishes should be enjoyed at the start, so you can truly appreciate their finest flavors. If you wait until you're full and your appetite wanes, the taste will surely diminish. No, it is still just as delicious, Melissa replied, firm and resolute. The three siblings exchanged laughter and light-hearted banter as they digested their meal, then joined forces to tidy up the plates and utensils, pouring the oil used for frying fish back into its container. After their flurry of activity, they each engaged in their studies, one reviewing lessons, another self-studying accounting, and the last perusing textbooks and notes, leading to a fulfilling and contented evening. At 11 o'clock, the Klein siblings extinguished the gas lamp, attended to their nightly routines, and retired to bed. In the dimness before sleep, Klein felt a sense of haziness when suddenly, a figure clad in a black knee-length coat and a half-height top hat appeared before him. Captain, Klein jolted awake, fully aware that he was in a dream. Dunn's gray eyes were devoid of emotion as he matter-of-factly stated, someone has infiltrated your room, taken your revolver, and forced him into the hallway. He has since been handed over to us. Someone broke into my room. The watcher has finally made a move. Klein was taken aback, hesitant to inquire further. He merely nodded and replied, understood. Instantly, the scene before him shifted, colors swirling and shattering like bubbles. Upon opening his eyes, Klein cautiously turned his head towards the window, where a slender and unfamiliar silhouette stood silently rummaging through his belongings at the desk. Chapter 28. The Secret Meeting. Thud. 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 Klein's heart began to race violently, contracting tightly before suddenly swelling, causing his body to tremble slightly. For a fleeting moment, he nearly forgot what he was supposed to do until the intruder paused, tilting his ear as if he had heard something amiss. Blood rushed back to Klein's brain, restoring his basic cognitive abilities. He reached under his pillow and grasped the wooden handle of his revolver. The firm and smooth texture steadied his emotions, and he quietly drew the gun, aiming it at the intruder's head. To be honest, he had no confidence in his ability to hit the target, although he had previously achieved accuracy with stationary targets. A moving individual was an entirely different concept, and he had not yet deluded himself into confusing the two. Nevertheless, he vaguely recalled a saying from a past life, which suggested that the greatest power of a nuclear bomb exists only before it is launched. In this context, the principle remained the same. The best deterrent is the bullet that has yet to be fired. By refraining from pulling the trigger and avoiding blind fire, the intruder would not be able to ascertain his novice status, significantly increasing the likelihood that he would miss. The intruder would feel anxious, fearful, and would contemplate numerous possibilities, thereby binding himself with his own constraints. In that instant, A flurry of thoughts surged through Klein's mind, leading him to a resolute decision. He was not the type to remain calm under pressure. Rather, he had long anticipated an encounter with the Watcher, envisioning a scenario dominated by intimidation rather than aggression. There is a saying in the great glutton nation, preparation prevents misfortune. As Klein aimed his gun at the intruder, the slender man abruptly froze, as if sensing something. Moments later, a voice laced with a hint of amusement broke the silence. "Good evening, sir." The slender man's hands subtly raised, and his body seemed tense. Klein sat on the lower bunk, aiming the gun at the man's head, and spoke in as relaxed and natural a tone as possible. "Please raise your hands and turn around slowly. To be honest, I am a timid person who gets easily anxious. If you move too quickly, I might be startled, and I cannot guarantee that there won't be an accidental discharge. Yes." Just like that. The slender man raised his hands partially beside his head and slowly turned around. The first thing Klein noticed was the neatly buttoned black bodysuit, followed by two thick, sharp eyebrows of a brownish hue. Klein could not discern fear from the man's azure eyes. Instead, he felt as if he were being stalked by a ferocious beast, with the unsettling notion that one misstep could lead to him being pounced upon and torn to shreds. He tightened his grip on the revolver, striving to maintain a composed and unfazed expression. Once the slender man faced him entirely, Klein lifted his chin and gently gestured towards the door, saying, "Sir, let us step outside to talk, so as not to disturb other sweet dreams. Now, please move slowly and tread lightly. This is the most basic courtesy of a gentleman." The slender man's cold gaze flicked towards Klein, who continued to hold his hands aloft, and he took slow, deliberate steps toward the door. Under the revolver's aim, he turned the doorknob and began to open the door. Just as the door was halfway ajar, he suddenly crouched down and rolled forward, while the door slammed shut as if pulled by a strong wind. The commotion startled Benson in the upper bunk, rousing him from his slumber. At that moment, a serene and melodious tune drifted in from outside, accompanied by a deep, soothing voice that sang, "Ah, the thread of fear. The crimson hope. At least one truth remains. Life slips away. One truth indeed. The rest are lies. Flowers bloom, but once before departing this world." This poem seemed to possess a calming and stabilizing power, allowing Benson and Melissa, along with others in the inner room, to once again drift back into slumber. Klein found tranquility in both body and mind, nearly yawning. The earlier movements of the slender man had been so swift that he had scarcely had time to react. Gazing at the closed door, he smiled slightly, murmuring to himself, "You may not believe it, but my shot was actually a blank. A precaution against accidental discharge." Thereafter, Klein listened intently to the midnight verses, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the battle outside. Within a minute, the serenity akin to moonlight upon a lake ceased, and the night returned to its profound silence. Klein silently revolved the cylinder, shifting the empty chamber aside, waiting for the outcome to unfold. After 10 minutes of anxious waiting, during which he debated whether to venture out and investigate, Dunn's steady and gentle voice finally resonated from the doorway. "It has been resolved." Klein exhaled deeply, gripped the revolver, took the key, and cautiously approached the door, quietly opening it to find Dunn, clad in a black coat and half-height top hat, with his deep gray eyes fixed on him. Closing the door behind him, he followed Dunn to the end of the corridor, standing in the faint crimson moonlight. "It seems I wasted some time entering your dream," Dunn remarked, gazing out at the red moon with a calm tone. "Have you uncovered his identity?" Klein felt a wave of relief wash over him. Deng En nodded slightly and remarked, "An ancient organization known as the Mi Xiu Hui, established during the Quaternary period, is associated with the Solomon Empire and certain fallen nobility of that era. Ah, the notes of the Antigonus family originate from them. Due to the negligence of one member, they entered the antiquities market and fell into the hands of Welch, prompting them to dispatch agents in pursuit." Before Klein could inquire further, he paused and continued, "We will reverse engineer our way to capture several of their members based on clues. The outcome may not be promising. These individuals are as adept at hiding as rats in a sewer. However, they will realize that the Antigonus family's notes may have been acquired by us or that we possess critical leads. Consequently, unless the items are of utmost significance, they will abandon their endeavors entirely, as this is their survival philosophy." "What if the notes are indeed crucial?" Klein asked with concern. Deng En chuckled but did not answer directly. Instead, he stated, "We know little about the Mi Xiu Hui. Our success this time owes much to your cleverness, a testament to your merit. Considering the potential lurking dangers and the heightened inspiration aiding our search for the notes, you have an opportunity for choice." An opportunity for choice? Klein discerned a hint of what was to come, his breath instinctively growing heavier. Deng En's smile faded, and his expression turned grave as he inquired, Do you aspire to become an extraordinary? You must select from the incomplete sequences to choose your initial extraordinary, naturally. You may also forego this chance, opting to accumulate merits until they suffice to elevate you to the sleepless, the initial position of the night watcher bestowed by the goddess. And the starting point of the church's complete sequence. Klein's heart swelled with excitement, and for the moment, hesitation did not cross his mind as he eagerly asked, "From which sequence 9 can I choose? Surely there must be detailed information to ascertain whether to forego or accept, and to specify which to select." Dang En turned his body, draped in flowing crimson veils, gazing into Klein's eyes, and slowly articulated, "Aside from the sleepless, the church possesses 3 additional sequence 9 potion formulas. One is called the Koemi Run, which is the ability mastered by old Neil. Oh, Luo Shan has undoubtedly mentioned it to you. She can never restrain her tongue." Klein offered an awkward smile, uncertain how to respond. Fortunately, Dang En did not dwell on it, and continued. "Our Koei Ren potion formula and its subsequent unconnected parts were obtained from the Mo.C. Ku Xiuhui. At that time, they were reportedly not yet fallen, still adhering to morals and precepts, committed to the pursuit of knowledge, and strictly maintaining secrecy. Every member, upon becoming a Koei Ron, must observe 5 years of silence to cultivate focus and discipline, living freely but without harm. This principle of the Koei Ren originated from them. Koei Ren possess a comprehensive yet rudimentary understanding of mystical knowledge, including magic, witchcraft, astrology, and other esoteric subjects, and are acquainted with various ritual magics. However, they are acutely aware of certain presences hidden behind events and must proceed with caution, harboring a deep reverence for extraordinary power. We lack most of this sequence, to the extent that fragments do not form a coherent chain, such as its sequence 8. Perhaps the cathedral possesses it. This nearly aligns with all my requirements." Klein nodded slightly, feeling the impulse to choose. Fortunately, he recalled other options. What about the other 2? The second is called the Shosha Ren. Many cultists from the southern continent, who worship the god of death, opt for it. Upon consuming this potion, they are mistaken for kin by mindless undead, and thus spared from attack. They can endure cold, decay, and the stench of death, directly perceive certain malevolent spirits, comprehend the characteristics and weaknesses of various undead, and gain enhancements to their physical attributes. We possess its subsequent sequence 8 and sequence 7, and you should be able to guess its sequence 7, the Tong Lingjia. This was Dai Li's initial choice, Dang En elaborated. The Tong Lingjia indeed appears mysterious and alluring. However, my foremost desire is to master esoteric knowledge. Klein refrained from interjecting, listening quietly. Dang En Smith tilted his head towards the crimson moonlight and said, "The third option, we only possess sequence 9. Whether the cathedral harbors others, I cannot ascertain. It is called the Zhanbu Jia." Zhanbu Jia? Klein's pupils constricted, recalling the regret expressed by Emperor Russell in his diary. He lamented not having chosen between the apprentice, thief, and Zhanbu Jia. Dang En smiled and remarked, "Your question lacks precision. It should be, what abilities are granted upon consuming the Zhanbu Jia potion?" Upon this, I shake my head and smile. It encompasses astrology, card divination, pendulum, spirit sight, and an abundance of similar arts. Yet, consuming the potion does not grant immediate understanding or mastery. It merely bestows the qualification and capability to learn them. Due to the absence of direct combat methods, you can surely envision that ritual magic necessitates excessive preparation, rendering it unsuitable for ambushes. Consequently, in the realm of mystical knowledge, the Zhanbu Jia is more erudite and specialized than the Koei Ren. It sounds quite fitting for my requirements, though the lack of direct combat methods gives room for hesitation. Moreover, the Night Goddess Church most likely lacks subsequent sequences, and the cathedral, presumably referring to the church's headquarters, may not possess direct combat methods that rival firearms. Klein fell into silence, his mind oscillating between the Koei Ren and the Zhanbu Jia, while the Shoshirin no longer occupied his thoughts. Observing Klein's demeanor, Dang En Smith chuckled, "Do not rush your choice. Inform me of your decision by Monday morning. Regardless of your selection, or if you choose to forego it entirely, there will be no extra opinions among us night watchers. Take a moment to calm your thoughts and inquire within your soul." After speaking, he removed his hat, offered a slight bow, and gracefully walked past Klein towards the staircase. Klein remained silent, not immediately providing an answer, instead silently bowing and watching Dang En depart. Although he had long yearned to become an extraordinary, when the opportunity truly presented itself, he was filled with uncertainty. The absence of subsequent sequences, the various uncontrollable aspects of the extraordinary, the credibility of Emperor Russell's diary, and the maddening, seductive whispers that led to downfall, all mingling to create a quagmire that obstructed his progress. He inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. Comparable to a student grappling with college applications, Klein chuckled at himself, reining in his scattered thoughts, quietly opened the door, and returned home to lie on his bed. There, he lay with eyes wide open, quietly gazing at the faintly crimson-stained underside of the upper bunk. Outside, a drunken man staggered past, and in the distance, a carriage sped down the empty street. These myriad sounds did not disrupt the tranquility of the night. Rather, they deepened its ethereal and profound essence. Klein's emotions settled, prompting memories of past events on Earth. The father who relished physical activity and spoke boisterously. The mother who, despite chronic illness, busied herself tirelessly. And the close friends with whom he had grown up, evolving from playing soccer and basketball to engaging in war games and mahjong. He recalled the figure whose appearance had faded, the one he had failed to confess his feelings to. These memories flowed like a quiet river, creating few ripples and evoking little sorrow, yet silently submerged his spirit. Perhaps only in loss does one truly learn to cherish. As the crimson hue faded and the sky ignited with golden flames, Klein had made his choice. He rose from his slumber and made his way to the communal lavatory to wash his face, refreshing himself in preparation for the day ahead. Afterward, he retrieved a 1 Suler banknote and ventured to Mrs. Wendy's establishment, where he purchased 8 pounds of rye bread for 9 pence, replenishing the staple he had consumed the previous night. As the price of bread began to stabilize post-breakfast, Benson, while changing his attire, offered his commentary. Today was Sunday, and he and Melissa finally had a respite from their toils. Clad in formal attire, Klein sat upon a chair, perusing an outdated newspaper he had brought home the previous day. To his surprise, he remarked, "Here is an advertisement for a house for rent. Number 3, Wendell Street, North District. This detached house boasts 2 stories, with 6 rooms, 3 lavatories, and 2 spacious balconies on the upper floor, alongside a dining room, a living room, a kitchen, 2 lavatories, and 2 guest rooms on the ground floor, as well as a cellar outside the house. There is a private lawn of 2 acres in front and a small garden at the rear, available for rent for 1, 2, or 3 years at a weekly rate of £1 and 6 Sulers. Interested parties may contact Mr. Gushuefu at number 16, Champagne Street. This is our future goal," Benson remarked with a smile as he donned his black bowler hat. He added that the rental prices in the newspaper seemed rather steep, noting that the Tianjin City Housing Improvement Company offered more affordable options that were not significantly inferior. Why not seek the Tianjin Laborers Housing Improvement Association? Melissa emerged from the cubicle, holding her tattered sun hat and wearing a grayish-white lightweight dress that had been mended several times, yet was still presentable. She exuded a quiet composure that could not conceal her youthful spirit. Benson chuckled. "Who informed you about the Tianjin Laborers Housing Improvement Association? Was it Jenny? Mrs. Rochelle? Or perhaps your dear friend Selina?" Melissa glanced sideways and replied softly, "I happened to encounter Mrs. Rochelle while she was washing up last night. She inquired about Klein's interview, and I shared a few details, after which she suggested contacting the Tianjin Laborers Housing Improvement Association." Seeing Klein's puzzled expression, Benson shook his head with a smile, saying, "This organization caters to the impoverished, or to be precise, the lower class. The properties they construct and renovate primarily consist of communal lavatories, offering merely 3 options: 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom units. Do you wish to continue residing in such accommodations? The Tianjin City Housing Improvement Company shares the same objectives, but also provides opportunities for the lower middle class. To be frank, we are slightly better off than the lower class, yet still fall short of true middle-class status. It is not merely a matter of salary. It primarily concerns the lack of time to accumulate wealth." Klein comprehended the situation, folded the newspaper, donned his hat, and stood up, saying, "Then let us proceed. I recall that the Tianjin City Housing Improvement Company is located on Daffodil Street." As Benson opened the door, he remarked, "They, like the Tianjin Laborers Housing Improvement Association, operate under the banner of 5% charity. Do you know why that is?" "No," Klein replied, raising his cane as he walked beside Melissa, who nodded in agreement. Benson stepped outside, saying, "These housing improvement associations and companies were established under the influence of Beckland. Their funding comes from 3 sources. 1, they solicit donations from charitable funds. 2, they apply for low-interest loans from government public affairs loan officers, with an annual interest rate of only 4%. 3, they accept commercial investments, charging a nominal rent and offering a 5% return annually, hence the 5% charity designation." The 3 siblings descended the stairs, walking leisurely toward Daffodil Street, intending to finalize their housing arrangements before approaching the current landlord, Mr. Frankie, to avoid the predicament of being unable to move into one place while being obliged to vacate another. I heard from Selena that there exist purely charitable housing improvement companies. Melissa mused thoughtfully. Benson chuckled. Indeed, there is the DeVille Trust, established through donations from Sir DeVille. He constructs apartments aimed at the laboring class and provides dedicated property management, yet charges remarkably low rents, albeit with stringent requirements. It sounds as though you are not particularly fond of this arrangement, Klein perceptively countered with a smile. No. I hold great respect for Sir DeVille, but I suspect he is unaware of the true plight of the impoverished. The entry requirements for his apartments are as unrealistic as the hopes offered by a clergyman. For instance, tenants must receive essential vaccinations, take turns cleaning the lavatories, may not sublet or use the properties for commercial purposes, must refrain from littering, and cannot allow children to play in the hallways. My goodness. Does he aspire to transform everyone into gentlemen and ladies? Benson replied in his customary tone. Klein furrowed his brow in confusion. It seems there is nothing objectionable. They are all commendable requests. Indeed, Melissa nodded in agreement. Benson tilted his head, glancing at them with a chuckle. Perhaps I have sheltered you too well. You have not truly witnessed the lives of the impoverished. Do you believe they have the means to receive essential vaccinations? The queues at charitable medical organizations stretch for 3 months. Do you think their employment is stable and not temporary? If they cannot share the rent, how will they manage to relocate in times of unemployment? Moreover, many women earn a meager living by mending clothes or crafting matchboxes at home, which constitutes commercial activity. Are we to evict them all? Most of the impoverished expend every ounce of energy merely to survive. Do you think they possess the leisure to discipline their children and prevent them from playing in the hallways? They might have to lock their children indoors until they reach the age of 7 or 8. At which point they send them to places that are willing to accept child labor. Benson described the situation with few adjectives, leaving Klein feeling somewhat unnerved. Is this the existence of the lower class? Beside him, Melissa fell silent, and after a prolonged pause, she murmured, after moving down the street. Jenny no longer wishes for me to visit her at home. I hope her father can overcome the shadows of his injury and find stable employment again. However, I have witnessed too many who resort to alcohol to numb their pain, Benson added with a heavy scoff. Klein found himself at a loss for words, and Melissa seemed to be in the same state of contemplation as they walked silently to Daffodil Street and arrived at the Tingen City Housing Improvement Company. The person who greeted them was a warm-hearted middle-aged man, not dressed formally or wearing a hat, clad in a white shirt and black waistcoat. You may call me Scart. May I inquire what type of housing you are seeking? He glanced at Klein's silver-tipped cane, smiling even more warmly. Klein looked to the eloquent Benson, signaling him to respond. Benson spoke candidly. We seek a terraced house. Scart perused the documents and files in his hands, smiling as he remarked, currently, there are 5 properties available for rent. To be honest, our primary focus is on those genuinely facing housing difficulties, 6, 8, or even 10 or 12 individuals crammed into a single room, along with their children. Terraced houses are not plentiful. One is located at number 2 Daffodil Street, another in the North District, and yet another in the East District, with weekly rents ranging from 12 to 16 soulers. You may review the specific introductions. He handed the documents to Benson, Klein, and Melissa. After reviewing the information, the 3 siblings exchanged glances and simultaneously pointed to a specific location on the paper. Let us first inspect the property at number 2 Daffodil Street, Benson suggested, to which Klein and Melissa nodded in agreement. This area was marginally familiar to them. Chapter 30, A New Beginning. Number 2, 4, and 6, Daffodil Street are terraced buildings featuring a polygonal 4-pitched roof. Their overall appearance a muted gray-blue, with 3 prominent chimneys rising above. Here, of course, there is no lawn or garden, nor any porch. The entrance opens directly onto the street. Mr. Scat, from the Tingen City Housing Improvement Company, held a set of copper keys, introducing as he unlocked the grand door. Our terraced houses do not have hallways. Upon entry, you find yourself in the living room, which boasts a bay window facing Daffodil Street, allowing for ample light. What greeted Klein, Benson, and Melissa was a collection of fabric sofas bathed in golden sunlight within a space that rivaled their former 2-bedroom dwelling in spaciousness. This living room also serves as a parlor, with a dining area to the right and a large fireplace on the left wall to provide warmth during winter. Scat pointed out with familiarity. Klein glanced around, confirming the rough open-plan layout where the dining area and living room bore no partitions, yet felt rather dim. Distanced from the bay window, a modest red rectangular wooden table occupied the center, surrounded by 6 cushioned hardwood chairs. The fireplace on the left wall was reminiscent of those Klein had seen in foreign films and television shows. Behind the dining area lay the kitchen, but we do not provide any utensils. Opposite the living room are a small guest room and a washroom, Scat continued his detailed tour of the first floor. The washroom is divided into two sections. The outer area is for washing up, while the inner section contains the toilet, separated by a folding door. Although the guest room was described as small, it was comparable to the space Melissa currently occupied, leaving her somewhat dazed. After examining the first floor, Scat led the three siblings to the staircase beside the washroom. Below is a basement storage room where the air is quite stifling. Remember to ventilate before entering. Benson nodded subtly, following Scat up the stairs to the second floor. On my left is a washroom. Alongside it are two bedrooms. On my right, there is a similar layout, with the washroom close to a small balcony. As he spoke, Scat opened the washroom door, stepping aside to allow Klein, Benson, and Melissa an unobstructed view. This washroom featured a bathtub, and the toilet also had a folding door. Though it had gathered some dust, it was otherwise clean, devoid of any unpleasant odors. Melissa stared in astonishment until Scat moved toward the adjacent bedroom, prompting her to collect her thoughts and follow slowly. After a few steps, she turned back for another glance. Worldly Klein felt a surge of joy and anticipation, for despite the landlord's frequent oversight to maintain cleanliness, the communal washrooms often fell short, frequently inducing nausea, not to mention the lines that formed during busy times. The other washroom mirrored this one, while 4 bedrooms were nearly identical in size, each furnished with a bed, a table, and a wardrobe. The balcony was small, limiting the amount of laundry that could be hung out. Standing at the end of the corridor, Scat pointed to a section with a door and lock, stating, "Here you will find a complete drainage system, gas lines, and billing facilities, making it quite suitable for gentlemen and ladies like yourselves. The weekly rent is only 13 suler, with an additional furniture usage fee of 5 pennies. And a 2-week deposit is required." Before Benson could speak, Klein curiously surveyed the surroundings and inquired, if one wished to purchase this property, how much would it approximately cost in pounds? As a gluttonous traveler from another realm, the desire to own property lingered in his heart. Hearing this question, both Benson and Melissa were taken aback, regarding Klein as if he were a curious creature, while Scat firmly replied, "Purchase? No, we do not sell property. We only offer rentals. I merely wish to understand. You see," Klein awkwardly clarified. Scat hesitated for a moment before responding. "Last month, the owner of No. 11 Daffodil Street sold a similar house under a leasehold agreement for £300 over 15 years, which is considerably cheaper than renting outright. Though not everyone can afford such a substantial sum at once. The outright purchase price is set at £850. £850? Klein quickly began calculating in his mind. I earn £3 weekly, while Benson makes £1.10 suler. With rent at 13 suler and maintaining a decent diet, I would spend nearly £2 weekly, alongside expenses for clothing, transportation, and social interactions. Ultimately, I could save only a modest sum each week, around 10 suler. In a year, that totals about £35. To amass £850 would take me roughly 20 years, and even for the leasehold of £300, it would require at least 8 or 9 years. Not accounting for future events like marriage, starting a family, or traveling. In a world without personal housing loans, most individuals would inevitably have to opt for renting. Gaining this insight, he stepped back, glancing at his brother Benson, silently urging him to negotiate the rent. As for Melissa's willingness, her sparkling eyes spoke volumes. In that moment, Klein felt as though he were closing a door, allowing Benson to take the lead. Benson, tapping his unadorned cane, surveyed his surroundings before stating, "We should consider other properties. The dining area lacks sufficient light, and the balcony is quite small. Look, only that bedroom has a fireplace, and the furniture is too antiquated. We would need to replace more than half of it." He methodically pointed out various flaws, and within 10 minutes, he successfully persuaded Scat to lower the rent to 12 suler, with a furniture fee of 3 pennies, and adjusted the deposit to a neat £2. Without further ado, the 3 siblings accompanied Scat back to the Tingjin City Housing Improvement Company, where they signed 2 copies of the contract and sought a notary at the Tingjin City Notary Office. After paying the deposit and the first week's rent, Klein and Benson combined their remaining funds, totaling £9, 2 suler, and 8 pennies. Standing at the doorway of number 2 Daffodil Street, they each held a set of copper keys, momentarily transfixed, overwhelmed by a cascade of emotions. It felt as if they had stepped out of a dream. After a moment, Melissa lifted her gaze toward the Moretti residence, her voice soft and ethereal as she said, "Let us not awaken." Benson exhaled, smiling as he replied, "Then let us not wake up." Klein, less affected by sentimentality, nodded, stating, "We must promptly change the locks on the front and balcony doors. There's no rush. The Tingjin City Housing Improvement Company has an excellent reputation," Benson assured. The remaining expenses are for your formal attire, but before that, we must visit Mr. Frankie. He gestured toward the direction of their apartment. Returning home to make do with rye bread, the three siblings proceeded to the terraced apartment on Iron Cross Street. Knocking on the landlord's door. You should be aware of my principles. I absolutely do not allow rent arrears. Mr. Frankie, a diminutive man, declared from his seat on the sofa with an air of authority. Benson leaned forward, smiling as he said, Mr. Frankie, we are here to terminate our lease. So direct? Is such negotiation truly advisable? Klein, standing beside him, expressed his surprise. On the way here, Benson had mentioned his bottom line was a compensation of 12 suler. Terminate the lease? No. We have a contract, with 6 months remaining. Mr. Frankie glared at Benson, waving his arms in indignation. Benson regarded him seriously, waiting for the outburst to subside before calmly stating, Mr. Frankie, you should be well aware that you ought to earn more. Earn more? Mr. Frankie stroked his gaunt face. Intrigued by the implication, Benson sat upright, a smile gracing his lips as he explained. The 2-bedroom apartment, rented to 3 of us, costs 5 shillings and 6 pence. However, should you choose to rent it to a family of 5 or 6, perhaps with 2 or even 3 members gainfully employed, I believe they would certainly be willing to pay a higher sum rather than risk moving to the neighborhood just down the street, where the security is notoriously poor, at 5 shillings and 10 pence or even 6 shillings, which I deem a reasonable price. Noticing the gleam in Frankie's eyes and the movement in his throat, he continued, Moreover, you must be aware that in recent years, rental prices have been on the rise. The longer we stay, the more you stand to lose. However, I require time to find new tenants. The inheritor of the apartment, Mr. Frankie, was evidently intrigued. I am confident you will find someone soon. You possess the capability and resources. Perhaps in 2 days or 3, we shall compensate you for the loss during this period, utilizing our deposit of 3 shillings. This is quite fair. Benson promptly agreed. Frankie nodded in satisfaction. Benson, you are truly a conscientious and honest young man. Very well, let us sign the contract termination. Klein, observing from the side, was taken aback, fully comprehending how easily Mr. Frankie could be persuaded. How remarkably pliable he was. Resolving the issue of the previous contract, the 3 siblings first assisted Klein in purchasing formal attire before busily preparing for their move. They had no heavy or cumbersome items, as those belonged to the landlord. So Benson and Melissa jointly dismissed Klein's notion of hiring a carriage, opting instead to make multiple trips between Narcissus Street and Iron Cross Street on foot. Outside, the sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue tinged with heat through the bulging window, illuminating the surface of the desk. Klein glanced at the neatly arranged books and notes on the shelf, gently placing the ink and pen on the freshly wiped desk. Finally finished, he exhaled, feeling the rumble in his stomach as he rolled down his sleeves and walked toward the door. He now had a bed that belonged solely to him, with sheets and blankets that were white, albeit worn, yet clean. Klein turned the doorknob and stepped out of the bedroom. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed the 2 doors opposite him swing open, revealing Benson and Melissa. Upon seeing the gray dust and grime on each other's faces, Klein and Benson suddenly burst into laughter, a hearty and joyful sound. Melissa, lightly biting her lip, gradually caught their infectious laughter and expressed a soft smile. The following morning, Klein stood before a crack-free dressing mirror, meticulously adjusting the collar and cuffs of his shirt. This ensemble included a white shirt, a black tailcoat, a half-height silk top hat, a black waistcoat and trousers, along with leather boots and a bow tie, costing him a total of 8 pounds, a sum that pained him greatly. However, the effect was splendid. Klein felt that his scholarly demeanor was even more pronounced. Perhaps he appeared a bit more handsome. With a snap, he closed his pocket watch and tucked it into his inner pocket, then took up his cane, concealing his revolver, and boarded the public carriage to Zoderland Street. Just before entering the Blackthorn Security Company, he realized he had become accustomed to his previous lifestyle and had forgotten to give Melissa extra money that morning, allowing her to walk to school. Shaking his head and noting this matter, Klein entered the Blackthorn Security Company, where he saw the brown-haired girl, Rosen, brewing coffee, filling the air with its rich aroma. Good morning, Klein. The weather is lovely today, she greeted cheerfully. To be honest, I have often wondered. Do you gentlemen not find it warm in formal attire on such days? I know that the summers in Tingen cannot compare to those in the south, as they are not as scorching, yet it is still summer. That is the price of elegance, Klein replied humorously. Good morning, Miss Rosen. Where's the captain? In the usual place, Rosen gestured inside. Klein nodded subtly and, passing through the partition, knocked on Dunn Smith's office door. Come in, came Dunn's voice, low and soothing as always. Upon seeing Klein indeed dressed in a fine suit, he nodded slightly, his gray eyes sparkling with a smile. Have you made up your mind? Klein took a deep breath and replied earnestly, Yes, I have made my choice. Dunn sat up slowly, his expression swiftly turning serious. The depth of his gray eyes unwavering. Tell me your answer. Without hesitation, Klein responded, The Diviner. Chapter 31. The potion. Dunsmith's gray eyes bore into Klein's for a full minute without uttering a word. Under such a weighty silence and piercing gaze, Klein did not falter, nor did he avert his eyes, steadfastly returning the gaze. You must understand that once you consume the potion, there will be no opportunity for regret. Finally, Dunn spoke again, his voice low and devoid of emotion. Klein smiled slightly. I understand, yet I must honor the voice within me. Firstly, the sleepless do not meet my needs. The audience at the tarot gathering resonates with this description as well, and the other extraordinary paths remain elusive. Hence, there is no need to wait. Similarly, the mortician is thus excluded, leaving only the seeker and the diviner as options. Given that the potions of both paths entail equal danger, and with no further information at hand, it is evident that both the seeker and the diviner fulfill the requirements. Regardless of whether Emperor Rossel penned his thoughts casually or genuinely regretted not choosing the apprentice, thief, or diviner, this alone suffices to tilt the scales within my heart. Moreover, his notes reveal that as long as one comprehends the essence of digestion and portrayal, one can mitigate the negative effects of the potion. As for the seductive whispers and illusory temptations that lead to madness, even if I do not become an extraordinary being, I have still encountered them. Very well. Dunsmith rose, taking his half-height black top hat, placing it atop his head as he spoke. Follow me to the underground. Klein nodded, graciously performing a gentlemanly bow. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the quiet, empty stairwell and corridor as they descended. Klein suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety and, in an attempt to break the silence, said, Captain, you mentioned that after taking the potion, one does not immediately acquire the corresponding esoteric knowledge, but rather gains the qualification to learn and master it. From where does the initial esoteric knowledge originate? Did the ancients risk their lives to uncover it bit by bit? Or does it come from elsewhere? Every time he descended underground, he perceived the air to be refreshingly crisp, evidently well ventilated. Though the occasional gust in such an environment could indeed be chilling. Dunn glanced at him, his gray eyes appearing particularly profound in the dim light. He replied matter-of-factly, 1 is exploration, summarization, and improvement as you mentioned. 2 is the gift of the divine. And 3, well, those dangerous whispers that others cannot hear are not always mere mad ramblings devoid of meaning. Occasionally, they do speak of the mysterious. However, to my knowledge, those who truly listen to and persist in hearing them invariably end up mad or devolve into monsters. Of course, we must be grateful to them, for their notes are invaluable treasures in the realm of esotericism. As a shivering human guinea pig, Klein suddenly felt a chill. Will my ritual of transformation into a friendship magic inevitably be accompanied by those maddening and terrifying whispers, bringing about similar effects? Upon reaching the crossroads, Dunn neither proceeded to the Charney's Gate nor turned toward the armory, materials, and literature repository, but instead led Klein toward the left, approaching the Church of St. Selena. As he walked halfway, he paused, as if something had stirred within him, and opened a hidden door. This was the alchemical chamber of our night watch team. I instructed Lao Nier to retrieve the formula for the diviner's potion and the necessary materials from within the Chinese door. Ah, you are fortunate. The goddess favors you. There should still be 2 portions of the required materials. Otherwise, you would have to wait a long time. Dunn pointed towards the room beyond the door and said, You will wait here and observe Lao Nier as he concocts the potion. This is the most fundamental aspect of mysticism. Do not touch the items inside, for they may be either perilous, costly, or both. At this point, Dunn added, as he often did, by the way, I forgot to mention that your becoming an extraordinary being is based on the necessity to confront danger and seek knowledge. Your contributions account for only part of it. Hence, you cannot yet be promoted to a formal team member. You remain a civilian with the corresponding salary and will continue with the tasks I previously assigned. However, you will also have the opportunity to follow Lao Nier and learn a great deal about mysticism. You may arrange your time as you see fit. Understood, Klein replied, feeling some resentment over the lack of a salary increase, but otherwise wholeheartedly agreeing. According to Dunn, after consuming the potion and undergoing a learning process, becoming a formal member and participating in tasks related to supernatural events seemed as elusive as knowing how to spell the word death. Dunn turned his body, took 2 steps towards the intersection, and then turned back, saying, There is one more thing. I knew Klein had become accustomed to the captain's mannerisms. We have made some progress concerning the Mishi Society's activities, Dunn remarked with an expression of calm. In the short term, they should not dare to provoke us again. However, Do not let your guard down, for we cannot yet ascertain the significance of that Antigonus family manuscript to them. From our findings, it is evident that they preserve certain ancient customs, confirming their connection to the Solomon Empire and the fallen nobility of that era. I understand. Thank you, Captain, Klein exhaled. This was also one of the reasons he was reluctant to wait. He was eager to seize any opportunity to become extraordinary. After watching Dunn depart and confirming that he would not return to elaborate further, Klein slowly entered the alchemical chamber. Inside, there were long tables adorned with test tubes, droppers, scales, and beakers, reminiscent of the chemistry labs he had seen in a past life, albeit more primitive and ancient. Additionally, there were large iron cauldrons, black wooden spoons, transparent crystal balls, and peculiar symbols of the dark holy emblem, all lending an air of mystery to the surroundings. Klein surveyed the area with keen interest, but refrained from touching anything. After a while, footsteps approached, and Lao Nier entered, carrying a small silver box adorned with intricate patterns. He was still clad in a classical black robe that seemed out of place for the era, topped with a matching round felt hat. Little one, I did not expect you to choose the diviner's path, Lao Nier remarked as he set down the silver box and glanced at Klein with slightly murky dark red eyes. You are quite the individual, not one to follow the crowd. Excellent. Please light these gas lamps and close the hidden door. Certainly, Klein replied, suppressing a shiver as he ignited each gas lamp within the alchemical chamber, allowing the dim light to reclaim its dominion. With a firm closure of the hidden door, he returned to Lao Nier, who was brushing the black iron cauldron with several strange twigs bound together. The preparation of sequence potions is quite simple, at least for those below sequence 7. It does not require special flames, elaborate rituals, or even incantations. No inherent spirituality is necessary. One merely follows the order of the ingredients in the formula, accurately adding the specified quantities in succession and stirring briefly. Lao Nier smiled, causing his wrinkles to seem to bloom. Really? Klein asked in surprise. It sounds almost as simple as your transport ritual, Lao Nier mused. Oh, thinking about it is somewhat frightening. Perhaps this is the blessing of the divine, praise be to the goddess. Lao Nier made an uncharacteristically informal gesture at his chest. He then opened the silver box and retrieved a roll of aged parchment. The yellow-brown parchment unfurled inch by inch, revealing words that Klein recognized as familiar Hermetic script. They were penned in ink resembling blood, seemingly retaining a flowing quality, but aside from that, there was no other extraordinary sensation. Diviner, 100 milliliters of pure water, 13 drops of nightshade juice, 7 leaves of gold mint. Klein recited the formula silently, but the subsequent portions were obscured by Lao Nier's elbow, rendering them unreadable. Pure water is simply water that has been distilled multiple times. I happen to have some prepared already, so we won't waste time. Lao Nier explained as he deftly took a large glass bottle marked with measurements from the long table. He opened the lid and casually poured approximately 100 milliliters of pure water into the iron cauldron. Klein refrained from asking questions, fearing he might disrupt the process, especially since he would ultimately be the one consuming the potion. 13 drops of nightshade juice. This can be extracted and prepared as essential oil for preservation. Lao Nier stated as he retrieved a small brown bottle from the silver box and, using a dropper, skillfully dripped 13 drops into the cauldron. A subtle, calming aroma enveloped the air, and Klein felt his mood shift towards tranquility. 7 leaves of gold mint, Lao Nier continued, picking up a tin can adorned with silver patterns. He uncovered it and, with bare hands, pinched several leaves, scattering them into the cauldron. A fresh and invigorating scent wafted forth. 4, 5, 6, 7. Just right, Lao Nier chuckled, glancing at the potion formula on the parchment. 3 drops of poison mushroom juice. You must not drink this carelessly, for it can cause paralysis and death. In ancient times, it was the preferred method of suicide. I am not foolish, Klein thought to himself. Lao Nier switched to a different dropper and added the poison mushroom juice to the cauldron, creating an oddly invigorating aroma. 9 grams of dragon's blood herb powder. Lao Nier, unfazed, reached into the silver box for a transparent test tube containing powder as dark as iron. He measured out 9 grams using the beaker and scale, casually pouring the powder into the cauldron and stirring it a couple of times with a black wooden spoon. Klein felt a pang of anxiety, sensing a lack of reliability in the process. In truth, the preceding materials serve as auxiliaries. Adding a bit more or less does not affect the final result. Should I add a bit more? Lao Nier jested. The remaining 2 ingredients are crucial. Their quantities can be slightly reduced, but must not deviate too much. Otherwise, your advancement will fail. The amounts must not exceed the specified limits, not even slightly. Otherwise, you may find yourself seeking treatment for mental issues, or worse. Klein instantly tightened his focus, watching as Launier retrieved a black glass vial from the silver box. The blood of the lava octopus, 10 milliliters. This species is extraordinary, exhibiting significant mutations, adorned with mysterious symbols. Its blood quickly decomposes under sunlight, losing its uniqueness. It must be stored in opaque materials. Launier's tone turned serious, and he swiftly yet cautiously extracted 10 milliliters of blood using a test tube. The blood shimmered with a sky-like blue hue, occasionally bubbling with ethereal froth, as if connecting to the realm of spirituality. Pour the blood from the test tube into the cauldron. Do not mind the residue left on the walls. That is a safeguard against excess, Launier murmured. As the azure blood entered the cauldron, it met the previous liquid, and a cacophony erupted, the surrounding light taking on a pale blue hue, evoking within Klein a curious sense of the distant yet familiar. It seemed to be an experience akin to that within the womb, elevating the soul. Lastly, the star crystal, weighing 50 grams. The voice of the venerable old Neil echoed in Klein's ears, bringing him back to reality as he refocused on the long table. In the hands of the elderly gentleman was a piece of crystal that radiated purity to an extraordinary degree, appearing gelatinous, reminiscent of jelly found on Earth, lacking sufficient hardness. Under the gentle blue glow, it reflected myriad glimmers, as if it concealed a dazzling starry sky within. This was an excellent material for crafting divination crystals, albeit slightly less than optimal, accounting for any discrepancies. Old Neil meticulously weighed and sliced it with a silver knife adorned with intricate patterns. The ingredients included pure water, night-scented herb, gold mint leaves, poison violet juice, dragon's blood, and octopus blood. At this moment, Klein involuntarily recalled the recipe. Once prepared, Old Neil tossed several small pieces of star crystal into a large iron pot. With a sizzling sound, ethereal mist immediately billowed forth, enveloping the alchemical chamber in a haze. Within this vapor, Klein seemed to glimpse the cosmos, as if he sensed the gaze of some intangible presence. Moments later, as the mist dissipated, Old Neil scooped a viscous deep blue liquid from the pot with a black wooden spoon. The liquid possessed a peculiar trait, interlinking without separation, leaving not a trace in the black iron pot. The deep blue liquid was poured into an opaque cup, and Old Neil gestured towards it, stating, "Here is your potion for the diviner." Chapter 32. Clairvoyance. Klein gazed at the viscous deep blue liquid, difficult to define as a cup or a solid, and swallowed hard, asking, "Should I drink it just like this? Is no further preparation required? Perhaps a ritual, incantation, or prayer?" Old Neil responded with a slight hum. "Preparation? Certainly. You may first enjoy a cup of Intis's almeal wine, smoke a dissy cigar, then hum a melodious tune, engage in a lively court dance, or even a tap dance if you prefer. Finally, a game of Gwent." Noticing Klein's increasingly bewildered expression, Old Neil chuckled, summarizing his previous remarks. "If you feel nervous, you're quite humorous," Klein remarked, his lips twitching as he suppressed the urge to draw his weapon. He set down his staff, extended his right hand as though lifting a heavy object, and raised the opaque cup to his lips. The potion's taste was faint, almost ethereal. "Youth, do not hesitate. The more you hesitate, the more tense and fearful you become, adversely affecting your absorption," Old Neil said casually, having turned his back to Klein, washing his hands in the nearby sink. Klein nodded silently, took a deep breath, reminiscent of swallowing medicine as a child while pinching his nose, and tilted the opaque cup back, gulping it down. The cool, slippery sensation swiftly filled his mouth, coursing down his esophagus and settling in his stomach. The viscous, deep blue liquid seemed to sprout slender, elongated tendrils that instantaneously penetrated every cell of Klein's being with a chilling and invigorating sensation. He involuntarily convulsed as his vision blurred, colors intensifying, red becoming redder, blue becoming bluer, and black becoming blacker, hues colliding chaotically as if splashed upon a canvas by an impressionist master. This scene was reminiscent of his prior encounters with the clairvoyant, Dolly. At this moment, his vision hazy and thoughts drifting yet clear, he felt akin to a castaway adrift at sea. Gradually, he discerned the surrounding scenery, all colors distinctively overlapping, a faint, ethereal mist lingering. Around him were indescribable forms, some so transparent they seemed not to exist, while deeper within were radiant beams of varying colors, each seemingly alive or brimming with boundless knowledge. This bore some resemblance to the transportation ritual Klein had witnessed. Instinctively, he glanced down, realizing he remained rooted in place, his body twitching. Suddenly, clarity struck him, his consciousness plunging downward, merging with his physical form. Boom! The mist rapidly dispersed, colors returning to normal, and the radiant glow along with the non-existent objects vanished in an instant. The alchemical chamber returned to its usual state, yet Klein felt his head swelling. A sensation akin to being stretched to the brink of rupture, every object appearing to cast countless shadows. Soft whispers echoed in his ears. Honaki's fragra, Honaki's fragra, Honaki's fragra. A sharp pain pierced Klein's forehead, filling him with an overwhelming impulse to vent and destroy. Frowning, he shook his head vigorously. Is your vision not normal? And are you hearing sounds previously inaudible? Old Neil inquired with a smile. Indeed, Mr. Neil, what should I do? Klein asked, restraining his intense restlessness. Old Neil chuckled. This is due to the potion's power overflowing, coupled with your lack of control. Now, follow my instructions. Envision a common, simple object in your mind. Klein concentrated, mentally sketching his half-height black silk top hat, imagining its texture and specific shape. He focused all his attention upon it, repeatedly refining the image. Is it feeling any better? Old Neil's voice penetrated his thoughts, like a soothing melody. Klein gradually shifted his focus onto the imagined silk hat, noticing the whispers in his ears diminishing until they vanished, while the shadows before his eyes began to merge, no longer obscure. Much better, Klein exhaled, calming the tumult within. He glanced down at his body, finding no abnormalities. Moving his limbs, he asked with a mix of anticipation and uncertainty, have I succeeded? Am I now a diviner? Old Neil produced a mercury-coated mirror from the side and held it before him, saying, look into your eyes. Gazing into the mirror, Klein saw himself wearing the black hat. His features more pronounced, his countenance ordinary, save for the beads of sweat dotting his brow, seemingly no different from before. Following Old Neil's prompt, he scrutinized his eyes closely and noticed that his once hazel irises had deepened significantly, now dark as the night, devoid of any light, as if capable of absorbing souls. Under normal circumstances, deep brown pupils could easily be mistaken for black. Without careful discernment, even Klein himself struggled to detect the change. This is the manifestation of the potion's power. Once you master meditation and learn to harness it, your eyes will return to normal, Old Neil remarked, extending his right hand with a smile. Congratulations, new extraordinary being, our diviner. Thank you, Klein replied, shaking Old Neil's hand. Mr. Neil, when can I learn meditation? Immediately. In fact, the preliminary meditation is quite simple, particularly for extraordinary individuals, Old Neil answered with a smile. What you just did, sketching an object in your mind to redirect your attention and contain the overflowing power, was essentially the first step of meditation. Now, repeat the process. Klein closed his eyes, once more envisioning the half-height black silk top hat. His focus seemed to consolidate more effortlessly than before. Soon, an array of distracting thoughts emerged, only to dissipate, leaving behind the image of the hat. He allowed his mind to empty slightly, then replaced the imagined object with something non-existent in this world, conjuring it from thin air. One must adhere to this rule. Only then can one enter meditation and gradually unite with the transcendent self, the infinite self, the cosmic self, gaining insights and revelations into the truth, acquiring knowledge that can only be comprehended by oneself. In the realm of mysticism, this is referred to as the experience of initiation. Old Neil spoke in a soothing tone, instructing that for now, one should simply listen to the subsequent descriptions. The most crucial task is to enter meditation. Does the non-existent, imaginatively conjured earth count? Klein attempted to replace the semi-high black top hat with the dark green, long, and thick intercontinental ballistic missile he had seen on television. However, no matter how he sketched or imagined it, he could only manage to concentrate his attention further. It seemed ineffective. Klein had no choice but to unleash his imagination, conjuring a sphere of light, and then several similar entities, drawing them closer together. The spheres of light overlapped, infused with a sense of fantasy. And Klein's thoughts began to dissipate, as if floating. His body and mind settled into tranquility. The previously chaotic haze filled with non-existent objects and pure light gradually transformed into a serene, colorful mist, quietly suspended in the sky, within reach. His spirituality extended little by little, unfurling inch by inch as he quietly observed and embraced it. Excellent. As expected of a diviner, your entry into meditation is remarkably smooth. Only slightly less effective than my own initial experience, Old Neil chuckled. With that, I shall commence your instruction in one of the most commonly utilized, simplest, and most promising abilities in the realm of mysticism, clairvoyance. He extinguished the gas lamps one by one, yet opened the dark door of the alchemical chamber, plunging the space where Klein resided into an unusual dimness, though not so obscure that the outlines of objects could not be discerned. Very well, maintain your current state. Raise your hands before you, with your index fingers facing each other, but do not allow them to touch. Open your eyes until you acclimatize to the darkness. Following old Neil's guidance, Klein completed the steps one by one, seeing the outlines of his fingers and the surrounding objects. Although he was supposed to lie down and allow his body to relax completely, Neil suggested they continue since Klein's meditation was progressing well. Now, focus your gaze on the area behind your hands. It must be behind. Slowly move your fingers, maintaining their relative position without touching, and ensure they remain within your line of sight. Klein calmly listened, directing his attention to the void behind his palms, allowing his fingers to move slowly within his visual range while remaining relative yet untouching. Once, twice, thrice, suddenly, Klein perceived a flicker of fiery red color between his fingers. "Ah!" he exclaimed. "Do you see the color? Excellent. This is the preliminary stage of clairvoyance. The color you observe is your own aura." Old Neil chuckled. "Do not rush. Repeat this several times to stabilize before looking elsewhere. In the meantime, I shall take this opportunity to explain the meanings of different colors." "All right," Klein replied, moving his fingers back and forth as he focused intently on the fiery red. Old Neil contemplated for a moment before elaborating. In simple terms, the mainstream field of mysticism categorizes each individual's non-physical aspect into 4 layers. The innermost layer is the spiritual body, representing the essence of one's spirituality. The animistic belief posits that all living beings possess spirituality and a spiritual body. I am uncertain about other aspects, but for the seeker, the purpose of meditation and the means to enhance one's power all point toward the spiritual body. Surrounding the spiritual body is the stellar body, which serves as the conduit for communication with the spiritual realm and the cosmos, reflecting the exterior manifestation of the former, and is directly related to one's will and current emotions. The visions you observe after consuming magical potions are scenes witnessed by the stellar body wandering the spirit world, where the rules of the material world do not apply, encompassing the transcendent self, the infinite self, and the cosmic self, where past, present, and future may overlap. This is the essence of divination. In the spirit realm, what you see are merely images and symbols that must be interpreted to uncover their specific meanings. Divination and many other forms of magic are practiced through the stellar body. Do not confuse its relationship and distinction with the spiritual body. One is the essence, and the other is the application. Beyond that lies the mental body, which begins the integration with the physical body. It encompasses the brain and represents a composite of your reasoning abilities, thinking capabilities, insights, and understanding of things. Some magical potions primarily enhance this aspect, and many spells target it as well. Old Neil provided a detailed explanation. Continuing, the outermost layer is the etheric body, which symbolizes your life energy and physical condition. The colors of the aura you observe are the external representations of the etheric body. In other words, through clairvoyance, you can not only directly see some spiritual entities, ghosts, and vengeful spirits, perhaps even certain presences that should remain unseen, but also perceive others' etheric bodies, or auras, thereby determining their health and emotional states through varying thickness, brightness, and colors. As your clairvoyance enhances and your knowledge of mysticism deepens, you may discover even more intricate details, enabling you to assess others' lifespans. Yes, I previously mentioned emotional states because the stellar body also possesses some external manifestations. When your sequence increases and clairvoyance reaches a robust stage, you may even perceive others' stellar bodies, granting you access to further knowledge, a level attainable only by extraordinary individuals akin to diviners and seekers. Some claim that in the peak state of clairvoyance, one can see anything anywhere, including the past and future. However, I remain skeptical of such assertions. It sounds impressive, Klein mused, feeling an almost burgeoning yearning. Old Neil cleared his throat and continued. Let us return to the colors of the etheric body, or aura. Areas involving movement, such as your hands and feet, will exhibit red. The head and surface of the brain will display purple. Areas of excretion and detoxification will appear orange. The digestive system will manifest yellow. The heart and regulatory systems will show green. The throat and parts of the nervous system will reveal blue. Overall balance will envelop the body in white. These signify health. Should they become dim, or their thickness diminish, or colors alter, it indicates problems in the corresponding areas, suggesting fatigue or illness. Furthermore, the interstellar body's corresponding colors represent current emotions. Red denotes passion and excitement. Orange signifies warmth and satisfaction. Yellow indicates joy and extroversion. Green suggests tranquility and peace. Blue conveys calmness, indicative of contemplation. White represents brightness and positivity. Dark colors imply melancholy, sadness, and silence, while purple suggests spiritual dominance, coldness, and detachment. Klein silently committed these insights to memory, stabilizing his initial clairvoyance. Now, you may observe other entities, old Neil concluded, nodding. Klein slowly turned his head to gaze at old Neil, discovering indeed that he possessed an aura of varying colors, some thick, others thin. The purple hue around his head shone brightly, while the red around his hands and feet appeared relatively dim, and the overall white was somewhat shallow. Indeed, age does show. Klein silently mused. At this moment, upon seeing these manifestations, he genuinely felt the sensation of becoming an extraordinary being. I am extraordinary. He shifted his gaze, scrutinizing old Neil with great care, when suddenly he noticed a pair of emotionless, lashless eyes, almost transparent, lurking in the void behind Neil. These ethereal eyes were quietly observing old Neil and watching him. Klein shuddered, opened his mouth, and exclaimed, "You have eyes behind you." Old Neil paused momentarily, then forced a smile, saying, "Pay it no mind. I have observed that many friends have been unable to locate the information regarding the 22 initial professions, specifically the details pertaining to Sequence 9 on my WeChat public account. Thus, overcoming my own inertia, I took the initiative to organize the menu. By directly selecting the work Gui Mi Ji Zhu by Wu Zhe, one can find the necessary information." Chapter 33. The switch. As soon as Lao and I finished speaking, the pair of illusory eyes in the dimness behind him swiftly vanished. Even Klein, who was in the state of spiritual vision, could no longer discern any trace of their previous existence. This phenomenon is indicative of a ritualistic magic, Lao and I explained with a chuckle. Is spiritual vision akin to an enhanced version of the yin-yang eye? Klein, much like a child who has just acquired a new toy, eagerly diverted his gaze to examine every corner of the room, curious to discern the differences between the current alchemy chamber and its former state. The dimness outlined the contours of objects, a long table, test tubes, scales, cups, cabinets, none of which differed from their appearance prior to Klein's activation of spiritual vision, and they emitted no hint of brilliance. Do inanimate objects lack spirituality? Klein mused quietly, his gaze sweeping over a silver box atop the table. Suddenly, he noticed a radiance emanating from within, either a deep azure reminiscent of the sky, or a brilliance akin to stars, or a fiery crimson that seemed to blaze. Materials derived from extraordinary species possessed some semblance of life, or rather, vitality. Even if the original owner has perished? Klein pondered the choice of words, filled with curiosity as he inquired of Lao and I. The accurate description is that their spirituality lingers. This is one of the key factors for successful potion crafting, and also one of the roots of extraordinary individuals losing control, as Dunn should have informed you. Lao and I explained calmly. Suddenly recalling something, he burst into laughter. I remember that the recipe for the corpse collector includes dried adult speckled frogs. Consuming such a potion requires immense courage. Klein imagined this and found it somewhat nauseating, opting not to echo Lao and and instead shifted his gaze to the surrounding dimness, which lacked the expected ethereal spirits or specters. Isn't the world of spirits said to be omnipresent? He queried, bewildered. Lao and I chuckled. Young one, repeat after me. This is the headquarters of the Night Watch team, beneath the Church of the Night Goddess, where numerous extraordinary beings reside. Do you think we would allow spirits and souls to roam freely here? Moreover, the realm of spirits and the concept of spirits are two distinct entities. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Klein turned his head, feigning interest in the faint glow of gaslight emanating from the dark door. I understand. As he spoke, a sudden twitching began in the center of his forehead, uncontrollable, as if in spasm. What is happening? Just as Klein intended to turn and ask, he caught sight of a near-transparent figure standing quietly at the inner edge of the dark door, its form humanoid, seamlessly blending with the dim surroundings, making it difficult to discern. Hiss! A sharp pain shot through Klein's forehead, causing his vision to blur. When he attempted to focus again, there was no trace of the ethereal figure. Puzzled, he turned back. Mr. Nair, my forehead is twitching and it hurts a bit. Haha, that's perfectly normal. As a newly ascended extraordinary being, spiritual vision places a significant burden on your spiritual essence, continuously consuming your energy, manifesting externally as twitching in the forehead, head pain, heightened sensitivity, and occasional hallucinations. Furthermore, in a state of spiritual vision, one can easily feel discomfort in unfamiliar environments and be influenced by others' emotions. These are crucial considerations that require careful practice to adapt and mitigate. Additionally, moderation in usage and timely cessation are essential, Lao and I replied with a smile. Why does it feel as though you take delight in this? Klein inquired eagerly. How does one exit the state of spiritual vision? He initially intended to mention the intangible figure he had seen earlier, but hesitated upon hearing about the hallucinations. To exit, Envision the objects as before, focus your attention. Then shift into a meditative state. Close your eyes, control your spirituality, repeatedly instruct it to cease, and then open your eyes again. You will find that the spiritual vision has ended, Lao and Ayer leisurely described. He added at the end, of course, this is the most cumbersome and clumsy method. Through practice, we can repeatedly suggest to ourselves during meditation, influencing our spirituality to establish a simple switch action. For example, a light tap on the forehead twice will activate spiritual vision, and tapping twice more will deactivate it. The specifics depend on your habits and preferences. Understood. Klein contemplated this and decided to imitate Lao and Ayer, using the action of lightly tapping his forehead twice as the switch for spiritual vision. One tap may easily be confused with a natural instinct to knock one's head, while 3 taps could waste precious time in a crisis. As for actions like snapping fingers, they are too distinctive and conspicuous. He concentrated, visualizing a gathering of luminous orbs, and re-entered a meditative state. Under Lao and Ayer's guidance, he practiced repeatedly until he finally set the switch action. Clenching his fist, he lightly tapped the base of his index finger on his forehead twice, and suddenly the air before him shimmered with varying thickness and colors. After tapping twice more, everything reverted to normal, devoid of any peculiarities. Finally mastering this, he felt a surge of joy. It was only then that he realized he was utterly fatigued, as though he could fall asleep at any moment, his head feeling as if he had pulled 3 all-nighters. Lao and Ayer chuckled. We are not insomniacs. Excessive practice or use of spiritual vision necessitates a period of rest to recover. You can head home now and take a good rest. In the afternoon, stroll along the road to the Welch residence at Iron Cross Street, hoping to discover clues regarding the Antigonus family's notes. Tomorrow, we shall continue our instruction in the knowledge of mysticism, but do not forget to read those historical documents as well. Very well. Klein wholeheartedly agreed with Lao and Ayer's arrangements. Taking up his staff, he exited the alchemy chamber, watching as the dark door closed behind him. Lao and Ayer returned to the weapons store, while Klein rubbed his forehead and temples, grasping the handrail, ascending the stairs step by step. At that moment, Dunsmith approached from behind, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he spoke with a profound gaze. I hear from Lao and Ayer that you have adapted well, whether in meditation or spiritual vision. Perhaps it is merely the uniqueness of a diviner, Klein humbly replied, suspecting that Dunn had been guarding the weapons store for Lao and Ayer. Dunn slowed his pace, remaining just ahead of Klein. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke without turning. Remember, curiosity can kill the cat, and it can also lead extraordinary beings to ruin. Do not attempt to delve into whispers you should not hear or sights you should not see. Understood. Klein recognized this as yet another reminder concerning the potential loss of control for extraordinary beings. Upon entering the He Jingjian Security Company, he greeted Roshan, who was evidently unaware that she had become an extraordinary being. He leisurely exited the door, stepped onto the street, and boarded a trackless public carriage back to Shui Xianhua Street, nearly dozing off along the way. It was still morning, the temperature hovering around 26 or 27 degrees. Klein retrieved a brass key from his belt and unlocked the door to his home. Inside, many items were still lacking. The living room and dining area were quite empty. As Banson and Melissa had both already left for work and school, Klein paid no mind to other matters, swiftly closed the door behind him, and ascended the stairs to enter his own bedroom, which boasted a bookshelf. After divesting himself of the tailcoat and hanging it upon the coat rack, he eagerly collapsed onto the bed, and scarcely had his head touched the pillow before he succumbed to a deep slumber. Klein was awakened by the radiant sunlight streaming through the window. He turned his head slowly, blinking his eyes open, and realized the sun was shining brightly outside. What time could it be? Surely he wouldn't miss the tarot gathering scheduled for the afternoon. Struggling to rise, he made his way to the coat rack, as his pocket watch remained nestled within the inner pocket of his tailcoat, yet to be retrieved. Not only had he forgotten this matter, but he also neglected to close the bedroom door and draw the curtains over the protruding window. With a snap, Klein extracted the pocket watch, opened it, and was instantly relieved to discover it was only a little past noon, granting him ample time before their rendezvous at 3 o'clock. Today was Monday, the day of his assembly with the hanged man and justice. Adopting a contemplative pose, he tapped his forehead twice, and once again, his aura transformed, regaining its vibrant hue. After another 2 taps to exit his spiritual sight, he casually descended to the first floor, boiled a kettle of water, added some inferior tea leaves, and with a touch of cream, savored a slice of rye bread. Subsequently, Klein retrieved his history textbook and the original notes, leisurely engaging in review and consolidation. At 2:57 in the afternoon, Klein closed his books, capped his fountain pen, and swiftly drew the curtains. He then locked the bedroom door. plunging the room into an extraordinary darkness. Once more, he gently tapped his forehead twice, activated his spiritual sight, and surveyed his surroundings. Confirming the absence of any incorporeal entities in the room, Klein concluded his spiritual sight, extracted his pocket watch, and checked the time. Tick-tock, tick-tock. At 1 minute to 3. He took 4 steps in a counterclockwise direction, forming a square, while silently reciting the corresponding incantations in Mandarin with each step. However, this time, he had not prepared a main offering. Klein closed his eyes, sensing a slight itch on the back of his hand, where the 4 black dots forming a small square seemed to emerge, becoming more pronounced. Frantic screams and seductive whispers began to resonate. Yet Klein noticed that the headache was not as severe as before. It was not that he was unaffected, but rather that he could exert control over his inclination to listen intently. As an extraordinary individual, he had gained a measure of self-control in such an environment. Soon, his body felt lighter, floating upwards, revealing a vast expanse of grayish-white mist and the sight of deep red stars, 2 of which seemed to have a subtle connection to him, evoking an extraordinary sense of familiarity. Klein gazed at his hazy form, murmuring in confusion, the star spirit mentioned by old Neil? He calmed himself for a few moments, and once again conjured the magnificent temple above the gray mist. The bronze long table situated directly beneath the expansive dome, and the 22 high-back chairs adorned with various zodiac symbols. Klein quietly approached and seated himself at the head of the table, allowing his body and face to be enveloped in a denser gray mist. He then extended his right hand, pointing towards the 2 familiar deep red stars, forging a wondrous connection. In a windowless basement, the rugged and profound figure of Alger Wilson sat beside a long table laden with various vessels and parchment scrolls. Before him stood a half-burned candle, its dim, amber flame casting flickering shadows upon the surrounding objects and the surface of the table. Alger's hair was a disheveled mass resembling seaweed, dark blue bordering on black, and he donned a robe embroidered with lightning motifs, his hands clasped, thumbs touching, as he leaned forward, intently gazing at a bottle of pitch-black liquid to the left of the candle. Suddenly, the sealed bottle emitted sounds akin to howling winds and the tumult of the sea, while a faint mist, undisturbed by the dark liquid, swirled and writhed, as if sprouting eyes and a mouth. Alger glanced at the wall clock and noted the hour hand pointing to 3 o'clock. He pinched his temples, his eyes suddenly darkening, causing the various vessels on the table to glimmer with a subtle radiance. At that moment, he was engulfed by a wave of deep red light that surged forth and enveloped him entirely. In a luxurious villa in Bakeland, Queens, Audrey, having dismissed her dance instructor, locked her room and sat primly before the vanity. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, flowers bloomed vibrantly, and an exquisite blank notebook bound in light brown parchment lay open on the table. Beside it a fountain pen with a golden tip, its body embedded with red gemstones. Audrey tested the pen, confirming that as soon as she departed from the gathering, she could swiftly seize it to record her formula. How exhilarating! She inhaled deeply, suppressing her excitement, and peered into the mirror. Yet, she could not see her reflection. Only a deep red and ethereal light erupted from all around her and from within. Above the gray mist, in the grand temple reminiscent of a giant's abode, the bronze long table was flanked by deep crimson that erupted like a fountain, cascading down to form 2 indistinct figures, their positions unchanged from the last encounter. Audrey, with her flowing blonde hair and tall stature, instinctively gazed towards the head of the table, where the figure shrouded in dense gray mist reclined, one hand resting flat, touching the edge of the table, while the other hand hovered, lightly stroking his chin. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool," Audrey called out cheerfully. She then turned her head to face across the table, speaking in the same lively tone. "Good afternoon, Mr. Hangman." This girl truly seemed carefree, confirming my good nature without an ounce of fear. A well-protected noble maiden? Klein smiled, maintaining an enigmatic demeanor. "Good afternoon, Miss Justice." As he spoke, he slightly lowered his head, raising his left hand in a mock gesture, tapping his forehead twice. Instantly, his vision shifted, revealing the radiant auras emanating from Justice and the Hanged Man. The surrounding gray mist and deep red stars remained unchanged, devoid of any semblance of non-existence or the purity of life. A subtle shift of his gaze, and Klein observed that Justice's aura perfectly matched old Neil's description. The reds were red, the purples were purple, the blues were blue, and the whites were white, all exhibiting a vibrant luminosity and appropriate density. Unmistakably the aura of a spirited young woman. Her emotional hues were a blend of red and yellow, embodying joy, passion, and exuberance. Klein assessed this and shifted his attention to the Hanged Man similar to Justice, the hangman's aura bore no peculiarities, save for an emotional tint of blue interspersed with hints of orange. Calm, contemplative, cautious, and tinged with a hint of satisfaction, lacking confidence in his initial conclusion. Klein was about to redirect his gaze when he suddenly noticed something peculiar. The innermost layer of the hanged man's aura appeared entirely unified in color and sensation. Klein focused intently and dimly discerned that deep within the hanged man's etheric body lay a deep blue akin to the ocean, evoking feelings of tempest and tide. His star spirit? Or perhaps the surface of his star spirit. It seemed that he truly was extraordinary, and perhaps even more formidable than old Neil. Killian's thoughts were tumultuous, filled with uncertainty. Perhaps it was merely the result of this peculiar environment, or perhaps it was because this was his home ground that he could perceive these things. Not that old Neil was devoid of similar manifestations. He glanced over at the justiciar, confirming that it was indeed a trait possessed solely by the extraordinary. At that moment, Alge finished his greetings. Audrey inhaled deeply, her voice laced with anticipation as she asked, "Mr. Hangman, have you received the box of the blood of the ghost shark?" Alge looked at Killian, who lightly tapped his forehead as if lost in thought. "Thank you very much. It perfectly aligns with all my expectations. I truly did not anticipate you could deliver it so swiftly." "The blood of the ghost shark is no ordinary extraordinary item," Alge replied with a calm demeanor. Audrey humbly smiled. "I am delighted to see this outcome." Having harbored a fascination with the mysterious since childhood, she had befriended others within the aristocracy who shared her interests, exchanging information, books, and rare items. However, prior to this, none had acquired supernatural abilities to become true extraordinary beings. Although several princes had hinted that should she wish to become a princess, she would receive gifts of her desire. Nonetheless, this time, the blood of the ghost shark was directly taken from her family's treasury, as the inventory listed a large vial without specifying the volume. And she believed that taking a small fraction would go unnoticed. Even if an incident occurred and the matter came to light, her parents would likely not pursue it. Alge cast a deep glance at the fool enveloped in mist before turning back with a smile. "According to our agreement, I shall now disclose to you the formula for this potion. Allow me a moment to prepare." "All right, let us begin." Audrey took a breath, concentrating all her attention. The preparation of a low-sequence potion was quite simple. One merely needed to add the ingredients in a given order. But it was crucial to remember that the quantities of materials should be less rather than more, as excess could lead to significant issues. "You must have heard of extraordinary beings losing control. I need not repeat it, do I?" Alge began with the precautions. Audrey nodded lightly. "I fully understand." While speaking, she glanced at the fool, hoping to discern whether this mysterious powerhouse had anything to add. Unfortunately, in her line of sight, the fool remained seated in silence, resembling a statue. Alge continued, "A lesser quantity does not necessarily imply a significant deviation. If you lack assistance, I suggest spending some time familiarizing yourself with chemical experiments. I have a tutor in that regard." Audrey responded without hesitation. Alge then elaborated on the maximum allowable deviations and proceeded to recite fluidly. "Audience. The Sequence 9 potion requires 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of colchicum essence, 13 grams of bull-toothed peony powder, 7 petals of elven flower, a pair of adult manhowl fish eyes, and 35 milliliters of blackhorn sheep blood. The last two components are the primary ingredients, both sourced from extraordinary marine species. So caution is imperative." "Yes," Audrey murmured, recalling and repeating, 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of colchicum essence, 13 grams of bull-toothed peony powder." Alge provided reminders. With his guidance, Audrey gradually memorized the formula in the correct order, yet she remained uneasy, softly muttering, repeating it over and over. "Do you understand meditation?" Alge inquired as the justiciar nodded. He continued, "I am unsure of your comprehension of meditation, so allow me to describe it. After consuming the potion, commence meditation promptly. Controlling one's spirituality and power must be practiced daily to truly master the potion's potency, uncover its symbolic significance and deeper mysteries. Only then can you mitigate the dangers of losing control. The essence of the potion's symbolism lies in its name, such as audience." Killian listened quietly to their exchange, initially not intending to interject, instead memorizing and learning. However, upon hearing this, he suddenly felt a stirring in his heart, an idea forming. Audrey attentively absorbed the hangman's explanation, poised to inquire about a few details when she suddenly heard a light tapping on the table. She and Alge simultaneously turned to the enigmatic fool Killian, who was lightly tapping his fingers, speaking in a low voice. "It is not mastery, it is digestion. It is not excavation, it is role-playing. The name of the potion is not merely symbolic, but also an imagery, and moreover, a key to digestion. Audrey was left in a state of bewilderment and confusion, unable to comprehend what the fool meant. Instinctively, she glanced at the hangman for his reaction, only to find him stiffen, as if struck by a sudden and thunderous sound. Digestion, role-playing, digestion, role-playing, digestion, role-playing, Alge repeated softly, as if grasping some crucial insight or falling under a strange enchantment. After a moment, he raised his head, his voice hoarse. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Your hint is as precious as life itself, helping me clarify many matters. Of course, I believe I have not fully understood or comprehended everything. Helion maintained his air of mysterious profundity, smiling as he said, this is a prepayment. In truth, he himself still did not fully grasp the exact meaning of those words, only certain that Emperor Roselle was stronger than the average extraordinary being, superior to the hangman. Observing the hangman's reaction, Audrey realized the value of the previous hint. As she pondered, she asked, Mr. Fool, what would you have us do? Alge nodded in agreement. Do you have a commission for us? Helion leaned back slightly, glancing at both sides, and spoke in a low, soothing tone. Help me collect the secret diary of Roselle Gustave, even if it is merely a single page. Chapter 35, Exchange of Information, Third Update. Seeking Recommendations. The Secret Diary of Roselle Gustave? The Emperor Roselle? Indeed, only matters of such gravity could capture the attention of a powerhouse of the fool's caliber. Audrey was momentarily taken aback, then realized that she felt no surprise at all. It was said that Emperor Roselle had once gazed upon the blasphemous tablet, and that the secret cards he created harbored 22 pathways to the divine, an affair of utmost importance to every high-sequence powerhouse. A diary? Is that truly a diary? Alge furrowed his brow, keenly sensing a detail. The fool had referred to Roselle Gustave's legacy as a diary with certainty. How did he know? How could he be so sure? Did he possess the means to decipher Roselle's cryptic script? Faced with the hangman's inquiries, Helion, having achieved his desired effect, reclined against the chair's back, interlocking his fingers, and replied with ease, let us temporarily regard it as a diary. He neither denied nor confirmed it. It is said that Emperor Roselle's, diary was penned in his own invented secret language or symbols. Audrey had heard other aristocratic youths mention this matter, but had never truly witnessed it, feeling a surge of curiosity and inquiring aloud. Indeed, Alge replied succinctly. Some believe it to be a unique set of mystical symbols, while others assert it is a form of pictographic script. Yet to this day, no one has discovered the correct method of interpretation, at least to my knowledge. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Helion, seemingly seeking affirmation or harboring doubts. That script has evolved over several generations, long lost from its original pictographic form. According to your reasoning, how could it possibly be deciphered? Helion maintained a tranquil demeanor, inwardly mocking, regarding the notion of treating certain symbols as mystical emblems. It instantly conjured absurd yet humorous scenarios in his mind. A sinister sorcerer draped in a black hooded robe, rolling up his sleeves to reveal a symbol inscribed on his arm, purportedly a remnant from the illustrious Emperor Luzher, imbued with enigmatic powers. The symbol was two large teal, simplified Chinese characters, Dubi. A slow smile crept upon Klein's lips, his spirits lifted. After listening to the description of the hanged man, Audrey hesitantly remarked, if we cannot comprehend the symbols or texts, how might we convey them to you, Mr. Fool, or send them to a specific location? This indeed posed a significant question, as she had yet to establish a clandestine means of receiving such matters. Klein did not rush to respond, his fingers interlaced, thumbs touching and parting in a rhythmic manner. Soon, inspiration struck. If he could conjure a temple and furnishings from his thoughts, could he not enable others to directly imprint the contents of their minds? A trial was in order. At that moment, the fool, enveloped in a dense gray mist, sat up slowly and said, Miss Justice, let us conduct an experiment. Imagine a passage of text, infused with a sense of urgency to inscribe it. Now, take the pen beside you and write it on the paper. Before Klein's words had fully settled, Audrey beheld a sheet of tawny parchment and a dark crimson pen materialize before her. Puzzled yet intrigued, she grasped the pen and, following his instructions, envisioned a line of poetry once penned by Emperor Luzher. If winter has come, can spring be far behind? After contemplating the text, she lifted the pen, determined to manifest her thoughts. Klein sensed her emotion and guided her through the medium of the pen. The moment Audrey set down the pen, a line of words appeared on the parchment. If winter has come, can spring be far behind? Oh, my goddess, this is simply wondrous, Audrey exclaimed, filled with awe. Then, with a hint of trepidation, she turned to Klein and asked, Mr. Fool, can you read my thoughts? No, I am merely a facilitator, streamlining the process of your expression into an imprinting method. If you do not wish to communicate, Nothing will materialize, Klein reassured her in a deep, soothing voice. I see. So, as long as we remember the appearance of those symbols or cryptic texts, we can present them directly according to our will? Audrey sighed in relief, her understanding dawning. Indeed, Klein affirmed succinctly. This is a splendid method, Miss Justice. Do not doubt your memory. As an observer, you shall greatly enhance your abilities in this regard. Alger, who had witnessed the recent experiment, found the fool to be even more mysterious and formidable than he had imagined. He believed that with the forthcoming advancement, his own memory would experience substantial improvement. To this, Audrey nodded with delight. This is truly an encouraging insight, Mr. Hangman. Do you have any further teachings for me as an observer? At this juncture, she glanced towards Klein. Mr. Fool, I shall diligently fulfill your task and strive to gather more of Emperor Luzher's secret diaries. I have mentioned before that I am a proponent of equitable exchange. The remuneration I provided earlier amounts to merely 2 pages of the diary per person. Should there be any surplus, I will offer additional compensation. Klein responded in a calm tone, devoid of any inclination to take advantage of others. As for the additional compensation, it shall naturally derive from new secret diaries of Emperor Luzher, thus establishing a beneficial cycle. You are indeed a generous gentleman. Alger mused for a moment before placing a hand upon his chest and bowing slightly. After the salutation, he turned to Justice. I must reiterate, an observer is always merely an observer. I understand that many observers like to imagine themselves as protagonists or other characters, investing profound emotions to the extent of weeping, laughing, growing indignant, or grieving alongside the dramas. However, this is not the role for you as an observer. In the face of the myriad dramas of mundane society, and the individuals who consciously or unconsciously embody certain roles, you must maintain an absolute detachment. Only in this manner can you calmly and objectively scrutinize them, discern their habitual gestures, detect their deceptive tendencies, and sense their underlying tensions, thereby grasping their genuine thoughts through subtle cues. Trust me, everyone, influenced by their emotions, naturally secretes distinct essences and emits varied scents, yet only a true observer can perceive them. Once you become emotionally invested, your observations will be distorted, leading to a deviation in your sensitivity to the emotions of others. Audrey listened intently, her eyes growing increasingly luminous. This sounds incredibly, remarkably intriguing. Klein, in the meantime, felt a stirring within. The requirements for the observer's potion seemed to encapsulate the essence of being an utterly neutral observer. Was this akin to a form of role-playing? Could it be that Emperor Luzher's notion of role-playing referred to this? Would I need to embody the role of a diviner to gradually assimilate the potion? Just as Klein delved into contemplation, Alger concluded his explanation of the observer's requirements and mused, it appears there is nothing more to discuss. Perhaps we could engage in casual conversation, sharing occurrences around us. What may seem trivial to oneself could yield significant clues for another. Certainly, Klein replied, regaining focus and nodding slightly. He had resolved to attempt embodying the role of a diviner, as it seemed unlikely to bear any adverse effects. Shall we begin with you, Mr. Hangman? Audrey expressed her interest in agreement. Alger pondered briefly before stating, the self-proclaimed Admiral Ludwig, that notorious pirate, has commenced his exploration of the eastern reaches of the Suanya Sea. Ah, the master of the Black Tulip? Audrey inquired thoughtfully. Indeed, Alger confirmed with a nod. Klein remained silent, listening intently as he contemplated what information he might share that would neither expose himself nor compromise his position while still yielding feedback. Soon, he reached a decision, maintaining the enigmatic demeanor of the fool, and traced his fingers along the edge of the bronze table, stating, to my knowledge, the Esoteric Society has lost a notebook belonging to the Antigonus family. This information is not solely held by the Night Watchmen of Tingent City. The Esoteric Society and their closely allied extraordinary individuals are equally aware. The Antigonus family's notebook? Alger echoed, chuckling softly and shaking his head. I am most curious about the response of the Church of the Night Goddess upon learning of this news. Why only mention the Church of the Night Goddess? Klein astutely sensed a potential issue but refrained from voicing it, as it would undermine the fool's aura of mystery. At this moment, Audrey questioned curiously, why are you interested in this? Will the goddess's church have any particularly noteworthy reaction? Alger smiled. The Antigonus family was precisely vanquished by the Church of the Night Goddess. As for whether it was at the close of the Fourth Era or the dawn of the current epoch, I cannot say for certain. Klein's eyes narrowed, an unexpected chill coursing through him. It appears the Night Watchman's regard for that Antigonus family notebook far surpasses my expectations. Their suggestion for me to become an extraordinary individual must involve a significant portion of merit and risk mitigation, but their true desire is for me to enhance my inspiration. which would aid in locating the notebook. The captain did not conceal this matter. He had mentioned it before, but at that time, I paid little heed. After listening to the explanation of the hanged man, Ayodele, with a keen interest, spoke up. I never imagined such a thing existed. Well, it's my turn now. Let me ponder what I should say. She tilted her head slightly, resting her hand on her forehead, and with a light laugh, she continued. Yesterday, my etiquette instructor was teaching me how to faint, how to do so gracefully and politely. This is a practical technique for evading awkward situations and unpleasant individuals in social settings. I was just organizing my thoughts. What I truly wish to convey is that since the defeat in the war at Bailong Donghai, the king, the prime minister, and all the gentlemen have felt immense pressure and a dire desire for change. As she recalled the discussions between her father and brother regarding the situation, she elaborated. They believe the current governmental structure is excessively chaotic. Each time a new election occurs, with the change of parties, a new set of individuals is installed from top to bottom, resulting in utter disarray and inefficiency. This not only led to the defeat in the war, but also caused significant inconvenience for the populace. Kalayan was acutely aware that, lacking a reference point, the Kingdom of Luen had yet to develop a civil service examination system. The form of party governance remained in its infancy, meaning that following a victorious election, many so-called administrative positions would be awarded to members and supporters. It is rather surprising that the great Emperor Luosair did not establish such a system in Intis. It hardly aligns with his character. Could it be that he shifted his focus elsewhere in his later years? The hanged man, Eerie, interjected with a low chuckle. They believe? Their perception is rather dull. Perhaps they take a year to feel the itch after being bitten by a black mosquito. The black mosquito is a creature from the south of the Kingdom of Luen, notorious for its potent venom that compels one to scratch until the skin is raw. Ayodele raised her palm to cover her mouth, disregarding the hanged man's mockery, and presented the crux of the earlier news. Unfortunately, they have yet to find a viable alternative to this system. Kalayan listened quietly, sensing that the topic had ventured into his domain of expertise, and with a slight smile, he remarked, "This is a straightforward issue. The gluttonous empire and its imitators, the corrupt kingdom, possess exceptionally successful advanced experiences." Straightforward? Ayodele responded with mild surprise. Although her etiquette curriculum did not encompass politics, her frequent attendance at discussions among her father, brother, and others had afforded her a sufficient understanding of such matters. Kalayan appeared to revert to his previous forum discussions, smiling calmly. Examinations, much like university entrance exams, should be conducted publicly. This could be divided into 2 or 3 rounds, objectively filtering out the elite. However, Ayodele vaguely sensed the opposition this might provoke. Without granting her the opportunity to articulate her thoughts, Kalayan continued. Subsequently, these elites would fill the cabinet, county government, municipal government, and various administrative positions, essentially the roles that involve direct action, such as senior secretaries in the cabinet. Different requirements for various positions could be assessed distinctly in the 2nd or 3rd rounds. Specialized tasks should be entrusted to professionals. Positions such as ministers, county heads, and mayors would be reserved for the victorious party in the elections, as it is their rightful share of the pie. Ayodele, who had initially lacked sufficient interest in this matter, inadvertently turned his head to listen attentively, while Ayodele frowned slightly, lost in contemplation. Do not rush to replace everyone at once. The cabinet and various levels of government would be paralyzed. Examinations could be held annually or every 3 years for gradual replacements. Subsequently, depending on the kingdom's expansion and the vacancies caused by government employees resigning or aging, slots could be allocated systematically. Kalayan fully showcased his keyboard political prowess, concluding with an open-handed gesture. This design would maximize the incorporation of knowledgeable elites into the government, ensuring that regardless of which party is in power and who the ministers are, the administrative officials could maintain the kingdom's fundamental and relatively effective operations. Of course, the downside would be the emergence of the ever-lurking specter of bureaucracy. Ayodele, while contemplating, asked with curiosity, "So, even if those ministers were to transform into curly-haired baboons, it wouldn't have much impact?" "No," Eerie interjected. "I believe a curly-haired baboon would be a better choice than the current ministers." He paused before adding, "After all, a curly-haired baboon only needs to eat, sleep, and mate. It wouldn't offer foolish ideas or insist on senseless plans." "Mr. Hangman, it seems you have an unsatisfactory superior." Kalayan, seated at the head of the table, shook his head with a smile. Ayodele reflected on the fool's earlier description, and after a moment of astonishment, she exclaimed, "This does indeed seem like a remarkably effective solution. So simple, yet so efficacious." She turned to Kalayan, sincerely praising, "Mr. Fool, You must be a person of great life experience and exceptional wisdom. Kalayan's lips twitched slightly as he glanced at the hanged man and Justice, remaining silent for several seconds before declaring, "Let us conclude today's gathering here. If Miss Justice can influence her relatives to facilitate this matter, I will preemptively guide Banson, providing him the opportunity to become a civil servant." Upon reflection, Banson indeed seemed well suited for this role. However, Justice likely would not take the initiative, as that would lead me and the hanged man to inquire about the noble who proposed the suggestion, effectively revealing her true identity. Of course, she could circumvent this by employing a more discreet approach. "As you wish," Ayodele and Aergi said in unison as they rose. Kalayan leaned back, severing the connection, and witnessed the ephemeral figures of Justice and the hanged man swiftly fragment and dissipate. Above the mist, in the magnificent hall reminiscent of a divine dwelling, only he remained, seated in silence at the head of the bronze table. Unlike the last time, Kalayan did not plunge directly into the mist to depart, for now, as an extraordinary being, he still possessed sufficient energy. The reason for concluding the tarot meeting early lay in his awareness of the Watcher's true stance on the Antigonus family's notes, prompting him to feign a diligent search rather than simply recline and sleep, which would raise suspicions among Dengyan Simisi and others regarding his activities at home. Moreover, today's findings were not insignificant. Seated in the high-backed chair at the head of the bronze table, Kalayan rested his arms on the armrests, fingers interlaced, his gaze solemnly surveying the boundless fog, feeling as though this place had remained untouched for millennia. As he established connections and summoned the projections of Justice and the hanged man, he keenly perceived a singular realization. As an extraordinary being, he had the capacity to reach out to another deep crimson star. Does this imply he could summon yet another? Kalayan mused, almost certain as he spoke to himself. However, he had refrained from impulsively attempting it earlier, as he was uncertain of the identity and disposition of the newcomer he might summon. After all, not everyone could seamlessly integrate like Justice and the hanged man, who seemed willing to conceal their true intentions. If someone akin to Dengyan Simisi were summoned, his newly formed secret organization would be immediately exposed to the church's scrutiny, leaving his prospects as the nefarious leader of an evil organization rather uncertain. Klein recognized the extraordinary nature of the gray mist, understanding that it was beyond the comprehension of an extraordinary being of the Dunsmith sequence. However, the existence of such extraordinary power necessitated contemplation of divine beings. At present, Klein cautiously believed in the tangible existence of the 7 Orthodox deities, though he inclined to think that these gods were merely stronger and more formidable than high-sequence individuals, bound by certain strict limitations. Since the 5th era, aside from a few oracles, they had not manifested any deeds. Forcibly drawing others into such matters is undesirable. No one wishes to be inexplicably embroiled in mysterious events. Perhaps it is better to wait and see. With a sigh, Klein rose to his feet. He expanded his spirituality, sensing the existence of his body, and began to mimic the sensation of rapid descent. Instantly, the light and shadows before him transformed. The gray mist and deep crimson receded, as if he had pierced through an endless membrane of water, finally glimpsing the realm of reality, revealing a dimly lit room. This time, he was entirely awake, earnestly experiencing the process. Oddly, the gray mist felt somewhat different from the spirit realm. Klein moved his limbs, feeling the authenticity of flesh and blood. He contemplated for a moment, shook his head, and approached his writing desk, reaching out to draw the curtains. With a swish, the fabric retreated, allowing sunlight to flood in, illuminating the room. Gazing at the bustling street and passers-by outside the protruding window, Klein inhaled deeply and murmured to himself, "It is time to go to work. How should I portray the diviner? This cannot be rushed. For now, I only possess spiritual sight." In Beekland, in the district of Huangho, Audrey Hall caught sight of her reflection in the mirror, observing her flushed cheeks and eyes so bright they were almost blinding. She paid little mind to these details, quickly recalling her earlier thoughts, and then picked up a gem-studded pen, swiftly inscribing the potion formula for her audience on exquisite parchment: 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of colchicum essence, 13 grams of cow-toothed peony powder, 7 petals of an elf flower, a pair of adult manhao fish eyes, and 35 milliliters of blood from a horned blackfish. Audrey exhaled, reviewing the formula several times before confirming its accuracy. An urge to dance surged within her, yet she reminded herself to remain composed. After a moment of contemplation, she began jotting down various chemical names around the potion formula, disguising the page as a complex and chaotic repository of scientific knowledge. As long as it wasn't read with conscious scrutiny, casual glancers would surely overlook the hidden details. Splendid. Audrey commended herself, shifting her thoughts to procuring the materials. First, she would search in her family's several vaults for any missing components. She would see if she could trade with others. If that still did not suffice, she would have to enlist the help of the fool and the hanged man at the next gathering. What could serve as a reward? After a moment's reflection, Audrey closed her notebook, placing it on the small bookshelf in her bedroom, and then cheerfully made her way to the door, swinging it open. A golden retriever sat obediently outside. Audrey's lips curled upwards, revealing a radiant smile akin to sunlight. Susie, you have completed your task splendidly. In the serialized story in the newspaper, the detective always had a capable assistant. She mused that a true audience also required the companionship of a large dog. In a dimly lit basement, where only a flickering candlelight danced, Algie Wilson raised his palm, examining it closely. After a long while, he sighed, still so wondrous, utterly elusive in its details. Even with thorough preparation, he still could not fathom how the fool had accomplished the summoning. His gaze shifted downwards to the parchment scroll on the long table. At the yellow-brown header, dark blue ink inscribed a line in Hermes script, 7, The Navigator. Chapter 37. The club under the blazing afternoon sun. Klein stepped out of his home to walk from Iron Cross Street to Welch's residence. He changed out of his formal attire, hat, and leather boots, donning a linen shirt, an old brown coat, a matching round-brimmed felt hat, and worn leather shoes, thus sparing himself the worry of sweat stains tarnishing his expensive ensemble. Along Daffodil Street, he strolled leisurely towards Iron Cross Street, glancing instinctively at the corner square as he passed. The tents had vanished. The circus that once performed there had long departed. Klein had imagined that the beast tamer who had once divined for him was a concealed powerhouse, drawn to guide him due to his uniqueness, and that they would certainly meet again, accompanied by hints. Yet, none of that transpired. She had simply followed the circus on its next journey. How simplistic it all was. Klein chuckled softly, shaking his head as he turned towards Iron Cross Street. Iron Cross Street was not merely a single road, but, as its name suggested, comprised two intersecting paths. Centered around the crossroads, it branched into Left Street, Right Street, Upper Street, and Lower Street, where Klein, Benson, and Melissa had resided in an apartment on Lower Street. However, the residents of the apartment and the surrounding populace did not consider the area to be Lower Street. Instead, they had coined the term Middle Street to distinguish it from the impoverished neighborhoods that extended 200 meters away. In those areas, a single bedroom might accommodate 5, 6, or even 10 individuals. Klein walked along the edge of Left Street, his thoughts drifting to the notes of the Antigonus family, recalling its mysterious disappearance, the night watcher's concern, and the ensuing bloodshed. His mood gradually darkened, his expression growing somber. At that moment, a familiar voice reached his ears, "Little Klein." Klein turned in confusion, realizing he had arrived at the entrance of the Slynn Bakery, where Mrs. Wendy, her hair graying, greeted him with a warm smile and a wave. "You seem a bit unhappy?" Mrs. Wendy inquired gently. Klein rubbed his face and replied, "Just a little. Regardless of how many worries one might have, tomorrow will inevitably come, Mrs. Wendy smiled. "Come, help me try my new sweet iced tea. I am uncertain if it suits the local palate." "The locals? Aren't you, Mrs. Slynn, one of them?" Klein chuckled, shaking his head. "To try it means it's free, right?" Mrs. Slynn smirked. "You guessed correctly. I am actually from the South. I came to Tingen with my husband over 40 years ago. Back then, Benson had yet to be born, and your parents hadn't even met. I have always found the northern cuisine somewhat unpalatable. I constantly long for the flavors of my homeland: pork sausages, potato bread, baked pancakes, fried vegetables and lard, and the special sauce for roasted meats. And sweet iced tea." Klein felt a smile creeping onto his face. "Mrs. Slynn, that's quite a mouth-watering topic. However, I feel much better now, thank you. Good food can always heal sorrow." Mrs. Wendy handed Klein a cup of reddish-brown liquid. "This is sweet iced tea, concocted from memory. Give it a try and let me know how it tastes." After expressing his gratitude, Klein took a sip, finding the beverage reminiscent of iced tea from Earth, yet less overpowering. The tea flavor more pronounced and refreshing, instantly dispelling the heat of the blazing sun. "Absolutely splendid," he exclaimed. "Then I can rest easy," Mrs. Wendy chuckled, her eyes crinkling with delight as she watched Klein finish the cup of sweet iced tea. After chatting with Mrs. Slynn about moving house for a while, Klein returned to the street he knew best. In the afternoon, the street vendors here have noticeably diminished, as they will only regroup after 5:30. The remaining few appear listless and dispirited. As Klein turned into this area, an inexplicable sense of gloom enveloped him, accompanied by an unshakable feeling of oppression and despondency. What could be the cause? He keenly sensed something amiss within himself, and immediately paused to survey his surroundings, yet nothing peculiar caught his eye. After a moment of contemplation, Klein raised his hand and lightly tapped his brow twice, feigning deep thought. What he beheld shifted dramatically. The auras of the street vendors and several pedestrians became vividly apparent. Before he could scrutinize their vibrant health, he was drawn to the intense melancholy that cloaked the atmosphere. While he could not decipher the specific thoughts of those observed, the impressions of pessimism, numbness, and heaviness indelibly etched themselves into his consciousness. Surveying his surroundings, Klein noted that this somber hue permeated the vicinity, even the sunlight failing to dispel it. This oppressive atmosphere had likely taken years, if not decades, to coalesce. At this realization, Klein understood the source of his discomfort. As old Neil had remarked, activating his spiritual sight rendered him susceptible to the foreign environment, easily influenced by the emotions of others. A similar principle applies to the ability of inspiration, an innate skill bestowed upon those who become diviners without the need for extensive study. It is a passive, unavoidable sensing that allows one to perceive anomalies directly. Such perception inherently entails a degree of interaction, hence, to those endowed with heightened sensitivity, the varying strengths of individual inspirations are glaringly obvious, akin to torches in the night. Consequently, individuals with heightened inspiration are naturally more susceptible to being affected by unusual and intense atmospheres, necessitating repetitive practice to manage, control, and adapt. This oppressive tone must have taken a long time to develop, Klein mused, shaking his head with a sigh, feeling stirred. He tapped his brow again, striving to rein in his sensitivity. With measured steps, Klein made his way toward the apartment, attuning himself to any potential anomalies and subtle connections in search of the concealed notes of the Antigonid family. The streets, as per usual, were littered with filthy water and refuse, only becoming tidy upon reaching the apartment entrance. Klein pushed open the half-closed door and, shrouded in the shadows where sunlight could not penetrate, circled the first floor. Ascending the creaking wooden stairs, he climbed step by step, the staircase groaning beneath his weight. The second floor remained as dimly lit as ever, and Klein indulged his inspiration, gazing into the gloom. However, not only did he fail to uncover any clues regarding the notes, but he did not even glimpse a single intangible spirit. If encounters were that easy, the vast majority of ordinary individuals would not be oblivious to the extraordinary. Klein reflected wryly. He had come to understand that most spirits do not manifest as tangible entities, but rather as essences, requiring a diviner for effective communication. After circling the third floor, Klein exited the apartment and retraced his steps toward Welch's residence along the path etched in his memory. He walked for a full hour without making any discoveries along the way. Standing outside the garden villa, Klein gazed through the tightly locked iron gate at the house, muttering to himself, "Surely, the Welch residence doesn't require searching? The captain and Miss Dolly must have thoroughly scoured it. Moreover, I lack a key to this place. I certainly can't scale the walls. Perhaps I shall try another route tomorrow. Today, having traversed so far without a step count leaderboard," he grumbled as he turned towards a nearby district, intending to take a public carriage to the Hyginzi Security Company to retrieve the 30 rounds of ammunition due for practice. The diviner lacks swift and effective means of attack and must rely on revolvers and staffs as compensation. The area surrounding Welch's residence was remarkably clean, with numerous tidy shops lining the streets. Turning a corner, as Klein sought the public carriage stop, his gaze unexpectedly fell upon several signs on the second floor across the street: Harold's Department Store, the Veterans Club, and the Divination Club. The name Divination Club echoed in Klein's mind, sparking a recollection of his role as a diviner. Perhaps I should visit it, seeking fresh ideas. Amidst his swirling thoughts, Klein crossed the street, ascended to the second floor, and entered the hall, positioning himself before the charming lady at the reception. This lady, her chestnut hair elegantly coiled, regarded Klein with a smile, inquiring, "Sir, are you interested in divination, or do you wish to join our club? What are the conditions for joining?" Klein casually asked. The well-coiffed lady elaborated. "You would need to fill out a detailed form and pay an annual membership fee. The initial fee is £5, followed by £1 each subsequent year. Rest assured, unlike those political or commercial clubs, we do not require a formal recommendation from existing members to join. Members can freely utilize the club's meeting rooms and various divination spaces, enjoy complimentary coffee and tea, and peruse the newspapers and magazines we subscribe to at no cost. You may purchase lunch, dinner, beverages, and some divination materials at cost price. Moreover, we invite at least one esteemed diviner each month to conduct lectures and address queries. Most importantly, you'll find a community of like-minded individuals with whom to share experiences." It sounded appealing. However, Klein self-deprecatingly chuckled. "But I have no money." He then inquired, "What if I wish to have a divination done?" Upon hearing Klein's question, The elegantly coiffed lady displayed no sign of impatience, maintaining her polite demeanor as she replied, "Our members are free to offer divination services to others and set their own prices. We only take a minimal percentage. Should you wish to have a divination performed, you may peruse this catalog, which features introductions and prices for members willing to conduct divination." However, as it was a Monday afternoon, the majority of our members were at work, busy with their occupations, leaving fewer than 5 present. While speaking, she gestured for Klein to take a seat on the sofa by the window in the reception area, then opened the catalog opposite him, pointing out the members currently at the club. Haynes Van Sant, a renowned diviner from Tingen, is a resident mentor at the club, proficient in various divination methods, charging 4 solars per session. That is quite expensive. With that, I could treat Banson and Melissa to 2 lavish dinners, Klein mused silently, withholding a response. The lady with the chestnut hair continued to flip through the pages, introducing each member. The last one, Graces, is a newly joined member this year, having mastered tarot divination, charging 2 pence per session. Which one would you like to choose? Klein, without hesitation, responded, Mr. Graces. The charming receptionist paused for a moment before saying, "Sir, I must preemptively inform you that Mr. Graces is merely a novice." "Understood. I will take responsibility for my choice," Klein replied with a smile and a nod. "Then please follow me." The lady rose and led Klein through a side door adjacent to the reception hall. There was a moderately long corridor leading to an open conference room, bathed in sunlight, furnished with tables, chairs, newspapers, magazines, and cards, with the faint aroma of coffee wafting through the air. As they approached the meeting room, a beautiful lady in charge of reception gestured for Klein to stop. She quickened her pace and entered the end room, softly calling out, "Mr. Graces, someone is here to seek your divination." "Me?" A voice full of surprise and confusion responded, accompanied by the sound of a chair being moved. "Indeed. Which divination room would you like to use?" The beautiful lady replied without any emotion. "The Citron room." "I have a fondness for Citron." Graces appeared at the meeting room door, casting a curious glance towards Klein, who was waiting a short distance away. He was a man in his 30s, with a darker complexion, dark green eyes, soft blonde hair, dressed in a white shirt and black waistcoat, and sporting a monocle that hung from his chest, exuding a rather admirable demeanor. The beautiful lady did not elaborate further and opened the Citron room adjacent to the meeting room. Inside, the curtains were tightly drawn, and the dim light suggested that only in such darkness could one receive divine and spiritual revelations, thus obtaining accurate divination results. "Hello, I am Graces. I never expected you would choose me for your divination." Graces bowed in a gentlemanly manner, hastily entering the room and sitting at the long table. "To be frank, I am merely attempting divination for others. I do not possess extensive experience. For the time being, I am not an adept diviner. And you still have the chance to reconsider." After returning the greeting, Klein followed him inside and closed the door behind him, bathed in the light filtering through the curtains. He smiled and said, "You are indeed a forthright gentleman, but I am someone who is quite resolute in my choices. Please, take a seat." Graces gestured toward the seat opposite him and pondered for a few seconds before continuing. "Divination is merely my hobby. Throughout life, individuals often receive divine guidance. Yet ordinary people cannot accurately interpret the will of the divine. This is the essence of divination and the reason I joined this club. In this regard, I do not yet have sufficient confidence in myself. Let us consider the upcoming divination as a form of communication, a complimentary exchange. How does that proposition sound? I will personally cover the club fees, which amount to merely a quarter of a penny." Klein neither agreed nor shook his head, but instead smiled and remarked, "It is evident you have a decent and respectable occupation." While speaking, he slightly leaned forward, his right fist pressed against his forehead, tapping it twice. "Yet that does not enhance the accuracy of my divination," Graces humorously replied, pondering aloud. "Do you have a headache? Are you seeking divination regarding health issues?" "A little. But I hope to inquire about the whereabouts of an object." Klein had long prepared his response, slowly leaning back. In his eyes, Graces's aura was clearly discernible, with the orange-red hue of his lungs dim and thin, affecting the overall brightness. This did not appear to be a manifestation of fatigue. Klein subtly nodded. "Searching for a lost item?" Graces contemplated for a few seconds, then stated, "Let us first conduct a simple assessment." He pushed a neatly stacked set of tarot cards across the black table toward Klein. "Calm yourself, mentally recall that object, and silently ponder whether it can still be found while shuffling and cutting the cards." "Very well." Klein did not actually remember the appearance of the ancient notebook. Instead, he expanded upon the necessary question in his mind. "Can I still find the notebook of the Antigonus family?" In repetition, he skillfully completed the shuffling and cutting of the cards. Grachis picked the top card and horizontally pushed it toward Klein. Turn it vertically in a clockwise manner. Then reveal it. If it is reversed, meaning the image on the card faces you upside down, it indicates that the object cannot be retrieved. If it is upright, we shall continue with the subsequent divination to find its exact location. Klein followed the instructions, turning the horizontal card vertically. He grasped the edge of the tarot card and flipped it over. It was a reversed card depicting a fool adorned in splendid attire and a dazzling headdress. How unfortunate. Grachis sighed. Klein did not respond, as his attention was entirely focused on the tarot card before him. The reversed card depicted the fool. Another fool? Surely this cannot be a mere coincidence. According to the Hanged Man and Old Neil's teachings, divination is the result of communication with the spirit and spiritual realms, a dialogue with a higher self. The tarot cards serve merely as tools to facilitate the interpretation of symbolic revelations. Theoretically, the choice of cards does not influence the outcome. Klein furrowed his brows, contemplating for a moment, then asked, "Can I inquire whether that object has been acquired by someone else?" "Absolutely. We may repeat the process in the same manner as before." Grachis nodded with keen interest. Klein reshuffled the cards, cut them again, and focused on his question. He drew a card, placed it horizontally, turned it vertically in a clockwise manner, and completed the preparations with a serious expression. Taking a deep breath, Klein extended his hand and flipped over the tarot card. "Please, let it not be another fool," he silently prayed, suddenly relaxing as the card revealed a star, in reverse. "It seems that the object has not yet been picked up by anyone else," Grachis interpreted with a smile. Klein nodded, raised his right hand, thoughtfully tapped his forehead twice, and then retrieved 2 coins with a dark yellow copper sheen from his pocket, pushing them toward Grachis. "Did I not mention it was complimentary?" Grachis frowned. Klein chuckled and stood up, saying, "This is a token of respect for the divination." "Very well, thank you for your generosity." Grachis stood, extending his hand. After a brief handshake, Klein stepped back 2 paces, turned, and approached the door, twisting the knob. Just as he was about to exit, he suddenly turned back and remarked, "Mr. Grachis, I suggest you see a doctor soon, primarily regarding your lungs." "Why?" Grachis asked, astonished. "Are you cursing me for being dissatisfied with the divination results?" Klein pondered for a moment and replied, "It is a symptom I discerned from your complexion. Your forehead appears dark." "My forehead appears dark?" Grachis had never heard such a description before. Klein did not elaborate further, smiling as he exited the room and closed the wooden door behind him. Is he an unlicensed doctor or a rustic herbalist? Grachis thought with amusement, shaking his head as he picked up the silver mirror used for divination. Upon closer inspection, he indeed noticed that his forehead appeared dark. However, this was merely a consequence of the environment, under the dim light filtering through the curtains. It was not just his forehead that appeared dark, but his entire face. "What an unpalatable jest," Grachis murmured softly. He uneasily performed a health divination for himself and confirmed that there were no issues. As Klein departed from the divination club, he had formulated a plan for the future, to save money quickly, pay the annual fee, and become a member of the club, thus beginning his role as a so-called diviner. His reluctance to venture out on his own stemmed from a temporary lack of resources and channels, coupled with the impossibility of selling goods on the street, as he was, after all, a man of some dignity, concerned about appearances. After a few minutes, he boarded a public carriage, spending 2 pennies to reach the not-so-distant Zotellen Street. Pushing open the door of the Blackthorn Security Company, he found no sign of the familiar brown-haired girl, only the poetically inclined Leonard Mitchell with black hair and green eyes seated behind a reception desk. "Good afternoon, where's Roshan?" Klein inquired after removing his hat. Leonard smiled and gestured toward the partitioned door, stating, "She is on duty at the armory tonight." Without waiting for Klein to ask further, Leonard seemed to ponder a question and remarked, "Klein, there is something I have been quite curious about." "What is it?" Klein replied, looking puzzled. Leonard rose, his tone soothing as he smiled and inquired, "Why did Welch and Naya commit suicide on the spot, while you returned home?" "It seems that the unknown entity wished for me to take the notes of the Antigonus family and conceal them." Klein articulated this widely accepted conjecture. Leonard paced a few steps before suddenly turning to gaze intently into Klein's eyes. "If your suicides were aimed at silencing you and erasing any traces, why not simply destroy the notes right there?" Chapter 39. Intriguing techniques. In truth, I am unaware whether the notes were destroyed or hidden. However, one can deduce that if destruction was the intent, it could have easily been executed on the spot without the necessity of my taking them away. Upon hearing Leonard's question, Klein instantly activated his detective mode, contemplating, perhaps the unknown entity that Welch, Naya, and I encountered relished in the sacrifice of life, while also desiring to continue such occurrences. Thus, In light of the suicide's inevitable discovery, it allowed me to take the notes and hide them, preparing for a second indulgence. Yet, somewhere along the way, something went awry, resulting in my unsuccessful suicide. This deduction stemmed from Klein's previous encounters with materials involving malevolent rituals in novels, films, and television series. As for what went wrong, he was acutely aware that it was the variable of his own presence as a time traveler. A reasonable explanation, he mused. But I believe there may be another possibility. Welch and Naya's sacrificial suicides could have enabled the unknown entity's manifestation. The notes may harbor or nurture evil, and the act of allowing you to take them away to conceal them could stem from a fear that we might discover them before they could be born and attain power. Leonard Mitchell articulated another possibility. At this juncture, he fixed his gaze upon Klein's eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips as he continued. Of course, the notes might have already been destroyed, the purpose being to obscure their contents, thus concealing the true vessel of evil. In such a scenario, your failed suicide would indeed be sufficiently explained. What do you mean? Are you casting doubt upon me? Are you questioning whether the original body harbors or nurtures evil? Klein pondered, momentarily taken aback, while internally critiquing the situation. No, it nurtures the essence of the time traveler, he finally articulated, choosing his words with care. I do not seek to justify myself, for I have genuinely forgotten that memory. However, both the captain and Miss Deli have confirmed that I possess no other issues. And your jest is far from humorous. I am merely exploring a possibility, not dismissing the chance that the unknown entity faced a setback upon its arrival, leading to your failed suicide. We must believe that the goddess always grants us her protection. Leonard smiled, deftly shifting the subject. What discoveries did you make this afternoon? Following their prior conversation and earlier events, Klein developed a profound wariness towards Leonard, yet maintained a calm facade as he replied. None. I must change my route tomorrow afternoon. He gestured towards the partition. I need to collect ammunition from the armory. The shooting club remains open until 9 in the evening, as many members can only spare time after work. May the goddess bless you, Leonard smiled, drawing a circle on his chest, symbolizing the scarlet moon. As Klein passed through the partition and listened to the sound of his footsteps descending the stairs, the smile on Leonard's face gradually faded, replaced by a look of confusion in his emerald eyes. He muttered something under his breath, his tone laced with discontent. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, Klein turned towards the armory, materials, and archives, illuminated by the glow of gas lamps. The iron door stood ajar, and the brown-haired girl Rosen was standing at a long table, engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man sporting a thick black beard and a half-top hat. Good afternoon, no? Good evening. It always feels like midnight here. Klein, I heard from old Neil that you have become an extraordinary being. What do you call it, a diviner? Rosen inquired, her curiosity and concern evident as she turned her head towards him, speaking rapidly. Klein nodded with a smile. Good afternoon, Miss Rosen. Though it is perpetually dark here, it evokes a sense of tranquility. Your description is somewhat inaccurate. It should be stated that the potion I consume is called diviner. You still chose to become an extraordinary being. Rosen sighed, falling momentarily silent. Klein turned to the middle-aged man beside her and politely asked, Who is this? Another member of the night watch, or one of the 2 clerks I have yet to meet. Rosen pursed her lips. Brett, our colleague. He wishes to swap shifts with me, freeing up the night after tomorrow, as he intends to take his wife to the Grand Theater in the Northern District to see the Arrogant Ones in celebration of their 15th wedding anniversary. What a romantic gentleman, indeed. Brett extended his hand with a smile. With Miss Rosen around, there is no need to repeat anything. Hello, Klein. I never expected you to become an extraordinary being so quickly, while perhaps will never muster that courage. Perhaps ignorance breeds fearlessness, Klein quipped, shaking hands with him. That is not a bad thing, Brett replied, shaking his head with a smile. A former extraordinary being once told me before his death never to delve into strange and dangerous matters. The less you know, the longer you live. At this moment, Rosen interjected, Klein, you needn't take it too seriously. I heard from old Neil that your diviner role is auxiliary and relatively safe, as long as you do not attempt to communicate with the unknown entity. Why are you dressed in such a manner? Not very gentlemanly. What brings you here? To collect the 30 rounds of ammunition for today? Klein did not respond to Rosen's earlier question, confident she would soon forget it. Very well, Rosen gestured towards the table. Brett, it's all yours. You should know where the keys and ammunition are located. Old Neil is quite stingy. He didn't even leave coffee grounds for me. He promised I would be satisfied with my drink today. As she babbled on, Klein received the ammunition. The 2 departed the underground together, parting ways on Zotland Street. One taking a public carriage home, while the other entered the shooting club. Bang, bang, bang. Gripping the gun, raising his arm, shooting, ejecting the spent casing, and loading in the bullets. Klein repeated this process time and again, familiarizing himself with the sensation of shooting. Naturally, he took several breaks to reflect and refine his technique. After completing his practice, Klein utilized the facility for various exercises akin to push-ups, striving to enhance his physical condition. Once everything concluded, he boarded a trackless public carriage back home, only to realize it was nearly 7 o'clock, and darkness had long since settled. Just as Klein planned to purchase ingredients for dinner at the market or from a street vendor, he discovered the front door ajar, with Melissa returning, carrying a bag filled with stationery and books. In addition, she bore an abundance of vegetables. "I anticipated that you and Benson would return later today, so I took one suler from your hiding place this morning," Melissa explained earnestly, noticing her brother's puzzled gaze. "Since you took the money, why not take the public carriage to school?" Klein recalled the morning's events upon her prompting. Melissa frowned slightly. "Why take the public carriage? It costs 4 pennies to get to school, which amounts to 8 pennies round trip. Considering you and Benson, we would spend 24 pennies a day on public transportation. Nearly 2 sulers. In a week, well, not counting Sunday, that totals 12 sulers, almost equivalent to our rent." Stop. No need to flaunt your mathematical prowess," Klein chuckled, waving a hand dismissively. Mei Shah paused for a moment before adding, "Walking to school is quite pleasant. The teacher says everyone should exercise regularly, and I can also pick up some broken parts along the way." Klein chuckled lightly and remarked, "Let's do the math. The fare for the public carriage is 12 sewer, and the rent is 12 sewer and 3 pennies, totaling just £1 for sewer and 3 pennies. With Banson's salary, that can easily be covered, leaving quite a surplus. Well, he received his salary last week, and I earn £1 and 10 sewer weekly. Even with a daily meat diet, and considering expenses for gas, coal, wood, and seasonings, there is still room to spare, even enough to subscribe to a morning newspaper at just 1 penny a day. In 2 months, once I have compensated for the advance on my salary, I can save money for Banson and for you to purchase new clothes. However, we must consider unforeseen circumstances." Melissa insisted unwaveringly. Klein smiled at her and said, "Then we can reduce our meat consumption. Don't you think spending 50, or rather, 100 minutes on the road daily is a waste of time? We could utilize that time to read more, ponder deeper, and enhance our academic performance. In this way, Melissa, you will graduate with excellent results and secure a well-paying job. What will there be to worry about then?" Drawing from his previous experience debating on forums, Klein eventually persuaded Melissa to agree to take the public carriage to school. Finally, he thought, "I've not just tricked her, rather, I have reasoned with her." Klein mused inwardly as he accepted the groceries Melissa had purchased, sighing, "Remember to buy beef or lamb tomorrow. A hearty meal, including chicken, is essential for a healthy body and a sharp mind to tackle rigorous studies." Merely speaking of it made him a bit salivating. Melissa pressed her lips together, paused for a few seconds, and finally said, "All right." The following morning, overseeing Melissa as she boarded the public carriage, Klein and Banson parted ways at the street corner, each heading to their respective workplaces. As Klein stepped through the door, he spotted old Neil and Roshan chatting at the reception desk. The former was still clad in his classic black robe, utterly indifferent to others' gazes, while the latter donned a light yellow, casual long dress. "Good morning, Mr. Neil, Miss Roshan," Klein greeted with a bow. Old Neil glanced at him with a knowing smile. "Good morning. You didn't hear any inappropriate sounds last night, did you?" "No. I slept quite well," Klein replied, somewhat puzzled. He could only attribute it to a lack of sufficient inspiration on his part. "Haha, no need to worry. It's actually not that easy to hear," Old Neil said, gesturing toward the partition. "Head to the armory. We will continue our study of mysticism this morning." Klein nodded and followed Old Neil downstairs to the basement, arriving at the armory to replace Bright, who had been on night duty. "What are we learning today?" Klein inquired curiously. Old Neil pondered for a moment. "Complex, foundational knowledge. But first, let me teach you an interesting technique." He pointed to the silver chain coiled around his wrist, with a pure white crystal dangling from its end. Chapter 40. Mysticism Course and Interesting Technique? Klein asked, intrigued. Old Neil chuckled. "I will take a round to inspect the weapons, materials, and literature. Meanwhile, you prepare 2 cups of coffee with the cups on the table. In one of the cups, add something undesirable. What exactly is up to your imagination, but remember, do not waste too much coffee grounds. I personally ground those coffee beans from high-altitude regions." "All right," Klein replied, though he was somewhat unclear about Old Neil's intentions, yet willingly accepted the task. Watching as Old Neil retrieved a copper key to unlock the iron door of the armory, he heard the sound of long footsteps echoing within. He leisurely arranged the cups, confirming that there was hot water in the pot. Removing the lid from the silver-lined tin, Klein used a small spoon that gleamed with a metallic sheen to add a scoop of fragrant coffee grounds into each cup, then poured in the hot water and stirred deftly. As someone who had come from a resource-rich era, he was no stranger to coffee. Once he completed this, Klein contemplated for a moment, sat down, crossed his right leg, and took some dirt from the soles of his leather boots to place into the left cup. He then stirred again meticulously until the two cups appeared nearly indistinguishable in color and aroma. After a few minutes, Old Neil jingled his keychain and emerged from the armory, slamming the iron door shut. "All set," he said, his murky red eyes shifting to Klein across the table. "Good," Klein nodded in response. Old Neil chuckled, unwrapping the silver chain from his wrist as he took a seat. His expression soon turned serious as he extended his left hand, holding the chain upright above the cup of coffee on his right, with the pure white crystal nearly touching the liquid. In a serene moment of relaxation, the crystal began to sway slightly, rotating counterclockwise along with the silver chain. "This cup contains the undesirable element," Old Neil asserted confidently. Without waiting for Klein to confirm, he retracted the silver chain and took a sip from the other cup of coffee. "Do you enjoy bitter coffee?" "I prefer it with a spoonful of sugar and a spoonful of milk." Klein did not respond but, intrigued, asked, "Is your divination result so accurate due to that white crystal?" "It is indeed a white crystal, right? This is a pendulum method in divination, also known as the dowsing method. It relies on the connection of one's astral body with the spirit world and the cosmos, using natural materials and spiritual communication, such as crystals, gemstones, and special metals, to divine the good and bad of events. Returning to the 2 cups of coffee, counterclockwise indicates bad, clockwise signifies good, and remaining still means neither good nor bad. You can also write the event on a piece of paper, but remember, it must be an event, not a question." Old Neil elaborated, placing his coffee cup down. Klein appeared to ponder. "So, it means not to use interrogative sentences?" "Correct. Do not phrase it as does so-and-so wish to be my fiancé. Instead, phrase it as so-and-so wishes to be my fiancé. Write it on paper, lay it flat on the table. Then hold the pendulum with your non-dominant hand." Old Neil chuckled. "At this point, straighten your arm, adjusting the pendulum's length so that the crystal hangs directly above the paper, nearly touching the written event. Close your eyes and silently repeat that phrase 7 times. Afterward, open your eyes to see if the pendulum moves. If it does not, close your eyes again and repeat the process until it begins to sway." Klein nodded slightly. "Counterclockwise is a no, and clockwise is a yes. It can also be interpreted as unfavorable and favorable," Old Neil corrected, proceeding to teach Klein other uses and intricacies of the pendulum divination method. Klein reflected on this several times, realizing it was a remarkably practical divination technique. For instance, in unfamiliar surroundings, it could quickly ascertain whether food was poisonous, eliminating the need for additional skills like wilderness biology. Of course, this form of divination was rather simplistic, yielding only 2 or 3 possible answers, thus lacking depth for exploration and interpretation. Some substances, while harmful in their natural state, could become exceedingly beneficial after proper processing. For instance, certain ingredients might be detrimental to health, but not severely so, and consuming them in situations of imminent starvation was not particularly problematic. Such nuances could not be judged by the pendulum method. "I must quickly save up to buy a crystal or pure silver to create a pendulum," Klein sighed. Old Neil cast a surprised glance at him and remarked, "You can apply directly. This equipment belongs to the extraordinary, especially the standardized gear for support-type extraordinary individuals like us. There is also a yellow crystal and a pure silver pendulum in the arsenal. But I am not yet a formal member of the team," Klein responded, his heart racing with a hint of hesitation. Old Neil chuckled lightly. "For extraordinary individuals, whether or not one is a formal member, if there is no increase in salary, certain conveniences must certainly be provided from other aspects. Perhaps benefits is a more appropriate term. I shall apply to the captain shortly." Klein clenched his fists inwardly, making a decision. How could he know whether the captain would agree without trying? "Very well," he replied. Old Neil smiled and continued, "Let us commence our formal course in mysticism. One of its foundations is called symbolism. Do you know what a symbol is?" Klein reflected on the fragmented snippets he had previously heard, along with his experiences in the spiritual realm and the mists above, and cautiously articulated, whether in the spiritual realm or the illusory starry sky, as well as those uncharted territories, they exist beyond our sensory world. They cannot be accurately described by the information obtained through our ears, noses, and eyes. What we receive are only ineffable intuitive insights and experiences, which manifest as abstract symbols and graphical representations. These symbols correspond to different entities and meanings. Very precise, indeed. You are worthy of being called a diviner, Old Neil nodded seriously. Only by mastering the ability to interpret symbols can one truly enter the realm of mysticism. The patterns on the tarot cards, each element within those patterns, is a form of symbolism, artificially designated to aid us in understanding and interpreting the primordial revelations. He pulled out a piece of paper, picked up a nearby pen, and drew a short arc. Following that, he swiftly added several vertical lines beneath the arc and looked up at Klein, asking, "Do you know what this symbol represents?" Klein examined it closely for a while before hesitantly responding, "Eyelashes?" Old Neil exhaled. "This is the symbol of the harvest constellation. This represents the thunder constellation. And this one is the frost constellation." He casually sketched several more symbolic representations. As Klein memorized them, he could not help but exclaim, "The names of these constellations are truly, truly simple and rustic. Yes, rustic. So grounded and primordial." Old Neil smiled. That is precisely what Emperor Roselle thought as well. He had always intended to rename the constellations to things like Virgo, Cancer, and Scorpio. Unfortunately, he could not withstand the power of tradition. At the very least, the ancient names of these constellations and the dates they represent can guide planting and harvesting. One must admit, Emperor Roselle was a man of ideas, Klein thought, unsure how to respond. "Well, Emperor Roselle must have been a respectable man in life," Old Neil remarked, unable to grasp Klein's humor, and continued explaining various fundamental symbols, such as those of the constellations, the sun, the red moon, the brown star, the red star, and the blue star. In discussing these, he interspersed teachings on how to draw a divination chart, the materials for creating crystal balls, and the selection of incantations, leaving Klein feeling almost overwhelmed. Had he not discovered that the diviner's potions provided a slight enhancement to his memory, he would have asked Old Neil to pause, allowing himself to digest the information. Today's lesson in mysticism concludes here. Reflect on what you've learned, and feel free to seek me out with any questions, Old Neil said, pulling out a gold pocket watch and glancing at it. "Do not forget to read the historical materials I prepared for you. To be frank, I feel a sense of dread upon seeing them." "Understood," Klein replied, taking the drafts inscribed with symbols from Old Neil. He quickly reviewed the mystical knowledge he had acquired that day to avoid any glaring forgetfulness. Old Neil took another sip of his freshly brewed coffee and remarked, "Relying solely on memory is insufficient. You must practice regularly. Only then can knowledge become instinctual. Additionally, meditation must be performed daily. Only through practice and application can one truly master the power of potions, uncover their hidden mysteries, and dispel negative influences." This thought reminded Klein of the performance aspect. Recalling the divination club, he ventured, "My potions abilities are related to divination. Practicing alone is not sufficient. I must interact with a multitude of people and provide them with readings to master it quickly. I plan to join the divination club on Hall Street in the Northern District once I have some extra funds to become a true diviner. This matter would certainly not remain hidden from the Night Watchers. It would be better to lay the groundwork in advance." "Your thoughts are quite similar to Deli's. She has always expressed a desire to become a genuine medium," Old Neil said, shaking his head with a smile. "But why wait until you have additional funds? You can submit a request to Dunn for approval of the expenses. Organizations like the Divination Club may harbor cultists or members of evil organizations. As an administrative personnel of the Night Watchers, a standard extraordinary individual, joining them for convenient monitoring is indeed a necessity of your work. We used to regularly inspect these places, but due to insufficient manpower, it was challenging to follow up for extended periods. Now it is just right for you to take on this task. Such a method exists." Klein was utterly astonished by Old Neil's serious demeanor. This was a blatant excuse to reimburse personal expenses. "I know nothing of such matters. I am indeed just a keyboard warrior. Do you wish to spend your own money on this?" Old Neil remarked with a smile upon seeing Klein's reaction. Klein immediately shook his head, responding firmly, "I will report to the captain shortly." Old Neil nodded in satisfaction, glancing at the cup of coffee that had not yet been discarded, filled with unpleasant substances. "What on earth did you put in it?" Klein smiled sheepishly. "Just a bit of mud from the sole of my boot. Its color is quite similar to your coffee grounds." Old Neil paused for a moment, then suddenly covered his mouth with his hand and exclaimed in a low voice, "Get rid of it at once." Chapter 41. Audrey and her Susie after disposing of the coffee. Klein returned to the arsenal to collect the thick stack of historical materials and explanatory drafts organized by Old Neil. He followed the gas lamps along the wall and turned toward the staircase leading to the Blackthorn Security Company. The sound of his footsteps echoed in the sealed, desolate underground. Upon completing the spiral staircase, he pushed open the door, took a moment to orient himself, and headed straight for the second office across the hall. After 2 days of familiarization, he had roughly grasped the layout of the Blackthorn Security Company upon entering. There was a spacious reception hall with a set of sofas and tables. Through a partition, one accessed the inner area. The 3 rooms on the left side of the corridor, from near to far, belonged to Mrs. Oleana's accounting office, a lounge furnished with several sofa beds, and the staircase leading down. The 3 rooms on the right side, also from near to far, were the office of Captain Dunsmith, the office for administrative personnel equipped with typewriters, and the entertainment room for formal members of the Night Watchers team. Klein had previously seen Leonard Mitchell playing cards with 2 other team members in the entertainment room, and he suspected it was a game of do de jeu. Of course, Emperor Roselle had renamed it Fighting Evil, but the gameplay was no different from what Klein knew. Brett, after his night watch, would benefit from a day's rest. While Roshan remained at the reception desk, responsible for purchasing and claiming supplies, and the part-time coachman, Caesar Francis, was out as usual. When Klein opened the door to the administrative office, he found all 3 desks unoccupied, and the mechanical typewriters sat quietly in place. The Axe & Company S Model 1346 typewriter, reminiscent of similar objects seen in the Minter S office and at the Welch residence, prompted Klein to whisper softly, marveling at the subtly visible, intricate control system that exuded a mechanical elegance. He approached the desk housing the typewriter and took a seat, allowing himself a moment to gather his thoughts before attempting virtual typing. Initially, he instinctively processed the input as pinyin, but as he grew accustomed, he absorbed the corresponding fragments of the original's memories, eliminating errors. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythmic cadence of the keystrokes resonated like a melody forged from metal and industry. And amidst this symphony, Klein swiftly completed the application for funding. Yet, he did not rush to seek out Dunsmith. Instead, he composed himself and diligently perused the historical materials provided by Old Neil, both as a review and a learning opportunity. As noon approached, he stretched his neck, gathered the documents, and reflected on the draft from his mysticism course, solidifying the knowledge acquired in the morning. Only at this juncture did he take the application and proceed to the adjacent office, gently knocking on the door. Dunn awaited the arrival of lunch, and, upon receiving the document from Klein, raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Did Old Neil teach you this?" Without hesitation, Klein betrayed Old Neil's involvement. Dunn picked up a dark red fountain pen and swiftly signed his name, stating, "I need to apply for funding for July, August, and September from the church and the county police department. I'll include your application, and once it's approved, I'll ask Madame Oleana to disperse the funds. The pendulum can be collected this afternoon." "All right," Klein responded succinctly, his tone and gaze imbued with evident joy. Before taking his leave, he casually inquired, "Shouldn't the funding for July, August, and September have been applied for in June? What is the rationale behind applying for July's funding in July?" Dunn paused for a few seconds, took a sip from his coffee cup, and replied, "In June, we encountered 3 consecutive cases, and amidst the busyness, some matters were overlooked." Klein recognized he had broached an inappropriate question, chuckled awkwardly, and promptly exited. Thus began his simple yet structured life. Half an hour of meditation each morning, 2 hours of mysticism studies, and an hour and a half mastering historical materials. After lunch, he would take a brief nap in the lounge to regain his energy. Following this, he would collect ammunition and practice at the shooting club, and afterward stroll to the nearby Welch residence, altering his route to return via Iron Cross Street, thereby saving on public carriage fare. If time allowed, he would refine skills such as clairvoyance and pendulum work, while also purchasing groceries. In a well-equipped private chemistry laboratory, the tall, golden-haired Audrey gazed intently at the cup in her hand, watching as countless bubbles emerged, casting a serene atmosphere. Ultimately, the liquid settled into a viscous silver white. "Haha, I truly possess a talent for mysticism. I succeeded on the first attempt," the girl exclaimed joyfully to herself, previously apprehensive about failure and having prepared 2 full sets of materials. She neatly arranged the various leftover materials acquired from her family's vault and exchanges, took a deep breath, and prepared to close her eyes and drink the potion for spectators. Just then, a series of barks echoed from outside the laboratory, causing Audrey to furrow her brow. She carefully placed the gently swaying cup of silver liquid into a shadowy corner and approached the door. "Susie, who has arrived?" Audrey asked the golden retriever sitting by the entrance. Susie wagged her tail eagerly, while her devoted maid, Annie, appeared in the nearby hallway. Audrey exited the laboratory, pulling the door closed behind her, and looked at Annie, saying, "Didn't I mention not to disturb me while I conduct chemistry experiments?" Annie replied with a hint of distress, "There is an invitation from the Duchess, Madame Dara." "The Duchess of Negan?" Audrey stepped forward, closer to Annie. "Indeed. She has invited the court baker, Miss Wivy, and requested that you and your mother join her for afternoon tea." Annie relayed the content of the invitation. Audrey subtly puffed out her cheeks and said, Tell my mother I am feeling dizzy. Perhaps the sunlight is too intense and I am slightly dehydrated. Please convey my apologies to Madame Dara. As she spoke, she feigned a weak demeanor. Miss, this isn't merely afternoon tea. It's also a literary salon, Annie added. But that one tea alleviate my dizziness. I require rest, Audrey firmly declined. Simultaneously, she silently mused. If I persist, I will faint to show you all. The etiquette instructor said that I execute this action perfectly. Did I hear something? Very well, Annie sighed. Do you need me to assist you back to your room? No, I will tidy up the laboratory first. Audrey longed to return immediately and consume the potion. However, she restrained herself, watching Annie depart before turning back to the laboratory entrance. Suddenly, she noticed that Susie, who should have remained outside, was missing and the laboratory door was ajar. I forgot that Susie could open doors with handles. What noise is that? Oh no. Upon hearing a distinct sound from within, Audrey made a connection and dashed into the laboratory. Her gaze fell upon a shattered cup on the floor and the last drop of silver liquid licked away by Susie. Audrey stood frozen at the door, as if transformed into a statue. Susie sat upright, looking at her owner with innocent eyes, wagging her tail. Off the coast of Plitz Harbor, on an island perpetually shrouded in storms, an ancient sailing ship rested in the harbor. A man with soft blonde hair, clad in a robe adorned with lightning patterns, looked perplexedly at Alge Wilson across from him, saying, Alge, you could easily return to the kingdom, becoming the captain of the Punisher squad or a respectable bishop. Why choose to set sail and become the captain of the Azure Avenger? Alge's rugged, profound face bore no extra expression as he solemnly replied. The sea belongs to the storm. This is the Lord's domain. I wish to follow his will and patrol this realm on his behalf. Very well, the blond man said, clenching his fist to his chest. May the storm be with you. May the storm be with you, Alge replied with a formal gesture. He stood on the deck, accompanied by only a handful of crew members, watching as his companions departed the ghost ship, gradually fading into the distance. Saints, you do not comprehend because you lack sufficient knowledge, Alge whispered silently. Meanwhile, Audrey, trembling with trepidation, successfully completed her second concoction. Gazing at the silver potion, which appeared unchanged from the previous batch, she felt tears of emotion nearly welling in her eyes. Breathing deeply, she quickly drank the spectator's potion. On Friday, a torrential rainstorm struck Tingen, the downpour relentlessly pounding against all the windows. Inside the Blackthorn Security Company, Klein, Rosen, and Brett sat on the sofa in the reception hall, enjoying the lunch laid out on the table. With only a kettle to boil water and no means to heat leftovers. And with Klein unwilling to subsist solely on dark bread or endure the expense of a carriage ride back after walking from Iron Cross Street to the Welch residence. He had no choice but to partake in what his colleagues, including Rosen, referred to as the office meal. The nearby Lauwayer restaurant diligently dispatches a server daily at 10:30 to inquire about the number of patrons requiring lunch. Upon confirming the quantities, the meals are delivered at 12:30, presented in containers reminiscent of lunchboxes. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the server returns to check if dinner has been ordered and to collect the used utensils. The fare includes meat, vegetables, and bread, although the portions are modest. They suffice to satiate an individual, with prices ranging from 7 to 10 pence, reflecting various tiers of quality. Klein, with a bold demeanor, consistently opts for the 7 pence option, which typically includes half a pound of oat bread, a small piece of differently prepared meat, a ladle of vegetable soup, and a touch of cream or butter. Today, however, only one night watchman was present, as Roshan spooned the soup into her mouth. It was rumored that an incident had occurred in the Jin Wudong district, involving elements of a cult, prompting the police department to summon 2 night watchmen to assist at the Chinese gate. Klein dipped the remaining oat bread into the last of the meat gravy and consumed it in silence. Within the cuff of his left sleeve, a silver chain adorned with a yellow crystal was faintly visible. At that moment, a series of knocks resounded from the partially ajar door. Come in, Roshan said, momentarily pausing. Placing her spoon down, quickly wiping her mouth with a napkin and rising to speak. The door swung open, revealing a man wearing a semi-formal hat. His black suit dampened at the left shoulder. His hair was streaked with gray, and he held a folded umbrella. Addressing Klein and the others, is this the former mercenary squad? You could say that, Roshan replied with familiarity. The tall, slender man cleared his throat and stated, I have a task I would like to entrust to you. Chapter 42. Butler Kelly. Unfortunately, I fear you have come to the wrong place for your task. This security firm is merely a sign. Upon hearing the visitor's words, Klein was filled with a surge of sarcasm, lamenting the absence of a forum or bulletin board for expression. Yet, he quickly recalled a similar inquiry he had made in the past, to which the captain had responded, "If there is time, why not take it? The earnings can bolster the team's treasury and benefit the participants." Roshan's eyes darted as she pondered for a moment and said, "Our security personnel are all on assignments, and the earliest they can return is in at least an hour. If your matter is not urgent, you may consider waiting." Among the 6 official members of the night watch, Captain Dunsmith had been summoned by the bishop to the church for undisclosed discussions, while Leonard Mitchell was guarding the Chinese gate in his stead. The coroner, Fry, and the sleepless one, Loyal Lading, had ventured to the Jin Wudong district to assist the police with an investigation into a theft involving cult elements. Another sleepless one, Cohen Lihuate, was on leave, while the midnight poet, Zijiating, had gone to the outskirts of the North District to conduct his daily patrol of the Raphael Cemetery. The remaining 2 extraordinary individuals. The aging old Neil had not undertaken a mission in quite some time, and Klein was still a novice, truly a jack of all trades. The tall, slender man with streaked gray hair grew somber, removed his hat, and bowed slightly, saying, "My apologies for the intrusion. I shall take my leave." He turned to exit, descending the stairs amidst the pelting rain and howling wind, departing from number 36 Zotellan Street. What a misfortune, Roshan sighed regretfully as she watched the gentleman leave. Although she would not partake in the commission, she would surely miss out on a sumptuous meal. There was no choice. Someone must always guard the Chinese gate. Klein contentedly set down his knife, fork, and spoon, having finished even the vegetable soup, which he was not particularly fond of. "Do you expect Brett to take on a task? Or perhaps yourself?" Roshan remarked playfully. Before she could finish her thought, she suddenly realized, and quickly silenced herself. For the door had not fully closed. If someone passing by or visiting overheard any mention of extraordinary matters, it would constitute a breach of secrecy. Thankfully, the captain was not present, Roshan mused, glancing at the doorway, silently sticking out her tongue. Otherwise, she would have to repent once more. Brett and Klein both erupted into laughter, exchanging glances before beginning to clear the table. Once everything was in order, and seeing that the torrential rain showed no signs of abating, Klein, without an umbrella, chose to remain at the Haijinzi Security Company. He picked up a newspaper, settled onto the soft, resilient sofa, and leisurely commenced his midday rest. The airship route from Beekland to Dixie Bay has been inaugurated. The compilation of Detective Manson's cases is soon to be published. An advertisement for the Lawgrass weapon store? A standard revolver with 6 rounds, priced at £3 10 shillings. A double-barreled shotgun for £2. As Klein perused the Tianjin City Honest Man's newspaper, he stumbled upon a news article. The criminals responsible for the murders of Mr. Welch and Ms. Naya have all been apprehended, leading to a significant alleviation of the panic that had spread throughout the North District, Jin Wudong District, and East District. Mr. Magwin, a banker and father of Welch, is escorting his son's body back to Constant City for a grand funeral. After reading it several times, Klein sighed. It appears that Welch's father has placed his trust in the police's account and has not sought out a private investigator for further inquiry. The grief of losing a son surely weighs heavier on him than my parents' sorrow over losing their only child. Feeling despondent, Klein sat in silence for a considerable time. As for the fact that neither Welch nor Naya had invited him to their funeral, he felt no surprise or discontent. Once everything settles, he would seek an opportunity to lay a bouquet upon their graves. Just as Klein was about to take a brief nap in the lounge, the front door of the reception area was suddenly knocked upon once more. "Come in," Roshan said, her head bobbing as she roused from her slumber. The door, slightly ajar, was pushed open, and the tall, slender man in formal attire with streaked gray hair re-entered. "May I wait here for a while? Your mercenaries, no, security personnel, should be returning soon, right?" he earnestly inquired, striving to mask his anxious expression. "Certainly, you may sit over there for a while," Roshan indicated toward the nearby sofa. Klein, intrigued, asked, "How did you hear about our security company? Who referred you to us? To traverse back and forth in this pouring rain and be willing to wait?" The tall, slender man replied with a wry smile as he positioned his umbrella against the door while walking toward the sofa. "Well, it must be that your night watch team members resolved what others deemed a challenging task with relative ease, earning enough prestige in this line of work. I visited several mercenary, security firms and private investigators in the nearby streets, and yours was the only one that still held promise. The others had no personnel available to take on additional tasks. To be frank, if I hadn't encountered a server delivering meals, I would never have guessed that you had a security firm here. It was entirely different from what I had expected." Klein was taken aback. Roshan interjected, asking, "They are that busy? So many tasks?" The tall, slender man settled onto the sofa, sighing as he replied, "You are a mercenary squad. No, a security firm. You must have heard of the burglary and murder case in the Hall Street area, right? The Hall Street burglary and murder case? Unfortunately, I am one of the parties involved. Klein nodded gravely. Yes, due to the heinous and cruel nature of the criminals, the affluent residents of the nearby neighborhoods, as well as the entirety of Tianjin City, were engulfed in fear. In response, they not only augmented their personal security, but also employed a multitude of security personnel and private detectives, resulting in a conspicuous shortage of manpower in the industry. The tall, lean man articulated his thoughts with clarity. A standard chain reaction ensued as Klein and Rosen exchanged glances, both recognizing the self-deprecation mirrored on each other's faces. The security sector had entered a golden age, yet Blackthorn seemed wholly oblivious to this, underscoring the company's evident failures. Of course, in a certain sense, this also testified to the concealed success of the Night Watch team. After waiting for over 20 minutes, with the torrential rain on the verge of subsiding, Klein prepared to leave for the shooting club to practice with his revolver. At that moment, Leonard Mitchell, with his dark hair and green eyes, emerged from the partition, casting a puzzled glance towards the sofa. Who is this? The client? Has the captain returned? Rosen inquired with delight. Returned? The tall man was momentarily taken aback. Sitting right here and watching the entrance, how had he failed to notice someone come back? Rosen's expression froze, and she quickly laughed awkwardly. As a security company, we don't only have a front door. I understand. The tall man nodded in realization. Regarding the title of captain, he found it entirely unremarkable, as security companies were essentially the former mercenary teams or small mercenary guilds, making the presence of a captain quite ordinary. Leonard's white shirt was untucked, and his black vest was casually draped over him. He glanced at the tall man and suddenly snapped his fingers. I am a security personnel of Blackthorn. What do you wish to be called? Is there something you would like to entrust us with? Perhaps having heard of the mercenaries' notorious recklessness. The tall man felt no indignation, but rather a sense of relief. He observed Leonard take a seat and organized his thoughts. My name is Kelly, and I am the steward of Mr. Vickrell, a tobacco merchant. His only son, young Elliot, was kidnapped this morning. We have already reported it to the police and received due attention, but Mr. Vickrell remains uneasy and hopes to investigate from another angle through your mercenaries, security personnel, leveraging your understanding of Tianjin to ensure Elliot's safe rescue. If you can locate the kidnapper's hideout, Mr. Vickrell is willing to offer a reward of 100. Should you successfully rescue young Elliot, he is prepared to double that to 200. Leonard Mitchell responded with a relaxed smile. It seems Mr. Vickrell only wishes for us to find the kidnapper's hideout. Otherwise, he would not consider his only son worth merely 100. A tobacco merchant closely linked to the southern plantations would not settle for just 200. No, Mr. Vickrell is merely an ordinary businessman, not a wealthy man. And he believes the police department is more professional in matters of rescue. The old steward, Kelly, calmly replied. All right, no problem. Leonard snapped his fingers again. He turned his verdant gaze towards Rosen. Beautiful lady, could you kindly draft a contract? Stop thinking you're a poet. In reality, you merely recite the works of others. Rosen retorted, accustomed to their playful banter, momentarily forgetting the presence of a client. Naturally, Blackthorn Security Company held little regard for the identity of the client. Having one was advantageous, but lacking one was inconsequential. Rosen departed from the reception desk and entered the clerical office, the sound of her typing echoing immediately. Klein's lips twitched at the sight, realizing their utter lack of professionalism. They did not even have standardized, ready-made contracts. This was truly a sorrowful affair. What was even more disheartening was that he found himself in such an unprofessional company. As his thoughts meandered, Rosen prepared a contract with only a few succinct clauses, prompting both Steward Kelly and Leonard Mitchell to sign it. Once Kelly affixed the seal, she took the contract and entered the accounting room, where she sought Mrs. Oleana to stamp it with the Blackthorn Security Company's seal. This stamp was of little significance. Dunn typically entrusted it to Oleana for safekeeping, only to be given to Rosen and others on Sundays. We await your good news, Kelly said, standing and bowing as he took one of the contracts. Leonard remained silent, contemplating something for several seconds. He suddenly turned to Klein, smiling. I require your assistance. Huh. Klein was momentarily stunned. What I mean is, I will complete this task alongside you, Leonard explained with a slight smirk. I excel in combat, shooting, climbing, sensing, and chanting, as well as providing support. But I do not specialize in locating individuals. Surely, you would not wish for old Neil to venture out in this weather? He mumbled the part about sensing, his voice becoming indistinct and barely audible. All right. Klein felt both an urge to test his newfound skills and a hint of wariness towards Leonard Mitchell. He thought, hoping for a smooth outcome, I wonder how much my divination abilities will contribute. Chapter 43, Finding the Missing Person. Observing Klein, Leonard smiled and nodded. What will you require from them? Having collaborated with old Neil and others on multiple occasions, he understood that divination necessitated a medium, particularly when the subject was absent. Klein pondered for a moment and addressed Steward Kelly. I need some of Elliot's recently worn, unwashed clothing. It would be even better if we could obtain any jewelry he used to carry. He aimed to select normal mediums rather than items that might provoke wild speculation among ordinary folk. Yet, even so, old Steward Kelly wore a perplexed expression. Why? After asking, he added, I have a photo of young Elliot. Why? Because we intend to utilize divination to locate his whereabouts. Klein momentarily faltered, unsure of how to respond. If he spoke the truth, without addressing potential confidentiality breaches, old Steward Kelly would likely turn and leave, tearing up the contract while internally cursing. These frauds. If this could be of any use, I might as well seek out the most famous medium in Ahawa County. Nearby, Leonard Mitchell chuckled softly. Mr. Kelly, my companion, colleague, possesses a rather peculiar pet with a sense of smell sharper than that of a hound. Thus, we require clothing Elliot has worn and his personal belongings to assist in locating him. You know, clues often only narrow down to a general vicinity. As for that photograph, we equally need it. I must know what young Elliot looks like. Old Steward Kelly accepted this explanation, slowly nodding. Will you be waiting here? Or shall we proceed together to Mr. Vickroll's residence in the city? Let us go together. It will save time, Klein replied succinctly. He wished to test his extraordinary abilities while harboring a simple desire to save others. Very well, the carriage is downstairs. As old Steward Kelly spoke, he retrieved a black and white photograph from his pocket and handed it to Leonard. This is a solo portrait of Elliot Vickroll, taken when he was around 10 years old. His hair is slightly long, nearly obscuring his eyes, and he has pronounced freckles, not particularly distinctive in appearance. Leonard glanced at it briefly before handing it to Klein. Klein examined it closely, tucked the photograph into his pocket, and then took up his cane, donned his hat, and followed the two ahead as they exited Blackthorn Security Company and entered the waiting carriage below. The interior of the carriage was quite spacious, adorned with plush carpeting and featuring a small table for holding items. Due to the presence of the elderly Steward Kelly, Klein and Leonard remained silent, quietly absorbing the rhythmic sound of the carriage gliding along the rain-drenched road. The coachman exhibited commendable skill. After an indeterminate span of time, Leonard broke the silence with a smile, offering a compliment. Klein responded with a nonchalant murmur. The aged Steward Kelly, mustering a smile, remarked, Your praise is his honor. We shall arrive shortly. In an attempt to avoid detection by kidnappers, the carriage did not approach the residence of the tobacconist Vike Lowell, but rather halted on a nearby street. Kelly, holding an umbrella, returned alone. While waiting, Leonard turned to Klein and remarked, My previous speculation was not without purpose. I merely wish to inform you that the notebook will undoubtedly resurface, perhaps sooner than anticipated. This was indeed an unsettling deduction. Klein gestured towards the coachman's position, subtly indicating that sensitive topics should not be discussed in the presence of others. Leonard whistled and gazed out the window, observing raindrops sliding down the glass, leaving behind a hazy imprint that rendered the outside world utterly indistinct. After a while, Kelly returned, carrying a bag. In his haste, his trousers were splattered with mud, and his front bore damp stains. These are the garments worn by young Master Elliot yesterday, along with the storm talisman he had previously possessed. Klein took a glance, discovering a miniature gentleman's attire, a diminutive shirt, vest, bow tie, and so forth. The storm talisman, with a bronze base engraved with symbols representing fierce winds and waves, failed to ignite Klein's inspiration. I shall now recount the details of young Master Elliot's abduction to facilitate your identification of the target. The elderly Steward Kelly sat down, reiterating the nightmarish experience from the morning, hoping that the hard-earned assistance would prove beneficial. Klein and Leonard exhibited little interest in the specifics, focusing instead on the number of kidnappers, any unusual behavior, and whether they were armed. 3. Normal, armed. They gleaned the desired information before bidding farewell to Kelly and hiring a light two-wheeled carriage nearby. Unlike public carriages, this hired vehicle could be charged by distance or time, the former being 4 pence per kilometer within the city and 8 pence in the outskirts, while the latter was 2 sols per hour, with less than an hour charged as a full hour, exceeding an hour incurring an additional 6 pence every 15 minutes. Klein had heard from instructor Askey that in the capital, Beekland, taxi drivers were notorious for overcharging. To him, this was quite a luxurious indulgence. However, he need not worry about this matter at present, as Leonard handed the driver 2 one-sol notes without hesitation. By the hour, Leonard directed, before closing the carriage door. Where are you headed? Inquired the coachman, both delighted and perplexed by the 2 notes. One moment, Leonard turned his gaze towards Klein. Klein nodded slightly, retrieving Elliot's clothing and laying it on the carriage floor, subsequently wrapping the storm talisman around the tip of his cane. He grasped the silver-inlaid black cane and stood it upright atop Elliot's garments. As the spheres of light coalesced in his mind, Klein felt a sudden sense of tranquility, his brown eyes darkening as he entered a semi-meditative state. He sensed a lightness in his corporeal essence, perceiving the omnipresent realm of spirits, quietly intoning Elliot's location. After 7 repetitions, he relinquished his hold on the black cane, which astonishingly remained standing upright, undeterred by the gentle sway of the carriage. A subtle yet imperceptible stirring surrounded him, and Klein felt as though he were being observed by indifferent eyes. During this period, he occasionally experienced similar sensations in his meditative states. With a shiver of trepidation, he fixed his deep-set gaze upon the cane, mentally reiterating Elliot's location. Upon completing his silent incantation, the silver-inlaid black cane fell forward, indicating the direction to proceed. Straight ahead, Klein commanded in a low, ethereal voice, as if his words could pierce the veil of the unknown. This was one of his divination abilities, known as the divining rod for locating objects, wherein the instrument must be composed of wood, metal, or a combination of both. Typically, this would necessitate 2 genuine divining rods shaped akin to a straightened iron wire bent at a right angle. But as a practitioner of divination, Klein discovered through practice that he could directly utilize this method to locate individuals, employing the cane as a substitute for the rods. The direction in which it fell indicated the path to the sought-after object. However, regarding the notebook of the Antigonus family, Klein had no recollection of its appearance, rendering him unable to search for it. Straight ahead, Leonard instructed the coachman with authority, "I will inform you when it is time to turn." The coachman, bewildered by the instructions, refrained from voicing his confusion, swayed by the sight of the bills in his pocket and the unwavering confidence displayed by Leonard. The carriage gradually traversed numerous streets. Along the journey, Klein repeatedly employed the divining rod method to recalibrate their direction. After the carriage circled a building, he finally confirmed that Elliot was indeed inside, a mere 30 minutes having elapsed since parting from Kelly. Dismissing the coachman, Klein refrained from utilizing Elliot's garments again, instead thrusting the cane, adorned with the storm talisman, firmly into the ground. His gaze deepened once more, and the few rain droplets surrounding him began to whirl in place. The cane tilted toward a diagonal front, and Klein pointed towards a staircase, declaring, "There. At times, I envy old Neil. Similarly, I now envy you." Leonard sighed with a smile as he observed the scene. Klein cast a glance at him, and replied in a flat tone, "This is not particularly difficult. If you are willing, you could certainly learn. Your intuition must be quite high, no?" Leonard nodded, chuckling softly. "That is not necessarily a good thing." He quickened his pace, stepping into the staircase amidst the fading rain. Klein, cautious not to soil his fine attire, almost jogged to keep up. The building comprised 3 stories, akin to a unit building on Earth, with each entrance featuring 2 rooms at each staircase. Klein utilized the divining rod method once more on both the first and second floors, and the cane remained steadfast, pointing resolutely upward. The 2 men tread lightly, reaching the 3rd floor, where Klein once again planted the silver-inlaid black cane into the ground. A gust of wind swept through the staircase, altering the hue of his gaze to a deep black that seemed capable of ensnaring souls. An echo of ethereal weeping resonated around them. Klein released his grip, and the cane, entwined with the storm talisman, stood astonishingly upright. He mentally recited Elliot's location again, watching as the black cane fell silently, directing him towards the right room. "It should be within," Klein mused, retrieving the cane and lightly tapping his forehead twice. Amidst the deepening colors, he directed his gaze towards the door on the right, directly perceiving the various auras within. 3 kidnappers and 1 hostage formed a harmonious count, with one of the captors bearing a diminutive presence, likely the individual referred to by Mr. A.I. Lute Cooley. They possessed 2 shotguns, as Klein whispered. Leonard chuckled softly, stating, "Allow me to recite a poem for them. Why engage in kidnapping when one could joyfully embrace civility?" He set down the bag containing A.I. Lute's attire and stepped forward, his expression swiftly transforming into one of tranquility and melancholy. His deep, resonant voice began to resonate. "Ah, the dread of threats, the crimson of hope. One truth remains, life is fleeting. One truth indeed, all else is falsehood. Flowers bloom but once before departing this world." Chapter 44, Fate. Leonard's recitation resembled a lullaby, gently echoing between the doors and along the winding wooden staircase. Klein's mind momentarily became foggy, as if he beheld serene moonlight and the placid surface of a lake. His eyelids grew heavy, seemingly capable of falling into slumber while standing. In this haze of perception, he sensed an intangible, eerie, indifferent gaze from behind, akin to drifting through the spirit realm. A sense of déjà vu washed over him, prompting Klein to regain his thoughts, relying on his formidable intuition and familiarity with meditation to shake off the influence of the midnight verses. Nevertheless, he remained serene, struggling to evoke any other emotion. Soon, Leonard ceased his recitation, turning with a smile, saying, "I am considering requesting a Fenaport lute. How can one sing without accompaniment?" "Just jesting, I believe they are all asleep." The dark-haired, green-eyed member of the night watch strode to the door where the kidnappers and the hostage were located. Suddenly, he swung his shoulder, pounding his fist against the door lock. With a soft crack, the wood around the lock splintered, the sound remarkably feeble, necessitating precise control. Leonard chuckled as he turned back, reaching into the breach to open the door. Having regained his alertness, Klein lacked Leonard's confidence. He reached under his arm to draw his pistol, adjusting the chamber to ensure it was ready to fire. As the door swung open, he beheld a man slumped on the table, asleep with a pistol lying at his feet, and another man groggily rubbing his eyes, attempting to rise. Leonard glided forward, swiftly incapacitating the waking kidnapper. Just as Klein intended to follow him inside, he suddenly sensed something, pivoting sharply toward the staircase. The sound of footsteps ascending became increasingly distinct. A man donned in a brown coat, without a hat, and clutching a paper bag of bread, rounded the corner of the staircase, heading to the third floor. Abruptly, he halted, his gaze meeting the gleaming muzzle of a gun aimed at him. In his pupils reflected a young man adorned in a half-height silk top hat, dressed in a black suit with a matching bow tie, leaning against the railing with a cane and a perilous revolver. "Halt all your movements and raise your hands." 3, 2. Klein's voice was low and calming. Firmly gripping the revolver, he aimed to treat the man as a target for practice. In the tense atmosphere, the man in the brown coat dropped the bag of bread and slowly raised his hands. "Sir, I believe you are mistaken," he said, fixating on Klein's finger poised on the trigger, forcing a slight smile. Klein could not ascertain whether he was an accomplice of the kidnappers or simply a neighbor. Yet he maintained an expression of calm, stating, "Do not attempt to resist. Shortly, someone will arrive to clarify any misunderstandings." At that moment, Leonard emerged from the room where he had dealt with the kidnappers, glancing at the man at the staircase's corner, leisurely commenting, "So, the kidnappers had an accomplice responsible for support and procuring food?" Upon hearing this, the man's pupils constricted, and he abruptly kicked the bag of bread into the air, attempting to obstruct Klein's view. Klein appeared unfazed, calmly pulling the trigger as if in practice. Bang! Blood erupted from the man's left shoulder. He rolled away, attempting to flee to the second floor, but Leonard had already reached out, grasping the railing and leaping down. With a muffled thud, Leonard landed atop the man, rendering him unconscious. Leonard brushed off the slight bloodstains and looked up at Klein, chuckling, "Your aim is commendable. I intended to shoot his leg." Klein's lips twitched subtly as he caught the faint scent of blood. He realized that after consuming the diviner's potion, although his vision, hearing, and touch had not improved, he could still perceive obscured objects and hear faint footsteps, allowing him to make preemptive judgments. Did this fall within the realm of intuition? Klein pondered, nodding as he observed Leonard retrieving a sharp dagger from the incapacitated accomplice and dragging him into the room. With one hand gripping the gun and the other holding the cane, Klein entered the room where the kidnappers had been. Witnessing Ai Lutewei Kaluo awaken from the gunfire, his body uncoiling and slowly sitting up. The original 3 kidnappers were securely tied together with the ropes they had used against Ai Lute, discarded in a corner, while tattered clothing substituted for the insufficient portions. The one shot in the shoulder lay unconscious, receiving a bandage, but Leonard, finding him filthy, opted not to extract the bullet. Who are you?" Ai Lute stammered, astonished at the scene before him. "Yes, you guessed correctly, very astutely," Leonard replied casually, half squatting. "I didn't expect this fellow to possess a sense of humor," Klein thought. Lowering his revolver as he addressed Ai Lute, "We are mercenaries hired by your father, though you may refer to us as security personnel." "Really? Am I to be rescued?" Ai Lute inquired, his voice filled with joy yet hesitant to move. It was evident that in the brief hours since his abduction, he had endured considerable hardship, losing the impulsiveness typical of his age. Leonard stood, directing Klein, "You go below to find the patrolling officers and inform them to notify the tobacco merchant. I would prefer not to leave with this child and these 4 ruffians like a common kidnapper." Contemplating how to address the aftermath, Klein nodded, stowing his revolver and grasping his cane as he descended the staircase. As he stepped down, he felt a vague sense of having forgotten something and heard Leonard tell Ai Lute, "Do not worry. You will soon see your father, mother, and old caretaker Kuli. How about we play a game of Gwent?" Klein stifled a laugh as he exited onto the street. Locating two patrolling officers with the guidance of passersby, he refrained from using the Special Operations Unit's badge and credentials, instead recounting the situation in his capacity as a professional security agent. Regarding the armed issue, he had no concerns, as he had recently obtained a comprehensive weapons usage permit through internal channels, ensuring swift approval. The two officers exchanged glances, sending one to summon assistance and notify the Wei Kaluo family, while the other accompanied Klein back to the room where the kidnappers were situated. After waiting for over 40 minutes, seizing an opportunity while the officers were distracted, Leonard signaled to Klein, prompting him to stealthily exit the room alongside him. "Trust me, visiting the police station is a sheer waste of time. Let us depart at once," the poetically inclined night watchman explained with an air of nonchalance. Klein, adopting a mindset as if the sky were falling and a tall individual were to catch it, refrained from contesting and followed suit. After nearly 5 minutes, several swift carriages arrived at the building where the kidnappers were located, with the elderly butler, Kelly, accompanying his portly master, Vikral. It was only at this moment that Vikral found himself in a daze, unable to believe that such good news had arrived so swiftly, as if from a dream. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, prompting him to instinctively turn his head. A two-wheeled carriage passed by, its window wide open, and Leonard, with his dark hair and green eyes, snapped his fingers again. After passing Vikral's carriage, Leonard closed the window and turned to Klein. With a smile, he raised his right hand and said, "Pleasure in collaboration." "We seem to be strangers," Klein replied politely as he exchanged a brief handshake. He had not anticipated that the kidnapping case would be resolved so promptly, and he could only marvel at the extraordinary nature of the extraordinary, realizing that even he, a mere Sequence 9, could achieve many remarkable feats. "This is a gesture of celebration among nobles after a fencing match," Leonard explained with a smile. "I am aware," Klein responded, having several noble classmates. He glanced out the window, his brow slightly furrowed as he inquired, "Shall we not confirm with Mr. Kelly? If he believes it was the police who rescued Elliot, our reward would be halved. A full 100. As for providing the whereabouts of the kidnappers, after their earlier meeting, there would be no questions. Do not concern yourself. Money is not of great significance in our lives," Leonard replied, shrugging with a smile. "It is of great importance to me." Klein managed a polite smile and remarked, "Many poets have met untimely ends due to poverty." Leonard chuckled. "I am confident that Elliot will not lie about this matter. I can see he still possesses a degree of innocence. However, even if you were to receive a 200 reward, your share would not be substantial." "How much could I receive?" Klein immediately inquired. According to the long-standing, unwritten rule, half of the reward must be given to Madame Aureliana as extra funds for the team, with the remainder divided among the participants. "Unfortunately, as you are not a formal member, you would likely receive only 10%. 10. That is still quite decent," Klein feigned indifference before shifting the conversation. "Aren't you concerned that the kidnappers, upon awakening, will realize they were influenced by extraordinary powers? They will not suspect a thing. They will simply believe the weather was too pleasant, too conducive to slumber, which caused them to succumb. They may even convince themselves that the singing exists solely in dreams. A fact we have verified," Leonard answered confidently. "However, your demon-hunting bullet may raise questions. Yet, it is entirely reasonable to assume a penchant for the occult." "Indeed." Klein set aside his worries, sensing that he had overlooked something. Upon returning to Zochelin Street, he did not wait for Kelly, but took a stroll to Welch's residence, opting for a different route home while purchasing beef and cabbage for dinner. As was customary, they enjoyed a pleasant dinner, accompanied by the leisurely chatter of the three siblings amidst their studies, only to be interrupted by a visitor knocking at the door. It was a worker come to collect all the 1-penny coins from the gas meter. As night deepened, the siblings bid each other good night and retreated to their rooms. Klein was sound asleep when he was suddenly awakened by a rustling sound from outside. Puzzled, he opened the door and stepped into the vacant bedroom. Pushing open the weathered door, he discovered a gray table. Upon it lay a notebook, its cover crafted from stiff paper and entirely dyed black. A sense of inexplicable familiarity washed over him as Klein approached and opened the notebook. The page he unveiled depicted an image of the fool, adorned in splendid garments and a resplendent headdress. Beneath the fool, a line in Hermetic script read, "Everyone shall die, including myself." Klein's heart jolted as he suddenly noticed the corners of the fool's mouth curling into a smile. With a start, he sat up. Perceiving the crimson moonlight filtering through the curtains, the outlines of the bookshelf and desk, and the contours of his own bedroom, realizing he had merely experienced a nightmare. As a diviner, he understood that dreams often reveal truths, and he pondered over it with intensity. In the midst of his recollections, Klein froze. For he realized what he had neglected today. Immersed in Leonard's singing, he had felt an invisible, indifferent gaze watching him from behind. This sensation was unlike any normal meditation or the experience of using clairvoyance, evoking a sense of déjà vu. According to Captain Dunn, such feelings often signify. Klein jolted upright, confirming the sensation. Yes, it was indeed that notebook. The Antigonus family's notebook. Chapter 45. Returned. That very Antigonus family notebook was located in the room opposite the kidnappers. Though it was a remarkable coincidence, Klein was convinced his instincts were not mistaken. He promptly leapt from his bed, shedding his worn sleeping attire in a few swift motions. He donned a white shirt from beside him, hastily fastening the buttons from the top down. 1, 2, 3. He suddenly realized one button was missing, and the sides appeared asymmetrical. Upon closer inspection, Klein discovered he had misaligned the buttons from the very start, causing the shirt to twist. He shook his head in resignation, inhaled deeply, and exhaled slowly, employing some meditation techniques to regain a semblance of calm. After putting on the white shirt and black trousers, he managed to stabilize himself enough to adjust the shoulder strap under his arm, retrieving the revolver concealed beneath the soft pillow and placing it within. Without time to tie a bow tie, he donned his formal attire, grasped his hat in one hand and his cane in the other, and approached the door. Adjusting his half-height silk top hat with care, Klein gently turned the doorknob, opened the door, and stepped into the corridor, cautiously closing the wooden door behind him. He descended the stairs almost silently, like a thief, and left 2 lines on paper using a pen from the sitting room, indicating that he had forgotten to mention that the company had matters to attend to and needed to arrive early today. Upon stepping outside, Klein was greeted by a refreshing breeze that calmed his entire being. The street before him was dim and quiet, devoid of pedestrians, illuminated solely by the soft glow of the gas streetlights. Klein retrieved his pocket watch from an inner pocket, clicking it open to find it was just past 6 o'clock. The crimson moonlight had not yet completely faded, but a glimmer of dawn was already visible on the horizon. Just as he was about to seek out an expensive hired carriage, he suddenly spotted a horse-drawn public carriage approaching without tracks. Public carriages are running this early? Klein mused with mild surprise, stepping forward to hail it. Good morning, sir. The driver skillfully brought the horses to a halt. The attendant beside him stifled a yawn, covering his mouth with his hand. To Zachulin Street, Klein stated as he pulled out 2 one-penny coins and 4 half-pennies from his pocket. For pennies, the attendant replied without hesitation. After handing over the fare, Klein boarded the carriage, finding it empty, devoid of any other passengers, and exuding an unmistakable sense of desolation in the dim light. You are the first passenger, the driver remarked with a smile. The 2 brown horses set off at a relatively brisk pace. To be candid, I did not anticipate public carriages running this early. Klein seated himself near the driver, casually responding to divert attention and alleviate the tension within. The driver, with a hint of self-deprecation, remarked, from 6 in the morning until 9 at night. Yet my weekly wage is merely £1. Is there no time for rest? Klein inquired in astonishment. We rotate 1 day off each week, the cab driver replied, his tone growing somber. The toll collector beside him added, we are responsible from 6 to 11 in the morning, followed by lunch and a brief rest until dinner at 6, when we switch with our colleagues. Even though we do not rest, the horses require it. It was not always this way. After some drivers became excessively fatigued, leading to mistakes that caused the horses to run amok and the carriage to overturn. Such rotations were instituted. How could those vampires possibly become benevolent all of a sudden? Scoffed the driver. As dawn broke, the public carriage made its way to Zachulin Street, picking up only 7 or 8 passengers along the route. Once Klein felt a modicum of relief from his tension, he fell silent, closing his eyes and replaying the events of the previous day frame by frame in search of any overlooked details. When the sun rose fully, illuminating the sky, the public carriage arrived at Zachulin Street. Klein pressed his hat down with his left hand and hopped down from the carriage. He hurried into number 36, Zachulin Street, ascending the staircase to the exterior of the Haijingzi Security Company. At that moment, the main door was closed, yet to be opened. Klein retrieved a keychain from his waist, locating the brass key that corresponded, inserting it into the lock, and with a twist, the door creaked open. He beheld Leonard Mitchell, with black hair and green eyes, leisurely inhaling the scent of the latest fashionable cigarettes. In truth, I prefer cigars. You seem rather eager, the poetically inclined night watchman inquired with ease. Where's the captain? Klein countered with a question of his own. Leonard gestured toward a partition, indicating, in his office. As an extraordinary insomniac, he only needed 2 hours of rest during the day. I suspect those factory owners and bankers surely adore such a potion. Klein nodded and swiftly passed through the partition, spotting Dunn Smith, who had opened the office door, standing at the entrance. What is the matter? He asked, clad in a black trench coat and holding a golden-handled cane. His expression steady and grave. I feel a sense of déjà vu, as if I have seen it somewhere before. It must be from that notebook, the Antigonus family journal. Klein exerted effort to control himself, ensuring his response was coherent. Where? Dunsmith's countenance remained unchanged. However, Klein's intuition suggested a discernible, intangible shift in the air, possibly a flicker of the spirit or a change in emotion. It was at the location where Leonard and I rescued the hostage, directly across from the kidnapper's room. I was unaware until I dreamt of it and received an epiphany. Klein disclosed everything openly. It seems I missed a significant accomplishment yesterday. Leonard, having approached the partition unnoticed, chuckled softly. Dunn nodded slightly, his demeanor serious as he commanded, "Have Cohenly replace old Neil in guarding the armory, and let old Neil, Fry, and us proceed together." Leonard ceased to display levity, promptly notifying Cohen, Lee, and Fry, who were within the night watchman's entertainment room, one an insomniac, the other a corpse collector. 5 minutes later, a two-wheeled carriage belonging to the night watchman's team sped away in the still relatively quiet morning. Leonard, donning a felt hat and dressed in a shirt and vest, temporarily assumed the role of the driver, occasionally cracking the whip to produce a sharp sound. Inside the carriage, Klein and old Neil sat on one side, facing Dunsmith and Fry. The corpse collector's skin was so pale it appeared he had not seen sunlight in ages or was severely anemic. He seemed to be in his 30s, with dark hair and blue eyes, a pronounced nose, and thin lips, exuding a cold and somber aura, as if he carried a faint scent from years of contact with the deceased. "Please recount the events in further detail." Dunn adjusted the collar of his black trench coat. Klein, caressing the yellow crystal pendant concealed beneath his sleeve, recounted everything from the commission to the dream, while old Neil chuckled. "You seem to share a fated connection with that Antigonus family journal. It is quite the coincidence. Indeed, it is rather fortuitous." Had Leonard not mentioned that the preliminary interrogation results of the Elliot kidnapping indicated no hidden forces or mystical powers at play, merely a straightforward case of greed, I would have suspected it was all orchestrated. Klein expressed his astonishment at the sheer coincidence. Dunn remained silent, seemingly lost in thought, while the corpse collector Fry maintained his unwavering silence. The stillness was broken only when the carriage halted, revealing the building Klein described outside the window. "Let us ascend, Klein. You and old Neil shall walk at the rear. Be cautious. Utmost caution is required." Dunn exited the carriage, retrieving a strangely long and thick revolver from his pocket, tucking it into his right-hand pocket. Understood, Klein dared not venture ahead. After Leonard found someone to guard the carriage, the 5 extraordinary individuals entered the staircase in an orderly manner, treading lightly to the 3rd floor. "Is it here?" Leonard pointed to the room opposite the kidnappers. Klein lightly tapped his forehead twice and activated his spiritual sight. In this state, his intuition heightened, and he felt a sense of familiarity with the door, as if he had entered within before. "Yes," he affirmed with certainty. Old Neil also activated his spiritual sight and observed carefully before stating, "There is no one inside, nor any magical aura." The corpse collector Fry hoarsely added, "No malevolent spirits." He did not require spiritual sight to discern the multitude of spirits, including evil entities and vengeful souls. Leonard stepped forward, mirroring the actions of the previous day, and delivered a powerful punch to the door lock. This time, not only did the surrounding wood splinter, but the lock also flew off with a loud clatter. Klein felt an invisible seal dissipate instantaneously, followed closely by a pungent stench. "A corpse, a decaying corpse," Fry stated coldly, showing no signs of nausea. Dunn extended his right hand, gloved in black, and slowly pushed open the door. The first sight to greet the gathered company was a fireplace, in the sweltering heat of early July, emanating an abnormally stifling warmth. In front of the fireplace sat a rocking chair, occupied by an elderly woman clad in a black and white dress, her head bowed. Her entire form had grotesquely swelled, her skin a sickly green and shiny, as if a mere poke would cause her to burst, releasing a foul odor. While maggots and parasites crawled in and out of the blood and decay, nestled within her garments and folds, appearing as glimmering points of light clustered around a dim, extinguished core. With a sudden crack, the elderly woman's eyes plopped out, rolling across the floor and leaving yellow-brown streaks in their wake. Klein felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Unable to withstand the oppressive stench, he doubled over and began to vomit. Chapter 46. The Portrait. Ugh, ugh. Klein crouched there, helplessly retching, having consumed no breakfast, soon exhausting his stomach's contents. At that moment, a small tin-like vessel resembling a cigarette box appeared before him. The open mouth, lacking a stopper, emitted a mingled scent of tobacco, disinfectant, and mint, causing Klein's nose to sting and invigorating his entire being. A pungent odor still lingered in the air, Yet Klein no longer felt nauseated. The urge to vomit quickly subsided. Following the tin-colored square vessel upwards, he beheld a pale hand, lifeless and devoid of vitality, the sleeve of a black overcoat, and the cold, somber demeanor of the coroner, Flay. Klein felt a sense of relief wash over him as he supported himself on his knees and stood once more. Flay, with an impassive nod, remarked, "You will grow accustomed to it." He secured the tin vessel's opening and tucked it into his pocket, turning towards the decayed body of the elderly woman, beginning his examination without gloves. Meanwhile, Dunn Smith and Leonard Mitchell strolled around the room, occasionally brushing their fingers against the surfaces of tables and newspapers. Old Neil, pinching his nose, stood outside the door, grumbling in a deep voice, "It's utterly revolting. I shall apply for a subsidy this month." Dunn glanced back, brushing the wall soot beside the fireplace with his gloved right hand, and asked Klein, "Does this place seem familiar to you?" Klein held his breath, envisioning the silver pocket watch in his mind, calming both body and spirit. Being already in a state of heightened perception, he suddenly experienced a different sensation. As a scene from the deepest recesses of his memory flashed before him, a fireplace, a rocking chair, a table, newspapers, rusted nails embedded in a door, and a tin can inlaid with silver. This imagery was dim and shadowy, resembling a documentary from Earth, yet more indistinct and ethereal. It rapidly overlapped with everything Klein beheld, the feeling of déjà vu unmistakably manifesting, as a haunting whisper once again pierced through an invisible barrier. "Hanachis fragra, Hanachis fragra, Hanachis fragra." "Somewhat familiar," Klein replied truthfully, a twinge of pain blossoming in his head, prompting him to lightly tap his brow twice. Was it the Hanachis Mountains mentioned in the original diary? That was derived from the notes of the Antigonus family. The previous whispers bore a striking resemblance, both involving the term Hanachis. Was this a form of temptation? Klein shuddered at the thought, fearing the descent into chaos. Dunn nodded slightly, moving to the cupboard, suddenly reaching out to pull open the wooden door above. Inside, mold had grown on the bread, and 7 or 8 gray, stiff-furred mice lay lifeless nearby. "Leonard, go downstairs to find the patrolling officer and ascertain the situation here." Dunn instructed his team member. "Understood," Leonard replied, turning to exit the room. Dunn then opened the doors to 2 bedrooms, conducting a thorough search. Once he confirmed the absence of any clues in the Antigonus family's notes, the coroner Flay rose, wiping his hands with a white handkerchief. The death exceeds 5 days. With no external injuries or significant effects from extraordinary forces, the specific cause must await further examination. He turned to Dunn, asking, "Have you discovered anything?" Both Old Neil and Klein, having exited the state of heightened perception, shook their heads in unison. "Aside from a corpse, everything here appears normal." "No, initially. An invisible force sealed the room. You know, we often employ similar methods when using ritual magic," Old Neil added after a brief moment of contemplation. Just as Dunn was about to speak, he suddenly glanced towards the door. After a few seconds, Klein and Old Neil sensed something amiss and turned to gaze at the staircase corner. Moments later, faint footsteps grew louder as Leonard and a police officer ascended. Upon detecting the foul stench, the officer's expression shifted, and he promptly collaborated with his colleagues from the Special Operations Unit to knock on the door of the second-floor tenant, inquiring about the situation on the 3rd floor. Moments later, donning silver second lieutenant insignia, he observed the corpse in the rocking chair and stated, "Kite is to find a bee-bear. Aged between 55 and 60, a widow, has resided here with her son, Riel Bee-bear, for over a decade. Her husband was a jeweler, and her son, approximately 30 years old, is unmarried and inherited his father's trade, earning around £1 and 15 shillings a week. According to their neighbors, they have not been seen for over a week." At this juncture, Klein discerned the significance of the forthcoming details, the missing, or more accurately, the whereabouts of Riel Bee-bear. That ancient notebook was likely on him. "Do you have a photograph of Riel Bee-bear?" Dunn inquired of the officer, who held the position of a senior inspector. However, it was not mere pretense, as the police department's records indeed designated him as a senior inspector, with salary and allowances accordingly, excluding the ecclesiastical portion. The officer, appearing somewhat nervous, shook his head. "I don't know. We'll have to return to the precinct to check. Normally, we cannot provide photographs for every individual." "I understand. Continue to inquire with the first-floor tenants." Gathering detailed information, Dunn commanded. As he observed the officer, he closed the door, turning to Old Neil and stating, "The next steps are yours. Otherwise, we shall have to allow the residents here to slumber, seeking Riel Bee-bear's visage from their dreams. I am not particularly confident in sketches based on verbal descriptions." Old Neil nodded, retrieving several thumb-sized vials from a hidden pocket in his black classical robe, sprinkling their contents in a specific order around the area. He then pinched a powder and circled himself with it. A strange, acrid odor wafted forth. Undeterred by the room's stench, while Klein suddenly sensed an invisible force encircling Old Neil, separating him from the environment and the others, reminiscent of the room's prior state. Old Neil half closed his eyes, his lips moving as he intoned a low, indistinct incantation. Klein, caught unprepared, only vaguely discerned the words, "I beseech the power of the goddess. I await the favor of the night." Suddenly, a gust of wind surged through the window, stirring the powder. Klein felt a jolt of terror as bumps rose on his skin, overwhelmed by an indescribable, terrifying scent that spread rapidly. His mind became chaotic, taut, and unable to relax, akin to the aftermath of solving a complex mathematical problem. Abruptly, Old Neil's eyes snapped open, their depths turned pitch black. He withdrew a water-absorbing pen from his pocket and began to draw on a scrap of paper from the table, his movements so swift that his entire body trembled. Klein focused intently, witnessing a face with deep-set eyes and a high nose materialize before him. Once the natural curls of short hair were complete, Old Neil inscribed beneath the portrait, black hair, deep blue eyes, a porcelain dental prosthesis on the left side of the mouth. With a thud, the pen slipped from Old Neil's grasp, and his body twitched involuntarily. "This is the remaining likeness of Riel Bear in the room." Old Neil, his eye color quickly returning to normal, whispered. He then returned to his previous position, slowly rotating in place. The invisible, separating force dissipated, transformed into a gentle breeze. "Praise the goddess," Old Neil murmured, pressing 4 fingers to his chest, forming the shape of a crimson moon. Klein's spirit relaxed, allowing for a more meticulous observation. Revealing that Riel Bear's features bore no particular distinction, his demeanor quite serene, save for the pronounced sagging of the nasolabial folds beside his nose. "I shall attempt to employ the divination rod to locate the missing person." He took the drawing, rummaging through the male clothing in the bedroom, laying them out on the floor. Dang In, Leonard, and Old Neil did not intervene, watching as he thrust the silver-inlaid black cane upon the garments and portraits, while the mortician, Fry, remained as silent as ever. The brown turned to black as Klein's gaze deepened in contemplation, completing his silent incantation before releasing his grasp. The black cane stood quietly, as if embedded into the floor. In the presence of Rear Bebo, Klein silently repeated his thoughts. Amidst the sound of the wind, the cane toppled. Yet throughout its descent, it continuously altered its trajectory, ultimately transforming into a slight rotation around its pivot point, without any external force aiding it. The silver-inlaid black cane regained its upright position. Klein attempted this several times, only to encounter the same outcome, shaking his head at Dang Un and Old Neil in resignation. An enigmatic force interfered with his divination. Dang In removed his black gloves and instructed Leonard and Klein, "Take Rear Bebo's portrait to inquire of the residents here for final confirmation, and then issue a warrant for his arrest on the grounds of matricide." Understood. Klein grasped the cane and bent down to pick up the portrait. Once the neighbors confirmed that the individual in the portrait was indeed Rear Bebo, Dang In sent Leonard and the officer to the precinct to complete the paperwork, while he and Fry ventured to several bars in Tianjin City to seek out individuals through underground channels. Klein and Old Neil returned to the Haijingzi Security Company via public carriage. It was still before 8 o'clock, and Roshan had yet to arrive. Closing the door, Klein turned to Old Neil, half in confusion and half in inquiry. "Why would I deliver the Antagonid family's notes to Rear Bebo's residence? This is entirely in the opposite direction from Welch's abode." Old Neil approached the sofa, chuckling. "Isn't it quite obvious? You are unaware if you triggered the powers within the notes or if your curiosity led you to perform certain rituals described within, provoking an entity that ought not to be disturbed. The intent of this force or presence was to deliver the notes to Rear Bebo while severing all traces to prevent anyone from discovering them. Thus, aside from you, the chosen one, Welch and Naya both committed suicide on the spot. Frankly, I still do not comprehend how you managed to survive." "I do not know either," Klein replied, following suit to sit down, forcing a wry smile. "Your conjecture on the events has crossed my mind, but I fail to see why the notes must be given to Rear Bebo." Old Neil shrugged. Perhaps his birth number aligns with the requirements. Or perhaps he is the last descendant of the Antagonid family. In any case, there are numerous possibilities as to why the notes ended up in Tianjin City. There should be similar reasons. I believe it to be the latter, Klein suddenly realized, then sighed, "Alas. I did not realize in time that both Rear Bebo and the notes had vanished." Old Neil chuckled. "That is a matter for Dang In to worry about. For you, it is a fortunate circumstance." "Why do you say that?" Klein queried, brow furrowed in confusion. Chapter 47. The cash-strapped Old Neil. Old Neil rubbed his temples. "You have likely grasped the reasons behind their suicides. The notes have reached Rear Bebo, and the situation has been exposed. Whether you live or die, it is unlikely to further influence subsequent developments. I believe that the enigmatic presence or mysterious force responsible for this will no longer pay particular attention to you. Much like you would disregard an ant on the ground, as long as you do not attempt to remind it of your existence. Our pursuit of Rear Bebo will soon reach the ears of the Mysterium Society, and they should be able to deduce that it pertains to the whereabouts of the Antagonid family notes. Trust me, these secret organizations that have survived for millennia possess various channels for information. Thus, their focus will shift to Rear Bebo's location, seeking to locate the notes before us. They will not, and cannot, disturb, follow, or confront you again. Young man, congratulations on shedding the shadows of the past, and you are about to embark on a sunlit new journey. Klein nodded frequently, feeling a mixture of joy and relief as he remarked, I hope so. The gloom that has enveloped me since arriving here seems to be dissipating. However, truth be told, Klein remained somewhat apprehensive, as there appeared to be a certain bond between himself and the notes, leading to coincidental discoveries of remnants even during ordinary rescue missions. He feared that one day, a courier might unexpectedly deliver a package, and upon opening it, he would find it to be the Antagonid family notes. He silently prayed for everything to unfold as old Neil described. Upon hearing his response, old Neil scoffed, You do not seem to be a devout follower of the deity. Shouldn't you be drawing a red moon on your chest and uttering a prayer for divine protection at this moment? Mr. Neil, you don't seem to be one either. True believers do not speak of embarking on a sunlit new journey. After their time together in the esoteric studies, Klein and old Neil had forged a solid friendship, allowing him to retort without hesitation. The two exchanged knowing glances, sharing a few quiet chuckles, and almost simultaneously placed their hands on their chests, proclaiming, Praise the goddess. At that moment, the sound of spinning discs and marbles echoed, and the door of the Haijingzi Security Company swung open. The elegant and refined Madame Aeoliana entered the reception hall, her fashionable curls elegantly arranged, her light green skirt swaying gently. Good morning, Mr. Neil. Good morning, Klein. She greeted with a radiant smile, holding a small leather handbag. It is another bright and fine day. Good morning, Aeoliana. You remain as beautiful as you were over the past decade, old Neil replied with a beaming smile. Aeoliana narrowed her eyes and adopted a stern expression. Mr. Neil, your flattery continues to irritate me just as it did over the past decade. She emphasized the words past decade. Is that so? Old Neil looked at Klein in confusion, his face a canvas of bewilderment. Never mention anything that could remind a lady of her age, Klein thought, quickly grasping Aeoliana's sensitivity, and chuckled. Good morning, Madame Aeoliana. You are as lovely as ever. Thank you, our esteemed graduate from Hoy University. Aeoliana smiled graciously, then continued. The elderly steward has settled the payment for the commission. According to the captain's regulations, half belongs to the additional expenses, while the other half is allocated to you and Leonard. However, since you are not an official member, you will only receive 10% of that half, and you may sign for it shortly. How much was the payment? Klein inquired, a mix of delight and concern evident in his voice. 200 pounds, he mentioned at the time. My goodness, the storm above. I can hardly imagine or believe that this matter has been resolved. This is no more challenging than a dream. Why does your security company lack renown? It is truly a disgrace to the entire industry. Madame Aeoliana mimicked the elderly steward's slight southern accent. Klein pondered for a few seconds before humorously responding. That hardly seems fair to those bandits. Two extraordinary individuals swiftly resolved the issue in what could be described as a relaxed and pleasant manner, akin to a fully armed adult bullying a few small children. They were simply unfortunate. They must have lost the favor of the divine. Aureliana chuckled softly, informing the elderly steward that this commission was merely a stroke of luck, as we happened to have an informant who witnessed the group of kidnappers escorting the child into their hideout. Therefore, one must not harbor excessive expectations of us. We are truly just an ordinary security company. Generally speaking, the more one emphasizes their ordinariness, the more extraordinary they tend to be. Klein smirked inwardly, watching Mrs. Aureliana pass through the partition into the accounting room. Old Neil, beside him, smacked his lips, enviously remarking, You are indeed a fortunate young fellow. How long have you been with us? And already you encounter a commission worth 200. Is that truly rare? Klein inquired, perplexed. He had either been engrossed in studying history and the arcane or wandering outside, searching for clues inspired by his surroundings. According to Aureliana's statistics, we might not encounter a single commission in a week, and most commissions were valued below 20. Neil rubbed the white crystal pendant on his wrist and sighed in response. Then, casting an expectant glance at Klein, he added, If you come across similar commissions in the future, please be sure to inform me. Listening to Neil's words, Klein suddenly felt a strange sensation and directly asked, "Mr. Neil, do you seem to be in need of money? How much do you earn each week? If it's inconvenient to disclose, please disregard my question." Old Neil leaned back against the sofa's backrest, chuckling. "There is no need to conceal this. I have been here for many years, and currently, I receive a salary of 12 weekly from both the church and the police department." 12 a week? Klein exclaimed in astonishment. That amounts to approximately 600 annually. Previously, while reading the Tianjin Morning News and the Honest Man's Journal, I noticed that a senior barrister earns only between 801,000 a year, and the manager at Benson's Import-Export Company earns just 6 weekly, which is considered quite respectable. Indeed, such a salary is relatively generous, and we are exempt from income tax, Neil added with a smile. Klein had heard from his brother Benson that a weekly salary exceeding one required the payment of Class E tax, which is the income tax levied on government and corporate employees. The rate is 3% for the portion between 1 and 2, 5% for 2 to 5, 10% for 5 to 10, 15% for 10 to 20, and 20% for amounts exceeding 20. Furthermore, he had seen in the newspaper 4 other types of income tax. Class A pertains to land, housing, and other tangible value-added profit taxes, including land rent and housing rent. Class B concerns agricultural income tax. Class C relates to bond, fund, and stock profit tax. Class D addresses income tax for business, finance, and specialized industries. That is commendable. Klein concurred with Neil's remarks. However, Neil shook his head. For extraordinary individuals like us, who frequently explore the hidden and regularly practice rituals, the salary is never sufficient. Aren't the materials all acquired through applications? Klein asked, astonished. Neil scoffed lightly. Those are limited in quantity, and at times, one must provide sufficient justification. To practice more in the mystical realm and to attempt various rituals, one must purchase materials independently, either from internal sources or some underground markets. Klein's spirit was suddenly invigorated, and he promptly asked, "Are there underground markets for extraordinary materials? I thought the church would surely disallow their existence." He was in dire need of adequate channels to obtain materials. With the embryonic form of a secret organization behind him, he could not rely solely on the night watchers for everything. Such matters are impossible to regulate. In the perspective of mysticism, everything possesses a spirit, and all things share a common origin. The materials we utilize come not only from extraordinary species, but also from ordinary animals, plants, and minerals. For instance, the belladonna, golden mint, and nightshade in your vial of diviner's potion can frequently be encountered in everyday life. While they may lack extraordinary properties, they each possess their unique characteristics. And when combined and blended, they can yield certain effects. Thus, this is not a trade that the church can simply ban. Neil elucidated in detail, before Klein could respond. He continued, moreover, extraordinary species are not only useful for their core components. Take the Lavach octopus, for instance. Its blood, eyes, skin, and tentacles are all commendable materials. Unless the church employs all its personnel to capture them, completely stockpiling and controlling their distribution would impose a significant economic burden. The lower-tier extraordinary materials are particularly susceptible to this. We can only strive to limit the circulation of the more unique ones. Neil suddenly chuckled. Another crucial reason is that the underground markets we know of are far better than those we are unaware of. As long as the secret organizations have not been entirely eradicated, this remains a viable strategy, and it can also assist us in acquiring scarce materials. Of course, with the existence of such markets, there will inevitably be contraband. As long as it is not overly excessive or dangerous, we simply pretend not to see it, making use of it to enrich our reserves. There are several major churches mutually restraining each other, preventing them from employing overly aggressive measures, I presume? Klein speculated. Neil acknowledged with a sound, without elaborating further. As a diviner, I will undoubtedly need to practice repeatedly in the future and require more materials. Mr. Neil, could you take me to see those underground markets? Klein requested with legitimate reasoning. Neil displayed a hesitant expression. Actually, most of those who frequent those places are not extraordinary individuals. There are curious nobles and wealthy individuals fascinated by the arcane. Well, I have a 30 bill due soon, so it is inconvenient for me to go at the moment. All right. Klein had not anticipated that the reason was an unpaid debt. After a moment of contemplation, he ventured, "Mr. Neil, do you require a loan? I have 10 from my reward." "Haha, no need. I have ways to manage this," old Neil replied, patting the sofa as he slowly rose. Aging is truly the most formidable enemy of living beings. Last night's vigil has left me quite fatigued. This morning, review your previous lessons and read more literature. Tomorrow, I shall begin teaching you the fundamentals of ritual magic." "Understood," Klein responded. rising to bid farewell as he removed his hat. In the afternoon, seeing that Captain Dunn had yet to return, Klein pretended to still be searching for that notebook. Wandering the streets once more, with the 10 reward in hand, he no longer needed to wait for the allocation of funds and could head directly to the Divination Club. The whispers and visions that occasionally surfaced during meditation and clairvoyance made him eager to assume his role. Chapter 48. Hanasi Fankseni, First Request for Recommendations. In the northern district of Tianjin City, at 13 Hare Street, situated on the second floor, lies the Divination Club. Klein once again beheld the enchanting lady responsible for reception. She still wore her chestnut-hued hair elegantly coiled, exuding an air of maturity and grace. It was difficult to ascertain her exact age based solely on her appearance. "Greetings, Mr. Gracious is unavailable today. Would you like to consult another diviner?" The beautiful lady inquired with a smile. Hearing this, Klein, who had just replaced his silk top hat, was taken aback. "You remember me? That was 5 days ago." The chestnut-haired lady smiled gently. "You were the first patron to consult Mr. Gracious, and to this day, the only one. It is hard not to leave a lasting impression. The impression of suffering great losses from petty gains, perhaps?" Kleiner self-deprecatingly mused, pondering as he inquired, "When did Mr. Gelasius last visit the club?" The auburn-haired lady cast him a glance, seemingly in contemplation, and replied, "To be honest, we cannot discern the patterns of our members' visits. They possess free will and myriad affairs. Well, I recall that after your divination that day, Mr. Gelasius has not returned to the club. Wishing him good fortune, may the goddess bless him," Kleiner silently prayed, refraining from further inquiries. Instead, he smiled and declared, "I am not here for divination this time. I wish to join the club." "Is that so? It is our honor." The auburn-haired lady expressed her surprise at the opportune moment. "As a new member, please pay a 5 annual fee, followed by 1 each subsequent year. I trust one need not elaborate further on the details." Kleiner retrieved a newly acquired 5 note from his inner pocket. Watching the visage of Henry Augustus recede from his grasp. After carefully inspecting the anti-counterfeiting watermark, the auburn-haired lady solemnly accepted the banknote. Producing a form to hand to Kleiner, "Please fill in your details, and I will issue you a receipt. Is there an invoice?" He noted the header bore the name of the Blackthorn Security Company. Amused by his own thoughts, Kleiner picked up the water-dipped pen from the table and, using the deep blue-black ink, completed the form with his name, age, street address, and company name, deliberately omitting his date of birth, for to a diviner, such information pertains to one's personal mysteries. Upon issuing the receipt and recording his membership details, the auburn-haired lady extended her right hand and said, "Welcome to the Tianjin City Divination Club. I am Angelica Barhart, your diligent service provider. Here is your membership pin, inscribed with our unique emblem, which affirms your membership status. Greetings, Ms. Angelica." Kleiner gently grasped her hand and accepted the dark golden pin. He noted that the unique inscription utilized a root word from Hermetic language, signifying diviner. Angelica withdrew her left hand and, after a moment of contemplation, inquired, "I wonder what divination techniques you are proficient in or wish to learn at the club. We will consider inviting renowned diviners to teach, and will also introduce you to members with similar expertise for enjoyable exchanges. I possess a modicum of knowledge in every divination technique. There is no need for special consideration." Kleiner replied with slight embellishment, then inquired, "May I perform divination for others now? I am not a novice just starting out." He had come to embody a diviner, not to learn the rudimentary methods accessible to the average individual. Angelica maintained her polite smile and said, "You may freely offer divination to others in the club at any time. However, until we confirm your proficiency, we will not vouch for you when customers inquire. What fee do you wish to charge for your divinations?" 2 pence. Kleiner intended to gain an advantage through pricing while still relatively unknown. "We will retain 1/4 of a penny from 1/8 of the total price." Angelica outlined the regulations before inscribing Kleiner's information into the diviner's catalog available for customer selection. Having completed these formalities, she smiled and pointed towards the conference room at the end of the corridor. "Mr. Heinaz Vincent is currently explaining astrological divination. You may quietly find a seat to listen or raise your hand with inquiries." "Very well." With keen interest, Kleiner made his way to the conference room, eager to discern the differences between Mr. Heinaz Vincent and old Neil's teachings. At that moment, Angelica hurried after him, lowering her voice. "Mr. Moretti, would you prefer coffee or tea? We offer Siberian red tea, South Wales coffee, and Dissy coffee free of charge." Recently familiar with the newspapers, Kleiner recognized that these coffees and teas were of mediocre quality, yet understood they would surely surpass the inferior varieties at home. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, A cup of South Wales coffee, 3 spoonfuls of sugar, no milk. The most renowned exports of the Kingdom of ruined South Wales County were its beers and red wines, favored by many prominent figures, while coffee held little acclaim. Very well. I shall bring it shortly. Angelica gestured towards the conference room. Kleiner approached the half-open door. Hearing the explanation delivered with a strong Ahawa County accent, astrological divination is quite complex among all divination techniques. This was merely relative to the average person. Kleiner silently interjected. He observed the conference room, where 5 or 6 long tables formed a semicircle, surrounding a middle-aged man clad in a black classical robe, Mr. Heinaz Vincent. This gentleman bore conspicuous dark circles beneath his eyes, with thick, bristly brown hair standing upright, like a hedgehog. Beyond that, he exhibited no remarkable traits while elucidating astrological divination. Noticing Kleiner enter, Heinaz Vincent nodded slightly, continuing his lecture without interruption, merely slowing his pace. Kleiner, one hand in his pocket and the other holding his cane, settled into a peripheral position, comfortably leaning back, surveying the room under the still brilliant afternoon sunlight. He noted 6 members present, 4 men and 2 women. Some were diligently taking notes, others engaged in hushed discussions, while a few exchanged wry smiles with Kleiner. Setting down his cane, Kleiner adjusted his half-height silk top hat and lightly tapped 2 fingers against his brow. His gaze shifted to Heinaz, perceiving the aura around him, noting the varying colors, brightness, and thickness. Dark red, tinged with a hint of anxiety in his emotions, while the rest appeared quite healthy. Only that area seemed problematic. Kleiner mused to himself as he leisurely listened to the lecture. At that moment, he clenched his right hand into a fist against his mouth to stifle a laugh, suddenly feeling akin to an unlicensed old physician. Regarding his clairvoyant ability, he felt quite satisfied, although it only allowed him to gauge general conditions without discerning specific details. It sufficed to glean much useful information. After surveying the room once more, he tapped his brow again, seemingly contemplating Heinaz's earlier words. Astrological divination is a branch of astrology. Yet even ordinary individuals can attempt interpretations. For instance, the most fundamental birth chart is derived from the positions of the sun, moon, blue star, and red star at the time of the querent's birth, marking their symbolic signs upon the chart's correct locations while appending various corresponding zodiacal conditions. Ultimately, to interpret the individual's fate, this necessitates that the diviner comprehend the calculations and retrograde positions of planets and constellations, which is quite complex. Of course, some publish reference books for public consultation, while others simplify the process, relying solely on zodiac signs for the most ambiguous interpretations. Kleiner listened quietly, refraining from interjecting or posing questions, occasionally caressing the yellow crystal pendant in his sleeve and sipping the South Wales coffee Angelica had brought. After a considerable duration, Heinaz rubbed his brow and stated, "You may wish to attempt drawing your birth chart. If you have any questions, feel free to seek me out in the white crystal room." Watching him depart, a young man clad in a white shirt and black waistcoat smiled and approached Kleiner. "Greetings. I am Edward Steve." "Hello, Kleiner Moretti." Kleiner stood to return the greeting. "Astrological charts are exceedingly intricate. Each time I hear about them, I can't help but wish to embark on a dream." Edward Steve jested. Kleiner chuckled and replied, "That is because Mr. Vincent cannot resist imparting all his knowledge to us. Akin to serving an entire feast of Indith, it is far too much to digest. If it were me, I would be able to finish a table of exquisite Intis cuisine, as they always serve a small portion of food on large plates." Edward chuckled lightly, seated himself, and inquired with curiosity, "You must be a new member, right? I haven't seen you in the last 2 years." "I just joined the club today," Klein replied calmly. "What are your specialties?" "I excel in tarot and poker divination," Edward casually asked. "I know a little about them, just a tad." Klein used his previous self-description here. He was not being modest. Rather, he acknowledged that there remained a plethora of mysterious knowledge in the realm of divination that he had yet to master. Just as other members were about to approach him for astrological consultations, Angelica entered the meeting room. "Mr. Steve, someone is seeking your divination." "Very well." Edward Steve smiled and stood up. "It appears you are quite a talented diviner," Klein observed. "No, it is merely because my prices are quite reasonable," Edward chuckled softly. "Ordinary individuals seeking divination would never directly opt for the most expensive choices, and unless one were foolishly misguided, they would certainly not trust the cheapest options either. Thus, those priced in the middle would find it easiest to attract clientele. I seem to be the one you refer to as foolish." Klein suddenly shook his head with a wry smile as he watched Edward depart, realizing that his pricing strategy seemed to be flawed. He stood up, took his cane, exited the meeting room, and found Angelica once more. "I wish to amend my divination fee to 8 pence. Angelica regarded him thoughtfully and replied, "We will accommodate your request. But we will also inform customers that you have just joined our club." "No problem," Klein nodded without concern. Sometimes, mystery is indeed a crucial element in attracting clients for a diviner. After updating his information, Klein turned back towards the meeting room. At that moment, he saw Hanasi Fansinti stepping out of the white crystal room, holding a silver-plated mirror. This renowned diviner addressed the 5 members within the meeting room. "I have recently mastered a new divination technique, the magic mirror divination. Would you like to learn?" Magic mirror divination? That is not a particularly safe method. Klein, donned in a black formal suit, paused outside the meeting room, furrowing his brow. Chapter 49, Divination Techniques. As a novice who had just entered the realm of mysticism, Klein would not claim extensive knowledge, but he certainly understood far more than the average person. He recognized that various divination methods could be categorized into 3 main types based on the source of revelation. The first method encompasses tarot, poker, pendulums, divination rods, and dreams, interpreting results through insights derived from the inquirer's spiritual communication with the spirit world. However, the pendulum and divination rod methods demand a high level of spiritual capability, making it difficult for the average person to receive accurate and clear revelations. In contrast, card divination employs fixed symbolic elements to facilitate even the most naive inquirer's understanding of the insights received, while dreams lie somewhere in between. The second type of divination involves numerology, astrology, and all their derivatives, where the diviner calculates, speculates, and interprets results based on objective information provided by the inquirer or natural changes, placing the power in the diviner's hands rather than the inquirer's. The third method utilizes a third-party force beyond the diviner and the inquirer. Klein recalled the Ouija board and spirit board techniques from his past existence, which fall into this category, as they involve rituals to request answers from unknown, mysterious entities. Although the average person is unlikely to succeed, the consequences could be dire if one were to inadvertently communicate with a malevolent or overwhelming presence. The magic mirror divination mentioned by Hanasi Fansinti also belongs to this category. In mysticism, mirrors are gateways to the unknown, to the bizarre, and to the spiritual realm. Hence, Klein paused outside the meeting room, intending to listen to how this esteemed diviner would elaborate, to determine whether to report to the captain and potentially attempt to pilfer the gas meter later that night. Of course, there are safer methods for magic mirror divination, such as seeking answers from 7 orthodox deities. While it may be exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to receive true insights, at least there would be no danger or lingering repercussions. Conversely, the type of magic mirror divination that is strictly regulated by night watchmen and penalizers involves requesting assistance from certain organizations that venerate malicious deities or mysterious entities. Additionally, fabricating one's own incantations is inadvisable, as even a single word or trait might attract unwanted attention. In this world of extraordinary power, similar forms of divination often lead to disastrous outcomes. Klein even suspected that the original host and Welch, Naya, had conducted a similar dark divination based on the notes of the Antigonus family. At this moment, Hanasi was explaining the principles of magic mirror divination to the 5 members, detailing the specific process. First, select an appropriate date and time based on the deity you worship. This can be determined using the astrology handbook. For instance, we know that Sunday symbolizes the goddess of the night, embodying rest. The hours of 2 to 3 a.m., 9 to 10 a.m., 4 to 5 p.m., and 11 p.m. to midnight are governed by the moon, ruled by the goddess of the night. Therefore, diviners who venerate her can perform magic mirror divination during these time frames on Sundays. The foundation is quite solid. Klein slightly nodded behind the partially closed door of the meeting room. It must be noted that, given the checks and balances among the 7 churches, some esoteric knowledge has indeed leaked out. For instance, the astrology handbook provides many symbolic meanings, yet without potions or extraordinary powers, the average person can scarcely achieve the desired effects. Next, we must carefully clean the mirror, which must be a silver-plated one, and place it in a location within the home that symbolizes the moon, Hanasi demonstrated with the prop in hand. No, at this point, we require the pendulum method. First, select a location and silently recite 7 times that this spot is suitable for magic mirror divination. Then observe the direction in which the pendant rotates. Clockwise indicates correctness, while counterclockwise signifies error. Of course, if you are beseeching a malevolent, unknown, or mystical entity, the location becomes irrelevant. What matters is whether it takes an interest. Klein silently corrected. At that moment, he felt as if he were the instructor. Hanasi, oblivious to Klein's inner thoughts, continued to speak in a normal tone. detailing the preparations necessary. Once the members had taken their notes, he continued, after completing your bathing ritual, ensure the curtains are drawn tightly and the door is securely locked. Then, light a candle and place it in front of the mirror, devoutly petitioning your deity. Keep the question simple, avoid elaborate embellishments. After reciting it 7 times, take your mirror and lightly drop it onto the floor. Remember the appearance of the breakage, as this is the revelation bestowed by the deity. I will elaborate on several primary symbols. This is the orthodox magic mirror divination. Klein exhaled in relief, slowly entering the meeting room and resuming his previous seat, finishing the remaining sip of his South Wales coffee. By orthodox, it refers to the ability to receive insights, yet one can hardly interpret them accurately. In contrast, if an extraordinary individual receives a response at this step, they may directly see a specific image in the mirror, obtaining relatively clear information. Due to the multitude of symbols formed upon breaking, Hanasi spoke at length, and even until Edward Steve returned to the meeting room after completing a divination for someone. He had yet to conclude. Klein refrained from inquiring about what Edward had divined or the methods he had employed, as this is an unspoken rule among diviners that must be strictly adhered to unless the other party voluntarily mentions it. I have observed that oftentimes our interpretations are excessively vague, seemingly tailored to satisfy various needs, allowing different individuals to find resonance and reflection of themselves within the interpretations. Edward sipped his Shibo red tea and sighed softly, stating, for instance, encountering numerous setbacks and enduring great misfortunes, yet ultimately witnessing the dawn of hope. Who can truly ascertain when that dawn will arrive? Consider this journey of yours, albeit fraught with difficulties, yet you shall undoubtedly arrive alive. After all, the deceased cannot refute my words. Due to not having paid attention from the outset, he overlooked the divination course by Hanasi's enchanted mirror, which reflects the phenomenon of survivor bias. Klein interjected with a smile, elucidating that survivor bias implies that many statistics often originate solely from those who are alive, neglecting the deceased, resulting in a pronounced distortion of facts. Indeed, His Majesty Russell is a philosopher of great renown, Edward exclaimed in admiration. Klein lifted his empty coffee cup, feigning a sip. Throughout the afternoon, the members immersed themselves in the celestial charts and mirror divination, occasionally approaching Klein and Edward for discussions. During such moments, Klein dutifully fulfilled his role as an informal member of the Night Watch team, diligently steering them away from potentially extraordinary and hazardous thoughts. However, his utmost desire remained unfulfilled, as several inquirers passed by without selecting him for assistance in divination. Perhaps next time I should proactively offer my services. Uttering phrases like "you are beset by misfortune" or "you shall encounter adversity," Klein mused, shaking his head in self-mockery. He grasped his cane, stood up, and bid farewell. At 5:30, Edward Steve donned his coat, preparing to exit the divination club when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. "Good afternoon, Graces, long time no see." He greeted with a smile, noticing this friend with similar interests clad in his customary formal attire, adorned with a black bow tie and a monocle dangling from his pocket. Immediately, he observed that Graces's complexion appeared rather poor, with even his light yellow, soft hair showing signs of dryness. "Good afternoon, Edward," Graces coughed, holding his hat in hand. Edward expressed concern, "Noticing you seem unwell. A serious illness, which had even progressed to pneumonia. Had it not been for my wife fortuitously encountering a remarkable apothecary who provided me with some miraculous potions, you might have only seen me in the graveyard," Graces replied, his tone filled with both trepidation and relief. "My goodness, I can hardly believe it. You were so healthy before, and look at you now, so frail. I recall reading your divination last week, and there were no indications of a grave illness," Edward remarked, moving his cane in astonishment. "My own divination results mirrored yours. Perhaps we are not yet qualified diviners." Graces suddenly recalled something from Monday, his expression growing solemn. At that moment, the lovely Lady Angelica approached, greeting them with a gentle smile. After exchanging pleasantries, she first inquired about Graces's health, offering some advice, then casually mentioned, "Mr. Graces, the gentleman Moretti, who sought your divination last time, has also joined the club." "The gentleman who consulted me last time?" Graces's eyes brightened immediately. "Where is he?" "He has already left." Angelica and Edward exchanged puzzled glances at Graces's unusual reaction. Graces excitedly took a couple of steps, stating, "If he comes again and I am not at the club, please ascertain when he will return." "Graces, what is going on? Did Mr. Klein Moretti do something to you?" Edward inquired, perplexed. Graces raised his arm, staring intently at Edward and Angelica, responding with fervor, "He is a truly remarkable doctor." Chapter 50. Old Neil's method of repayment at 7:30 in the evening. Around the dining table of the Moretti household, Klein, why must you arrive early as a consultant? Might the urgent matters of the security company pose a threat? Banson remarked, subtly inquiring about the morning's events as he forked a piece of potato from the beef stew. Klein cautiously extracted a bone from the pan-seared fish, prepared to answer. A batch of historical documents that must be immediately transported to Beekland. I must be present to inventory and ensure nothing is amiss. You know, those ruffians can hardly recognize old Vasik's script. Upon hearing this, Banson, having finished chewing his food, remarked, knowledge is indeed of paramount importance. Seizing the opportunity, Klein produced the remaining £5 note, handing it to Banson. This is the extra remuneration I received today. You also need a decent outfit. £5. Banson and Melissa exclaimed in unison. He picked up the note, scrutinizing it repeatedly, a mixture of astonishment and confusion evident in his voice. This security company is indeed generous. My weekly salary is £1 10 shillings, totaling £6 over 4 weeks, just £1 more than this extra reward. With such a salary, he managed to support his younger siblings, providing them with a reasonably good living arrangement, allowing them to enjoy meat 2 to 3 times a week, and acquire a few new garments each year. You do not doubt my words? Klein deliberately retorted. Banson chuckled. I doubt you possess either the capability or the audacity to rob a bank. You are not one to lie. Melissa paused her utensils, replying earnestly. I have become accustomed to lying, Klein admitted, feeling a twinge of shame. Though forced by circumstance, his sister's belief stirred a sense of melancholy within him. Today's affairs were rather urgent and significant. My role therein was crucial, hence the £5 valuation, Klein briefly explained. In a sense, he spoke the truth. As for the forthcoming £5 fund originally intended for joining the Divination Club, he resolved to conceal that detail, as bringing home £5 might truly alarm his brother and sister, leading them to question the legality of his endeavors. Moreover, he needed to accumulate funds for the acquisition of supplementary materials to enhance his studies in divination and mastery of arcane knowledge. Banson contentedly bit into a piece of oat bread, contemplating for a few moments, stating, my current occupation does not necessitate overly respectable attire. Rather, the fabric of my clothing is more than sufficient for home. Without waiting for Klein to offer counsel, he proactively added, with this extra income, we will truly have savings. I intend to purchase several accounting books for deeper study. Klein, Melissa, I do not wish to find myself in 5 years earning less than £2 a week. You know, my boss and manager are utterly incompetent. Their minds are filled with nonsense, and their words reek of foulness. A splendid idea, Klein concurred, seamlessly guiding the conversation. Why not take a look at the grammar books in my room? To become a truly respectable individual and secure a sufficiently lucrative income, this is a key factor. Perhaps, it will not be long before civil service examinations emerge in the Kingdom of Ruin. Preparing in advance could yield significant advantages. Banson's eyes lit up at this. I had indeed forgotten about that. Come, let us toast to a bright future. He did not indulge in rye beer. Instead, he poured the oyster-clear soup into 3 cups and gently clinked them with his brother and sister. After drinking the clear soup, Klein glanced at his sister, who was grappling with the pan-seared fish, and with a soft chuckle remarked, aside from Benson's books, I believe Melissa could use a new dress. Melissa raised her head, shaking it repeatedly. No, I think it's best to save. Klein supplemented her thought. Indeed. Melissa nodded emphatically. In truth, if we do not pursue extravagant fabrics and the latest designs, it would not be overly expensive. We can save the remaining funds. Klein asserted with an air of authority. Benson chimed in. Melissa, do you wish to wear an old dress to Selina's 16th birthday soiree? Selina Wood was Melissa's classmate and good friend. Hailing from a relatively well-off family, with a brother who was a corporate lawyer and a father who was a senior employee at the Beekland Bank's Tingen branch. However, their so-called soiree was merely an invitation for friends to share a meal, converse, and play cards. Very well, Melissa murmured, lowering her head, then vehemently speared a piece of braised beef. After a moment of silence, she suddenly recalled something and quickly looked up to say, Mrs. Showed next door sent a card with the maid, hoping to pay us a semi-formal visit on Sunday afternoon, at 4 o'clock, to meet the new neighbors. Mrs. Showed? Klein looked utterly perplexed at his brother and sister. Benson lightly tapped the edge of the dining table with his finger, appearing to ponder. Is it Mrs. Showed from 4 Daffodil Street? I've met her husband. He is a senior corporate lawyer. A senior corporate lawyer. Perhaps he knows Selina's brother. Melissa said with a hint of delight. We are at 2 Daffodil Street. Klein nodded slightly. Getting to know our neighbors is essential. However, as you know, I must still attend to the security company on Sunday, and I will only have Monday off. Please convey my apologies to Mrs. Showed. At this point, He recalled his childhood neighbors from his past life, reminiscing about those who lived in the Iron Cross Street apartment, and chuckled softly. Shouldn't a semi-formal visit to a neighbor occur naturally, without pretense? Haha, Klein, you do not comprehend. You have read quite a few newspapers recently. Yet you have not encountered those magazines catering to households and women. They refer to families earning between 100 and 1,000 as the middle class, proclaiming it to be the backbone of the entire kingdom, and extolling the middle class for their lack of arrogance compared to the nobility and the wealthy, and their refinement compared to the lower income classes. Benson explained cheerfully, these magazines simplify many of the rituals associated with aristocratic interactions, using them as a hallmark of the middle class. The distinctions between intimate visits, semi-formal visits, and formal visits arise from this. As he spoke, he shook his head with a smile. Generally speaking, those who consider themselves part of this class, whether gentlemen, ladies, or misses, pay particular attention to such details. Visits to neighbors and friends between 2 and 6 in the afternoon are termed morning visits. Morning visits? Both Klein and Melissa exclaimed in surprise. What constitutes a morning visit at 2 to 6 in the afternoon? Benson set down his cutlery and shrugged. I do not know why. I have merely glanced at a few magazines brought by female colleagues. Perhaps it is because one must don morning attire for such visits. The original morning attire referred to garments worn during mass or gatherings, later coming to signify daytime formal wear, distinguishing it from evening attire. Very well. Do remember to procure some fine coffee grounds and tea leaves tomorrow morning, and perhaps buy some small cakes and lemon cake from Mrs. Sling. We must not appear rude before our neighbors, Klein chuckled, dipping the remaining bread into the gravy, stuffing it with potatoes, and savoring it. The following day, on Sunday morning, Klein finished the last sip of subpar tea, set down the newspaper, donned his half-height silk top hat, took up his silver-embellished black cane, and leisurely exited the door. Boarding a public carriage bound for Zotellen Street, he exchanged greetings with Rosen, who had just finished her night shift and was heading to the restroom to sleep. As he descended to the underground, at the corner, he encountered a member of the night watch, the watchful Loya Letton. This lady appeared rather aloof, with slender eyebrows, large eyes, and hair as smooth and dark as silk. Good morning, Miss Letton, Klein greeted with a smile and a bow. Loya glanced at him with her deep blue eyes, nodding imperceptibly in acknowledgement. As they were about to pass each other, Loya suddenly halted and said, gazing ahead, "Ritual magic can be perilous." Klein paused, momentarily taken aback, and when he turned his body, he could only see her retreating figure. "Thank you." He furrowed his brow and called out to Loya Letton's departing silhouette. Turning left, he soon encountered old Neil in the weapons storage room, along with Bright, who should not have been present there. "Let us go to my home. I have already gathered the necessary materials, and Bright has agreed to help me keep watch," old Neil said cheerfully. Klein was taken aback. "Not here?" Old Neil, carrying a silver box, clicked his tongue. "There is no space here for practicing ritual magic." Klein refrained from asking further and followed old Neil back to the surface. Thereafter, the two took a public carriage to the outskirts of the North District. Old Neil's residence was a standalone house, with a garden in front adorned with roses and mint. Upon entering, they found a carpeted porch furnished with 2 high-back chairs and an umbrella stand. Beyond the porch lay a spacious living room, with walls adorned in light wallpaper and a deep brown floor, covered by a small patterned rug, centered around a hefty round table. Surrounding the table were comfortable benches, chairs, and a piano. "My late wife adored music," old Neil remarked, pointing at the piano. "We shall conduct today's ritual magic in the living room." "Very well," Klein replied somewhat awkwardly. Old Neil set down the silver box and smiled. "I will first demonstrate a ritual magic for you. Pay close attention and remember." As he spoke, he retrieved a piece of imitation parchment from the silver box, using specially concocted black ink imbued with a tranquil fragrance to draw strange patterns upon it. Klein observed closely, noticing that old Neil seemed, perhaps, to be sketching a bill. Once old Neil inscribed the number 30 along with the corresponding pound symbol in the appropriate places. Klein could no longer contain himself and, both puzzled and bewildered, inquired, "Mr. Neil, what ritual magic are you about to perform?" Old Neil coughed twice and responded with utmost seriousness, "Today, I intend to use magic to resolve that 30 debt. Is that even possible?" Klein's eyes widened, his mouth agape. Chapter 51. Grounded ritual magic using magic to settle a bill? Is it to directly curse the creditor or forge currency? I cannot resolve the issue, but I can resolve you. Various thoughts leaped through Klein's mind, and his gaze towards old Neil began to take on an odd nuance. He seriously contemplated the possibility of alerting the authorities, or rather, notifying the night watch. Old Neil shot him a glance and said tersely, "From your expression, I see ignorance, folly, weak and shameful trust. Did Dunn not convey the adage of the Peking seer? Do as you will, but harm not. Although this adage originally emerged from the depths of a clandestine and malevolent organization known as the Mosi Ku Xiuhui, the extraordinary individuals who chose the path of the Kuei Mi Run have validated its truth through their own experiences. As long as one adheres strictly to its principles and approaches it with reverence, the risks of losing control diminish significantly. Conversely, the opposite inference holds true. Your skepticism is an affront to me and to the Kuei Mi Ren. My apologies. Klein readily expressed remorse, for he had indeed forgotten the adage once mentioned by Deng in Simi Si. Old Neil was not genuinely angry. He quickly smiled and remarked, unfortunately, there are too few extraordinary individuals who select diviners, and thus no corresponding adage to aid you. However, I possess the diary of Emperor Rossel. Oh, strictly adhering to the adage itself carries a certain weight, Klein mused, as if in contemplation. Old Neil refrained from further comment, clearing the heavy vase and other items from the round table and placing them in the corner. He then retrieved 2 candles, one crimson and one ebony, from a silver box and casually explained, if an ordinary person wishes to attempt ritual magic, they must select an appropriate date and time based on astrological results or corresponding manuals. For instance, a day symbolizing the goddess or during the lunar hour she governs. However, for us extraordinary individuals, particularly those adept in this domain, such considerations are unnecessary. Our burgeoning spirituality and our powerful astral bodies are the critical elements. Of course, if you are uncertain about the ritual magic you wish to attempt, selecting an appropriate date and time can effectively enhance your success rate. Oh, but there is a prerequisite. You must remember and strictly adhere to it. After placing the 2 candles, Old Neil turned his body to face Klein and spoke with utmost seriousness. Low-sequence individuals are not sufficiently powerful. Nearly all ritual magic they can perform involves petitioning external forces for strength and assistance. Therefore, one must consider only orthodox deities such as the goddess and the Lord of Storms. Under no circumstances should you attempt to communicate with the unknown and unpredictable entities, even if some venerate them or if the recorded promises are enticing. Trust me, do not harbor a sense of luck. Should you attempt it even once, you will inevitably slide towards the abyss. All efforts and struggles will only delay the inevitable, not reverse the trend. I will remember, Klein responded solemnly, though a wave of unease washed over him. His own fortune-turning ritual seemed to be a plea for power from an unknown and unpredictable entity. And indeed, it had granted him a strength that even the senior extraordinary individual, the Hanged Man, found hard to believe, drawing them into a power that transcended the mist. Well, he should be a senior extraordinary individual. Fortunately, I am not yet insane, nor have I shown signs of losing control. Concerned about this matter, he proactively shifted the topic. So, is it best for the night watchers to seek assistance from the goddess? If you wish to petition the Lord of Storms, no one will obstruct you, but he may not respond, or his response may be filled with malice, which could distort the outcomes of our ritual magic in unpredictable directions. Old Neil successfully dispelled Klein's sense of luck with a jest. There is no such thing as the best, there is only what is necessary. Having concluded his admonitions, Old Neil picked up the crimson candle and stated, candles made from moonflower and deep red sandalwood symbolize the goddess's scarlet identity in ritual magic. He then pointed to the ebony candle and added, candles made from night-scented herbs and deep sleep flowers symbolize the night. As he spoke, he positioned the black candle in the upper left corner of the round table and the red one in the upper right corner. Why are there only 2 candles symbolizing the goddess? She is also the mother of secrets, the queen of misery and fear, the lord of slumber and silence. Old Neil chuckled. Indeed, this is the question I hoped you would ask. Before their fall, the Mosi Ku Xiuhui maintained a harmonious relationship with the church, and their concepts and achievements in ritual magic profoundly influenced us. They believe that everything is numerical, that each number possesses spirituality. In ritual magic, 0 represents the unknown, chaos, and the state before the world was born. 1 signifies beginnings, the initial creator. 2 symbolizes the world and deity's birth from within him. 3 indicates the interaction between deities and matter, the manifestation of all things. Here, we use 2 candles to symbolize the goddess, leaving the 3rd for ourselves. The specific candles and symbols to be used must be determined based on the intended effects of the ritual magic. 3 births, all things? All things are 3. Klein could not help but recall certain concepts he had encountered in his past life. Noticing his earnest attention, Old Neil grasped the 3rd candle and said, this candle symbolizes me. It is quite ordinary, merely infused with a hint of mint. Remember, plants such as rose, lemon, mint, moonflower, night-scented herbs. And deep sleep flowers are favored and cherished by the goddess. The 3 candles also symbolize each individual's physical, spiritual, and divine aspects. After concluding his description, Old Neil placed the 3rd candle in the center of the round table. He then sequentially retrieved the full moon essential oil, a cauldron engraved with dark holy insignia, an elegantly patterned silver dagger, a cup of clear water, and a dish of coarse salt. For extraordinary individuals unskilled in ritual magic, additional items such as bells, crystal balls, silver cups, and incense would be necessary, but for the Kuei-mi run and diviners, these items sufficed. Old Neil placed a piece of parchment resembling sheepskin, inscribed with a bill, beside the cauldron and secured one corner with a specially crafted feather quill. Turning to Klein, he stated, "Ritual magic requires a clean, undisturbed spiritual environment, which we must create ourselves. The method is to first enter meditation, gather our spirit, and then use auxiliary items to channel our power outward, constructing a barrier around us, such as the holy night powder I used at the Ruli Bibbo family, or the ritual silver dagger I am about to employ. Throughout this process, we must determine the symbolic signs and corresponding incantations based on the desired outcome. The incantations are best recited in Hermes language, as ancient Hermes tongue derives from nature, akin to the ancient dragon language and ancient Elvish, with effects that are very direct. However, it lacks the necessary concealment and protection, making it easy for the user to fall into danger. This is precisely why it has been refined, though it remains more effective. Now, I shall focus solely on performing the ritual magic and will not provide further explanations. Pay close attention and take note of your questions. You may inquire after everything concludes. Understood. Klein stepped back 2 paces, attentively watching Old Neil. Old Neil's eyes quickly darkened, and an invisible wind began to swirl around them. After a moment of silence, he methodically ignited the 3 candles, following the order from left to right and from top to bottom, using a friction of spirit and matter. Next, he grasped the silver dagger, plunged it into the coarse salt, and recited the incantation inscribed in Hermes language. I sanctify you, pure silver blade. I cleanse and purify you, that you may serve me in this ritual. In the name of the night goddess, the scarlet sovereign, you are sanctified. With each succinct and powerful ancient word, Old Neil withdrew the silver dagger and plunged it into the cup of clear water before lifting it and pointing it towards the space beyond the round table. He aimed the dagger's tip at the outer circle, then began to walk around the table. With each step, Klein could feel an invisible force surging forth from the silver dagger, suffused with spirituality, intertwining with the air to form a sealed wall. After completing a circle, the altar was isolated from its surroundings. Old Neil stood before the round table, placed the silver dagger down, and took the full moon essential oil, dripping 3 drops onto the black, deep red, and ordinary candles. Splendid. A thin mist enveloped the surroundings, imparting an air of mystery to everything. The venerable Neil set down the glass bottle and gazed at the parchment, remaining silent for 2 minutes. He then took up a quill and inscribed symbols of control upon the bill, enclosing all contents within a square to signify mastery over the debt. Subsequently, he drew a cross, indicating its eradication. At this juncture, he grasped the parchment in one hand and lightly tapped his forehead with the other, activating his clairvoyance. An invisible yet vigorous force surged forth as Neil softly intoned, I beseech the power of the night. I implore the strength of crimson. I seek the favor of the goddess. Grant me the means to settle this bill. Nightshade, herb of the red moon, convey your power to my incantation. Moonflower, herb of the red moon, convey your power to my incantation. Klein listened in astonishment, his mind swirling with various thoughts. Could such an incantation truly work? Though it was articulated in the language of Hermes, it seemed rather too direct, too simplistic, too grounded. Would the goddess be angered, causing the bill to double? At that moment, the candlelight flared brightly. Upon completing his recitation, Neil closed his eyes for 2 minutes, took the full moon essential oil, and dripped a drop onto each of the 3 candles. He then held the parchment close to the candle, symbolizing himself, ignited it, and immediately cast it into the large cauldron. Neil once again shut his eyes, seemingly attuned to the parchment's combustion. After a while, he opened his eyes and gazed at the cauldron adorned with a black holy emblem, observing that the parchment had been entirely consumed, leaving only ashes. Praise the goddess. Neil marked his chest 4 times, forming the image of the crimson moon, and extinguished the candles in the reverse order of their lighting. Having completed these actions, he took a silver dagger and pierced through the invisible walls surrounding them. After a sudden gust of wind, Neil noticeably exhaled in relief, saying, It is done. Is that all? Has the bill been resolved? Klein inquired, astonished. How was it resolved? I do not know. In any case, it will be settled in a reasonable manner. Neil replied with a shrug and a smile. Klein found himself at a loss for words and expressions in response. Could this be a bit unreliable? Note 1. This chapter's magic is adapted from the Wiccan Grimoire, Chapter 52, The Audience. Let us not dwell on that wretched bill. Instead, let us discuss ritual magic, Neil said with a relaxed demeanor as he gathered the candles, cauldron, and silver dagger. Klein felt an urge to shrug like an American from a past life, but ultimately refrained from such an unrefined gesture. He redirected his focus to the essence of ritual magic, posing the previously perplexing details one by one, receiving sufficiently definitive answers. For instance, the incantations followed a specific format, as long as it met that criterion and conveyed the essential meaning in the language of Hermes. The remaining parts could be freely expressed, though irreverent and disrespectful descriptions were absolutely forbidden. This course in mysticism continued until noon, at which point Neil cleared his throat twice and stated, "We must return to Zotellan Street." He then lamented vaguely, "I missed a lovely breakfast to collect those wretched materials." Klein, amused yet puzzled, looked around and remarked, "Mr. Neil, do you not have a chef at home? Or a maid responsible for cooking? A weekly wage of £12 is certainly enough to employ several servants. According to the newspapers, hiring an ordinary cook, including accommodation and meals, only required a weekly wage of 12 to 15 shillings, not even a pound, while a maid for miscellaneous tasks was even cheaper, earning between 3 shillings and 6 pence to 6 shillings, though one could not expect culinary expertise from them. But that would not be the case, given that Mr. Neil still owes £30. It is only natural not to hire a cook or servants, Klein thought, regretting his inquiry. Neil, unfazed, shook his head and explained, "I often experiment with ritual magic at home, studying extraordinary items and the corresponding literature. I cannot and would not employ ordinary individuals as cooks. But I do have someone come periodically to clean. And if they are not ordinary, do you think they would be willing to undertake such work?" Klein realized he had posed a foolish question, perhaps due to his lack of experience with mystical affairs at home. Neil had already risen, donned his round-brimmed felt hat, and as he walked toward the door, he murmured, "I can almost smell the aroma of seared foie gras. Once that bill is entirely resolved, I must indulge in a generous serving. I could surely devour an entire slab of roast pork with applesauce for lunch. No, that is not enough. I must have a sausage accompanied by mashed potatoes as well." Klein swallowed hard, feeling hunger pangs at the thought, and quickly followed Neil to the nearby public carriage station. Upon returning to Zotellan Street, as Neil stepped down from the carriage, he suddenly exclaimed, "What have I seen? Oh goddess, what have I seen?" He moved swiftly to the roadside, picking up an item. Klein approached in confusion, only to discover it was an exquisitely crafted leather wallet. With his discerning eye, he could hardly distinguish whether the dark brown wallet was made of cowhide or sheepskin, noting only a small light blue emblem embroidered upon it, depicting a dove poised for flight. This was Klein's initial impression, but from the second glance onward, he was captivated by the bulging banknotes contained within the wallet. There were at least 20 black-patterned gold pounds, all facing upward. Neil opened the wallet and examined the notes closely, exclaiming, "10-pound banknotes, the esteemed protector of the realm. William I. Oh goddess, a full 30 of them, along with several £5, £1, and 5-shilling notes. Over £300. This is an extraordinary sum." Klein's breath grew heavy involuntarily. Given the high value of the gold pounds, discovering such a wallet was akin to stumbling upon a suitcase full of cash in later times. "I wonder which gentleman dropped this. It surely does not belong to an ordinary person," Klein analyzed calmly. "Such a wallet clearly does not belong to a lady." "Do not concern yourself with his identity," Neil chuckled lightly. "We have no intention of claiming this money that does not belong to us. Let us wait here a moment. I believe that gentleman will soon return to search for it. For anyone, this is not something easily relinquished." Klein breathed a secret sigh of relief, gaining a renewed understanding of Neil's moral character. He had previously worried that Neil might use the excuse granted by the goddess to settle his debts with this windfall, pondering how to prevent such an act. This was a case of doing as one pleases, yet without causing harm. Klein suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. The two waited by the street for less than a minute when a luxurious four-wheeled carriage swiftly approached, the light blue emblem on the side depicting a dove in flight. The carriage halted, and a middle-aged man in a black suit and matching bow tie exited the carriage, glancing at the wallet and bowing respectfully, saying, "Gentlemen, this should be my master's wallet. Your emblem confirms it, but I require further verification. It is my responsibility to all. May I inquire, how much money is in the wallet?" Neil responded politely. The middle-aged man paused momentarily, then self-deprecatingly chuckled, as a steward. "I should be well aware of how much remains in my master's wallet. I apologize, please allow me a moment to inquire." You are free to do so. Old Neil gestured graciously. The man returned to the carriage, exchanging a few words through the window. He approached Klein and Old Neil once more, smiling as he spoke. It's more than 300, but less than 350. My master does not recall the exact amount. Not remembering is truly a sign of great wealth. If I had such a sum, I would certainly count it repeatedly, Klein remarked, filled with envy. Old Neil nodded and returned the wallet, saying, By the grace of the goddess, this belongs to you. The middle-aged man accepted the wallet, counted it briefly, then extracted 3 10 notes. My master is Sir Deville. He says your quality is commendable, and this is the reward an honest person deserves. Please do not refuse. Sir Deville? The gentleman who established the Deville Trust. Providing affordable housing for the working class? Klein suddenly recalled the name. He was the one whom his brother Benson respected, yet deemed somewhat detached from reality in his dealings. My thanks to the gentleman. He is a kind and generous soul. Old Neil accepted the 3 banknotes without hesitation. After watching Sir Deville's carriage depart, he turned to Klein, lightly flicking the notes, and said, 30, the bill is settled. I told you it would be resolved reasonably. This is the power of magic. The power of magic indeed. This works too. Klein was once again taken aback. After a few moments of recovery, he climbed the stairs toward the security company, questioning, Mr. Neil, why did you not ask for a larger sum? Do not be greedy. Especially during ritual magic, one must avoid greed. Moderation is the key element for any seeker of secrets to live long enough, Old Neil explained cheerfully. In the grand banquet hall, chandeliers adorned with burning candles emitted a delightful fragrance, their glow rivaling that of gas lamps. Long tables were laden with delicacies such as pan-seared foie gras, roasted steaks, roasted chicken, fried sole, DC oysters, braised lamb, and creamy soups. Additionally, bottles of misty champagne, Almayer wine, and South Wales red wine shimmered enticingly in the light. Servants in red waistcoats navigated between elegantly or extravagantly dressed gentlemen and ladies, carrying trays of crystal glasses. Audrey Hall donned a pale white gown with a high collar, high waist, and leg of mutton sleeves, tightly fitted at the torso and cinched at the waist, its multi-layered cake cut perfectly supported by whale boning. Her golden hair was elegantly styled, and her earrings, necklace, and rings sparkled brilliantly, while her feet were adorned with white dance shoes embellished with roses and diamonds. How many petticoats were there? Audrey mused, touching her crinoline with her gloved right hand, while her left hand held a glass of crystal-clear champagne. Unlike before, she did not place herself at the center of the festivities, avoiding the limelight, instead standing quietly in the shadows of the floor-to-ceiling window. She sipped her champagne, observing the guests with a detachment that seemed out of place. The young son of Count Wolf was chatting with the daughter of Viscount Conrad, often emphasizing his words with exaggerated gestures. The larger his gestures, the less credible his words became, a conclusion she had verified. He always seemed unable to resist elevating himself while belittling others, yet struggled to mask his insecurities, which manifested in his speech and body language. Lady Della repeatedly covered her laughter with her left hand, revealing that she was flaunting the pure aquamarine on her finger. Her husband, Duke Nigan, was nearby, discussing the situation with several conservative nobles. Since the banquet began, he had only sought Lady Della with his gaze once. They hardly made true eye contact, suggesting that perhaps they were not as enamored as they appeared. Lady Parnis had been amused by Baron Larry 7 times, which was not surprising. However, why did she cast guilty glances at her husband? They had separated, but where they went led to the garden. Amidst this opulent banquet, Audrey discerned many details she would typically overlook. For a fleeting moment, she almost believed she was watching a theatrical performance, with each individual playing their part flawlessly. Sighing silently as her gaze turned cold. At that moment, she felt a sudden impulse, turning sharply to gaze out at the spacious balcony and its shadowy corners. In that darkness, a golden retriever sat quietly, its serene eyes fixed on the interior, gazing at Audrey, half of its body concealed in shadow. A flicker of recognition crossed Audrey's face, her expression faltering as she could no longer maintain her audience-like demeanor. Chapter 53. The Listener Upon the Storm-Tossed Sea. An ancient 3-masted sailing ship rose and fell with the waves. Its speed was modest, and its size insufficient, appearing like a withered leaf detached from its tree amidst the calamity of sky and ocean. Yet, regardless of the tempest's fury or the wave's terror, it sailed on undeterred. Alger Wilson stood on the empty deck, surveying the towering waves, lost in thought. Monday is approaching, he murmured silently. It was a day belonging to Mother Earth, marking the commencement of a new cycle of prosperity and decay. But for Alger, it held another significance, one tied to a mysterious existence forever shrouded in gray mist. At least I have not succumbed to madness, he mused with a self-deprecating smile. At that moment, one of his few crew members approached, respectfully inquiring, "My lord, what is the objective of this voyage?" Alger glanced around, his tone flat as he replied, "We are in pursuit of a listener from the Aurora Society." As the storm subsided and fog enveloped the peculiar ship, armed with cannons yet still out of sync with the times, a boy of 8 or 9 with soft fair hair watched the unruly pirates around him, observing as they enjoyed barrels of beer, swung from ropes, and mocked each other, even engaging in brawls. Turning to the shadowy figure of the man in black robes, he lowered his voice, asking, "Father, where are we going?" 5 days prior, he had met his father for the first time, a man who claimed to be an adventurer. Had it not been for the oil painting left by his mother confirming the man's identity, and the orphanage opening its doors for him, he would never have left his hometown to follow this nearly unfamiliar relative. The man in the shadows lowered his head, gazing at his son with a gentle expression as he answered, "Jack, I am taking you to a sacred place, the sanctuary where the Creator once dwelled." "Is that the realm of the gods? We mortals can only enter with divine favor." Young Jack recalled his mother's teachings, feeling both astonished and fearful. The man standing in the shadows bore a face etched with lines so profound that it was unforgettable, resembling a masterpiece carved by the finest of artisans. He placed his hand beside his ear, adopting a pose of attentive listening, and responded in a tone almost reminiscent of a dreamlike murmur, "Jack, the notion of mortals is a flawed concept. The Creator fashioned this world. He is omnipresent, residing within every living being. Thus, all things possess divinity. When that divinity reaches a certain richness, it can ascend to the status of an angel. The 7 so-called false gods of today are merely more powerful angels. You see, I can now hear the teachings of the Creator. Ah, what an extraordinary revelation. Life is but a spiritual journey. When the spirit becomes sufficiently robust and resilient, we can uncover our own divinity and unite with greater divinity." Little Jack, unable to comprehend such intricate descriptions, shook his head and inquired about another question he had previously neglected. "Father, I heard from Mother that after creating this world, the Creator divided himself into all things and does not exist in a tangible form. So why is there still a sanctuary for him?" At the tender age of 7 or 8, his logic was remarkably clear. The man, whose facial features resembled those of a sculpted figure, paused momentarily, tilting his head slightly as if he had heard further whispers. Suddenly, he knelt down, his bare skin revealing dark, bluish marks, and he clasped his hands over his head. His face contorted in an expression of profound agony as he cried out, "They are lying." After lunch, having secured old Neil's assurance that he would accompany him to the underground trading market next time, Klein leisurely returned to the He Jingji Security Company, contemplating whether to read literature in the administrative office to hone his skills or to continue wandering outside while Captain Dunn had not yet prohibited it. Perhaps visiting the Divination Club to play the role of a diviner. However, before he could make a decision, he noticed Dunn Smith entering from the outer room, clad in a black trench coat and wearing a low-crowned hat. "Captain, how are things?" Klein inquired, concerned about the whereabouts of the Antigonus family notes. Dunn's gray eyes revealed no sign of fatigue as he replied, "Multiple sources have confirmed that the Antigonus family notes are indeed in the possession of Realbiber. But he has completely vanished. I have telegraphed all the night watch teams to keep a close watch on every port and steam train station. The first batch of printed images was mailed out yesterday afternoon and will be published in major newspapers." At that moment, Klein thought to himself how beneficial it would be if there were telephones, fax machines, surveillance cameras, or big data. Unfortunately, he only understood how to use them and knew little about their principles. He exhaled silently. "Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, we have located the whereabouts of that notebook, which is due to your merit. Of course, it needs further confirmation. I have telegraphed the B-Clan Diocese, requesting them to dispatch someone to escort the sealing object number 2049, a dangerous item that once belonged to the Antigonus family, as it may aid us in determining whether Realbiber is a descendant of the Antigonus family. The level 2 sealing object is hazardous and should be used with caution and restraint." Klein was curious to inquire about the nature of this sealing object, its special abilities, and the source of its danger. But he suddenly remembered that he lacked the necessary confidentiality level and reluctantly abandoned the thought. "May the goddess bless us," Klein said, touching his chest 4 times and drawing a full moon. As Dunn opened his office door, he nodded slightly and said, "The goddess has always blessed us, Klein. If you had not chosen to be a diviner, once this matter is confirmed, you should be able to become an official member and select the sleepless ones. What a pity. To be frank, I have never understood why you would choose to be a diviner. Although the job of a corpse collector is off-putting, you have seen Dolly, and you should understand how powerful a medium can be. Moreover, A seeker would also be a good choice. At least you have old Neil as an example, which minimizes the risk of losing control. Klein had prepared an answer to this question from the very beginning, but Dunn had never asked until now. He organized his thoughts and replied, I considered that both the diviner and the seeker belong to the auxiliary extraordinary beings and do not always have to confront enemies, which is far too perilous. As you and old Neil have mentioned, in the realms of the mysterious and extraordinary, curiosity and exploration often lead to terrifying consequences. The descriptions of the seeker's insights made me uneasy. So, not long ago, I was merely an ordinary university student. My timidity is the sole reason for my choice. I must say, this was an unexpected yet reasonable answer. Dunn rubbed his forehead and chuckled softly. He turned partially to assess Klein with his deep gray eyes. During this period, continue to venture out. No longer limiting yourself to the route from the Welch family to Iron Cross Street. Perhaps you might sense the notebook, aiding us in confirming real Biber's whereabouts. Understood. Klein realized he no longer needed to be indecisive. He bid farewell and turned to leave, mentally counting down. 3, 2. Wait a moment, Dunn called out. Klein turned back, smiling slightly. Captain, is there anything else? Dunn cleared his throat and said, well, even auxiliary extraordinary beings may encounter enemies at times. Although being a diviner seems to allow one to bypass such encounters, we cannot afford to be negligent. You must maintain your firearm practice and systematically enhance your strength. That is precisely what I have been diligently doing, Klein pointed outside, saying, I am heading out. All right, hold on. Dunn called out to him again. Pondering as he spoke, perhaps I should consider hiring you a combat instructor. Of course, this is contingent upon your becoming an official member. Klein nodded and cautiously asked, Captain, is there nothing else? None at all. Seeing Klein's skeptical expression, Dunn shook his head with a faint smile, emphasizing, really, there is nothing else. Only then did Klein exit the partition, bidding farewell to Roshan, Madame Aliana, and others. He first went to the shooting club for practice, then strolled leisurely for a full hour, diligently completing the task assigned by the captain. After accomplishing all of this, he arrived at the divination club and saw the lovely Ms. Angelica leisurely reading a magazine. Family, Klein silently recited the name. Grasping his cane, he approached, smiling as he greeted, Good afternoon, Ms. Angelica. Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti, Angelica replied leisurely, putting down the magazine and rising. Not long after you left yesterday, Mr. Gracchi's arrived. He has just recovered from a severe illness. Klein sighed with relief and smiled. That is indeed delightful news. Upon hearing this, Angelica, who had been quietly observing him, could not help but lower her voice, curious as she asked, Mr. Gracchi said you are a very, very, very extraordinary doctor. Is that true? What? Klein looked at the lady before him in astonishment, doubting he had misheard. How could he deduce that I am a doctor? I am not even aware of it myself. Chapter 54, The First Seeker of Divination. Seeing Klein's bewildered expression, Angelica appeared somewhat shaken. Isn't it so? Mr. Gracchi said you could discern, merely through observation, that his lungs concealed an ailment. The more she spoke, the quieter her voice became, until she finally fell silent. Observation? A darkened brow? Klein suddenly realized, shaking his head and chuckling. I believe Mr. Gracchi's must have misunderstood. He initially intended to dismiss the matter lightly, but then recalled that no one had sought his divination the previous afternoon, resulting in a rather unsuccessful experience in playing the role of a diviner. Consequently, he quickly devised a slight explanation. This is actually a form of divination. Divination? Mr. Gulaci merely remarked that you observed his facial features. Does that count as divination? Angelica responded with a mix of astonishment and curiosity. Klein replied with a composed smile. As a member of the divination club, you should be familiar with palmistry, am I right? The art of palm reading is not merely the domain of the gluttonous empire, even on Earth. India and Old Europe have each developed their own theoretical frameworks, not to mention we now inhabit a world brimming with extraordinary powers. I am aware. But it seems you did not show him his palm, did you? Were you secretly observing him? Angelica inquired with intrigue. I was examining his physiognomy, Klein fabricated. The principles are fundamentally akin to those of palmistry. Is that so? Angelica's eyes were filled with skepticism. In light of advancing his career as a diviner, Klein chuckled lightly, feigning deep contemplation, and gently tapped his brow twice. Focusing intently, Angelica's aura manifested in his gaze. Her head bore a hue of purple, her limbs radiated red, and her throat shimmered blue, indicating good health, albeit somewhat dulled in color, an indication of normal fatigue. As he further assessed her emotions, he discerned an orange hue intermingled with hints of red and blue, suggesting warmth laced with a touch of excitement and contemplation. relieved to identify this absence of abnormalities. Klein intended to withdraw his clairvoyance when, unexpectedly, he glimpsed within the depths of Angelica's emotional colors a profound grayness. Moreover, she lacked a hint of white, which would signify positivity. Klein nodded thoughtfully. Mr. Molat, are you analyzing my physiognomy? Noticing the young gentleman in the black suit suddenly fall silent and scrutinize her intently, Angelica perceptively sensed something amiss and inquired with a blend of curiosity and concern. Klein did not respond immediately. Instead, he lightly tapped his brow again, adopting an appearance of concentrated examination. As Angelica grew increasingly uneasy, he gently spoke. Lady Angelica, some sadness and pain should not be sealed within your heart. Angelica's eyes widened, her mouth opened slightly, yet she was unable to utter a word. She gazed at Klein, who wore a half-top hat and exuded a distinct scholarly demeanor, as he spoke in a low, soothing, and warm voice. You require a mountain hike, a tennis match, or perhaps a sorrowful play, allowing your body to tire from exertion, enabling your tears to flow freely, followed by a cathartic cry, a shout that releases those pent-up emotions. This will greatly benefit your physical health. His words flowed melodically, and Angelica stood there as if turned to stone, motionless. She struggled to blink, lowered her head in a flustered manner, and murmured, "Thank you for your suggestion. It seems there are quite a few members today." Klein refrained from elaborating further, as if he had not performed any divination moments prior, and turned his gaze towards the meeting room at the end of the corridor. At least 50 members on a Sunday afternoon. Angelica's voice was still somewhat hoarse, and she merely managed to convey a few keywords. After a brief pause, her speech gradually returned to normal. Would you prefer black tea or coffee? Shi bo hong cha. Klein nodded slightly, courteously removing his hat before leisurely making his way to the meeting room. It was only after he vanished from the doorway that Angelica exhaled slowly. The meeting room of the Divination Club was quite expansive, nearly twice the size of Klein's high school classroom. Typically, only 5 or 6 members occupied this space, making it feel exceedingly empty. Now, dozens of diviners were scattered about, filling the majority of the area. Sunlight streamed through several bay windows, as members engaged in hushed discussions, gathered around Hai Na Si Fan Sun for counsel, practiced their divination attempts, or sipped coffee while reading the newspaper. This scene evoked a sense of nostalgia in Klein, reminiscent of his student days on Earth, though those times were far more boisterous and chaotic, lacking this tranquil ambience. He scanned the room, but did not spot Golesai Si or Ai de Hua Ct. So he casually picked up a communal divination textbook and settled into a corner to leisurely peruse it. Before long, Angelica entered, carrying a cup of black tea, which she placed on the table before Klein. Just as she was about to quietly depart, she noticed Mr. Molat detach a uniquely designed silver chain from his left sleeve, upon which dangled a pristine yellow crystal. What is he up to? Angelica unconsciously slowed her pace, gazing intently at Klein. Klein grasped the silver chain in his left hand and lowered the yellow crystal just above the cup of Shi bo hong cha, ensuring it was mere moments away from contact with the liquid. He closed his eyes halfway, and the atmosphere around him instantly grew serene. The pure yellow crystal began to sway slightly, performing a clockwise rotation on its elegantly crafted silver chain. Witnessing this spectacle, Angelica found Mr. Molat extraordinarily enigmatic. Your black tea is quite delightful, Klein remarked, opening his eyes and speaking with a gentle smile. His earlier action had been a deliberate display, crafted specifically for Angelica's observation. In order to attract clients seeking his divination services, the role played by the accommodating and recommending Angelica was indeed pivotal. Embracing his role as a diviner without reservations, Klein fully immersed himself in this identity. Indeed, Mr. Fan Nasi is quite particular about the quality of his black tea, Angelica mused, momentarily taken aback. At this moment, Klein retrieved the pendulum, coiling it carefully before lifting the delicately patterned porcelain cup and nodding with a smile in her direction. Angelica returned to the reception area, her interest in reading magazines dissipating. She sat there, lost in thought, unaware of her own musings. It was not until a knock at the door broke her reverie that she jolted back to reality, hastily glancing towards the entrance to see a young lady clad in a light blue gown. The lady removed her gauzy hat adorned with a powder blue ribbon, her expression calm, yet melancholic. Good afternoon, esteemed miss. Are you here to join the club or seek a divination? Angelica greeted her with practiced familiarity. I wish to have a divination, the beautiful yet sorrowful-eyed lady responded, biting her lip. Angelica first invited her to sit on the sofa, then thoroughly explained the membership and divination process. She retrieved the illustrated catalog and handed it over, saying, You may select anyone. The despondent lady flipped through the catalog earnestly, Her choice is overwhelming given the large number of members present that day, causing her some distress. Could you recommend someone from these pages? She asked, pointing to the middle section of the catalog while excluding diviners charging above 2 suler and below 4 pence. Taking back the catalog, Angelica pondered for a few moments before thoughtfully suggesting, I recommend this gentleman. The anxious lady focused her gaze, discovering a diviner named Klein Molat. Is Mr. Molat, who has only recently joined the club, trustworthy? She inquired with slight apprehension. Angelica nodded affirmatively. Both I and one of the members can vouch for Mr. Molat as an exceptional diviner. If it weren't for his recent membership, he would not be charging such a modest fee. I understand, the melancholic lady nodded. Then I shall request a divination from Mr. Molat. Very well, please wait a moment, Angelica replied, taking the catalog and rising to approach the meeting room. She approached Klein's side and lowered her voice, saying, Mr. Molat, someone has requested your divination. Which divination room will you require? Quite promising. My first client has arrived. Klein set down his cup of black tea and calmly nodded. The yellow crystal room. Understood. Angelica walked gracefully ahead, opening the wooden door to the Huang Shuijing room. Klein settled himself behind a table adorned with numerous divination tools, waiting for a few moments until a woman entered. Clad in a pale blue gown, her demeanor somber and melancholic. Seizing the opportunity as she turned to close the door, he gently tapped his forehead twice. The dim yellow hue of his emotional state weighed heavily on him, predominantly filled with concern and unease. Klein scrutinized the situation, leaned back slightly, and lifted his hand to shut off his spiritual sight. Good day, Mr. Moretti, the woman in the pale blue gown remarked as she took her seat. Good afternoon. How shall I address you? Klein inquired with a courteous demeanor, lacking any expectation of receiving a definitive response. As a seasoned practitioner, he understood that many individuals preferred not to disclose their true names during divination. You may call me Anna, the woman replied, setting aside her veil. Gazing at Klein with a mix of anticipation and skepticism. I wish to inquire about my fiancé's circumstances. He journeyed to the southern continent for a business matter in March. On the 3rd of last month, he telegraphed me and his family, indicating he would soon embark on his return. However, 20 days have elapsed, and he has yet to return. Initially, I assumed the tempestuous sea weather was to blame, but now, over a month has passed, and the ship he boarded, the Mudo, has not yet arrived at inmate port. The ocean that separates the northern and southern continents is known as the Quangbao Sea, famous for its numerous natural disasters and treacherous currents. Were it not for Emperor Rossel dispatching explorers to discover relatively safe routes, the nations of the northern continent might still be in the Dark Ages, unable to embark on the age of colonization, let alone lay down submarine cables and establish a wired telegraph network. Klein regarded his first genuine client as a diviner with caution and inquired, which method of divination do you prefer to employ? Anna, with her captivating eyes, hesitated for several moments before responding. You may select any method you deem most effective. You are the diviner, and I am not. However, I have dabbled in tarot cards at home, but they seem more like toys, akin to games. After a brief contemplation, Klein rested his elbow on the table's edge, interlocking his fingers before his mouth, his gaze tranquil and his tone grave. Then we shall use the astrolabe for divination. He gestured to the inkwell and a stack of white paper on the table. Please inscribe your fiancé's name, physical characteristics, residence, and date of birth. If you can recall the precise time, that would be even better. Judging by her attire, demeanor, and sophistication, he was confident that she was literate. Anna did not reply immediately. Instead, she reached for a sheet of paper, grasped the pen, dipped it in ink, and began to write, pausing occasionally to reflect. 2 minutes passed, and she slid the paper across the table to him. Klein reached out, steadying it as he reversed the order to read the information inscribed. Joyce Meyer. September 15th, 1323, at 2 p.m., 8, Stephen Street, East District, Tianjin City, with golden short hair and a beak-like nose. With a mere glance, Klein swiftly calculated her fiancé's birth number. 1 + 5 = 6. In the realm of mysticism, the single-digit sum derived from one's birth date is termed the birth number, influencing a person's life until the age of 27. The birth month number, the sum of the birth month digits reduced to a single digit, affects the ages from 27 to 54. While the birth year number, the sum of the birth year digits reduced to a single digit, influences life beyond the age of 54. It was now July of 1349, and Joyce had not yet reached 27 years of age. Thus Klein calculated the birth number directly. The number 6 signifies balance and harmony in life, suggesting a period of affection and relatively favorable marital or premarital conditions. Next, he calculated the annual cycle number. The annual cycle number is derived by substituting the current year for the birth year, then summing it with the birth number and birth month number to gauge the year's general fortune. 1349 17 178. 8. Birth month number. 9. Birth number. 623 235. The annual cycle number is 5, indicating changes and unexpected events, requiring a degree of risk. Klein silently assessed the situation, confirming that Anna's information appeared to be quite accurate. He withdrew his gaze from the paper and looked at Anna. Mr. Meyer departed on June 3rd? If he has not lied, that would indeed be the case, Anna replied, lightly biting her lip. Very well. Klein took the pen and noted this detail. He regarded Anna with his deep brown eyes and gently said, I will commence drawing the corresponding astrolabe. This will require some time and absolute silence. Might you step outside to wait for a while? Angialuca will provide you with a cup of coffee or tea. Of course. Anna, aware that certain diviners possess peculiarities, rose without surprise, donned her veil adorned with a pale blue ribbon, and exited the Huang Shuijing room. Klein locked the door and returned to his table, meticulously drawing the event astrolabe based on the date, time, and additional factors, including constellations, planets, and houses, the divisions of celestial positions. During this process, he scarcely consulted the astrology manual, completing everything solely from memory. Throughout his studies in mysticism, Klein discovered that once he grasped any aspect of divination, it became instinctual, manifesting effortlessly. Perhaps this is what it means to be a diviner. Upon finishing the astrolabe, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction, sensing a lightness in his body, mind, and spirit. Observing his work, he made a rough assessment based on the astrological signs, the positions of the planets, and other symbolic elements, concluding that Joyce Meyer would encounter misfortune, yet ultimately emerge unscathed. At this juncture, the divination was ostensibly complete, but Klein placed great importance on his first transaction, wishing to build a reputable name for himself to facilitate future endeavors. Thus, he picked up the pen once more, inscribing a significant line in Hermes script on the paper Anna had written on, the current status of Joyce Meyer. He silently recited this phrase, committing to memory the details inscribed on the paper, repeating it over and over. After 7 repetitions, Klein grasped the paper and leaned back against the chair. In his mind, he envisioned a luminous sphere, his eyes shifting to an inky black, rapidly entering a meditative state. The surroundings suddenly transformed into an ethereal void, with intangible entities and ephemeral gray mists extending endlessly overhead. Klein recalled all the information inscribed on the paper, allowing himself to drift into a deep slumber within this state. He intended to employ the method of dream divination. He would repeat the question, firmly implanted in his memory, and then, within the dream, allow his astral body to wander the spirit realm, seeking enlightenment. For ordinary individuals, such experiences may occasionally occur, though the symbols within dreams are often complex, obscure, and hard to recall. Diviners, however, do not face this challenge, as they can vividly perceive certain images. Everything began to blur, and Klein found himself in a state of semi-consciousness, amidst a distorted and surreal world. He beheld a young man with a beak-like nose and golden hair, who was fearfully swimming through a sea of blood, perilously close to being engulfed several times, yet ultimately managing to escape to the shore. The scene shattered and shifted, and Klein saw a gray-blue house adorned with a toy windmill at its entrance, where the young man with the beak-like nose and golden hair was entering with a joyful expression. Just then, the image transitioned again, and Klein found himself within a grand palace. The walls were crumbling and dilapidated, some areas overrun with moss and weeds, and through the many openings, he could glimpse the mountains outside and the clouds nearly brushing against the structure. At the pinnacle of the palace, there lies a colossal seat hewn from stone, embellished with dim jewels and gold, seemingly not intended for human use. This immense throne appears desolate and weathered, as if it has endured the passage of countless years. Klein, filled with bewilderment, gazes around, perplexed as to why such a scene would manifest in his dreams. His confusion begins to dissipate, and subconsciously, he strides towards the palace's exterior, yearning to ascertain the nature of this place. Suddenly, he perceives a gaze upon him, a watchful presence from behind. Klein spins around abruptly, directing his attention to the massive stone seat, only to behold what appears to be countless translucent larvae entwined, writhing slowly, proliferating with abandon. With a gasp, he jolts awake, emerging from the realm of dreams. The sight of a crystal ball, tarot cards, and charts of celestial bodies floods his vision, as reality swiftly triumphs over illusion. The initial dream was the result of divination. What, then, of the latter? It feels as though it is directed at me. Klein sets aside the papers, massaging his temples, furrowing his brow in contemplation. He can ascertain that this is not a manifestation of his latent fears expressed through dreams, for he had been engaged in divination. The non-human palace upon the mount, with its silent gaze and grotesque imagery of writhing worms, haunts his recollection. He silently speculates whether it was the communicator of the transmutation ritual or the notes from the Antigonid family that brought this forth. For those notes did mention the night kingdom of the Hanachus Mountains. The palace from his recent dream was indeed situated upon that peak. He interprets this briefly, feeling fortunate for having chosen the path of the diviner. According to old Neil, even a seer can engage in dream divination, although certainly not as adeptly as oneself. Sigh. The lingering specter. One can only hope to capture Riel before Burke. Klein composes himself, retrieves the charted papers, and ambles toward the door. Upon opening it, he enters the reception hall, where he finds Anna gazing out the window, utterly oblivious to the red tea before her. Ah, Mr. Moretti, have you divined the results? As her peripheral vision catches Klein, Anna hastily rises. Klein refrains from answering directly, instead drawing upon the insights gained from his dream to inquire, is there a toy windmill at your home, or at Mr. Meyer's residence? Anna's eyes widen in astonishment, rendered speechless for a moment. After a while, she murmurs, that was a gift he bestowed upon me, right at my doorstep. How? How did you know this? Can such things truly be divined? Klein smiles gently, responding warmly, congratulations, Miss Anna. Mr. Joyce Meyer is visiting your home. If you hurry back, you should still be able to encounter him. He has endured a calamity, an unimaginable ordeal. What he requires is not inquiries, but solace, a warm embrace. Is it really true? Anna questions in disbelief. The diviners she knows would never speak with such certainty, nor provide such definitive conclusions. You will know for yourself upon your return home. Klein replies with a soft chuckle. Oh, Lord of Steam, is this real? Has my poor Joyce returned? Are you truly certain? No, I cannot believe it. Anna stammers, nearly at a loss for words. She retrieves a one-sol banknote from her purse, and without waiting for Klein to provide change, she hurriedly departs the divination club, rushing to catch a carriage back home. Does this include a tip? Klein muses to himself, shaking his head in amusement as he observes the bill. The carriage glides swiftly through the streets, entering the Eastern District. Anna, filled with trepidation, anticipation, and anxiety, gazes out the window as the streets blur past. Before long, the toy windmill comes into view. Disembarking from the carriage, she neglects her composure, nearly stumbling as she rushes to the door and rings the bell. The door creaks open, revealing a young man in a black suit with blonde hair, his face pale, yet his expression cheerful, possessing a nose reminiscent of an eagle's beak. I thought I would miss you today, Joyce smiles. By the steam above, you have truly returned. Anna rubs her eyes in astonishment and joy. What the diviner said is indeed true. No, that is the mark of a true diviner. It is utterly miraculous. Thoughts surge and swell within her, as tears well up in her eyes. She rushes forward, enveloping her fiancé in a warm embrace. Outside the gray-blue house, the two stand silently entwined, as the toy windmill turns slowly, and all their tribulations seem to fade away. Chapter 56. The Great Escape at Sea. In the spacious living room, after their embrace, Anna and Joyce sit on separate sofas, distanced by her parents. Joyce, with a look of contentment, exclaims, by the steam above, how fortunate I am to be alive and to see Anna once more. My poor Joyce, what on earth have you encountered? Anna can no longer contain her concern and inquires anxiously. Joyce glances at his fiancée, his expression growing somber, even to this day. I still feel fear, waking from nightmares time and again. 5 days after the Clover set sail from Caesarport, we encountered pirates, dreadful pirates. The only solace is that their leader is named Nastor, the so-called King of the Five Seas. Mr. Wayne, Anna's father, responds incredulously. Although Joyce had arrived for a visit half an hour earlier, he had yet to detail his experiences, appearing timid, anxious, and unsettled, until Anna returned and offered him an embrace, seemingly allowing him to emerge from his ordeal. Indeed, King Nastor of the Five Seas claims to be a descendant of the Solomon Empire, adhering to the virtue of not killing captives. Because of this, we were only robbed of our wealth and did not lose our lives. His men even left us sufficient provisions. Joyce recalls the harrowing days. His body trembles slightly, yet he persists in recounting the darkest depths of his nightmare. I lost a considerable sum of money, and I believed the misfortune had passed. However, during the subsequent voyage, the passengers and crew of the Clover erupted into fierce infighting. From quarrels to brawls, to the drawing of revolvers and the unsheathing of swords, they slaughtered one another. For days, my vision was drenched in blood, as one after another, Those around me fell, their eyes wide open and never to close again, limbs, hearts, and entrails strewn about the deck. Reluctant to become beasts, our rational minds found no refuge, no escape routes, surrounded by the deep blue waves and the boundless ocean. Some wept, some begged for mercy, some sold their bodies, yet their heads remained suspended from the mast. Anna, I was filled with despair, believing I would never see you again. Fortunately, amidst such nightmares, heroes still arise. The captain led us to the sturdy lower decks, relying on the provisions and fresh water we had prepared in advance to endure until those madmen reached their limits. Mr. Triss inspired us, bravely leading the charge against those murderers. After an unforgettable bloodbath, we survived, but the Clover had strayed from its course, and only a third of the sailors remained. As he recounted the most terrifying and darkest aspects of his experience, Joyce involuntarily recalled that hero, the one who called himself Triss. He possessed a round, amiable face, with a timid demeanor akin to that of a girl, always preferring to linger in the corners. Only those who were familiar with him could understand how loquacious he could be. Yet, this unassuming boy, at the most dire and desperate moments, stood resolutely before everyone. Oh, the steam rises. My poor Chow E.C., what a heart-wrenching ordeal you have endured. Thank the heavens, for they have allowed us to remain united. Tears welled in Anna's eyes, as the steam and mechanical emblem traced a triangular pattern upon her chest. Chow E.C. managed a faint, almost pallid smile. This is our devout tribute. The Alfalfa has weathered storms and navigated through disorientation, overcoming trial after trial, and has finally arrived at inmate port. Due to the grave incident that transpired aboard, we survivors were detained by the police for questioning, deprived of the opportunity to send telegrams home. It was only this morning, once everything concluded, that I borrowed some funds from a friend and took the steam train back. Thank the heavens for allowing me to set foot on the land of Tingjin once more, to see you all again. At this point, he gazed at his fiancée with a hint of confusion. Anna, when you first saw me, I felt your joy and surprise, yet I cannot fathom why. Upon disembarking from the carriage, you rushed so excitedly towards the door. I had intended to surprise you immensely. Anna reflected on her earlier experiences. Still unable to believe, there is nothing to conceal, Chow E.C. Out of concern for you, I visited the only fortune-telling club in Tingjin City today, where the soothsayer, no, the diviner, informed me that your fiancé has returned, right within a house adorned with a toy windmill. What? Both the Wei In couple and Chow E.C. exclaimed in unison. Anna covered her face, shaking her head. I cannot believe what transpired today, yet it did indeed happen. Steam rises. Perhaps miracles truly exist in this world. Chow E.C. The diviner requested your name, characteristics, address, and date of birth to create a natal chart. And then he inquired whether the house with the toy windmill belonged to me or to you. Once I confirmed, he said, congratulations, Miss Anna, your fiancé has returned. Right in your home. Do not inquire about his ordeal. Offer him embrace and comfort. My God. Chow E.C. could scarcely comprehend this revelation. How could he know me? Did someone send him a telegram? Was he well acquainted with the police at inmate port? No, this still cannot be explained. How could he know I had come to your house? How could he ascertain that you were going to consult a diviner? Did you make an appointment in advance? No, I was a last-minute selection. Anna replied, her expression bewildered. Perhaps a skilled diviner must possess a wealth of information, even if it seems unnecessary in the short term. Anna's father, Mr. Wei In, sighed as he summarized. Throughout the known history of over 1,000 years, as well as the somewhat obscure quaternary period, divination has always existed, never disappearing. I believe there must be a reason for this. Chow E.C. lightly shook his head and inquired, what was the name of that diviner? Anna thought for a moment. Klein Moretti. Within the reception hall of the fortune-telling club, as Klein moderated the volume, Angelica tactfully refrained from approaching. Thus she merely witnessed Anna departing as if bereft of her soul, her expression revealing shock and confusion. Angelica took small steps towards the sofa, curiously asking, a favorable outcome? She hesitated to inquire further, fearing to breach the unspoken rules of the diviners. Indeed, Klein nodded, producing 3 copper coins from his pocket. 1/8 of a so equals 1.5 pence, correct? Yes. Angelica glanced at the coins, noting one was worth 1 penny, and 2 were halfpennies. Quickly retreating as it resulted in an excess of half a penny. Klein smiled and gestured. I appreciate your care for my guest. She has tipped me. Thus I ought to tip you as well. This is a token of gratitude for your recommendation, he silently added. Very well. Angelica felt an inexplicable trepidation towards Klein. Yet seeing the rationale, she did not refuse further. Klein returned to the meeting room, expecting more seekers of divination. However, until 5:40 p.m., He had yet to welcome a second customer. This did not imply that the fortune-telling club was struggling. Rather, most individuals possessed clear objectives and had already designated their diviners. They were likely recommended by others, having decided beforehand whom to consult. In short, my reputation is still lacking, Klein self-deprecatingly mused using gaming terminology. He finished the last of the third serving of Cibo red tea, donned a half-height top hat, and leisurely exited the meeting room. Angelica recalled Grace's instructions and hurried to catch up. Mr. Moretti, when will you next visit the club? Mr. Gracis wishes to thank you in person. I shall come whenever I have the time. If destiny allows our paths to cross, he shall surely meet me, Klein replied in a tone befitting a charlatan, feeling as if he were immersed in a role. With that, he disregarded Angelica's reaction and stepped away from the fortune-telling club, taking a public carriage back home. Upon entering the door, Klein beheld Banson engrossed in a newspaper, while Melissa, in the soft glow of the evening sun, pieced together various components such as gears and springs. Good afternoon. Did Mrs. Schode come to visit? Klein asked casually. Banson did not lower the newspaper, but merely raised his head. Mrs. Schode stayed for a quarter of an hour, brought some gifts, was quite pleased with our muffins and lemon cakes, and invited us to visit her home sometime. She is a kind, polite lady, and knows how to engage in conversation. The only concern is that her family worships the Lord of Storms. Believing that girls should not attend school and should only receive home education, Melissa muttered softly. It was evident she harbored considerable dissatisfaction with this matter. Do not dwell too much on it. As long as she does not interfere with us, she remains a good neighbor, Klein reassured his sister with a smile. The Kingdom of Luen is a land of diverse beliefs, unlike the northern Fuzak Empire, which solely reveres the god of war, nor like the southern Fineboat Kingdom, which venerates the Earth Mother Goddess. The adherents of the three major churches, the Lord of Storms, the Goddess of Night, and the God of Steam and Machinery, inevitably encounter some conflicting viewpoints and habits. Yet, after millennia of cohabitation, they have managed to exercise mutual restraint, avoiding any situation that would prevent coexistence. Indeed, Melissa pursed her lips, redirecting her gaze back to the pile of components. After dinner, Klein continued to review historical knowledge, waiting until Melissa and Banson had each bathed and returned to their rooms before he cleared himself, entered his bedroom, and locked the door. He intended to consolidate and summarize his recent studies and the issues that had arisen, ensuring he did not forget or overlook any crucial aspects. Only through this reflection could he approach forthcoming developments with greater clarity. Klein opened his notebook, took up his fountain pen, and began to write in Chinese. Word by word, why is the essence of potion digestion acting? Chapter 57, Consolidation and Summary. Pausing momentarily, Klein continued. The crux of solving potion issues lies in digestion, rather than mastery, which can be intuitively comprehended. Mastery merely regards the potion's power as an external tool, like a tamed beast, no matter how well one masters it. It does not truly belong to oneself, posing significant risks of backlash. In contrast, digestion entails perceiving the ingested potion as a part of oneself, breaking it down, merging it, and absorbing it, unifying into a whole. This point is currently undisputed. The key question remains why acting facilitates digestion. Based on today's experience with the diviner, I will formulate two hypotheses, awaiting further validation. Firstly, the role played by the names of potions can alter the states of body, mind, and spirit, gradually aligning them with the tenacious essence of the potion's core, thereby inducing resonance, assimilation, and absorption. Secondly, the stubborn essence of the potion's core resembles a well-defended computer system. To breach it, one must identify the bugs, find the vulnerabilities, and discover the key, which the name of the potion reveals as a clue. Thus, through role-playing, one can harmonize the body, mind, and spirit, masquerading as an ally to deceive the guardians and enter with confidence, a notion reminiscent of the descriptions by Emperor Leisure. Regardless of the conjectures, the states of body, mind, and spirit remain indispensable elements, as they serve as the sole bridge between role-playing and the power of potions. Klein set down his pen and read through this passage once more, momentarily feeling grateful for the education imparted by the gluttonous empire. Regardless of whether one has chosen the sciences or engineering, a basic logical capability is essential. Otherwise, one could not become a keyboard warrior capable of such analysis and conjecture. Role-playing may indeed prove effective. The specific changes await observation. Klein made a preliminary summary. He then penned a second inquiry. Why is it that diviners, despite their vast knowledge and expertise in the realm of mysticism, lack direct means to overcome adversaries? Should not their erudition and professionalism empower them to discover methods of triumph? The reasons for this are as follows. Firstly, akin to narratives previously encountered, I have entered a game world that has become reality. Thus, different professions must each possess unique characteristics while maintaining relative balance. However, thus far, no signs of datization or task-oriented development have been observed, a factor that can be temporarily set aside. Secondly, the fundamental rules of this world center on balance, as the creator established this realm with equilibrium as its core. Thirdly, potions of the same series exist within the same energy level, an optimal state identified through the explorations and summaries of predecessors. Exceeding this energy level risks collapse and loss of control, while falling below it renders the acquisition of extraordinary power unattainable. Therefore, within a fixed energy level, if one aspect is strengthened, another must naturally weaken. Fourthly, all things share a common origin, having diverged from the creator, and the complementary nature implies that each possesses its own issues. Currently, I lean toward the third and fourth reasons, though the latter, rooted in uncertain myth, serves only as a reference. I shall take the third as guidance and validate it through current learning and subsequent discoveries. At this point, Klein had filled 2 entire pages. Yet he did not cease. He began to articulate a new question. From today's learning, my transportation ritual falls under the category of typical ritual magic. Such ritual magic can be divided into 3 components. The first is the sacrificial aspect aimed at pleasing or intriguing the corresponding existence. The second is the incantation detailing the specific object of supplication. And the third is the substantive aspect of what assistance is sought, which must be articulated using formatted language and symbolic representation. From this perspective, analyzing the transportation ritual reveals a glaring issue. It lacks the third component. It includes the sacrificial aspect of placing staple foods and walking counterclockwise in a square formation, as well as the incantation indicating the object of supplication, such as invoking the Xian Huang Immortal. However, the subsequent action is merely to close one's eyes and wait, without clarifying that the purpose of the ritual is transportation. In other words, this so-called transportation ritual does not clearly communicate what is being requested to the corresponding existence, allowing for arbitrary interpretations. What a letdown. That book, Qin Han Mi Chuan Fong Shu Ji Yao, is truly misleading. I must have been out of my mind to consider trying it. Klein paused, took a few breaths, and made an effort to calm himself. He exhaled deeply and continued to organize his thoughts. I need to consider redesigning this ritual to render it complete, with the objective of returning to Earth, to the world where my parents and loved ones reside. Yet, a question arises. Is that existence truly free to interpret? Or does it harbor a deeper, implicit purpose? Furthermore, is the descriptive incantation targeting the same entity on Earth as it is in this world? If so, the differing effects of the first and second rituals could be explained as free interpretation. Yet, if the second and third rituals both lead to the mists above and connect to justice and the hanged man with little distinction, what accounts for this? Once the fourth ritual tomorrow afternoon proves to yield stable, repeatable results, it will signify the solidification of effects and imply that the goal of supplication is embedded within aspects I have yet to comprehend. In that case, introducing new descriptions and requests may not elicit clear responses and could even muddle the ritual, leading to adverse outcomes. The differences between the first and subsequent rituals, while maintaining the same object of supplication, suggest that the world itself might influence the responses, akin to using different interfaces. How then should I design it to achieve my desired results? If one believes the first and subsequent rituals target different existences, then some earlier questions could find satisfactory explanations. However, the stability and consistency of the second and third rituals imply that the goal of supplication is indeed implicit, leaving no immediate avenue for alteration. The most critical question remains: who is the targeted existence? Where is it? And why is there no hint or guidance directed toward me? Is it deep within that misty realm? Might it be possible to regard it as a dormant entity, requiring a certain stimulus to elicit fixed feedback, without otherwise interfering or influencing me? If so, I could devise various rituals to stimulate and summarize feedback patterns, ultimately discovering the correct method of return. However, the danger lies in the possibility that it is not dormant. Any probing could lead to terrifying consequences. The first attempt must be approached with utmost caution, designed to avoid provoking it. This is indeed a conundrum that warrants further study. Klein sighed and reached a conclusion. He then jotted down scattered thoughts. There is always an intangible voice echoing in my ears, invoking Hanachis, and, is it pronounced Philagila or Philigila? Hanachis spans the mountains between the Kingdom of Rune and the Republic of Intis, with its highest peak exceeding 6,000 meters. According to the notes of the Antigonus family, there existed a Kingdom of Night during the Quaternary period. The Kingdom of Night, the goddess of night. Could there be a connection? Are they allies or adversaries? Did the Antigonus family's downfall at the hands of the night goddess's cult stem from the existence of the kingdom of night? Are the whispers I hear derived from that ancient record, from the Antigonus family's cries spanning a millennium or two? What then does Philaga represent? An intriguing question arises. Leaving behind such a record, and the sealing artifact number 2049 indicates that the Antigonus family wielded considerable extraordinary power. What path did they traverse? Was it complete or incomplete? The discovery of the notes in the hands of Riel Bebo seems coincidental, yet devoid of any traces of orchestration. Is it a bond of fate? Thoughts flowed from Klein's pen as he diligently recorded the events he had encountered and his own conjectures during this period. This writing spanned a full 4 pages, both front and back. With a sudden motion, Klein tore out these 4 pages, rereading them thoroughly, occasionally circling points with his pen and adding a few remarks. Time swiftly elapses, the crimson moon briefly obscured by dark clouds. Klein picks up the pocket watch on the table, clicks it open, and glances at its face. He sets it down, retrieves a box of matches from the drawer, strikes one with a swift motion, and brings it close to the 4 pages of notes. The orange flame eagerly latches onto the paper, spreading rapidly. Klein places the notes atop a wooden wastebasket, watching as the ashes float and fall. He releases his grip, allowing the paper to descend, and within mere seconds, everything vanishes, leaving only the swirling ash and the charred marks on the bottom of the bin as remnants of the past. Due to the presence of the secret diary of Emperor Luosai, Klein dared not leave any evidence of his ability to write in Chinese. If Old Near and others were to discover those 4 sheets, the consequences would be dire. When addressing confidential matters, whether in Luan language, Gufusa language, or Hermes language, Klein worried that the figure watching him in his dreams would see and interpret the content. Thus, he opted to write in Chinese to organize and summarize his thoughts. Once the task was complete, he burned the paper, leaving no trace. Since preservation was impossible, he devised a plan to summarize weekly to prevent forgetfulness. As he watched the ashes settle, Klein drew out a fresh sheet of paper and wrote, "Dear Mentor." He intended to inquire with Senior Associate Professor Cohen Quinton about any historical materials related to Mount Huanachizi. Chapter 58, A thought process the following day, Monday morning. Klein, on his day off, did not venture outside. Instead, he entrusted his letter to Mentor Cohen Quinton and the excess postage to Melissa, requesting his sister to deliver it to the post office near Tingen Technical School. After breakfast, he leisurely caught up on the sleep he had missed during work, only rising close to noon when his stomach rumbled. He reheated last night's leftovers, nibbled on a piece of oat bread, and entered the bathroom on the 2nd floor with a newspaper in hand. At such times, he couldn't help but sigh over the absence of a mobile phone. After 7 or 8 minutes, he emerged feeling refreshed, washed his hands, and returned to his bedroom, locking the door behind him. He then drew the curtains, lit the gas lamp, meditated for half an hour, practiced spiritual sight, pendulum, and divining rod for another half hour, and spent an hour reviewing his knowledge of mysticism through recollection. After completing these tasks, he tore the old newspaper into several pieces, labeling each with the names of materials such as moonflower, candle, full moon, and essential oil, meticulously simulating the process of ritual magic to grasp its details. Until he had truly mastered the art and learned more, he had no intention of recklessly attempting ritual magic, as it would waste materials and invite danger. Time and again, Klein picked up the silver pocket watch adorned with vine patterns, clicked it open, and noted that it was just past 2:45. After a moment's contemplation, he took the old newspaper to the kitchen on the 1st floor to incinerate it, using the opportunity to adjust his state of mind in preparation for the tarot gathering. After securely locking the bedroom door once more, Klein did not wait for 3 o'clock to arrive, but instead planned to enter the mist above in advance. He intended to seize this opportunity to explore it thoroughly. Just as Klein stood in the vacant space of his room, poised to begin walking counterclockwise, he suddenly worried whether Justice and the Hanged Man had entered a suitable environment, fearing they might be disturbed or discovered. This led him to recall a matter he had mentioned. He needed to devise a method to allow Justice and the Hanged Man to request leave in advance should they find themselves unable to escape or encounter other circumstances, thus missing the gathering. For the previous Klein, this had been an almost insurmountable problem. After all, he could not manually create an instantaneous communication network between worlds, and using wired telegraphy would expose him. Now, however, he derived inspiration from ritual magic. Invoking external forces through ritual magic often involved seeking assistance from various entities, and similar incantations would surely have a clear focus, such as the God of Night or the Lord of Crimson, or descriptions of the unknown and hidden entities. Could I modify the incantation to direct its focus towards me? This way, even if Justice and the Hanged Man conducted rituals in foreign lands, I would still receive corresponding information. Klein's spirits lifted as he began to analyze the feasibility of this idea. Two challenges arose. First, I am not a high-ranking entity of a certain power. Even if the incantation's description does indeed point towards me, it is unlikely I would receive the request. Second, how can I ensure the description accurately targets me, avoiding misfires that could hit other unknown entities fitting the description, which would pose great danger? Klein paced back and forth, contemplating potential solutions. With silent footsteps, he turned round and round, naturally connecting this matter to the mysterious world above the mist. My inability to receive requests does not imply that the mist cannot. Its combination with the deep crimson stars could directly pull individuals into its space, disregarding distance. One could consider correlating my description with that mysterious space during the invocation. Following this line of reasoning, even though I cannot immediately receive a request while they perform the ritual, as long as I enter the mist above, I can glean the corresponding information. In simpler terms, it is akin to the difference between online and offline messages on QQ. The more Klein pondered, the more exhilarated he became, convinced that this idea was worth pursuing. Now, what description should I use to accurately point to myself and that misty world? He began to consider the specifics. In fact, he had a phrase that would undoubtedly succeed, a pure transliteration of the name of the god of fortune, Xuanhuang Tianzuan in Luan language. However, the issue lay in the fact that it would result in his loss of control over the mist, stripping him of his dominant position. Thus it had to be excluded. The fool from another world? No, this was too precise. It would almost certainly not align with any other existence, but it would expose my greatest secret. Klein thought of incantation after incantation, only to dismiss them all. After 7 or 8 minutes, he finally settled on the first segment of the incantation's directional description, a fool not of this era. This was clearly insufficiently precise, prompting Klein to hastily add a further segment, the mysterious sovereign above the mist. The two combined would likely confine the description to himself while binding the mist to his very being. Yet there was still a slight issue. One could not rule out the possibility of multiple spaces and sovereigns above the mist, and this description might inadvertently point towards the spirit realm. Klein furrowed his brow, intending to add a further layer of security. After considering for a full minute, he finally devised the last segment of the description, the king of yellow and black, who governs fortune. This was a near interpretation of the god of fortune, Xuanhuang. If it stood alone, it could easily misfire, attracting unknown dangers, but with the preceding 2 segments providing constraints. And considering instances where he had entered the mist through similar incantations, the target of the description could be entirely locked in. Conducting the ritual magic according to these 3 segments, Klein was uncertain whether it would yield results, yet he was confident it would not attract the attention of other entities, nor would it place Justice and the Hanged Man in peril. Klein exhaled deeply, silently reciting the incantation he had formulated. O fool not of this era! You are the mysterious sovereign above the mist. You are the king of yellow and black, who governs fortune. He nodded imperceptibly, retrieved the pocket watch from his pocket, and checked the time. It was 2:58. Klein ceased his musings, secured the pocket watch, and entered meditation, accompanied by the recitation of the incantation, stepping counterclockwise 4 times to form a square. The most thunderous cacophony and the most heart-wrenching screams reverberated once more, and he felt a headache more unbearable than that induced by the potions of the diviners. This pain was unlike the sharp agony of a wound piercing through his skull. It was a throbbing that incited mania, stripped him of reason, and plunged him into chaos. Klein controlled himself through meditation, striving to block out the tumult. The whispers and murmurs receded like a tide. His body felt lighter, and his spirit soared. Everything became ephemeral. An endless gray mist emerged in his line of sight, with deep crimson stars appearing near and far, resembling a multitude of watchful eyes. Above the mist, a grand palace, as formidable as a giant's abode, stood resolutely, seemingly existing here for countless millennia. With a mere flicker of thought, Klein vanished from his original position and seated himself at the head of a bronze long table adorned with 22 high-backed chairs. The ritual's effect indeed anchored him as he whispered a phrase, lightly tapping his forehead, enveloping himself in a denser grayish mist than before. According to the Hanged Man's description, if Justice were to become the audience, it was best not to reveal one's actions before her. There was no time for exploration. Klein extended his right hand, forging an invisible connection to communicate with the 2 familiar deep crimson stars. Upon the vast, deep blue expanse of the Sunia Sea, An ancient sailing ship glided with the wind. Alge Wilson confined himself within the captain's quarters, relying on the spectral vessel for the utmost protection. Before him, a pocket watch lay open, ticking beside a brass sextant, the rhythm lacking joy and tinged with tension. Just as the hour, minute, and second hands aligned perfectly, a burst of deep crimson erupted before Alge, penetrating layer upon layer of defense. A sigh escaped his lips, echoing in the captain's quarters. Bakeland, Queen's District. Audrey Hall reclined against a velvet pillow, perusing the tawny paper in her hands once more, her gem-like eyes seemingly harboring two slowly swirling souls. Her gaze was calm and frosty, as if awaiting the unfolding of a drama. The deep crimson erupted, and she looked down upon herself as she was engulfed. Above the gray mist, within the grand palace, the bronze long table appeared weathered and ancient. As Audrey Hall's figure manifested, Klein, who had already activated his spiritual sight, gazed over, predictably observing the colors in her aura merging into a singularity, becoming pure and serene like a lake reflecting reality with clarity. She had indeed become an extraordinary individual. Just as Klein was about to avert his gaze, he suddenly noticed a change in the high-backed chair belonging to Miss Justice. The brilliant stars upon the chair's back moved swiftly, forming an illusory constellation that did not belong to reality. To Klein, this constellation was strikingly familiar, for it was a symbol within the realm of mysticism. It symbolized the dragon, the audience dragon. Klein managed to refrain from shaking his head, gazing inquisitively at the hanged man's high-backed seat. Ordinarily, from his angle, he would not be able to see the back of the chair, but this was his domain, and everything manifested according to his will. The constellation behind the chair remained unchanged, but Klein, now initiated into the mysteries, recognized it as a symbol of the storm. The sailors, the storm of the sea, this posed no issue. The colors deep within the hanged man's aura had indeed become pure. Had he ascended? Oh, but what symbol resided behind my seat? Klein stifled his impulse and, as before, lightly tapped the edge of the long table 3 times, smiling as he spoke. Congratulations. Miss Justice, you have become an extraordinary individual. Could he discern it directly? Audrey paused momentarily, then responded with a gentle smile. Thank you, Mr. Fool, thank you. Mr. Hangman, that was quicker than I anticipated. Alge Wilson replied unabashedly. Klein chose not to pursue that topic further, tapping his forehead again, and smilingly inquired, Ladies and gentlemen, have you found Rossel's diary? Chapter 59, The Initial of Rossel. Upon hearing the fool's question, Audrey did not respond immediately as she had in the past. Instead, she gazed at the hanged man with her crystalline eyes, adopting a scrutinizing demeanor. Alge unconsciously restrained his movements, and after a few seconds of silence, spoke. I discovered 2 pages of Emperor Rossel's diary and memorized their contents. I possess 1 page. Audrey, separated by the gray mist, responded in an observational tone, quite commendable. Klein kept his delight and disappointment from affecting his voice. He was pleased to have 3 complete pages, but disappointed that there were only 3, as the initial collection was relatively easier, revealing the potential of his resources and channels. Subsequent efforts would undoubtedly become increasingly challenging, involving myriad factors. Shall we express them now? Audrey inquired calmly. Indeed, Klein affirmed with a succinct nod. Maintaining his previous posture with minimal alteration, he understood the need for caution in front of the audience. As his words fell, tawny parchment and dark red quills materialized before Audrey and Alge. The two picked up their writing implements and began to recall the symbols from their memories, pouring forth their urgent emotions. Silently, lines of text appeared on the tawny parchment, some neat and dignified, others delicate and flowing, and yet others crooked and askew. In less than a minute, the content that Audrey and Alge forcefully recalled was completely transcribed. With a thought, the 3 pages of parchment flashed into Klein's hands. He scanned the pages, noting the disordered sequence of language, missing words, and typos. However, experiments had shown that a degree of sequential error did not impede the reading of Chinese, and having endured the torment of the stars, he was undaunted by the missing words or typos. April 8th, I stood at the bow of the Black King, arms outstretched, proclaiming to Green and Edwards, Do you desire my treasure? Then come seek it at the end of the misty sea, for I have concealed all my treasures here. They utterly failed to grasp my humor, inquiring whether I truly possessed additional treasures. How dull. You cannot become my 4 horsemen this way. April 11th, I discovered an unnamed island beyond the safe routes, teeming with numerous extraordinary species. No, I prefer to call them extraordinary kinds. It adds a certain prestige. Besides them, the island is home to many strange creatures. I imagine if Darwin were to traverse here, he would find it impossible to pin his theory of evolution. April 15th. Green has become rather peculiar. Has he contracted some affliction? When did Emperor Rossel of the Intis Kingdom embark on a voyage? The misty sea should be that expanse to the west of the Intis Republic. I must seek historical materials at the library for comparison. Klein swiftly finished reading one page and turned his gaze to the next. At this moment, he no longer concealed his understanding of Emperor Rossel's secret symbols, for this aligned with the identity of the fool. Audrey and Olge remained silent, sitting quietly, seemingly unperturbed by this outcome, even deeming it as it should be. October 2nd, they actually decided to betroth me to Matilda of the Abel family without consulting me beforehand. Good heavens, I have yet to meet her. No, I must refuse, even if I have to run away from home and become self-sufficient, enduring oppression. I shall resist this arranged marriage. October 5th, Miss Matilda is truly beautiful. On October 6th, her personality and charm resonate with my preferences, and I find myself beginning to anticipate our union. Klein leaned back against the high-backed chair, attempting to shield his emotions from the encroaching haze. He discovered that the early days of leisure did not involve daily journaling. Entries were typically made only when there was a need to vent frustrations, record events, or express emotions. His gaze fell to the last entry on this page of the diary. October 9th, they have even referred to me as the Son of Steam, a title I find quite endearing. Noticing that the preceding 2 pages held little value, Klein felt a twinge of disappointment. However, he did not allow himself to become disheartened and placed the 3rd page of the diary at the top, where he found writing on both sides. May 21st. The Church of the God of Craftsmen presented me with 2 choices, 2 paths in the sequence. One was the generalist, representing a complete sequence chain known to them, while the other was the seeker of secrets, derived from the MOC ascetic order, which lacked a higher sequence. May 22nd, my choice was clear, generalist. A generalist with a complete sequence. Although possessing greater knowledge of the arcane could assist me in finding a way home, the issue lies in the fact that, without sufficient personal strength, traversing such realms would inevitably require external forces, which can be either benevolent or malevolent, thus posing a significant risk. Therefore, it is wiser to focus on strengthening myself and relying on my capabilities to return, making the complete sequence my primary consideration. May 23rd, I became a generalist. Through the power of potions, I astonishingly recalled all the knowledge I had previously learned, physics, chemistry, and so forth. Not only did I recall it, but I also deeply understood and mastered it. This profession seems tailor-made for me as an outsider, maximizing my advantages. I must admit, if I were to return in this state to my senior year, I would undoubtedly become the top student, with more structured and profound professional learning. Becoming a scientist would not be an overly difficult aspiration. May 26th, I thoroughly enjoyed my identity as a generalist. A curious phenomenon occurred. When I embraced the role of a generalist and acted accordingly, the whispers that had nearly driven me to madness quieted significantly. My occasional outbursts of temper were also under control, and I recalled the importance of journaling. Was this what the enigmatic Mr. Corral had mentioned about playing a role? Perhaps it is the key to mitigating the risks of potions. Klein reflected on this page of the diary, acutely aware of the stark differences between his character and that of Emperor Leisure. For instance, regarding the matter of returning home, he often thought about delving into the depths of arcane knowledge to circumvent danger and achieve his goals, while Emperor Leisure's philosophy leaned towards mastering danger through personal strength. It must be said that at times, I envy such individuals. Perhaps everyone yearns for what they do not possess. Naturally, I must also contemplate the enhancement of my own strength, balancing both pursuits. Thoughts flooded Klein's mind, leaving him with a sense of wistfulness. The Emperor's description of the diminishing risks associated with potions bolstered his confidence regarding last night's conclusions and provided him with a clearer understanding of the essence of playing a role. Setting aside the 3 pages of the diary, Klein raised his gaze toward Justice and the Hanged Man, offering a slight smile. Apologies, I became quite engrossed. Audrey, suppressing her envy, smiled calmly and replied, I can understand. I look forward to the day when I can exchange some of Emperor Leisure's diary entries with you. That would require a price, Klein said with a smile, glancing at Justice before sweeping his gaze over the Hanged Man, who remained silent. Audrey clasped her hands together in front of her and added, Mr. Fool, Mr. Hanged Man, I have 3 questions I wish to ask. If you believe the answers hold significant value, please let me know what you desire in exchange, and I will do my utmost to procure it. No problem, Argy replied, his tone calm and steady. Klein nodded gently, leaning back more comfortably. Audrey pondered for a few moments before asking, my first question is, what does it mean to play a role? I have noticed that the residual spirit within the potion has had a minimal effect on me. Could it be because I have been playing the role of an observer during this time? RG remained silent, directing his gaze toward the fool, seemingly awaiting a response. Klein lightly tapped his fingers on the edge of the long table, speaking in a relaxed tone. Let me illustrate with a more vivid example. The core power of sequence potions is akin to a heavily fortified castle. The residual spirits that can cause backlash reside within that castle. Our goal is to resolve this and truly become the masters of the castle. We currently have two methods. The first is to forcibly invade, which may not guarantee success and will certainly inflict harm upon ourselves, unless we possess absolute dominance, which we clearly do not. The second method involves a letter of invitation bestowed by the castle's master. This letter allows us to bypass the guard scrutiny, enabling us to enter the castle with ease and eliminate our adversaries. However, the caveat is that this letter contains descriptions of the guest's appearance and corresponding traits. Thus, we must disguise ourselves as the invited guests. Do you understand? RG, seemingly having anticipated this, immediately countered, that letter of invitation is the name of the sequence potion? Indeed, Klein affirmed. Audrey felt a wave of clarity wash over her, realizing she fully grasped the meaning of playing a role. As her emotions surged, she swiftly exited her observer state and exclaimed with delight, "What an exceptional method! I believe it aligns perfectly with your title. Its style resonates deeply with that of the fool. I never imagined playing a role could function this way. Thankfully, I have instinctively been embodying the observer during this period." She paused briefly before continuing. "I consider this a profoundly valuable answer, but I cannot simply accept it without offering something in return. Mr. Fool, what kind of exchange do you seek? Of course, I recall that I owe you a page from Emperor Luger's diary. More entries from Luger's diary, or..." Klein hesitated, initially intending to inquire about any information regarding the diviner sequence, but he reconsidered, feeling that such a request would tarnish the fool's image. He decided to seek such information discreetly at a later opportunity. After all, I have not long ascended and have yet to fully digest the diviner potion, he reassured himself, adding nonchalantly, or any information regarding the Antigonus family, even that which I previously knew would suffice. RG remained silent for a few moments, then cautiously glanced at the bronze table before speaking slowly. "Mr. Fool, I can now provide you with compensation for your earlier answer.